More left injured. We'll bring you the latest updates ahead.
And we take you inside a moment of healing for another community that was devastated by tragedy. Just a month after the deadly Maui wildfires, more than 1,000 people gather at the Kalama Beach State Park. It is Monday morning. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin our week in remembrance of the lives lost 22 years ago. September 11th, the day America will never forget. This morning especially, all of us here at Early Today are thinking of those Americans who will never return home. And we'll bring you more on today's 9/11 commemoration in a little bit here on Early Today.
And now to this morning's other top stories, including the latest developments in the search for escaped prisoner Danilo Cavalcante. As the search for the escaped killer moves to the national level, Pennsylvania police are still warning residents to stay alert and secure their properties as he continues to be spotted across the state. Authorities say Cavalcante is changing his appearance while making visits to old colleagues looking for help. NBC's George Solis has more on the search.
The Pennsylvania manhunt intensifying for escape killer Danilo Cavalcante. The desperate search now nationwide after he slipped past authorities once again, ditching this white van he stole.
How do you explain that?
No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. I applaud the men and women who were out there standing in some very difficult conditions and trying to secure that perimeter. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Police worried about what Cavalcante, convicted this summer for the brutal murder of his ex-girlfriend, may do next.
We are obviously very concerned that Cavalcante has or will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape.
A major clue, authorities releasing these new doorbell camera photos of Cavalcante taken at the home of a former co-worker where the fugitive may have been looking for help. Here's what he looked like before, and now you can see he's drastically changed his appearance. Now clean-shaven, wearing a green or yellow hooded sweatshirt, hat, green pants, and white sneakers. This map showing Cavalcante's movements since his escape at the Chester County Prison just outside Philadelphia 11 days ago, to these sightings at the Botanical Gardens, all the way to his last known location where the van was recovered.
This is a minor setback. We'll get him. It's a matter of time.
Over the course of the manhunt, some 400 officers from local, state, and federal agencies scoured an ever-changing perimeter around the garden's property.
There are a lot of issues associated with that property. You couple that with weather, aviation being down for a night. There are a number of reasons. Again, no excuses.
The search for convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante expanding even further. The fugitive now donning a new look as this manhunt enters a new week.
George, thank you.
President Biden is wrapping up his trip to Southeast Asia with an official visit to Vietnam. Mr. Biden's trip is being closely watched for any messages to China. The president came directly from the G20 meeting in New Delhi, an assembly of world leaders that China's President Xi Jinping pointedly did not attend. For the latest, let's go live now to Washington, D.C. and our correspondent Bree Jackson. Bree, good morning. What did President Biden hope to achieve with this Asia trip?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the president departs Vietnam with some historic deals in the bag. The U.S. was able to secure deals with the communist country on semiconductors and rare minerals, while Vietnam will upgrade America's diplomatic status in the capital, Hanoi. This is all, of course, part of a larger campaign to make inroads in Asia to counter China. In a speech in Hanoi, Mr. Biden explained his position. Take a listen.
We're not looking to decouple from China. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sell China material that would enhance their capacity to make more nuclear weapons, to engage in defense activities that are contrary to what is viewed as most people think was a positive development in the region. But we're not trying to hurt China.
And whether or not China believes that message is another thing entirely. Francis?
And Bree, Biden was also just at the G20 meeting in India. How productive were those meetings?
Well, Chinese President Xi skipped the meeting in what was widely seen as a snub to Indian Prime Minister Modi. The U.S. and President Biden seized on that rift to steer a lot of the agenda at that meeting. While Mr. Biden insists that the U.S. is not hostile against China, his administration is still making deals and establishing trade infrastructure with other Asian powers like Vietnam. One loss for the U.S. at the G20 summit is the joint declaration issued on Saturday. In the section that deals with Ukraine, the group failed to condemn Russia outright for the war in Ukraine, instead making vague references to international law. Meanwhile, President Biden this morning heads to Alaska, where he's set to deliver remarks marking the 22nd anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. Francis.
Okay. Bree, thank you.
The death toll from Friday's earthquake in Morocco just keeps rising. According to the latest tally, more than 2,100 are dead, and that number is still expected to increase. The UN says about 300,000 people are affected by the magnitude 6.8 disaster. In fact, just yesterday, a magnitude 3.9 aftershock rattled those already devastated communities, but it's not yet clear if that caused any additional casualties. Moroccan King Mohammed VI has ordered 3 days of national mourning.
Republican Governor of Virginia Glenn Youngkin has pardoned a father who was convicted of disorderly conduct at a school board meeting. Back in 2021, Scott Smith made headlines when he loudly demanded to know why a known violent offender had been allowed to enroll in a local high school where he sexually assaulted Smith's daughter. Governor Youngkin announced the pardon in a Fox News interview on Sunday. He later said that Smith's case was, quote, emblematic of the parental empowerment movement that started in Virginia.
Turning to the forecast now, Hurricane Lee is really stirring up trouble already for American shores. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has her eyes on that impact as it swirls in the Atlantic. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at rough surf, some life-threatening riptides along the East Coast. Also, north of the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Turks and Caicos. We're looking at the Bahamas, Bermuda, looking at some really rough surf as well. This is the latest on Lee. We're looking at a Category 3 storm. That's a major hurricane. It's also growing in size. It weakened a bit yesterday, starting to strengthen once again late Sunday, and then it's going to strengthen more today. Winds at 120 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour, so it continues to slow. And we're going to see it move painfully slow as we head towards this work week. We're looking at this being a story pretty much all week long. So right now, Category 3 storm strengthening to a Category 4 storm later on today, weakening to a Category 3 storm on Tuesday, but still that's a major hurricane. Then we're looking at a Category 2 by 8 o'clock on Wednesday. By Thursday, we're looking at a Category 2 and then Category 1 as west of Bermuda. So we're going to track this as we go throughout time here because we're looking at that rough surf, some rip currents along the East Coast, anywhere from Nantucket to Ocean City, Wilmington, down to Melbourne. This is going to be a story all week long with that really dangerous seas. Now, the timing on this and the track of this, these are spaghetti models. They're models showing us where we think it's going to end up. Now it's looking anywhere from New England into portions of the Canadian Maritimes. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking temperatures very seasonal in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures in the 70s, 80s. We're going to see rounds of showers and storms. So another soggy day time to time. We're looking at temperatures in the southern plains into the 90s and also the 100s in the southwest. All right, guys, that's a look at your Monday forecast. Back to you.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. See you in a bit.
Sure.
One of the most active volcanoes in the world has erupted, located at Hawaii's Big Island. Kilauea erupted Sunday afternoon after a 2-month pause. The volcano began spewing glowing lava almost 500 feet in the air, and the Hawaii Volcano Observatory stated that the lava is confined to the summit and does not pose a threat to communities. Residents living near the park are advised to avoid any volcanic particles in the air.
Coming up here on Early Today, 22 years later, we still never forget. We'll tell you how New York City is remembering the lives lost in the September 11th attacks.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do.
It's
It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business in a good way.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today we are remembering the tragic attacks on that Tuesday morning 22 years ago. New York City is holding events to memorialize all the lives lost on September 11th. An annual ceremony will take place at the 9/11 Memorial Plaza this morning from 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The vice president is expected to be there. The event is only open to victims' family members and others with tickets. The city's Fire Museum will hold a wreath-laying ceremony at 11:30 a.m. honoring the 343 FDNY members who were killed that day. And you can catch the annual Tribute in Lights. It is shining bright in the night sky until dawn.
Well, over 2 decades after the attacks, the New York Police Department is making sure that the memory of those who rushed without hesitation to Ground Zero are not forgotten. Ahead of this solemn remembrance, NBC New York's Mark Santillo spoke to the heroic members of the NYPD's Emergency Service Unit as they reflect on what they experienced on that terrible day for New York and America.
It definitely just seems like yesterday, though.
Stepping into the past, each footstep etched into memory. It has been 22 years, but in many ways, time has stood still.
When we were on the pile that first night, you know, we had fire under our feet, and you could hear the F-16s flying overhead. So it was a little surreal to be in New York City and hear, you know, fighter jets flying above.
Detectives Raymond Ragione and Robert Zajac are part of the NYPD's renowned Emergency Service Unit, dealing with some of the biggest jobs this city has ever seen. They were assigned to Truck 7 on 9/11.
We're not used to responding to planes hitting, slamming into buildings with numerous people trapped. So it was I'm not going to lie, it was scary. We didn't think we would probably come home.
In fact, several members of ESU never came home that day.
We think about it daily because we're reminded of it daily.
These detectives push forward, compelled by a confidence, knowing none of their friends died in vain.
25,000 people were saved from that building that day. And they got to see their kids grow up. They got to see they, have grandchildren, or whatever they did in life. They got to do that because of the efforts of everyone put forward here that day. And it was heroic with the cops, firemen, Port Authority, EMS, and the regular civilians who worked in that building, who they helped.
They also walk with a purpose, fueled by a promise: never forget.
We made a promise to never forget, and we can't. Outside of doing police work, that's our most important job, is to take care of the families of the ones that we lost.
It's just the way it is. That's what we're supposed to do.
They may have lost their loved one, but now they're part of our family.
And over the course of these last 22 years, never forget is more than just a phrase.
We're speaking with them, see how the kids are doing, see how they're doing, what do they got going on. We've attended lacrosse games, other family functions.
Whatever they need, they'll call us up and say, something's going on. And like some guys are handy and stuff, and they'll go over to the house and take care of something they need. And that's always, it's always been the way.
And while these detectives are eternally grateful for the support from their families over the last 2 decades,
we couldn't have done it without them. we wouldn't have been able to do it, like to go home and have a hot meal, you know, and just carry on some sense of normalcy. It was a big thing for us.
They are also thankful for the adopted family they've come to know in these years after 9/11.
They adopted us too also, and which was a big thing for us. Like, they let us know it's okay. They let us know everything's going to be okay.
And our thanks to Mark Santia for that report.
Still to come early today, we've got the details on a COVID test recall.
And how a military mom surprised her daughter after a 6-month deployment.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with some good news to share with all of you this morning.
NBC's Jose Diaz-Balart has a heartwarming homecoming surprise and a show of sportsmanship sure to put a smile on your face.
There was a special surprise for one little girl in Virginia. Look, that's U.S. Air Force Technical Sergeant Taylor Mason. She'd been serving overseas for 6 months. Finally reuniting with daughter Layla in the school cafeteria. And when mom Kayla Lupine took her daughter Elsie on vacation to Florida, the little girl whispered this sweet message on her mom's phone while mom was out of earshot.
So I think that the birthday or the vacation is wonderful and it's alive. And my mom is the love she makes my heart really feel great.
For Kayla, who adopted Elsie, she says that message made her heart sing.
It reaffirmed for me in that moment that I'm doing a good job. And I think as a mom, there's nothing that you want to hear more than that.
Come on, Cooper! In Wisconsin, at this high school track meet, an astonishing show of sportsmanship. Get it, Cooper! Watch carefully. Near the end of the race, one runner sees someone from another school go down. And take a look at this. He goes back to help. And along with another student, they pick up their competitor, together helping him cross the finish line and come in second place. Way to be, Cooper! And kids were lifting spirits at Ray A. Childers Elementary in Hickory, North Carolina. Students and staff gathered to surprise their beloved assistant principal, Jordan Farrell, who's been battling breast cancer. School nurse Heather Richard was behind the special moment.
What's the message that you wanted to convey to Jordan?
That we're all behind her 100%. And wanted to let her know that we're here for her.
Does that make you especially emotional?
Oh my goodness, it brings me to tears that these little kids care that much. I mean, I'm a part of their lives and they know that. But they're getting to be a part of my life and my journey too.
That journey made easier by love and faith?
Love and faith. And finding the positive.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for those stories. I love that they all involve kids with that message of love.
Love it. Well, coming up, we'll tell you how soon tourists can return to Maui's beaches. Stay with us.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just needs to.
An opioid lawsuit payout and Maui's latest travel restrictions. We've got what you need to know early today. Kroger has agreed to pay $1.2 billion to U.S. states, local governments, and Native American tribes to settle claims that its pharmacies fueled the opioid epidemic. But Kroger says this is not an admission of wrongdoing or liability.
The Philadelphia Department of Public Health is recalling more than 100,000 invalid FlowFlex COVID-19 rapid tests. If you have an affected test, you can pick up a new one at any of the city's health department resource hubs.
Maui is set to lift most tourism restrictions on October 8th after that massive wildfire killed at least 115. We'll be right back.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just 1 month after the Maui wildfire, over 1,000 people have gathered at the Kalama Beach Park for a paddle event. The event is held in memory of the lives lost there. Sam Brock has more.
In a traditional Hawaiian paddle out, the sounding of the shell, or pu, is a call to ancestors and a spiritual cleanse.
We just want to come together as a community and have a time for us guys to heal, have a moment in the ocean.
Hundreds of participants paddling by board and in boats.
I feel like the Hawaiian spirit was alive with us.
Today, mourning the loss of life in Lahaina, Hawaii's historic capital, touched by historic flames.
This is about everybody.
Robert Cotter escaped with his wife and just the clothes on their backs. His son saw someone pass away before his eyes.
The sound of a siren, the sound of wind, hearing a fire truck go by, you're on full alert.
The significance of 1 month since the fires is hard to overstate. Officially, 115 lives have been lost. And according to the governor, more than 60 people remain unaccounted for.
We feel comforted that at least our uncle was verified and that we know that he was found. Unfortunately, not everybody has that.
Several weeks ago, we met Pakalana Phillips, who lost her uncle Leroy. Today, she knows more than 10 people who haven't been located, but draws strength from the sea of support.
There's so many people that are not just praying for us, but grieving with us.
Hawaii's residents see water as a source of vitality, life.
We're going to keep loving and taking care of each other.
And right now, it's also the backdrop for a deeper connection. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Dude, everything.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, it really marks the testament of how beautiful it is for them to come together, the beauty of their land and the beauty of them coming together.
Still clearly so much healing to do, but they're beginning that process. Well, the Powerball jackpot is heating up after there was no lucky winner on Saturday night. In fact, it surpassed $500 million. Right now, the grand prize is $522 million. The estimated cash value is $252.4 million. The winning numbers will be drawn tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. I feel like we just had all this lottery mania, but here is our second chance, Francis. Let's do it.
Not necessarily with the Mega Millions along with it, but Powerball, I think that amount will be just fine for whoever wins it, if somebody wins it.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Thanks for starting Monday with us. We'll see you on Tuesday morning.
Parts of Morocco leveled in a massive earthquake. Thousands are dead, more left injured. Images from the ground where the victims' families are still sifting their lives and loved ones from the rubble.
In Vietnam, America is getting a diplomatic upgrade. President Biden wrapping up his trip to Southeast Asia with some historic agreements. We're live from Washington, D.C., breaking down what this means for America's economic future.
Some engineers are betting America's future is faster. Check out the new bullet train taking people from Sin City to the City of Angels, how it could soon spread across the country.
The Drew Barrymore Show is coming back despite ongoing strikes in Hollywood. Hear her message to fans and what she calls a continued commitment to the union's efforts.
And as Coco Gauff hoists her trophy, meet the man who taught her to swing a racket and says he's feeling a father's pride from her success. It's Monday. Early Today starts right now.
Good early Monday morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. We begin our week in remembrance of the lives lost 22 years ago. September 11th, the day America will never forget. This morning, especially, all of us here at Early Today are thinking of those Americans who will never return home.
Later today, the president will mark the anniversary of the attacks with service members in Alaska. Vice President Kamala Harris will attend the memorial ceremony at Ground Zero.
Now to the death toll from Friday's earthquake in Morocco that just keeps rising. According to the latest tally, more than 2,100 are dead, and that count is still expected to increase. The UN says around 300,000 people are affected by the magnitude 6.8 disaster, and just yesterday a magnitude 3.9 aftershock rattled already devastated communities. But it's not clear yet if the latest quake caused any additional casualties. Moroccan King Mohammed VI has ordered 3 days of national mourning that started Sunday.
President Biden is wrapping up his trip to Southeast Asia with an official visit to Vietnam. Mr. Biden's trip is being closely watched for any messages to China. The president came directly from the G20 meeting in New Delhi, an assembly of world leaders that Chinese President Xi Jinping pointedly did not attend. For the very latest, let's go live now to Washington, D.C. and correspondent Bree Jackson. Bree, good morning. First, what did President Biden hope to achieve with that trip?
Good morning, Jessica. President Biden departs Vietnam today with some historic agreements in the bag. The U.S. was able to secure deals with the communist country on semiconductors and rare minerals, while Vietnam will upgrade America's diplomatic status in the capital, Hanoi. This is all, of course, part of a larger campaign to make inroads in Asia to counter China. In a speech in Hanoi, Mr. Biden explained his position. Take a listen.
We're not looking to decouple from China. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sell China material that would enhance their capacity to make more nuclear weapons, to engage in defense activities that are contrary to what is viewed as most people think was a positive development in the region. But we're not trying to hurt China.
And whether China believes that message is an entirely different thing.
And Bree, getting back to the G20 in India, how productive were those meetings?
Well, like you said, Chinese President Xi skipped the meeting, which was largely seen as a snub against Indian Prime Minister Modi. The U.S. and President Biden seized on that rift to steer a lot of the agenda at the meeting. While Mr. Biden insists that the U.S. is not hostile against China, his administration is still making deals and establishing trade infrastructure with other Asian powers like Vietnam. One loss for the U.S. at the G20 summit is the joint declaration issued on Saturday. And the section of that deals with Ukraine, the group failed to condemn Russia outright for the war in Ukraine, instead making vague references to international law. Meanwhile, President Biden this morning heads to Alaska, where he's set to deliver remarks marking the 22nd anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks. Jessica?
All right, Bree, thank you.
Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville is facing criticism from a member of his own party over his hold on military nominations. On CNN Sunday, Congressman Michael McCall, the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, condemned Tuberville's months-long blockade, going as far as to call it a national security problem. Tuberville has blocked military appointments since February in opposition to the Pentagon's policy on abortion. A spokesperson for Tuberville said that McCall's remarks are inaccurate.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. California Governor Gavin Newsom is laying out plans for a potential Senate appointment. Speaking to Chuck Todd on NBC's Meet the Press, Newsom said that if Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein chooses to vacate her seat before the end of her term, he would appoint an interim replacement instead of any of the 3 candidates running in the state's Senate primary. And Newsom added that he doesn't want to tip the balance of the race. Feinstein, meanwhile, has said that she's retiring in January of 2025, but has faced calls to step down over recent health issues. The Senate primary takes place next March.
Turning now to Hong Kong, where historic rainfall is breaking centuries-old records, along with unprecedented flooding. The rainfall slamming the Asian metropolis and leaving some residents speechless, while proving to be fatal for others. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has more.
A once-in-a-century deadly deluge slamming Hong Kong, bringing the city to a grinding halt. The record rainfall, the heaviest Hong Kong has seen in 140 years, killing 2 people and injuring more than 100. Desperate rescue missions are now underway as emergency response teams pull stranded residents out of submerged cars, wading through waist-deep waters to get to safety. Rushing waters turning roads into rivers and inundating entire subway stations, forcing schools, businesses, even the stock exchange to shut down. The mega monsoon wreaking havoc on the city's infrastructure, collapsing roads, flooding malls, and triggering landslides. City officials issued a black rainstorm warning, the highest level possible, for over 15 hours, the longest in the city's history. Hong Kong's chief secretary warning residents of the storm's severity, announcing the extreme conditions are expected to persist. Residents here in utter shock after witnessing the dramatic downpour. One woman saying, even during previous typhoons, it was never this severe. It's quite terrifying to see. The extreme weather system hitting southern China just hours before, flooding the coastal region of Shenzhen, shutting down roads and public transportation, and forcing 11,000 people to evacuate. As flood warnings continue across the region, thousands of residents in Hong Kong and China still waiting out this relentless storm. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
The Vatican held an unprecedented beatification for a Polish family of 9. They were executed by Nazis during World War II for sheltering Jewish people. 44-year-old Joseph Ulma lived with his 31-year-old wife, Victoria, who was pregnant, and their 6 other young children. Pope Francis said of the Ulmas, quote, represented a ray of light in the darkness of that war.
A young child in Connecticut is lucky to be alive after being locked inside a hot car. The 18-year-old, being deemed a hero after spotting the child in distress, spoke with NBC Connecticut's Kevin Gase to tell us the whole story.
I was just like, save the kid and make sure she's okay.
18-year-old Alex Torres is being called a hero for stepping in to help a child in distress. Police say they got a call just before 5 in the afternoon Wednesday for reports of a young child locked in a car in the parking lot of Bass Pro Shops. The caller reported the child banging on the window for help.
We look at the child like, oh my God, like it's sweating, it's drenched.
Torres was bowling with a friend for their birthday before discovering the child.
I'm blessed to be here, and God brought me here just to save that young lady.
Before police could arrive, he decided to act.
I just, one time, boom, and then it shattered. The kid is out of the car, and everybody's good.
Torres went to the hospital for stitches in his arm. The father, Rabidi Montero Matos, was arrested for risk of injury to a child.
I wish more people would get involved, and especially when you see a young child in danger like that. So I applaud him.
Chief Roderick Porter is proud of the actions Torres took, and the department plans to reach out to him.
A situation like that could be a life or death situation for a young child.
But Torres doesn't see himself as a hero. He says he's just blessed he was there to help. And with the new expected scar,
good story to tell.
And our thanks to Kevin Gates for that story.
Turning to the forecast now, Hurricane Lee dropping to a Category 3 storm. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has her eye on all the trouble that hurricane could still cause on our American shores. Hi, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we're looking at the chance for some really rough surf, also life-threatening rip currents along the coast of the U.S. We're looking at a major hurricane at this point, Category 3 storm. It was once a Category 5, then weakened to a 3, then a 2, back to a 3, probably strengthening to a Category 4 later on today. But it's 310 miles north of the northern Leeward Islands. That's good news because it's bringing indirect impacts to the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Hispaniola, with some really rough seas, also those rip currents. Winds are at 120 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour, slowing down since yesterday, and it's going to move painfully slow as we head throughout this week. We talked about it all last week. We're going to continue to talk about it all week long because it's going to crawl through the Atlantic, strengthening to a Category 4 later on today, then weakening once again to a 3, eventually to a 2. And we do expect it to make its way west of Bermuda, east of the east coast of the U.S. We're looking at some rough seas, though, and some rough rip current threats from Nantucket, Norfolk, all the way to Melbourne, Florida. So we're going to continue to watch this. It looks like landfall could be anywhere from New England, but most likely into the Canadian Maritimes. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures very seasonal in the northeast. Finally, temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Could see some rounds of showers and storms once again today. And we're looking at showers and storms in places like Lubbock, Amarillo, and really hot once again in Phoenix, also Tucson. All right, guys, that's a look at your Monday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. We're back in 60 seconds with a new train taking Americans from point A to point B.
And it's able to do it faster than any other train on the track. We'll give you the inside scoop on Brightline next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Japan, Italy, Germany, and plenty of other countries have high-speed rail systems that leave the U.S. in the dust. But one Florida company is quickly building plans for America's trains to get up to speed. Our Gaudi Schwartz explains.
It's been decades since Japan rolled out sleek, high-tech bullet trains. Passenger rail in the U.S. is still trying to get up to speed, with rides that industry leaders say will be faster, greener, and easier than long road trips or pricey and frustrating flights.
We in this country put all our eggs in the baskets of highways and aviation, and now we're sort of stuck with the problems of both of those modes because of their limitations.
Looking to lead, Brightline, a privately owned passenger rail service in Florida. It's extending its Florida line from Miami to Orlando later this summer.
We've designed and built a customer-oriented product from the ground up.
Traveling at speeds of up to 125 miles per hour, Brightline says these trains will make the 170-mile trip in just over 3 hours. That's shorter than the more than 5-hour ride on Amtrak, generally cheaper than a 1-hour flight, and the company says more convenient than hitting the road.
Americans love their cars until their cars don't work for their needs anymore. And if you're stuck on crowded, unsafe highways, an alternative is what you're looking for.
Critics wonder if Americans will start opting for more rail time over the open road, but U.S. passenger rail ridership is up 45% in the last 20 years, and the numbers are climbing. Meanwhile, rail experts say federal investment hasn't kept pace, and now a train ride from New York to Chicago actually takes longer than it did back in 1950.
There's really no other mode of transportation, buses, planes, of course, car travel, that is delivering sort of mid-century service levels and patterns in the way that passenger trains do.
We're taking care of the riders, laying track, wiring switches, fixing bridges, tunnels, modernizing stations.
The president's bipartisan infrastructure bill is fueling change with $66 billion for rail improvements nationwide. It's the biggest public boost for passenger rail since 2008, when California voted to build the nation's first high-speed rail, but $9 billion, and 15 years later, not a single mile of track is laid. Government-owned Amtrak plans to use some of the federal funding to modernize its fleet, but the faster trains won't debut until 2026. Meanwhile, Brightline plans to break ground on a high-speed rail between Las Vegas and the Los Angeles area later this year. While other projects struggle to gain steam, Brightline says its privatized model could be used across the country.
Atlanta, Charlotte looks like a place that is set up for this kind of success. Chicago, St. Louis is another one. Portland, Seattle, what we like to think of as the Texas Triangle, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas. Those city pairs set up very, very nicely for this kind of private sector model.
And experts say that could reinvent rail in the U.S. much faster.
They'll help speed up the whole build out of the United States and get us into high-speed rail much sooner than publicly led projects.
Thanks to Gotti for that report. Still to come on Early Today, Drew Barrymore returns to daytime TV. Hear how she's pulling it off during the Hollywood strikes.
And summer is over. Spooky season is in full force at the movies.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you come with me, you'll know everything, I promise.
We're back breaking down some of the biggest news in entertainment.
This fall, some big monsters are coming to the small screen. Here's our first look at Monarch Legacy of Monsters. The show focused on King Kong and Godzilla premieres on Apple TV Plus on November 17th. And by the way, Godzilla turns 70 next year.
I love it. Can you imagine?
Can't believe it.
I love that Kurt and Wyatt Russell are both in there playing the same character, younger and older versions. Meanwhile, spooky season is getting a head start at the movie theaters. The Nun 2 scared away the competition at the box office this weekend, taking in over $32 million. The Nun knocked The Equalizer 3 to second place, while My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3 opened in third to $10 million. So this is full on gearing up for guess what's next? Halloween. Yeah.
Do you like scary?
I like campy scary, as long as I can laugh along with it. I think that kind of offsets it.
All right. And Drew Barrymore announced in an Instagram post Sunday that she will resume taping for her daytime talk show. Despite the ongoing strikes, Barrymore said she owns this choice and will comply with the rules laid out by both unions. According to Deadline, WGA members are planning to picket the show's New York studio when tapings start a little later today. This is very controversial within the unions, but she's doing her thing.
All right, when we come back, how old is America's workforce?
And what are they wearing? Your news by the numbers next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expeditions
allegations of Russian war hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
The state sticking to its roots and how workplace fashions are changing. Here's your news by the numbers. Axios is calling the Lone Star State the country's stickiest, according to the U.S. Census data. 82% of residents who were born in Texas still live there in 2021.
There are 20 sitting members of Congress who are 80 years or older. At 90 years old, California Democrat Dianne Feinstein is the only one who has announced plans for retirement.
And post-pandemic, a new survey found that American offices are getting more casual. The Gallup report found that 41% of employees dress in business casual attire at work versus the 3% who say they still dress business professional.
Up next, the man who coached a champion. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way conditions usually
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now, just 19 years old, Coco Gauff has won the U.S. Open, and now the city of Delray Beach is celebrating a hometown star, including a special person who helped her along the way. Victor Jorge spoke with her former tennis coach.
She was crying like her father was crying. It was amazing, simply amazing.
Mark Williams is still in awe over Coco Gauff's recent victory. He was her coach when the now 19-year-old was learning all the basics. He says he coached her from ages 9 to 11.
She was a little something then, and now she's just grown tall, but the tenacity and the willing to keep fighting over and over and over again.
Those are the things her former coach admires about Gauff. He says those same skills, tenacity, and determination gave her her first U.S. Open Grand Slam win on Saturday.
I watched the entire match, one of the first matches I've probably watched in 2 years.
And I'm so glad she played well.
Sometimes a teenager's biggest critic, but most comforting role model, Coco's grandma also weighing in on Gauff's triumph.
You know, win or lose, we're here. You know, she doesn't have to win another match, as far as I'm concerned.
For tennis players and fans in Delray Beach, like Williams, this is a moment filled with joy, on and off the court.
100% everybody here in Delray is super happy and proud of all of her accomplishments. She's a total inspiration to not just black young girls around the country, but people from all around the world.
Our thanks to Victor George for that report. Those I Knew Her When stories are always the best, and even better, they have video to show, right, to see how the star literally is born.
How it all began. And the celebration of Coco Gauff's historic win continues later this morning on the Today Show. The 19-year-old who became the youngest American to win the U.S. Open title since Serena Williams in 1999 joins the Today Show for an exclusive live interview in Studio 1A. Gauff was a guest at MetLife Stadium last night night during Sunday Night Football, admitting she still has a lot of sleep to catch up on after her big win on Saturday night. So stay tuned to NBC for this full interview. You will not want to miss it, only on Today. And I can't wait to hear what she says. She's, oh gosh, these hugs that she's getting, and just to see the video of Americans just erupting in cheer after the match.
And to have just a few hours fresh off of that win, how that settled in, it's got to be so surreal for her. But this is very real reality now that she's making the rounds.
Here we go.
Celebrating. Thanks for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. So glad you could be here on this Monday. We'll see you again on Tuesday morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, desperation in Morocco after a devastating earthquake. Right now, crews are racing to rescue survivors 4 days after the 6.8 magnitude quake. The disaster killing at least 2,400 people and leaving thousands more with nothing.
My house was here, but I don't see it now. It was destroyed by the earthquake.
We need to help because every family here don't have the house. Every house here is broken.
We'll take you to Marrakesh for the latest on the rescue efforts. Also this morning, bracing for impact. Hurricane Lee is now back to a major Category 3 storm after regaining strength over the weekend. We're tracking its path as it churns through the Atlantic and the chances we could see an impact on the East Coast. America remembers. Today marks 22 years since the 9/11 attacks, and this morning, Americans are paying tribute with ceremonies planned from coast to coast. Our team coverage starts at Ground Zero for today's memorial. Also, we'll hear from a survivor who was working in the World Trade Center when the planes hit. Plus, a look at the lasting impacts of 9/11 for the first responders and volunteers who risked their lives and their health to save others. And Grand Slam greatness history at the U.S. Open as Coco Gauff wins her first Grand Slam title, the youngest American since Serena Williams to do so. And Novak Djokovic earns his 24th, tying the record for the most ever Grand Slam titles. We'll bring you the highlights from the historic matchups.
This Monday morning, still celebrating Coco Gauff. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with that catastrophic earthquake in Morocco, the deadliest to hit the North African country in more than 6 decades.
We just got the latest numbers this morning. More than 2,400 people have now died in the 6.8 magnitude quake. It struck Friday night, destroying villages in the mostly rural high Atlas Mountains. Buildings collapsed in the old city of Marrakesh, forcing people to sleep in the streets. Rescue teams are still working to find survivors from beneath mountains of rubble. So far, the Moroccan government has only accepted offers of assistance from Spain, Britain, Qatar, and the UAE. They've all deployed search teams to the country. Amid the devastation, harrowing stories are starting to emerge. This home was destroyed in the quake as a family was having dinner. The father says he asked his son to get an item from the kitchen when the house began to shake and collapse. The parents and their 2 other children made it out alive, but the boy did not. His body was recovered from the rubble the next day. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there, we're in the remote mountain village of Moulay Brahim. We're about 30 miles east of the epicenter of that 6.8 magnitude earthquake. And it is remote communities like this that have borne the brunt of the devastation. I want to show you around just a little bit. This tower is all that remains of what was once a shrine in this village. We're standing in the marketplace. People's shops were here. There were homes here. And in the rubble, in the debris, are fragments of people's lives, including their mail and their bills. Now, this community was home to 3,000 people. Locals tell us 40 of them were killed in the quake. So that's more than 1% of the population of this village. We met a man who lost not only his wife, his 3 daughters, and his baby son. He told us he does not know what he has to live for anymore. And his family are part of that national death toll that over the weekend has climbed above 2,100 and is expected to go higher. Now, we are on the third day since Friday's earthquake, and rescue experts will tell you the first 72 hours are absolutely critical. We have been seeing rescue teams, both professionals, but also local volunteers, people who just hand by patient hand are sifting through the rubble, trying to save the lives of their neighbors. There was a rescue in this area over the weekend, and that is giving people hope that they may still find survivors, but it is a desperate race against time at this point. What they need most in these remote communities is heavy equipment, but that is difficult. The roads here are winding, they are narrow. In some cases, they are blocked by boulders, but the rescue effort continues. Back to you.
All right, Raph, thank you so much.
Well, today, President Biden will wrap up his visit to Vietnam. The trip is part of an effort to deepen ties with the country as part of efforts to reduce America's reliance on China. We're going to get into this. We're joined by NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. She's on the ground in Vietnam. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So this was just a quick weekend trip, but it's one the White House does see as very important. During the visit, the U.S. was lifted to Hanoi's highest diplomatic status alongside, though, China and Russia. What can you tell us about the visit, what that means, what this ultimately is for the administration?
It is a significant trip, and regardless of the time of the week and how much time the president had on the ground, this was a significant relationship-building opportunity for the U.S. and Vietnam. Vietnam elevating the United States to its highest level of diplomatic relationship, and those sort of grades on the scale are quite important in moving the two nations forward. It is a hedge against China, certainly, but it is also about the economic relationships between the United States and Vietnam, where there's a lot of investment that's taking place, the president meeting with business leaders, and the opportunities, especially in the tech field, to try to expand this kind of partnership. The president was certainly noting how decades have changed the relationship between the United States and Vietnam, once at war and now partners and friends at a new level. Here's what the president said earlier.
This trip has been a historic moment. Today, we can trace 50-year arc of progress in the relationship between our nations, from conflict to normalization. This is a new elevated status that will be a force for prosperity and security in one of the most consequential regions in the world.
And of course, Vietnam uses China as an important trading partner, so their relationship can be complicated as well. And for the U.S., it's really about trying to build strength in this part of the world as an offset to China, but also for these individual relationships on their own merits, and on the potential for economic growth. Savannah?
Yeah, Kelly, I think that that's such a good way to put it. It is kind of about that offset, but also about the relationships. That being said, the president has insisted that this visit there was not about trying to contain China, or at least that wasn't the only focus. What has the reaction, though, been from Beijing?
Well, one of the things that's been so important to watch about this is because China's president did not go to the G20, which is where the president began with his multi-day, multi-continent trip, and that absence allowed for a lot of conversation about China. The president was asked a number of questions about this. It is a complex relationship, one where there are economic ties, but also real concerns about the military muscle China is showing and some of the unpredictable characteristics of the relationship, not only with the United States, but with other significant partners around the world. The president was careful, wanting very much to have follow-up conversations with Xi Jinping, who he has not spoken to in nearly a year. And the president was also trying to be careful to say what he is not trying to do with respect to China. Here's his response on that.
I am sincere about getting the relationship right. And one of the things that is going on now is China's beginning to change some of the rules of the game in terms of trade and other issues. But as I said, we're not looking to hurt China, sincerely. We're all better off if China does well.
And that gives you a sense of how the president is trying to find that balance, to not say anything that would be overtly provocative to China, to try to explain some of the nuances of this relationship, and at the same time build alliances that give strength for the U.S. when it comes to the juxtaposition of these two superpowers, the United States and China. Also, while the president was here in Hanoi, he made a personal stop to a memorial site that honors the late Senator John McCain, who was shot down as a Navy pilot. generations ago, spent 5.5 years in a prison here as a prisoner of war. He was accompanied by John Kerry, who, of course, is a climate envoy, but was a part of that friendship when all of them were in the Senate. Savannah?
Absolutely. Kelly, before I let you go, I do want to switch gears off the president to something in the region. So North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is expected to travel to Russia to discuss supplying Russia with weapons for its ongoing war in Ukraine. Put in context how much of a concern that is. What can you tell us about that visit?
Well, it is a concern for the United States because, of course, Russia has limited places it can go to try to look for additional support. And North Korea has been such an unstable actor in all of these situations. And so the president was asked a question about this. He did not directly respond to it. There are concerns about what it could mean, but certainly the United States feels that it shows how further isolated Russia is by the fact that all of the kind of economic sanctions that have been used have put pressure on Russia. During the G20 in India, there was a joint agreement from the nations gathered there. Of course, Russia is a part of the G20, so is China. And it was not perhaps as strong as some would have liked, but it was a condemnation in a sense of the reach of Russia trying to obtain power and physical territory from Ukraine. Many felt it could have gone further, but it was a statement nonetheless. Savannah?
All right. Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. Safe travels.
There are new developments this morning in the search for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. The convicted killer was spotted over the weekend, but officials say it looks like he slipped past them again. Now they are once again expanding their search. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us from Pennsylvania with the latest. Marissa, good morning. A lot of developments this weekend. First, just get us up to speed on this latest sighting and where authorities think he could be now.
Yeah, I'll walk you through all the developments we got yesterday, Joe, because there were a lot. So just to kind of set the scene here, I'm outside of the command post, and it was just a couple of miles away from where we are, Longwood Gardens. That was where they had narrowed their search. On Saturday, they narrowed it down to 4 miles. It was half of what it was on Friday. So for all intents and purposes, everyone thought that they were getting closer, narrowing in. And then we heard overnight, leading into Sunday, that there had been a sighting, that there had been a van that was stolen from a local dairy farm. We found later that that van had been found abandoned behind a barn. This was, about 40 minutes away from where we are right now, so clearly had made his escape, but in between then had been seen on Ring doorbell camera twice. You're seeing that van being towed away right now, and in just a moment, I'm going to ask that we pull up those pictures that we got. Cavalcante, the most recent pictures, because what you'll notice, too, is that he's wearing new clothes. He has a totally new appearance, and in these pictures, this is him asking for help from old associates. We know that he's been asking for help from people that he has known because this is him documented doing so. And so those were 2 instances. They both called the police, and then afterwards he was spotted about 40 minutes north of where we are right now. And at this moment in time, Joe, the thing to remember is that they don't actually know where he is. So this really is, they said, a nationwide manhunt. I mean, it has been a nationwide effort for some time. The U.S. Marshals are involved, and they have been since the start. But they said that as of right now, they do believe that he is still in Pennsylvania. But if he is spotted across state lines, then there would be a transition to the state police of that state, and the U.S. Marshals would be even more involved than they are right now, Joe.
So, Marissa, authorities are facing some tough questions now that it appears he's slipped by them. How are they responding to those tough questions?
Yeah, that was something that NBC was in the room for, and NBC did press them on. And in short, because you're going to hear it from them for yourself in just a second, but in short, they really stressed that no perimeter is 100% secure. Take a listen.
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job, and I will tell you, I applaud the men and women who were out there standing in some very difficult conditions and trying to secure that perimeter. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Some of those conditions, by the way, for those who need a refresher, Longwood Gardens, these are botanical gardens. They are densely wooded. There's also, we learned, there's construction sites. They have drainage pipes. There are, tunnels that are throughout the gardens in the area. So they don't know exactly how Cavalcante got out of the perimeter, but they just know that eventually he did make his way to a home. Keys were left inside of a van, and that was a huge part in him being able to make his escape once again. Joe?
All right, Marissa Parra with the latest from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
Well, Hurricane Lee is now a slow-moving Category 3 storm. Let's get the latest on that with a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the latest on the storm. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, painfully slow. We have been talking about it for a week straight. We're going to continue to talk about it until next weekend because we are looking at the forward motion really slowing down. So here's the latest on Lee. It's a big storm in size. It's also a major storm in Category 3. We're looking at winds at 120 miles per hour. Remember, on Friday it was a Category 5. Then it weakened to a 3 on Saturday, a 2 on Sunday, and then increased that speed or that intensity last night into today. And then we're going to see it intensify even further. So we're moving northwest at 7 miles per hour. On Saturday, it was moving about 12 miles per hour. It's starting to slow, and we're going to see it moving painfully slow over the next several days. Look at this track, kind of telling the story here. So as we go throughout the overnight hours of tonight into tomorrow, Category 4 storm, then a Category 3 storm once again, as it sort of encounters some wind shear, then down to a Category 2 storm by Thursday. And still Friday, we're talking about a Category 2 storm just west of Bermuda. So the takeaway here is it's north of the Lesser Antilles. It's impacting portions of the Lesser Antilles, Hispaniola, the Bahamas, Bermuda, and also Puerto Rico with some rough surf, some life-threatening rip currents. And that's going to be the story as we go throughout time here along the east coast of the U.S. too. So as we go throughout time here, even this week, even starting today into the next 7 days, we're looking at high surf, rip current, but we're looking at a Category 1 storm. Now, as we look at the models, this is from the National Hurricane Center, we have really good agreement. We still are a while away. We still have the steering motions that are not really intact yet, an area of high pressure, the Bermuda High, also a storm system that's going to come off the coast here. So we have to get those two players in place, but still seeing these models kind of agreeing that we see that landfall somewhere in the Maritimes of Canada, anywhere from New England into the Maritimes of Canada. But it looks like good consensus now is into Canada. Now, as we look at the rest of the Atlantic, we're talking about Hurricane Lee. We'll be talking about that for several days to come. Also, Tropical Storm Margot. That is destined to become a hurricane, although it's going to stay a fish storm, so that's good news. And then watching 2 other areas of disturbances that could develop further. As far as the severe weather threat, we're looking at some storms today in portions of eastern New Mexico and western Texas. So Lubbock, Roswell, Midland, you could see some really strong storms with winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Some hail, an isolated tornado or 2. It's all due to a long cold front that's stretching from the Great Lakes all the way to portions of the southern plains. So we do have that low severe risk, but still not zero for some flash flooding, some really strong winds. And this cold front is going to make its way into portions of the east. I know, guys, it was a really wet weekend in the east. We're going to see some isolated storms in the northeast today, and then another cold front is going to bring some storms once again tomorrow into Wednesday.
Yeah, lots of rain this weekend.
I know.
All right,
I
Michelle
kind of
Grossman.
loved it.
I know. It's like, okay, I guess we're headed to fall. Thanks, Michelle.
Happening now. It was quiet for nearly 2 months, but one of the most active volcanoes in the world started erupting again in Hawaii on Sunday. Take a look. You can see the glowing lava from Kilauea on Hawaii's Big Island. The lava is a safe distance from people and homes. Kilauea is Hawaii's second largest volcano and last erupted for several weeks in June. Turning to tennis now, Novak Djokovic won his 24th Grand Slam title. He already has sort of the Open era title, but this now ties him with Margaret Court's record.
Yeah, the Serbian superstar beat Russia's Daniil Medvedev in straight sets in yesterday's U.S. Open final. It is the 36-year-old's first tournament on U.S. soil in 2 years. He addressed the historic moment after the match.
I really did my best in the last 48 hours not to allow the importance of the moment and what's on the line get to my head, because 2 years ago that's what happened and I underperformed and I wasn't able to be at my best and I was outplayed. So I learned my lesson, and my team, my family knew that the last 24 hours don't touch me, don't speak to me about, you know, the history or what's on the line.
Don't touch me, don't speak to me. Joining us now is Lucas Weiss. He's a staff editor at The Athletic and always joins us on this. Hey, Lucas, great to have you with us. So, I mean, Djokovic, he wins another Grand Slam title. Just what do you make of the win? Was that what you were expecting? And do you think that this means that we will see him surpass that record at the next major in Australia?
Well, thanks for having me on, Savannah and Joe. A historic moment for Novak Djokovic on Sunday, winning his 24th Slam title, his 4th U.S. Open, beating Daniil Medvedev. And yes, it certainly was expected just because of how well Djokovic was playing at the U.S. Open. He'd only dropped 2 sets coming into the final, and just showcasing his relentless defense and incredible shot making. So this is someone who's still motivated at 36 years old. He is the oldest single Slam champion now. And in 125 days, when the Australian Open takes place, Djokovic will be the favorite as he tries to win slam number 25.
All right, so from 24 Grand Slams to first Grand Slam, we are so excited about Coco Gauff. The 19-year-old beat Belarus's Aryna Sabalenka, who's now the world #1, but she beat her 2-1. How impressed were you with that comeback win, losing the first set, then coming back in the next two?
Super impressed with Coco Gauff. Look, that was an incredible, gutsy performance from the American team to come back from a set down to beat someone in Sabalenka who had won the Australian Open earlier this year. And what I was impressed with Gauff was her defense. She was just running around the court. Her incredible movement just broke Sabalenka's spirit over the course of the match. This is a breakthrough win for Coco Gauff, for American tennis, for women's tennis overall. And I think for her now, she's going to use this as a springboard to win even more big tournaments for many years to come.
Oh, absolutely. I think 3 times just in the course over the U.S. Open she did that, where she came back from being losing that first set, which is pretty incredible. And you're right, she's just so fast. I think in addition to her win and all that, another moment that kind of went viral was her speaking after, when she thanked people who she said, hadn't believed in her and that she felt was sort of critical of her. Have the expectations now gone up a notch? What do you think this means after this win? Are we going to see the start of something special here with Coco?
Yeah, the expectations have gone up, but look, they were already sky high for Coco when she was a 15-year-old, when she burst on the scene at Wimbledon. But it's been a steady progression for Gauff. She didn't immediately win a slam at 15 or 16 years old. She had to deal with some tough losses, including at the 2022 French Open. Coco learned from that. She got better, and now she's at a point in her career where she can just use this to continue to get better, to improve, and become one of the top players on the WTA Tour.
Oh, so cool. Lucas Weiss from The Athletic, thank you so much. Thanks for talking through the U.S. Open throughout the last couple of weeks with us.
Thanks so much.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. After the break, tailgating and campaigning. 2 kinds of rivalries in Iowa this weekend as the GOP's top 2 presidential contenders attend the state's biggest football game. We'll bring you the latest from the trail.
And later this hour, America remembers 9/11 with tributes and memorials planned from coast to coast. We'll reflect on the tragedy and the impacts that we're still seeing today. We'll be right back.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning right behind me. There were little ones included, and you realize that you should doing the dishes you leave.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the race for the White House and the top two Republican candidates appearing at the same event this weekend.
Both former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went to the Iowa State game this week. And there are new signs the former president's big lead in this state could be slipping a little bit. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen joins us with more on that. John, good morning. So let's start with the appearance at the football game. Both candidates were there. Supporters for both were there. There are some signs Trump's lead could be sliding a little bit. What are we seeing?
I think the big signs there, Joe, have largely been polls that have been done by DeSantis' campaign, an effort to push momentum in his direction, create some momentum. They've shown, all of them have shown Donald Trump up, but by smaller numbers. When you look at the independent polling, there was an Iowa State University poll that came out about 2 days ago. Trump's up 51-14. So I think the other thing that the DeSantis campaign is doing to try to show momentum is signing people up, making them pledge that they're going to support him in the caucus. That's harder to see. It's harder to see sort of empirically what's going on the ground than it is to see empirically how voters plan to vote. But we're still several months out, so there's time for a change. The problem for DeSantis is that the trajectory has largely been the reverse of what some of these own polls, as we call them, when your own campaign's polling firm puts something out, regardless of what those show.
And have we heard from the Trump camp at all on these numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. When I talk to folks in Trump world about these numbers, they basically point out that Donald Trump retains a huge lead in all the independent polling. They say that they're pleased with their ground game in Iowa, so that piece that you can't see when they're knocking on doors and they're doing the persuasion efforts. They say they're in a pretty good place. They feel like they're in a good place. Of course, for DeSantis, he really has to win Iowa in order to mount any sort of effort to beat Trump across the country. And so the Trump folks, so they understand why he's putting such an emphasis on it, but, they don't believe that they're in deep trouble there.
So there are these worries some have that the Trump campaign lacks organization in Iowa. You also knew reporting about former President Trump's official government-provided office in West Palm Beach. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, this is a very sort of odd thing. The former president's office is not really listed anywhere. You can see in the photo there. It's very nondescript. There's no seal. There's no name. Donald Trump, who loves to put his name on everything, says the Trump brand is worth billions of dollars. You can see there's nothing that says Trump there. What's interesting about this office in particular, though, first of all, very few people knew that it existed. Second of all, it at one point housed documents with classified markings. When the FBI searched Mar-a-Lago in August of 2022, there were classified documents in this office. They were later moved to Mar-a-Lago. Trump's lawyers had this area searched when prosecutors were looking for any more classified material. Nothing was turned up, but that search was done by a private firm. There's no indication the FBI has ever searched this office. And then the other thing that's interesting is some of the aides that work out of this office are on Trump's political payroll. Even though it's a government office, it's not clear whether he's taken any precautions to make sure that there's a wall of separation between any government work that they're doing and any political work that they're doing.
All right, John Allen, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Take care.
Still to come, America marking a somber anniversary, 22 years since the 9/11 terror attacks.
When we come back, we're going to reflect on how the tragedy changed the country and the world. We're going to talk with a survivor who was in the World Trade Center when it happened. This is Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today marks 22 years since the September 11th terror attacks. Nearly 3,000 people were killed when 4 planes were hijacked and used as weapons in New York City, Washington, D.C., and near Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Once again, the nation will carry on the promise to never forget as tributes and memorial services are planned from coast to coast. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now from Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. Good morning. Thank you so much for helping us dig into our coverage this morning on this. I mean, this is a solemn day for Americans, of course, around the country. How is the occasion being marked this year at Ground Zero?
Well, at Ground Zero, this was where the major memorial service will be held, but there was also service, as you know, that will take place in Washington at the Pentagon, as well as in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where a plane went down, Flight 93. It was forced down by courageous passengers who attacked the terrorists and forced that plane to go into the ground in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But here at Ground Zero, behind me, you can see One World Trade Center, which is now standing in the footprint of what was the Twin Towers. And this will be the major event. And about an hour from now, they'll begin reading the names of nearly 3,000 people who died here 22 years ago. It will go on for several hours. It is a solemn, it is a heartfelt, and it's a very emotional moment for the families and friends as the names are read. Each loved one will say something memorable about the person that they loved and they lost on this day. And memories like that will be experienced all around this country as people pause to remember what happened when America was attacked on September 11, 2001. Joe and Savannah.
Rahima, we mentioned earlier this hour, President Biden's on an overseas trip. He's starting his day in Vietnam, but does plan to make his way to at least one part of America before day's end, even if only for a couple hours. How is he going to observe the day?
Yeah, he's going to be going to a military base in Anchorage, Alaska, and he's going to meet with thousands of military families and service members to commemorate this day. That's after he's returning, as you point out, from this overseas visit to India and the G20 summit and coming from Vietnam. And so it will be a very, I think, emotional day for many people there because so many people in the country feel affected and connected to what happened 22 years ago. So the president will not be here, but he will be remembering this day with service members back in Anchorage, Alaska, on a military base, Joe.
And Rahima, on Friday, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, also the city's chief medical examiner, announced that 2 World Trade Center victims have been identified. Now, when we are looking back 22 years now, that type of headline might come as a surprise to some people. What can you tell us about these developments? What does this mean?
Well, what does it mean is that they are still trying to identify so many people who have not yet been named as a result of what happened here on 9/11. They found that it was a match through DNA evidence. They found it was a match for a man and a woman. Their names haven't been revealed because the families of these 2 victims have asked for their identities not to be released. But this is the first time since 2021 that the coroner's office has been able to make a match from these remains. It's very significant for so many families because they still hold out hope that one day they will be able to recover some of the remains of their loved ones that were lost on that day. Savannah?
All right, Rahima Ellis, thank you so much. We'll continue our coverage now with Lolita Jackson. She was working on the 70th floor of the World Trade Center when the September 11th attacks happened.
She managed to safely evacuate the building, and she spoke with MSNBC a day later, giving her harrowing account of the attacks.
We were awaiting instruction by one of the rescue workers when the plane hit our building. At that time, the building moved probably about 2 feet to one side, and at that point is when I personally thought we were going to die.
Lolita Jackson joins us now. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. September 11th was actually your 2nd time being involved in a terror attack on the World Trade Center. You were also working in the building during the bombing in 1993. We just heard you say you thought you were going to die. Just what was going through your mind as you raced down those stairs to get to safety 22 years ago?
Well, we didn't know exactly in our building what had happened. There wasn't an announcement saying that the other building had gotten hit by a plane. We were waiting instructions on the 44th floor by Rick Briscorla, who was the head of security for Morgan Stanley, when we got hit by the plane and the building moved. That floor did not have windows, so we couldn't see out the windows. We did calmly leave as far as going down the stairs. So the moment that I thought that I potentially was going to die was when we got hit by what I found out later to be the plane.
Oh, I know you lost a close colleague on September 11th on that day. Tell us about him and what you want the world to remember.
Thomas and I were part of a group of amazing people who worked for Morgan Stanley in their investment management division. Most of us had been together as well during 1993, which actually saved our lives because we were used to evacuating, unfortunately. Thomas and I, our offices were next to one another. And so we began evacuating together. At the last minute, when we were called in from the stairwells on the 59th floor to take elevators just to the 44th floor, we separated. At the last minute, I decided not to go with him to an empty office. He was making a phone call. And unfortunately, that's why I'm still here, and he didn't make it out. That was harrowing for me because I was one of the last people to be with him before he separated from us to go do that. So that haunted me for some time afterward.
Oh.
Lolita, you've said that you've turned the tragic events of September 11th into an opportunity to rethink who you are. Tell us how you've done that.
The stock phrase I always use is, if you get killed going to work, which they tried to do to me twice, you better really love your job. About 2 years after 9/11, I decided to make a career change. I didn't know what that career change was going to be. I took a year off and just did all my hobbies and passions outside of work. And to make a long story short, I ended up in the mayor's office of New York City, working first for Mayor Michael Bloomberg and then for Mayor Bill de Blasio. And I was there for 15 years. It changed the trajectory of my life. I am a very happy person. My friends will tell you I live life to the fullest because I know tomorrow is not promised. And I've done a lot of things that I really love, including today teaching my very first class at the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, That's what I was just going to say on that note. That's a new journey that's getting started today, teaching, and it's your alma mater, by the way. What does it mean to you to mark that milestone today of all days, just quickly?
Well, when I saw the list of when the classes started, and it so happens that September 4th was Labor Day, so I had to start today, I was in shock because I've had a number of life moments happen to me on September 11th that makes me know now that that's going to turn into a day of memory, good memories and joy out of a day of sorrow. There's a Bible verse called, it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy will come in the morning. So now September 11th is nice mornings for me.
Here's to a new beginning while also remembering the past. Lolita Jackson, thank you for joining us this morning and sharing some of your story. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And good luck today. Enjoy the day getting started.
Thank you for having me.
So 22 years later, the death count from 9/11 is still growing. That's because of cancers connected to that fateful day.
According to the CDC, 9/11 related cancers have more than doubled since 2013. Let's bring in Dr. Noah Baran for more on this. She's Associate Professor of Medicine at the Hackensack Meridian Health John Thurah Cancer Center. Dr. Baran, thank you very much for being here. So, I mean, that stat, we just mentioned it, shows that 9/11 cancers have skyrocketed over the years, with research showing firefighters who worked on the site of the 9/11 attacks having this extra high risk of cancer. First, tell us what type of cancer that is and why the risk is so high for first responders and survivors.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. So we know that people who are exposed to certain environmental toxins, such as jet fuel and other chemicals, have a higher risk of mutations, and that is what leads to the development of specific cancers. There are certain cancers we know are associated with a much higher risk, and those cancers are lung cancer and another bone marrow cancer called multiple myeloma. So not only first responders, but people who were in the vicinity of ground zero months or even more than months after the event are at much higher risk of these types of cancers.
So has this
far out? Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Even this far out, and the risk of these cancers continues to increase even 10, 20 years later.
Wow.
Has the rise in 9/11 related cancers impacted how we treat these illnesses?
So certainly there's a higher incidence of these cancers. The other thing to consider is there are other conditions that are kind of pre-cancerous. So people may have kind of what we would call smoldering myeloma or an inactive state of myeloma, and they're walking around with these for years. That are not active cancers, but we certainly need to increase monitoring of these patients in case their pre-cancer condition does develop into an active cancer. So we're certainly looking at these patients with caution.
And quickly, Dr. Baran, what resources are available to survivors, first responders who might be impacted by a 9/11 related cancer?
There's a World Trade Center health program that's available. If you have a condition that is proven to be associated with increased risk of cancer, or if your cancer is one of the 9/11 related cancers, then you are eligible for the World Trade Center health program. And your physician can help you in filling out the forms and get hooked up with one of the World Trade Center facilities.
Dr. Noah Baran, important conversation, important to keep in mind that this is still going on. There's still impacts. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, a critical shortage impacting millions of children.
Up next, the so-called domino effect that's sparking demand for ADHD meds just as kids head back to school. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We are back now with some money news, and it could be time for a new phone. The iPhone 15 is heading to stores. It's time for me for a new phone.
Me too.
I'm working with a shattered screen. Oh, I don't even get. What am I saying?
CNBC Savannah now has had another financial headline. Savannah, good morning.
How old's your phone?
Hey, Joe. Actually, mine's from last year. I've got the 14, so I'm still good. I'm holding out until next year. I don't like to do every year, so I'm holding out. All right, guys, let's get to some headlines. As we were talking, Apple is holding its iPhone 15 event tomorrow, and Apple stores are already getting prepared. Bloomberg reports they're running low on current inventory. And just like previous years, Apple will continue to sell the standard iPhone 14 and 14 Plus at lower prices, while the Pro models will be discontinued. Store employees will be pushing Apple's USB-C chargers, but they won't be included in the box with a new phone. They'll also encourage customers to choose in-store setup of their new devices. Uber is reportedly working on a service similar to TaskRabbit, letting users hire people to conduct various jobs. Bloomberg says the possible new service, codenamed Chore, was discovered in the code in Uber's iPhone app. A tasker can be hired for a minimum of 1 hour. Users will be asked to specify the job, how long it will take, and when they want the person to arrive, and the app will determine the cost. Uber has declined to comment. PB&J and Twinkies. Well, it could be a match made in food heaven. J.M. Smucker, that's the maker of Smucker's Jam and Jif Peanut Butter, is reportedly close to a deal to buy Hostess brands for about $5 billion. Makers of packaged foods have seen an increase in mergers as the benefits from price hikes and pandemic-era gains are fading. Campbell Soup recently bought the maker of Rao's pasta sauce, and Mars struck a deal for Kevin's Natural Foods, guys.
Trying to imagine what a PB&J
Twinkie
would taste like.
Two things I don't like,
I don't know.
peanut butter or Twinkies, so not interested.
I don't like peanut butter either. Yeah, so that wouldn't be for me.
That's crazy. Ugh, even the smell of it.
I know. I don't like peanut butter. I know.
You've learned so much here,
Yeah,
my
I
goodness.
like also when you bring us news where I don't want to eat what you're talking about starting at the crack of dawn. So
You're welcome.
Good news for me. Yeah. Savannah, thanks so much.
Experts are sounding the alarm about a shortage of ADHD medications. These are critical drugs used by millions of children to help them improve their attention and their concentration. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a closer look.
The morning rush, organized chaos at the Didier home in Kansas. Getting 17-year-old Isaac and 9-year-old Joshua off to school. Two of the more than 6 million children on ADHD medicines caught in an ongoing shortage of the drugs.
Just take your meds.
Yeah. Turning parents like Jeremy into medical detectives.
It says dexamethasone is not serviced because it's unavailable from the manufacturer.
Do you guys have any 20s in stock? Can we drop her down to 20?
Frustrating parents and physicians just as the school year begins.
How bad is it? Simply put, this is the worst I've had in my career in terms of the extent and the duration. And I've been in practice for over 30 years.
What started as a shortage of Adderall has created a domino effect, says Dr. Max Wisnitzer, as physicians prescribe alternatives.
We've developed secondary shortages of other products.
Medicines that help 4 of Jeremy Didier's children focus in school and life.
I can't think of anything worse as a parent than knowing that you're letting your kids down by not being able to get them what they need to be successful.
Most of these drugs are considered controlled substances by the DEA, with limits on how much can be produced. In a joint letter last month, the FDA and DEA pointed to record-high prescription rates and blamed manufacturers for not producing the full amounts allowed. But several major manufacturers told NBC News they plan to produce the maximum they're allowed and have asked the government for permission to produce more, so children and adults can keep their focus.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. Experts recommend people who are looking for ADHD medications expand their search beyond pharmacy chains and call independent and mail-order pharmacies.
Well, Florida has a new controversial alternative to the SATs and ACTs for public college admissions. Here's NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist with the details.
A green light for public universities in Florida to start accepting a new entrance exam. It's called the Classic Learning Test, or CLT. Florida's 12 state universities will accept it in addition to better-known exams like the SAT or ACT. Critics say it's just the latest move by Governor Ron DeSantis to try and inject a more conservative curriculum into every level of public education in the state.
I think because CLT is viewed as too conservative by some, we've had a hard time breaking in.
Jeremy Tate created the test back in 2015.
So our goal at CLT is to put students in front of the most important texts that have really driven the development of thought and culture for more than 2,000 years.
One notable difference from other entrance exams, the CLT tends to focus more on humanities, morality, and classical literature, or as the New York Times describes it, an emphasis on Western canon and Christian thought. For example, a sample test includes passages from Plato, Cicero, and George Eliot's Letter About Rome Artists.
We started an alternative because we believe we're championing a better vision for education that is ultimately about the cultivation of virtue.
Until now, the test has primarily been used among homeschoolers, Catholic schools, some charter schools, and Christian schools. Tate says about 250 in total.
Really, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing because it's actually about justifying a whole approach to curriculum that is narrowed.
Julian Vasquez-Heilig is a professor of educational leadership and research. He notes that allowing CLT into education policy in Florida is adding fuel to the fire started by the Don't Say Gay law and the dispute over the College Board's African American Studies AP course.
And now these students have to contend with a brand new exam that's not just a cognitive measure, but potentially a measure of conformity to specific approaches to curriculum and ideology.
Tate insists his test includes a diverse body of thought that doesn't adhere to any political viewpoint.
The general rule at CLT is for each test, there's going to be a total of 8 reading passages. One of those is going to be contemporary. The other 7 are going to be from folks who generally have been dead at least 50 years. We made an exception for Toni Morrison. We made maybe one other exception.
By itself, the test is not problematic. It's what comes next. As I talked about, these tests have been aligned with whether you can go to the next grade, whether teachers should be fired, how funding is distributed.
Professor Vasquez-Heilig says that's why what Florida does with this test down the road is what the public should be paying very close attention to.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that reporting. Well, coming up, it is one of the hottest shows on the internet, literally.
Up next, my conversation with the host of Hot Ones, Sean Evans, about the secret sauce to his show's success. This is Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No. What is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Los Angeles house where screen icon Marilyn Monroe lived at the end of her life may have been saved. According to a local councilwoman, the bungalow in Brentwood was sold in July, with the new owners applying to have it demolished. But now, after outcry, the LA City Council has stepped in to start the process of declaring the property a historic cultural monument. Monroe bought the house in 1962, and it was actually the only home she owned independently. So it looks like this piece of Hollywood history will live to see another day. That's pretty cool.
It's good to see. Why do I feel like this is going to end up like some sort of Airbnb partnership thing?
Right, like those things, yeah, like decorated as it was when she lived there. Yeah.
Exactly.
But pretty cool, though.
All right, thanks, Savannah. We end this hour with a hot one. We are talking about the hit online interview show that shows us if celebrities can truly take the heat. I recently sat down with host Sean Evans to talk about hot ones.
What's your name?
Sean.
Who are you? Why are we here?
It's the show that redefined hot seat.
Ah, dude. Why did I sign up for this, man?
It is always amazing to me.
The man controlling the thermostat is Sean Evans.
It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings.
He's the host of Hot Ones, an internet talk show with guests who bravely chow down on increasingly spicy chicken wings.
I can't even talk. What the have you done to me?
Recently, we put Sean in our hot seat. We're not doing hot ones, we're doing cold ones. Cheers. Cheers. To serve up the show's recipe for success.
Celebrity is this thing that by definition is unobtainable, right? It's on such a pedestal. But hot sauce knocks everyone down. You know what I mean? And we all know what that's like to go through that.
Hot Ones started in 2015 when the food blog First We Feast was searching for something interesting to put on its YouTube channel.
It's the dumbest idea, but I think sometimes those are the ones that work. There is no artifice once you're blasted in the face with scorching hot chicken wings.
Their secret sauce? Hot sauce, which slowly breaks down the guests over the course of 10 questions.
How do you know that?
That's a great question.
That's a really interesting question.
Good question.
Who told you that?
Evans, who studied journalism in college, is eating too and developing quite the aversion to wings.
They'll be dead for me. Whenever this is done, they'll be dead for me.
Each episode racks up millions of views, attracting A-list celebrities.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Even Oscar winners like Kate Blanchett and Viola Davis.
You gotta repeat that damn question.
Who are rewarded with viral publicity.
Obviously, there's caveat of having to eat these scorching hot chicken wings, but overall, I think it's on the plus side.
Everyone survived.
Yeah, right. That's what I say. And look at me. I've done over 300. I'm still standing.
Some, like Lord and Halle Berry, seem unfazed, but most explode with the hottest sauce called Da Bomb.
Someone will get mad at me on Da Bomb, but after the last dab, we're hugging. You know, we bond through the trauma when it's all said and done.
Do you take it personally when they get mad at you?
No, I get it. Like sometimes I'm like, dude, I know. This show is crazy. I don't know how or why this is allowed to happen.
And yet, for 21 seasons now, the guests keep coming.
This is my favorite show. My favorite interview, dude.
To a show that's as hot as the wings they devour.
I truly think that I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing with my life.
If you haven't seen Hot Ones, you can check it out on YouTube. I think all the episodes are there. I mean, he says we stood outside there for a few minutes, and he got recognized 3 or 4 times in just short window. He knows his demo. Yes. It's a certain young man, usually.
Tell me.
You can see him coming, and very polite interacting with all of them.
I mean, what a great concept.
It really is.
Yeah. I cannot handle spicy, so I just always think, like, that is pretty cool. Those people are like, okay, I know this is going to be painful, but I'm signing up for it anyway.
Exactly. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy strikes Morocco. Rescue efforts across the North African nation are ramping up in the aftermath of its most powerful earthquake in more than a century. The 6.8 magnitude tremor striking just southeast of Marrakesh Friday night. Overnight, the death toll rising, now more than 2,400 people killed. We've got the latest on recovery efforts this morning, as well as the harrowing stories of survival. Also this morning, we remember the thousands of lives lost and the sacrifices made 22 years ago today, September 11th, 2001. We're also tracking Lee this morning. The storm is slowly moving through the Atlantic as a major Category 3 hurricane. We've got the latest track and whether it could impact the East Coast. And this amazing Air Force video shows the storm's strength as lightning strikes inside Lee's eye. Also, kickoff. It was a massive weekend for football fans from coast to coast with the season start ushered in by some major upsets, plus an emotional homecoming for that guy right there, one of the greatest. We've got all the highlights this morning. My team lost on week 1. Do you have a team?
Not really.
So everyone won
the
in
Chargers
your mind.
left San Diego, which was. But you know what I do have now? Well, I've always had the Colorado Buffaloes, my alma mater. College football, of course, but they are. It's very exciting.
Very good. All right. We're going to get all of football in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour, of course, with the devastating earthquake in Morocco.
Yeah, more than 2,400 people have died since Friday's catastrophic disaster leveled villages in the high Atlas Mountains and brought down buildings in the old city of Marrakesh. Rescue teams are frantically searching for survivors as the critical 72-hour rescue window begins to close. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest on the ground.
Hey there, the death toll here in the disaster zone has been rising all day, and much of the worst devastation is in remote mountain communities like this. This tower is all that's left of what was once the village shrine, and in the debris you can find little fragments of people's lives, including their mail and their bills, and all the while a race against time to find survivors. This morning, the desperate search for survivors entering a critical phase. Rescue teams from Morocco and around the world racing to make every minute count. It's now been more than 48 hours since this 6.8 magnitude quake struck south of Marrakesh. The most powerful tremor in this region for more than 100 years, sending locals and tourists alike running for their lives in the streets of the historic city. This wedding singer cut off mid-song.
I was petrified. Some people were just crying and screaming.
But the worst of the devastation in remote villages in the high Atlas Mountains, where adobe homes couldn't withstand the force of the quake. Moments of exhausted joy when survivors are found in the rubble, but also heartbreak when rescuers arrive too late.
Working in these situations, search and rescue is still of paramount importance.
We traveled up a winding mountain road blocked in places by boulders to reach the village of Moulay Brahim. This village was home to 3,000 people, but locals say at least 40 have been killed. That's more than 1% of the population that lost their lives. Among them, Lawson's 3 daughters, baby son, and wife. I'm all alone now, he says. I had a home and a family. Now I have nothing. This ID card, Madame, the only photograph he has left. The UN says 300,000 people across the region were impacted by the quake. And in small villages and major cities, many families are still sleeping in the streets, terrified that aftershocks could yet bring their homes crashing down. And there is a lot of concern about aftershocks, but the rescue effort continues anyway. Rescue teams say the first 72 hours after an earthquake are absolutely critical. They call it the golden window, and they are doing their best to exploit it.
All right, Raf, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Molly Bernstein. She is an American aid worker on the ground in Marrakesh with IsraAid, an Israeli NGO, a non-governmental organization. Molly, thank you for joining us. I mean, so far we understand Morocco has only officially accepted offers of help from Spain, Qatar, UK, and UAE, but we know you and your team are also there on the ground. Just tell us, what is it you are seeing right now, and what are you hearing from people there?
Thank you for having me. We're working closely with communities on the ground, really trying to assess and understand where the urgent needs are. We're seeing a lot of people out on the streets without the ability to go back into their homes, a huge amount of stress and fear of what is to come, and just an overwhelming amount of aid needed to communities that were affected and lost everything in the last few days.
What is some of the work that you're able to do right now, and what are the biggest challenges you're facing?
So currently we're focusing on distributing urgent relief items to communities both in Marrakesh and outside of Marrakesh in the mountains. Some of the bigger challenges are really understanding the scope of the situation, is being able to access the communities that were affected, specifically the members of the community that are most vulnerable. So oftentimes women and children, minorities, and really ensuring that they have the support that they're needed. So right now we're looking at distributing urgently needed items, resilience kits, dignity kits for women, hygiene kits for families, blankets, tarps, anything to make sure that people can get to sleep and can stay safe, and to really try and stymie a subsequent emergency that could be caused by the spread of diseases as infrastructure was destroyed.
What is it groups like yours need right now? And for people who are watching at home, they want to help in some way, what are the best ways people can do that?
So we at IsraAid are definitely looking for as much support as can be provided. We're here on the ground and really looking to bring urgently needed items as quickly as possible to the affected communities. Of course, funding is a major issue, and we at IsraAid are always looking for additional support that can reach us, and really in this critical time right now, be brought to the communities as is needed. So that's critical. And of course, it's incredibly important that we think about the future also, is recognizing that right now, while everyone is aware of the earthquake and help is pouring in, that organizations like IsraAid need long-term support to stay on the ground to really help support rebuilding efforts and help communities build back better and become more resilient towards any future disasters.
An important reminder, this may leave the headlines soon, but it is something people there are going to be dealing with for years and years. Molly Bernstein of IsraAid, we thank you for your time this morning, and thank you for all the work that you're doing right now.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's get to new developments this morning in the manhunt for an escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. Authorities are now expanding their search area after the convicted killer was spotted once again over the weekend.
NBC News correspondent George Solis still on the story for us from Pennsylvania with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning to you. Here at the command post, officials are now trying to figure out how to stay one step ahead of this dangerous fugitive that has managed to slip past them time and time again. There's now not so much a perimeter as authorities are now chasing leads. We pressed officials here at the command post hard how they continue to let it happen. The race to find Danielo Cavalcante stretching into its 12th day. The convicted killer slipping outside of a search area being contained by hundreds of police. How do you explain that?
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Authorities sharing new photos of Cavalcante from a doorbell security camera, saying he showed up at the homes of two former co-workers Saturday night, possibly looking for help. Take a look at this dramatic change in the escaped inmate's appearance compared to these surveillance photos from last week.
Cavalcante is now clean-shaven and wearing a bright green hooded sweatshirt.
According to Pennsylvania State Police, Cavalcante stole a 2024 transit van from a local dairy farm Saturday evening and abandoned the vehicle in a field nearly 40 minutes from the original search perimeter.
We are obviously very concerned that Cavalcante has or will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape.
Cavalcante on the run, escaping from prison by scaling a wall after he was sentenced to life without parole for the brutal killing of his ex-girlfriend, Deborah Brandow.
It's been difficult, but it's even more difficult now that it's in our backyard.
Residents here ready for their neighborhood to no longer be home to a massive manhunt, as authorities pledge they're using every resource to recapture Cavalcante.
We'll get him. It's a matter of time.
Officials say their main goal now is to try and capture Cavalcante before he crosses state lines. And authorities really want the public to stay vigilant now. They're saying lock your doors and really familiarize yourself with what Cavalcante looks like now as his search continues growing. Joe and Savannah.
All right, George, thank you.
Well, today, Americans around the country and people across the world will pause to remember the victims of 9/11. It was 22 years ago today that hijackers crashed planes into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in rural Pennsylvania. Nearly 3,000 people were killed in the attack that forever changed life in America. For more, we're joined by Jan Ramirez. She is the Executive Vice President of Collections and Chief Curator of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum here in New York. Jan, thank you very much for joining us on this. First, I just want to start with, what's this day mean to you? How are you marking it? How are you feeling as we wake up on the 22nd year since this happened?
Well, I think today is actually the one day there is a comforting ritual, and that's the annual names reading. Mm-hmm. And I find that very comforting. I think the families who come do, the first responders who come to pay respects to their colleagues who are lost. And it is a very simple and very profound ceremony in and of itself.
You, I know, have been on staff since the museum was started. And again, as I mentioned, Chief Curator, Vice President of Collections. It is just a stunning remembrance of what happened, both in the collections and the memories and the stories there. Talk to us about how this museum and memorial came together in the aftermath of the attacks and how you did go about collecting those artifacts and determining what would end up there.
It's a long story and a short story. It took 5 to 6 years for the museum actually to be green lighted to occupy the space that was going to be now below the outdoor memorial. And so there was always going to be an interplay between the above, the memorial, the below, the interpretive museum. And to get started, we actually had the inheritance of many of the large artifacts that had been removed from the site and brought to temporary shelter out at one of the unoccupied airport hangars at JFK Airport. And so we had sort of the big telegraphic artifacts to start with, because we knew we'd have to drop them down into the site before the Memorial Plaza was sealed. And then the challenge was to collect and build out the kind of human tissue of the story, the muscle of the story, the spirit of the story, through the thousands and thousands of people who were part of the 9/11 community.
Oh, and it is just such an emotional experience to hear from them in some cases and obviously see and read their stories. It's a museum you can spend hours in. What is your museum doing to mark this occasion today?
So today is the day set aside for really the families and the dear friends of the victims. We have a solemn ceremony that unfolds usually over the course of 3 to 4 hours. And its main thrust is the reading of the individual names by groups who are usually from their immediate family or circle of loved ones. We pause for 6 moments of silence and reflection, and those coincide with the timestamps of when the 2 hijacked flights went into the 2 towers, when they fell, and when the Pentagon and then the plane was downed in Western Pennsylvania in Shanksville. So we pause for that, and generally we're at the Z's by midday, 1 o'clock.
When people
the plaza will then open later in the day for community acknowledgement of the attacks and to invite people to come to what really is the capstone of the day, which is the evening portion, and that's the annual Tribute in Light, which is so magical and sort of melancholy and mystical all at the same time.
Oh, absolutely. It is something to see here in New York City for sure. Quickly, before I let you go, just what do you hope people leave with when they come to visit the September 11th Memorial and Museum?
I mean, the attacks happened to everyday people. They could have been any one of us. And it was everyday people, sometimes with great heart, sometimes with great training, who came to help. And I think it was one of, humanity's darkest hours and finest hours it set in motion. And I think, you come to experience a tragedy that happened on September 11th, but then what we did about it beginning September 12th and onwards. So there's a very affirmative side to the story as well. What, we can do when we pool our will and our talents and our abilities and our heart and soul. And that's not to say the world is in any way perfect, but if you just walk around the edges of the 9/11 Memorial today, you see the rebuilt skyscrapers. You see people out with their dogs and babies and strollers. Life has returned to this very, very wounded part of the city. And I think that's a very affirmative statement about, human resilience.
Oh, absolutely. Jan Ramirez, thank you for helping us remember today, helping us never forget. We appreciate your time this morning and wish you luck with the ceremonies today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We could see some threatening beach conditions along the East Coast in the coming days as Lee moves up the Atlantic.
That's right. Michelle Grossman is back here. She's got her eye on all the trouble the storm could cause for American shorelines. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are looking at the chance for some dangerous surf, some life-threatening rip currents as well. It's a big storm in terms of size. We're looking at a major storm, Category 3 storm. It was a Category 5 storm and then weakened over the weekend, starting to strengthen once again. We're looking at the location 340 miles north of the northern Leeward Islands. So indirect impacts to the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Turks and Caicos, the Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Bermuda. We're looking at some rough seas as we go throughout time here. It's slowing down. So we were at about 12 miles per hour yesterday, down to 7 miles per hour. And that's going to be the major story as we go throughout the next couple of days because it's going to be moving painfully slow. We're going to be talking about Lee at least through the weekend. So this is a track as we go throughout time. Right now, a Category 3 storm. That's a big one. And then a Category 4 storm by later on tonight into the overnight hours, Tuesday morning. Category 3 once again by Wednesday. It's going to weaken further. It kind of encounters some cooler water, some wind shear as well. So by Friday, we're looking at a Category 2 storm just west of Bermuda. We could see some really rough seas, some tropical storm force winds there. Then a Category 1 storm. But notice the next 7 days, even now from Nantucket, Ocean City, Norfolk, Wilmington, down to Melbourne, and even Panama City, we could see some high surf and also some rip currents. That's going to be a big story. And that's probably going to be the biggest impact over the next several days. Now, in terms of the track here, we're pretty much in agreement. Most of the models bring it to the Canadian Maritimes, but we still have time. We don't have that steering current in place. We have a Bermuda high. It has to see where we're going to set up and how it's going to interact with a cold front that's going to come through and how they play together is where we're going to see this kind of moving through time here. We're also watching another system. Tropical Storm Margot will become a hurricane, but it's going to remain out to sea, which is good news.
Oof. It's good to hear. I just can't get over talking about like these storms hitting like Canada.
I know, right, right. You feel like it's like cool there, cool fishing. But no, yeah, it could. It could.
Having been in California, a hurricane impacting Palm Springs.
Right. People have never seen that in their lives. Yeah, so we'll see. It could be Maine, but we're going to see some rough seas even in New England.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a history-making victory at the U.S. Open with superstar Coco Gauff taking home that iconic trophy. We've got more on her emotional win later in the hour.
But first, major progress overnight in the ongoing rescue operation of that American trapped underground in a Turkish cave. We've got the latest next. Welcome back. Rescue efforts are underway this morning to save that American scientist who's been stranded underground in a cave in Turkey. Rescue teams are in the process of slowly carrying him to the surface. Overnight, they made significant progress to get him to the surface. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yes, and just a short time ago, Turkish rescuers said that Mark Dickey was about 600 feet from the surface, making huge progress overnight, literally moving mountains, blasting holes into the cave to carry him to the top. This morning, the American scientist trapped deep underground in a Turkish cave is more than halfway to the surface, carefully hoisted up on a stretcher in stages, 700 feet on Sunday, another several hundred feet overnight.
They have to prepare that stretcher so he doesn't slide in it. They have to prepare that stretcher because they're going to get to a tight spot and they're going to turn it on end.
Mark Dickey was on an international expedition in the Morka cave when he suddenly became ill 9 days ago, suffering from internal bleeding. A medical team giving him blood transfusions 3,000 feet underground. The 40-year-old is now stable but still unable to make the challenging climb out on his own, recording this video last week.
I'm up, I'm alert, I'm talking, but I'm not healed on the inside yet.
More than 150 rescuers from Turkey and other countries have been working around the clock for days to carry him out, using explosives to blast open the narrowest passages to make enough room for Dickey to pass through on a stretcher. The cave, cold, pitch black, and wet, with water-filled chambers and steep vertical drops.
The cave changes as it goes up, and so it's leveling off. There's more horizontal movement.
A medical team trying to keep Dickey's condition as stable as possible while making the strenuous climb.
We have to do it very carefully because we cannot risk any condition worsening of Mark. And so we must pay attention meter after meter.
Awaiting him at the surface, his fiancée, Jessica Van Oord, who was with him on the expedition. Mark and the hundreds involved finally nearing the light at the end of the tunnel. As you heard there, Dickey is completely strapped into that stretcher so rescuers can maneuver him, sometimes head first through some of those chambers. There is always a doctor and nurse team with him throughout, checking his vital signs. He is still stable, and as long as that continues, Joe, if all goes well over the next few hours, Mark could be brought to the surface as early as tonight. Joe?
And that will be an incredible moment. All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, it's been 1 month since the deadly wildfires in Lahaina that left over 100 people dead. Hawaii's governor says the number of people who remain unaccounted for has dropped to 66. This as the community remembers those who lost their lives. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
In a traditional Hawaiian paddle out, the sounding of the shell, or pu, is a call to ancestors and a spiritual cleanse.
We just want to come together as a community and have a time for us guys to heal, have a moment in the ocean.
Hundreds of participants paddling by board and in boats.
I feel like the Hawaiian spirit was alive with us.
Mourning the loss of life in Lahaina, Hawaii's historic capital, touched by historic flames.
This is about everybody.
Robert Cotter escaped with his wife and just the clothes on their backs. His son saw someone pass away before his eyes.
The sound of a siren, the sound of wind, hearing a fire truck go by, you're on full alert.
The significance of 1 month since the fires is hard to overstate. Officially, 115 lives have been lost. And according to the governor, more than 60 people remain unaccounted for.
We feel comforted that at least our uncle was verified and that we know that he was found. Unfortunately, not everybody has that.
Several weeks ago, we met Pakalana Phillips, who lost her uncle Leroy. Today, she knows more than 10 people who haven't been located, but draws strength from the sea of support.
There's so many people that are not just praying for us, but grieving with us.
Hawaii's residents see water as a source of vitality, life.
We're going to keep loving and taking care of each other.
And right now, it's also the backdrop for a deeper connection. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, no, it's not 2020, thankfully, but COVID cases are on the rise again. So how worried should you actually be? We're going to explain the reasons that some health experts are optimistic.
Plus, Coco the champion, a history-making win in Queens for the one and only Coco Gauff. We've got more on her emotional victory and her one-on-one with our friends over at the Today Show this morning. That's up next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now with a closer look at the recovery in Maui this morning. May Dateline Lee, a Lahaina survivor who lost her home in the flames, joins us now. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. I know we actually first talked with you a month ago during the first days right after the wildfires and everything that you were dealing with. First, I want to play a clip for our viewers of that, and then we'll talk on the other side.
Seeing everything you love, seeing your whole life just go up in flames, literally go up in flames in front of you, and try to stay calm enough to get safely out of there. It's just not knowing if you're going to live, not knowing where anybody is.
It's now a month later. Can you just tell us what you've been dealing with since we last spoke to you and how you're doing?
Hi, thanks for having me back again. Yeah, it's been a month. It feels like in a way like it's been 4 years, and it also feels like it's been 10 minutes. It's been really intense. It's just been a lot of the first 2 weeks. We just basically tried to find the people that were missing, and then every day was there was good news almost every day, because you get to find out that somebody else you love is safe. And then once you kind of landed in that, then it was time to deal with FEMA and Red Cross and try to start that process, which we all talk about it like our new full-time job, because it's been just kind of what we've been doing, staying busy and trying to get help, the financial help that we all need desperately, so it's been busy.
I want to ask you more about that, May. I mean, last month, President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Hawaii, promising people will get the help they need. But there has been so much criticism over the government response, over the help that you are receiving. Are you and your neighbors getting the help you need?
It's been kind of mixed. It feels like half the people are getting the help, half the people are not. And it's either you're getting a lot of help or you're getting no help. There's kind of nothing in between. I personally have been denied by FEMA a few times and appealed it and applied and appealed and applied and appealed. And I would say overall, we are not getting the help we want from the government. The Red Cross has stepped up. The Red Cross has been really helpful in finding us shelter. It's been kind of amazing to see all the volunteers that are is flocking our island just here to help. That part has been really beautiful with Red Cross. But it's still like overall, it's the community helping the community more than anything else. It hasn't been as much help as they make it sound.
Oh, absolutely. May, Beto, and Lee, we are sorry for what you've been going through. We appreciate your time this morning. We are thinking about you, and we will continue checking in. Thank you so much.
Thanks for keeping us in your prayers. We need it. I know we're on our secondhand news right now, but we're all still scared and unsure of the future. So please keep us in our prayers. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we'd love to keep talking. Thanks again, May. Well, COVID cases are on the rise again, with some high-profile names getting sick now. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa takes a look at how concerned we should be as we head into the fall.
Call it an eerie sense of pandemic deja vu as we roll toward our fourth fall with the virus on our radar. COVID numbers are once again rising, with big names falling ill.
Since the president was with the First Lady yesterday, he will be masking while indoors.
The White House on alert after First Lady Jill Biden tested positive with mild symptoms. The president later masking up for a Medal of Honor ceremony and repeatedly testing negative. Sports fans, meanwhile, noticing a marked absence from the start of this year's U.S. Open, with tennis legend turned commentator John McEnroe initially out with COVID.
As you can see, Whoopi is not here. She has COVID.
Whoopi Goldberg also sidelined, the virus forcing her to miss The View's 27th season premiere. While in Arizona, rock band Metallica postponing this week's show after their lead singer tested positive. Also on the list of recent infections, D.C. resident Carrie K. Gibo. For her, part of an exhausting routine.
How many times have you had COVID?
I've actually had 3 COVID infections, one in 2020, one in December of this past year, and one 2 weeks ago.
Thankfully, that latest case proved mild, different from her first bout, which left her with long-term shortness of breath, rapid heart rate, and difficulty walking.
I was having neurological symptoms, having ringing in my ears.
Gibo's hope for a life free from COVID dwindling each time numbers rise.
It does feel cyclical at this point. It feels like I almost sort of can't avoid it.
The latest CDC data shows a late summer uptick in hospitalizations and deaths linked to COVID-19. Though it's nowhere near peak pandemic levels, experts warn 15% of COVID patients experience long-haul symptoms, making COVID the third leading neurologic disorder in the U.S.
Good morning.
It's enough to resurrect familiar arguments over mask mandates, with schools in Maryland and Alabama recently issuing limited requirements. Experts point out between vaccines and natural immunity, COVID is up against an increasingly protected population.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about this current uptick in COVID cases?
I would put this one at about a 4 or 5.
With the CDC next week set to review who should get this next round of fall boosters, health experts warn don't wait, advising people to get all seasonal vaccines, including COVID boosters and flu shots, as soon as possible.
Are we at a point where we're thinking about this like the flu, like there's going to be seasonal upticks every year?
So yes and no. It doesn't quite match the exact timing of the flu. We've seen cases rise here in the late summer. I think the goal is to eventually get it to the point of the flu where it rises in the fall and winter season and kind of hides out in the summer. But right now, in my opinion, I don't think we're there yet.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that reporting.
Turning to sports news now, the president of Spain's Soccer Federation is stepping down weeks after kissing player Jenny Hermoso on the lips during the country's World Cup win. Luis Rubiales made the stunning announcement in an interview with Piers Morgan on Britain's Talk TV. Rubiales said he was, quote, unable to continue his work amid the firestorm created by the scandal. His resignation comes days after the Spanish prosecutor filed a complaint against him for sexual assault and coercion. Hermoso says the kiss was not consensual, which Rubiales has denied. The first Sunday of the NFL season is officially in the books, and the start of the new season did not disappoint.
NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now with all the highlights. Hi, Kaylee. Good morning.
Hey, guys. It's so fun to be here with you to talk about an exciting day of football. I love it. I love it. Well, for as much excitement as there is for a lot of young players coming into the league and for all the talk of really big names making big moves to new teams, the nostalgia of seeing Tom Brady wearing a number 12 jersey in New England yesterday was more than enough to get any football fan fired up.
Football Sundays are back. The now retired GOAT helping to ring in the new season.
A homecoming for Tom Brady in Foxborough, wearing the Patriots jersey he made famous. Capping number 12's 20 seasons and 6 Super Bowl championships with the Patriots, where he established a dynasty unlike any other.
One thing I am sure of, and that will never change, is that I am a Patriot for life.
Owner Robert Kraft announcing the team will waive their 4-year waiting period and induct Brady into the Patriots Hall of Fame in June.
I love you guys so much, and I'll see you next summer. Thank you.
Following Brady's exit, the Buccaneers handing the reins over to Baker Mayfield, who led Tampa Bay in a gritty win against the Vikings. And after a year rehabbing a knee injury, Odell Beckham Jr. made a monstrous return with the Ravens. Statements made by teams firing out of the gate. Baltimore dominating Houston 25-9. The 49ers rolling in Pittsburgh. The Browns owning the state of Ohio, shutting down Joe Burrow and the Bengals. And Dallas delivering relentless defense for a 5th straight win against the Giants on Sunday Night Football. The action from Week 1, not over yet. Tonight, the biggest trade of the offseason will be tested as veteran quarterback Aaron Rodgers pilots the Jets for the first time.
Excited to be out there with the crowd, get all the jitters out of the way probably in pregame, and go out and just try and execute.
The Jets facing a Bills team that will include DeMar Hamlin, who will take the field just 9 months after going into cardiac arrest during a game and nearly losing his life.
Just to be able to come back and overcome that, and just to prove to yourself that nothing can stop you.
And whether or not your team won or lost, Joe's Vikings, remember, it is early in the season, okay? So keep this in mind. Last season, 2 of the 4 teams who played for conference titles, they lost on opening weekend.
Ooh. I mean, the Chiefs lost their first game, you know.
Nobody's counting them out. So, hey, settle in. It's a long season.
All right. We know you'll be bringing it to us throughout. Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much.
And in tennis, 19-year-old Coco Gauff, of course, won her first major title on Saturday, beating Belarus star Aryna Sabalenka in the final of the U.S. Open. And our friends at the Today Show got a chance to sit down with the new champion to talk all about her inspiring victory.
Still crazy. I don't think it's digest. Like, even last night I was telling myself, you're a Grand Slam champion, and I'm like, it doesn't feel real at all.
Watching that moment where you were laying down on the court and you just had about 10 seconds there where it was all kind of sinking in. What did that moment feel like to know you'd done it?
It felt like it hit all at once because I didn't want to tell myself it was match points on the match points. I didn't want to start shaking. So when it happened and it like finally it was over, like my previous matches has taken me like 6, 7 match points to win, and that one was on the first one, so I was a little bit shocked, and I like couldn't breathe either.
It's joy, but is there like a release of tension, a release of that pressure?
I would say more so joy than relief. I would think in the past it would have been more relief than joy, but I think with all the growth and maturity I've done, it's definitely more joy than relief. Yeah.
So many beautiful moments. I think a lot of people wept when you got down on your knees a couple of times and you were clearly saying a prayer. What were you saying in that moment?
I was just saying thank you, and I understood like all the tough times were just to make that moment even sweeter. I think if it came easy, I wouldn't feel as appreciative as I did in that moment, clearly.
It does feel that way, Coco. I mean, we were just talking, I've known you since you were 14 years old, a junior champion. It wasn't easy. It maybe wouldn't have been the script you wrote, but it seems to be happening right on time when you're ready for it. You feel like that?
Yeah, I'm 100% believe in that. And, you know, obviously when you're losing, you're like, why is it happening now? But like I was like, I couldn't have been any more perfect than this moment. And, you know, doing it in the U.S., in New York City is just incredible.
I love that the night before the match, I figure most people would have butterflies. You had butterflies, but you were also on the phone with your boyfriend until 1 in the morning.
Yes.
What were you all talking about?
Everything except that. He asked if I wanted to talk about it. I was like, no. So we were just, everything except that. And then I was like, okay, it's 1. So I was like, okay, I have to go to sleep if I actually want to be productive tomorrow. So I went to sleep. And my last time I was in a Grand Slam final, I couldn't sleep the whole night. But since talking to him helped me go to sleep.
Oh, so important. You made a couple of calls right after the match from home court. Those calls were not answered. Who were they calls to?
Both my brothers were the first 2 people I called. They didn't answer. Then I called my grandma, and then somebody that wasn't her answered. And then finally, my brother called me back. But by then, the ceremony had started. And he was like, "Yeah, I was running around the house, and I didn't hear if my phone phone ring. But I'm used to him not answering my calls. But I was like, he saw me on the camera, like, calling him. Why didn't he answer the phone?
I bet you cannot wait to see those little boys and give them a hug.
Yeah, they're going to act like they're too cool for school when I see them. But I saw the videos when on Match Point. They were definitely running around the house going crazy.
Coco is a very dedicated, self-disciplined person. She was gifted as a child. She always strived to do her best, and it comes from within her.
I mean, hard work plus talent.
Yeah.
Can't be beat.
Yes.
Works. Mr. Goff, there's a word on the street that there were tears at the U.S. Open finale. Can you confirm?
You know, my friends are really tough on me about that. So I have to deny and say I was just sweating. And
Those brothers, they're not going to leave those phones alone after her next win.
Or like she said, they think they're too cool for school. They're like,
Exactly.
that's right, I didn't answer. You're the champion. Oh, so great. What a great family affair. So sweet. Her dad, who gets so nervous that he walks around, she said, during and can't even watch sometimes. Great to see them.
All right.
There'll be more Morning News Now right after this. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning. We come on the air as the nation marks 22 years since the terror attacks of September 11th. Events are being held across the country today to honor and remember the nearly 3,000 people who died here in New York, at the Pentagon in Washington, and near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The commemoration ceremony in Lower Manhattan is getting underway at this hour. The names of the fallen being read aloud, along with moments of silence to mark the times each tower was struck here in New York City. NBC's Rahema Ellis is there for us in Lower Manhattan, hallowed ground this morning. Rahema, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Thousands are gathering here at what's been known as Ground Zero to remember those lives lost just 22 years ago on September 11th. Behind me, you can see One World Trade Tower. This is where it sits in the footprint of what was the Twin Towers. And people will never forget, they say, what happened that day. And now they are here to remember it. Dignitaries included in the events, the mayor, the governor, including the former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who became known as America's mayor as a result of it. And you will hear all of those names read to remember them by their loved ones and family members just a short time from now. Savannah?
Rahima, thank you very much. This moment seared in our collective memory. Where were you 22 years ago? Here's the moment of silence.
Right, quick, march.
Silence followed by the sounds of bagpipes in Lower Manhattan, the first of many moments of silence today to honor and remember those who fell 22 years ago on 9/11. We'll have much more on today's tributes on NBC News Now, also over on MSNBC. For now, we return most of you to the Today Show. For others, your regularly scheduled program. I'm Savannah Guthrie. This has been an NBC News Special Report.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Cher has finally announced she is releasing her first holiday album. The music legend took to Instagram to reveal the cover art for Cher Christmas, captioning the post, "Are you sharing Christmas with me?" There's no track listing or release date for the album yet, but speaking on the UK's Good Morning Britain, she teased that there would be some collaborations and said, "It's a Cher album, it's not your mother's Christmas album." That leads me to believe there won't be any Deck the Halls or anything like that.
You can't even talk. Yes, I agree with that. I'm just so excited, and you know how I feel about Christmas and how into it I get, and it's just like, you know, it's coming fast. It's September, pumpkin spice is out. Before you know it, it's Christmas.
Don't you have to release these Christmas albums like before Halloween now? I feel like.
know. Yeah, I know.
I mean,
and to me,
Mariah will tell us.
Right.
Yeah.
And to me, the Christmas season begins the day after Halloween. Still love Thanksgiving, but it's like you can celebrate it with a tree up. Why not?
There you go.
All right, thanks, Joe. We end this hour with a little Monday morning quarterbacking. Sunday Night Football is back, and our friends over at the Today Show teamed up with New York Giants Super Bowl champ Eli Manning to host a tailgate at MetLife Stadium for a very deserving group of people.
On any given Sunday, there are more than 82,000 New York Giants fans getting ready for the big game at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And this Sunday, we were 4 of them.
Go! Giant Stadium tailgate! Yeah!
Go long!
And right away, we proved that we should not quit our day jobs.
Oh! Right here, SG. Okay, go long, go long. Go real long. All right, let's bring it in. Bring it in. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go.
Let's go.
Where's the food?
We need the drink.
Right.
Yes.
The food.
Yes.
And
Football.
football.
Do it.
Is that why we're here?
Yes.
I just thought,
here.
food and drink. Let's go. Oh, this. Let's go. Woohoo.
You look so cute.
But it wasn't all fun and games, at least not yet anyway.
All right, let's go.
You got those?
Chicken.
Here we go. Hot dogs.
We had a
Good. We
tailgate
just
to
had
set
one.
up for some very special guests.
Ketchup, relish, all the fixins. You guys are gonna sit there while we work? Well, we did it.
Okay.
Looks like we're ready.
Let's go. I think we got things to do.
And
Ready?
people to see, really important people.
Some special guests?
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, so we reached out to the Tackle Kids Cancer Initiative to invite a few courageous kids currently in treatment at Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Hospital in New Jersey to join us. And lucky for us, we had 5 special guests to give a giant welcome to. We wanted to make sure that Dominic, Shane, Jaden, Riley, and Jabari knew this wasn't just any ordinary tailgate party. Do y'all know that this guy right here is the guy who makes the food for the Giants before every game? And he made food for us. And this wasn't just any tailgate spread. It was prepared by the Giants' own executive chef, Angelo Basalone. He fuels the players, and now he was fueling us.
Can I have chicken fingers and a cupcake?
Thank you. Absolutely. It's going in. I can feel it. Oh! Let's go, Jaden. Let's go, Jaden. We said this wouldn't be an ordinary tailgate, and we were about to deliver on that promise with one more very special guest. Legendary Giants quarterback and two-time Super Bowl champ, Eli Manning.
My buddy Shane just told me, I said, who is the most famous player for the Giants? And he said, yeah.
Me? Thank you so much.
For the last 8 years, Eli has been a huge advocate for Tackle Kids Cancer.
Tackle Kids Cancer, how did that become your cause?
For me, just visiting the hospital, years ago, and just wanted to do more. At first it was just trying to get a few smiles on these kids' faces that are going through a tough time, and then said, how can we raise more money? How can we, do a better job getting these kids back home?
You're an amazing football player, you're a legend, but the bravery of kids, the bravery that they have to face something so young and take it on.
It's unbelievable, and they have the best attitude, and that's why they're going to beat this.
Well, you're doing amazing stuff. So here we are, a tailgate at a Giants game. How does it feel to be on this side of the game?
I like it.
You do? Really?
Really good. No one's going to hit me today, hopefully.
Eli, we've counted the number of people, fans who are here, who have Eli Manning tattoos.
Oh, my goodness.
Full face, your signature.
Well, I appreciate them. The support I've had while I was playing, post-playing, has been unbelievable here in New York, and loved every moment.
Right. And the kids were loving every moment with Eli, and we were all about to love him even more.
I got a little special surprise for the 5 of you. Here in a minute, we are going into the stadium, on the field, and get a little on-field breakdown, get to see the players run out a little bit, and how's that sound? That sound good?
Follow Eli.
Walking onto the field was a magical moment for both the kids and the kids at heart. Eli took us all the way to the 50-yard line, where he recruited a new line of wide receivers.
Where should I run?
Just run 2 steps and go that way, and I'll throw it to you, right? Now, say hut.
Get you fast.
Come on, Jabari.
Yes!
Touchdown dance. Touchdown dance.
But their feet weren't about to touch down anytime soon. Eli had one more surprise.
The Giants have y'all a suite at the game, so are staying for the game, and all going to be in a suite together and get to watch the game tonight. Food, drinks. There's a dessert cart that comes around like the second quarter. Really good. Yeah.
Soon, the stadium will be filled with tens of thousands of fans roaring for their heroes. But in this moment, it was clear who had the biggest hearts on the field.
Tackle Kids Cancer on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Tackle Kids Cancer!
How cute are those little kids?
I think it was the dessert cart that got the biggest response too, by the way, after all of that. I mean, there's this suite, there's catching a pass at MetLife Stadium from Eli Manning, and then there's the dessert cart.
They were so cute. What a cool story. Well, you are excited for football season, right?
I am excited. My Minnesota Vikings did lose their first game, and they've never won a Super Bowl ever. But, I'm always going to be there
I know. Well,
in their corner.
Like I said earlier in the show, college football for me is exciting right now. I'm a University of Colorado alum. We've turned the program around with
put your energy into
Coach
that.
Deion Sanders. Yeah, and it's just we were ranked and we won 2 in a row now, and I've never been in this position before. I don't know how to handle it.
I look forward to your Monday morning recaps every week.
There you go. You'll get them.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Right now on Morning News Now, desperation in Morocco after a devastating earthquake. Right now, crews are racing to rescue survivors 4 days after the 6.8 magnitude quake. The disaster killing at least 2,400 people and leaving thousands more with nothing.
My house was here, but I don't see it now. It was destroyed by the earthquake.
We need to help because every family here don't have the house. Every house here is broken.
We'll take you to Marrakesh for the latest on the rescue efforts. Also this morning, bracing for impact. Hurricane Lee is now back to a major Category 3 storm after regaining strength over the weekend. We're tracking its path as it churns through the Atlantic and the chances we could see an impact on the East Coast. America remembers. Today marks 22 years since the 9/11 attacks, and this morning, Americans are paying tribute with ceremonies planned from coast to coast. Our team coverage starts at Ground Zero for today's memorial. Also, we'll hear from a survivor who was working in the World Trade Center when the planes hit. Plus, a look at the lasting impacts of 9/11 for the first responders and volunteers who risked their lives and their health to save others. And Grand Slam greatness history at the U.S. Open as Coco Gauff wins her first Grand Slam title, the youngest American since Serena Williams to do so. And Novak Djokovic earns his 24th, tying the record for the most ever Grand Slam titles. We'll bring you the highlights from the historic matchups.
This Monday morning, still celebrating Coco Gauff. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with that catastrophic earthquake in Morocco, the deadliest to hit the North African country in more than 6 decades.
We just got the latest numbers this morning. More than 2,400 people have now died in the 6.8 magnitude quake. It struck Friday night, destroying villages in the mostly rural high Atlas Mountains. Buildings collapsed in the old city of Marrakesh, forcing people to sleep in the streets. Rescue teams are still working to find survivors from beneath mountains of rubble. So far, the Moroccan government has only accepted offers of assistance from Spain, Britain, Qatar, and the UAE. They've all deployed search teams to the country. Amid the devastation, harrowing stories are starting to emerge. This home was destroyed in the quake as a family was having dinner. The father says he asked his son to get an item from the kitchen when the house began to shake and collapse. The parents and their 2 other children made it out alive, but the boy did not. His body was recovered from the rubble the next day. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest.
Hey there, we're in the remote mountain village of Moulay Ibrahim. We're about 30 miles east of the epicenter of that 6.8 magnitude earthquake. And it is remote communities like this that have borne the brunt of the devastation. I want to show you around just a little bit. This tower is all that remains of what was once a shrine in this village. We're standing in the marketplace. People's shops were here. There were homes here. And in the rubble, in the debris, are fragments of people's lives, including their mail and their bills. Now, this community was home to 3,000 people. Locals tell us 40 of them were killed in the quake. So that's more than 1% of the population of this village. We met a man who lost not only his wife, his 3 daughters, and his baby son. He told us he does not know what he has to live for anymore. And his family are part of that national death toll that over the weekend has climbed above 2,100 and is expected to go higher. Now, we are on the 3rd day since Friday's earthquake, and rescue experts will tell you the first 72 hours are absolutely critical. We have been seeing rescue teams, both professionals, but also local volunteers, people who just hand by patient hand are sifting through the rubble, trying to save the lives of their neighbors. There was a rescue in this area over the weekend, and that is giving people hope that they may still find survivors, but it is a desperate race against time at this point. What they need most in these remote communities is heavy equipment, but that is difficult. The roads here are winding, they are narrow. In some cases, they are blocked by boulders, but the rescue effort continues. Back to you.
All right, Raf, thank you so much.
Well, today, President Biden will wrap up his visit to Vietnam. The trip is part of an effort to deepen ties with the country as part of efforts to reduce America's reliance on China. We're going to get into this. We're joined by NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. She's on the ground in Vietnam. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So this was just a quick weekend trip, but it's one the White House does see as very important. During the visit, the U.S. was lifted to Hanoi's highest diplomatic status alongside, though, China and Russia. What can you tell us about the visit, what that means, what this ultimately is for the administration?
It is a significant trip, and regardless of the time of the week and how much time the president had on the ground, this was a significant relationship-building opportunity for the U.S. and Vietnam. Vietnam elevating the United States to its highest level of diplomatic relationship, and those sort of grades on the scale are quite important in moving the two nations forward. It is a hedge against China, certainly, but it is also about the economic relationships between the United States and Vietnam, where there's a lot of investment that's taking place, the president meeting with business leaders, and the opportunities, especially in the tech field, to try to expand this kind of partnership. The president was certainly noting how decades have changed the relationship between the United States and Vietnam, once at war and now partners and friends at a new level. Here's what the president said earlier.
This trip has been a historic moment. Today, we can trace 50-year arc of progress in the relationship between our nations, from conflict to normalization. This is a new elevated status that will be a force for prosperity and security in one of the most consequential regions in the world.
And, of course, Vietnam uses China as an important trading partner, so their relationship can be complicated as well. And for the U.S., it's really about trying to build strength in this part of the world as an offset to China, but also for these individual relationships on their own merits, and on the potential for economic growth. Savannah?
Yeah, Kelly, I think that that's such a good way to put it. It is kind of about that offset, but also about the relationships. That being said, the president has insisted that this visit there was not about trying to contain China, or at least that wasn't the only focus. What has the reaction, though, been from Beijing?
Well, one of the things that's been so important to watch about this is because China's president did not go to the G20, which is where the president began with his multi-day, multi-continent trip, and that absence allowed for a lot of conversation about China. The president was asked a number of questions about this. It is a complex relationship, one where there are economic ties, but also real concerns about the military muscle China is showing and some of the unpredictable characteristics of the relationship, not only with the United States, but with other significant partners around the world. The president was careful, wanting very much to have follow-up conversations with Xi Jinping, who he has not spoken to in nearly a year. And the president was also trying to be careful to say what he is not trying to do with respect to China. Here's his response on that.
I am sincere about getting the relationship right. And one of the things that is going on now is China's beginning to change some of the rules of the game in terms of trade and other issues. But as I said, we're not looking to hurt China, sincerely. We're all better off if China does well.
And that gives you a sense of how the president is trying to find that balance, to not say anything that would be overtly provocative to China, to try to explain some of the nuances of this relationship, and at the same time build alliances that give strength for the U.S. when it comes to the juxtaposition of these two superpowers, the United States and China. Also, while the president was here in Hanoi, he made a personal stop to a memorial site that honors the late Senator John McCain, who was shot down as a Navy pilot generations ago, spent 5.5 years in a prison here as a prisoner of war. He was accompanied by John Kerry, who, of course, is a climate envoy, but was a part of that friendship when all of them were in the Senate. Savannah?
Absolutely. Kelly, before I let you go, I do want to switch gears off the president to something in the region. So North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is expected to travel to Russia to discuss supplying Russia with weapons for its ongoing war in Ukraine. Put in context how much of a concern that is. What can you tell us about that visit?
Well, it is a concern for the United States because, of course, Russia has limited places it can go to try to look for additional support. And North Korea has been such an unstable actor in all of these situations. And so the president was asked a question about this. He did not directly respond to it. There are concerns about what it could mean, but certainly the United States feels that it shows how further isolated Russia is by the fact that all of the kind of economic sanctions that have been used have put pressure on Russia. During the G20, Delhi in India, there was a joint agreement from the nations gathered there. Of course, Russia is a part of the G20, so is China. And it was not perhaps as strong as some would have liked, but it was a condemnation in a sense of the reach of Russia trying to obtain power and physical territory from Ukraine. Many felt it could have gone further, but it was a statement nonetheless. Savannah?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. Safe travels.
There are new developments this morning in the search for that escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. The convicted killer was spotted over the weekend, but officials say it looks like he slipped past them again. Now they are once again expanding their search. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us from Pennsylvania with the latest. Marissa, good morning. A lot of developments this weekend. First, just get us up to speed on this latest sighting and where authorities think he could be now.
Yeah, I'll walk you through all the developments we got yesterday, Joe, because there were a lot. So just to kind of set the scene here, I'm outside of the command post, and it was just a couple of miles away from where we are. Longwood Gardens, that was where they had narrowed their search. On Saturday, they narrowed it down to 4 miles. It was half of what it was on Friday. So for all intents and purposes, everyone thought that they were getting closer, narrowing in. And then we heard overnight, leading into Sunday, that there had been a sighting, that there had been a van that was stolen from a local dairy farm. We found later that that van had been found abandoned behind a barn. This was, about 40 minutes away from where we are right now, so clearly had made his escape, but in between then had been seen on Ring doorbell camera twice. You're seeing that van being towed away right now, and in just a moment, I'm going to ask that we pull up those pictures that we got. Cavalcante, the most recent pictures, because what you'll notice, too, is that he's wearing new clothes. He has a totally new appearance, and in these pictures, this is him asking for help from old associates. We know that he's been asking for help from people that he has known because this is him documented doing so. And so those were 2 instances. They both called the police, and then afterwards he was spotted about 40 minutes north of where we are right now. And at this moment in time, Joe, the thing to remember is that they don't actually know where he is. So this really is, they said, a nationwide manhunt. I mean, it has been a nationwide effort for some time. The U.S. Marshals are involved, and they have been since the start. But they said that as of right now, they do believe that he is still in Pennsylvania. But if he is spotted across state lines, then there would be a transition to the state police of that state, and the U.S. Marshals would be even more involved than they are right now, Joe.
So, Marissa, I mean, authorities are facing some tough questions now that it appears he's slipped by them. How are they responding to those tough questions?
Yeah, I mean, that was something that NBC was in the room for, and NBC did press them on. And in short, because you're going to hear it from them for yourself in just a second, but in short, they really stressed that no perimeter is 100% secure. Take a listen.
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job, and I will tell you, I applaud the men and women who were out there standing in some very difficult conditions and trying to secure that perimeter. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Some of those conditions, by the way, for those who need a refresher, Longwood Gardens, these are botanical gardens. They are densely wooded. There's also, we learned, there's construction sites. They have drainage pipes. There are, tunnels that are throughout the gardens in the area. So they don't know exactly how Cavalcante got out of the perimeter, but they just know that eventually he did make his way to a home. Keys were left inside of a van, and that was a huge part in him being able to make his escape once again. Joe?
All right, Marissa Parra with the latest from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
Well, Hurricane Lee is now a slow-moving Category 3 storm. Let's get the latest on that with a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the latest on the storm. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, painfully slow. We have been talking about it for a week straight. We're going to continue to talk about it until next weekend because we are looking at the forward motion really slowing down. So here's the latest on Lee. It's a big storm in size. It's also a major storm in Category 3. We're looking at winds at 120 miles per hour. Remember, on Friday it was a Category 5. Then it weakened to a 3 on Saturday, a 2 on Sunday, and then increased that speed, that intensity last night into today. And then we're going to see it intensify even further. So we're moving northwest at 7 miles per hour. On Saturday, it was moving about 12 miles per hour. It's starting to slow. And we're going to see it moving painfully slow over the next several days. Look at this track, kind of telling the story here. So as we go throughout the overnight hours of tonight into tomorrow, Category 4 storm, then a Category 3 storm once again, as it sort of encounters some wind shear, then down to a Category 2 storm by Thursday, and still all Friday, we're talking about a Category 2 storm just west of Bermuda. So the takeaway here is it's north of the Lesser Antilles. It's impacting portions of the Lesser Antilles, Hispaniola, the Bahamas, Bermuda, and also Puerto Rico with some rough surf, some life-threatening rip currents. And that's going to be the story as we go throughout time here along the east coast of the U.S. too. So as we go throughout time here, even this week, even starting today into the next 7 days, we're looking at high surf, rip current, but we're looking at a Category 1 storm. Now, as we look at the models, this is from the National Hurricane Center, we have really good agreement. We still are a while away. We still have the steering motions that are not really intact yet, an area of high pressure, the Bermuda High, also a storm system that's going to come off the coast here. So we have to get those two players in place, but still seeing these models kind of agreeing that we see that landfall somewhere in the Maritimes of Canada, anywhere from New England into the Maritimes of Canada. But it looks like good consensus now is into Canada. Now, as we look at the rest of the Atlantic, we're talking about Hurricane Lee. We'll be talking about that for several days to come. Also, Tropical Storm Margot. That is destined to become a hurricane, although it's going to stay a fish storm, so that's good news. And then watching two other areas of disturbances that could develop further. As far as the severe weather threat, we're looking at some storms today in portions of eastern New Mexico into western Texas. So Lubbock, Roswell, Midland, you could see some really strong storms with winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Some hail, an isolated tornado or two. It's all due to a long cold front that's stretching from the Great Lakes all the way to portions of the southern plains. So we do have that low severe risk, but still not zero for some flash flooding, some really strong winds. And this cold front is going to make its way into portions of the east. I know, guys, it was a really wet weekend in the east. We're going to see some isolated storms in the northeast today, and then another cold front is going to bring some storms once again tomorrow into Wednesday.
Yeah, lots of rain this weekend.
I know.
All right.
I kind of loved it.
I know. It's like, okay, I guess we're headed to fall. Thanks, Michelle.
Happening now. It was quiet for nearly 2 months, but one of the most active volcanoes in the world started erupting again in Hawaii on Sunday. Take a look. You can see the glowing lava from Kilauea on Hawaii's Big Island. The lava is a safe distance from people and homes. Kilauea is Hawaii's second largest volcano and last erupted for several weeks in June. Turning to tennis now, Novak Djokovic won his 24th Grand Slam title. He already has sort of the Open era title, but this now ties him with Margaret Court's record.
Yeah, the Serbian superstar beat Russia's Daniil Medvedev in straight sets in yesterday's U.S. Open final. It is the 36-year-old's first tournament on U.S. soil in 2 years. He addressed the historic moment after the match.
I really did my best in the last 48 hours not to allow the importance of the moment and what's on the line get to my head, because 2 years ago that's what happened and I underperformed and I wasn't able to be at my best and I was outplayed. So I learned my lesson, and my team, my family knew that the last 24 hours don't touch me, don't speak to me about, you know, the history or what's on the line.
Don't touch me, don't speak to me. Joining us now is Lucas Weiss. He's a staff editor at The Athletic and always joins us on this. Hey, Lucas, great to have you with us. So, I mean, Djokovic, he wins another Grand Slam title. Just what do you make of the win? Was that what you were expecting? And do you think that this means that we will see him surpass that record at the next major in Australia?
Well, thanks for having me on, Savannah and Joe. A historic moment for Novak Djokovic on Sunday, winning his 24th Slam title, his fourth U.S. Open, beating Daniil Medvedev. And yes, it certainly was expected just because of how well Djokovic was playing at the U.S. Open. He'd only dropped 2 sets coming into the final, and just showcasing his relentless defense and incredible shot making. So this is someone who's still motivated at 36 years old. He is the oldest single Slam champion now. And in 125 days when the Australian Open takes place, Djokovic will be the favorite as he tries to win Slam number 25.
All right, so from 24 Grand Slams to first Grand Slam, we are so excited about Coco Gauff. The 19-year-old beat Belarus's Aryna Sabalenka, who's now the world #1, but she beat her 2 sets to 1. How impressed were you with that comeback win, losing the first set, then coming back in the next 2?
Super impressed with Coco Gauff. Look, that was an incredible, gutsy performance from the American team to come back from a set down to beat someone in Sabalenka who had won the Australian Open earlier this year. And what I was impressed with Gauff was her defense. She was just running around the court. Her incredible movement just broke Sabalenka's spirit over the course of the match. This is a breakthrough win for Coco Gauff, for American tennis, for women's tennis overall. And I think for her now, she's going to use this as a springboard to win even more big tournaments for many years to come.
Oh, absolutely. I think 3 times just in the course over the U.S. Open she did that, where she came back from being losing that first set, which is pretty incredible. And you're right, she's just so fast. I think in addition to her win and all that, another moment that kind of went viral was her speaking after, when she thanked people who she said, hadn't believed in her and that she felt was sort of critical of her. Have the expectations now gone up a notch? What do you think this means after this win? Are we going to see the start of something special here with Coco?
Yeah, the expectations have gone up, but look, they were already sky high for Coco when she was a 15-year-old, when she burst on the scene at Wimbledon. But it's been a steady progression for Goff. She didn't immediately win a slam at 15 or 16 years old. She had to deal with some tough losses, including the 2022 French Open. Coco learned from that. She got better, and now she's at a point in her career where she can just use this to continue to get better, to improve, and become one of the top players on the WTA Tour.
Oh, so cool. Lucas Weiss from The Athletic, thank you so much. Thanks for talking through the U.S. Open throughout the last couple of weeks with us.
Thanks so much.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. After the break, tailgating and campaigning. 2 kinds of rivalries in Iowa this weekend as the GOP's top 2 presidential contenders attend the state's biggest football game. We'll bring you the latest from the trail.
And later this hour, America remembers 9/11 with tributes and memorials planned from coast to coast. We'll reflect on the tragedy and the impacts that we're still seeing today. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition shouldn't.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
you're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back now with the race for the White House and the top two Republican candidates appearing at the same event this weekend.
Both former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis went to the Iowa State game this weekend. There are new signs the former president's big lead in the state could be slipping a little bit. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen joins us with more on that. John, good morning. So let's start with the appearance at the football game. Both candidates were there. Supporters for both were there. There are some signs Trump's lead could be sliding a little bit. What are we seeing?
I think the big signs there, Joe, have largely been polls that have been done by DeSantis' campaign, an effort to push momentum in his direction, create some momentum. They've shown, all of them have shown Donald Trump up, but by smaller numbers. When you look at the independent polling, there was an Iowa State University poll that came out about 2 days ago. Trump's up 51-14. So I think the other thing that the DeSantis campaign is doing to try to show momentum is signing people up, making them pledge that they're going to support him in the caucus. That's harder to see. It's harder to see sort of empirically what's going on the ground than it is to see empirically how voters plan to vote. But we're still several months out, so there's time for a change. The problem for DeSantis is that the trajectory has largely been the reverse of what some of these own polls, as we call them, when your own campaign's polling firm puts something out, regardless of what those show.
And have we heard from the Trump camp at all on these numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. When I talk to folks in Trump world about these numbers, they basically point out that Donald Trump retains a huge lead in all the independent polling. They say that they are pleased with their ground game in Iowa, so that piece that you can't see when they're knocking on doors and they're doing the persuasion efforts. They say they're in a pretty good place. They feel like they're in a good place. Of course, for DeSantis, he really has to win Iowa in order to mount any sort of effort to beat Trump across the country. And so the Trump folks, so they understand why he's putting such an emphasis on it, but, they don't believe that they're in deep trouble there.
So there are these worries some have that the Trump campaign lacks organization in Iowa. You also knew reporting about former President Trump's official government-provided office in West Palm Beach. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, this is a very sort of odd thing. The former president's office is not really listed anywhere. You can see in the photo there. It's very nondescript. There's no seal. There's no name. Donald Trump, who loves to put his name on everything, says the Trump brand is worth billions of dollars. You can see there's nothing that says Trump there. What's interesting about this office in particular, though, first of all, very few people knew that it existed. Second of all, it at one point housed documents with classified markings. When the FBI searched Mar-a-Lago in August of 2022, there were classified documents in this office. They were later moved to Mar-a-Lago. Trump's lawyers had this area searched when prosecutors were looking for any more classified material. Nothing was turned up, but that search was done by a private firm. There's no indication the FBI has ever searched this office. And then the other thing that's interesting is some of the aides that work out of this office are on Trump's political payroll, even though it's a government office. It's not clear whether he's taken any precautions to make sure that there's a wall of separation between any government work that they're doing and any political work that they're doing.
All right, John Allen, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Take care.
Still to come, America marking a somber anniversary, 22 years since the 9/11 terror attacks.
When we come back, we're going to reflect on how the tragedy changed the country and the world. We're going to talk with a survivor who was in the World Trade Center when it happened. This is Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you tonight.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Today marks 22 years since the September 11th terror attacks. Nearly 3,000 people were killed when 4 planes were hijacked and used as weapons in New York City, Washington, D.C., and near Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
Once again, the nation will carry on the promise to never forget as tributes and memorial services are planned from coast to coast. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis joins us now from Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. Good morning. Thank you so much for helping us dig into our coverage this morning on this. I mean, this is a solemn day for Americans, of course, around the country. How is the occasion being marked this year at Ground Zero?
Well, at Ground Zero, this was where the major memorial service will be held, but there was also services, you know, that will take place in Washington at the Pentagon, as well as in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where a plane went down, Flight 93. It was forced down by courageous passengers who attacked the terrorists and forced that plane to go into the ground in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. But here at Ground Zero, behind me, you can see One World Trade Center, which is now standing in the footprint of what was the Twin Towers. And this will be the major event. And about an hour from now, they'll begin reading the names of nearly 3,000 people who died here 22 years ago. It will go on for several hours. It is a solemn, it is a heartfelt, and it's a very emotional moment for the families and friends as the names are read. Each loved one will say something memorable about the person that they loved and they lost on this day. And memories like that will be experienced all around this country as people pause to remember what happened when America was attacked on September 11, 2001. Joe and Savannah.
Rahima, we mentioned earlier this hour President Biden's on an overseas trip. He's starting his day in Vietnam, but does plan to make his way to at least one part of America before day's end, even if only for a couple hours. How is he going to observe the day?
Yeah, he's going to be going to a military base in Anchorage, Alaska, and he's going to meet with thousands of military families and service members to commemorate this day. That's after he's returning, as you point out, from this overseas visit to India and the G20 summit and coming from Vietnam. And so it will be a very, I think, emotional day for many people there because so many people in the country feel affected and connected to what happened 22 years ago. So the president will not be here, but he will be remembering this day with service members back in Anchorage, Alaska, on a military base, Joe.
And Rahima, on Friday, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, also the city's chief medical examiner, announced that 2 World Trade Center victims have been identified. Now, when we are looking back 22 years now, that type of headline might come as a surprise to some people. What can you tell us about these developments? What does this mean?
Well, what does it mean is that they are still trying to identify so many people who have not yet been named as a result of what happened here on 9/11. They found that it was a match through DNA evidence. They found it was a match for a man and a woman. Their names haven't been revealed because the families of these 2 victims have asked for their identities not to be released. But this is the first time since 2021 that the coroner's office has been able to make a match from these remains. It's very significant for so many families because they still hold out hope that one day they will be able to recover some of the remains of their loved ones that were lost on that day. Savannah?
All right, Rahima Ellis, thank you so much. We'll continue our coverage now with Lolita Jackson. She was working on the 70th floor of the World Trade Center when the September 11th attacks happened.
She managed to safely evacuate the building, and she spoke with MSNBC a day later, giving her harrowing account of the attacks.
We were awaiting instruction by one of the rescue workers when the plane hit our building. At that time, the building moved probably about 2 feet to one side, and at that point is when I personally thought we were going to die.
Alita Jackson joins us now. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. September 11th was actually your second time being involved in a terror attack on the World Trade Center. You were also working in the building during the bombing in 1993. We just heard you say you thought you were going to die. Just what was going through your mind as you raced down those stairs to get to safety 22 years ago?
Well, we didn't know exactly in our building what had happened. There wasn't an announcement saying that the other building had gotten hit by a plane. We were waiting instructions on the 44th floor by Rick Briscorla, who was the head of security for Morgan Stanley, when we got hit by the plane and the building moved. That floor did not have windows, so we couldn't see out the windows. We did calmly leave as far as going down the stairs. So the moment that I thought that I potentially was going to die was when we got hit by what I found out later to be the plane.
Oh, I know you lost a close colleague on September 11th on that day. Tell us about him and what you want the world to remember.
Thomas and I were part of a group of amazing people who worked for Morgan Stanley in their investment management division. Most of us had been together as well during 1993, which actually saved our lives because we were used to evacuating, unfortunately. Thomas and I, our offices were next to one another. And so we began evacuating together. At the last minute, when we were called in from the stairwells on the 59th floor to take elevators just to the 44th floor, we separated. At the last minute, I decided not to go with him to an empty office. He was making a phone call. And unfortunately, that's why I'm still here, and he didn't make it out. That was harrowing for me because I was one of the last people to be with him before he separated from us to go do that. So that haunted me for some time afterward.
Oh.
Lolita, you've said that you've turned the tragic events of September 11th into an opportunity to rethink who you are. Tell us how you've done that.
The stock phrase I always use is, if you get killed going to work, which they tried to do to me twice, you better really love your job. About 2 years after 9/11, I decided to make a career change. I didn't know what that career change was going to be. I took a year off and just did all my hobbies and passions outside of work. And to make a long story short, I ended up in the mayor's office of New York City, working first for Mayor Michael Bloomberg and then for Mayor Bill de Blasio. And I was there for 15 years. It changed the trajectory of my life. I am a very happy person. My friends will tell you I live life to the fullest because I know tomorrow is not promised. And I've done a lot of things that I really love, including today teaching my very first class at the University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say on that note. That's a new journey that's getting started today, teaching, and it's your alma mater, by the way. What does it mean to you to mark that milestone today of all days, just quickly?
Well, when I saw the list of when the classes started, and it so happens that September 4th was Labor Day, so I had to start today, I was in shock because I've had a number of life moments happen to me on September 11th that makes me know now that that's going to turn into a day of memory, good memories and joy out of a day of sorrow. There's a Bible verse called, it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy will come in the morning. So now September 11th is nice mornings for me.
Here's to a new beginning while also remembering the past. Alita Jackson, thank you for joining us this morning and sharing some of your story. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And good luck today. Enjoy the day getting started.
Thank you for having me.
So 22 years later, the death count from 9/11 is still growing. That's because of cancers connected to that fateful day.
Yeah, according to the CDC, 9/11 related cancers have more than doubled since 2013. Let's bring in Dr. Noah Baran for more on this. She's Associate Professor of Medicine at the Hackensack Meridian Health John Thurah Cancer Center. Dr. Baran, thank you very much for being here. So, I mean, that stat we just mentioned, it shows that 9/11 cancers have skyrocketed over the years, with research showing firefighters who worked on the site of the 9/11 attacks having this extra high risk of cancer. First, tell us what type of cancer that is and why the risk is so high for first responders and survivors.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. So we know that people who are exposed to certain environmental toxins, such as jet fuel and other chemicals, have a higher risk of mutations, and that is what leads to the development of specific cancers. There are certain cancers we know are associated with a much higher risk, and those those cancers are lung cancer and another bone marrow cancer called multiple myeloma. So not only first responders, but people who were in the vicinity of ground zero months or even more than months after the event are at much higher risk of these types of cancers.
So has this
far out? Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Even this far out, and the risk of these cancers continues to increase even 10, 20 years later.
Wow.
Has the rise in 9/11 related cancers impacted how we treat these illnesses?
So certainly there's a higher incidence of these cancers. The other thing to consider is there are other conditions that are kind of pre-cancerous. So people may have kind of what we would call smoldering myeloma or an inactive state of myeloma, and they're walking around with these for years that are not active cancers, but we certainly need to increase monitoring of these patients in case their pre-cancer condition does develop into an active cancer. So we're certainly looking at these patients with caution.
And quickly, Dr. Baran, what resources are available to survivors, first responders who might be impacted by a 9/11 related cancer?
There's a World Trade Center health program that's available. If you have a condition that is proven to be associated with increased risk of cancer, or if your cancer is one of the 9/11 related cancers, then you are eligible for the World Trade Center health program. And your physician can help you in filling out the forms and get hooked up with one of the World Trade Center facilities.
Dr. Noah Baran, important conversation, important to keep in mind that this is still going on. There's still impacts. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, a critical shortage impacting millions of children.
Up next, the so-called domino effect that's sparking demand for ADHD meds just as kids head back to school. You're watching Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer Deliberacy.
All right, it just did too.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Yeah.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should have fixed the dishes, shouldn't you?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with some money news, and it could be time for a new phone. The iPhone 15 is heading to stores. It's time for me for a new phone.
Me too.
I'm working with
still.
a shattered screen. Oh, I don't even get what am I saying?
CNBC's Savannah Hanau is that another financial headline. Savannah, good morning.
How old's your phone?
Hey, Joe. Actually, mine's from last year. I've got the 14, so I'm still good. I'm holding out until next year. I don't like to do every year, I'm holding out. All right, guys, let's get to some headlines. As we were talking, Apple is holding its iPhone 15 event tomorrow, and Apple stores are already getting prepared. Bloomberg reports they're running low on current inventory. And just like previous years, Apple will continue to sell the standard iPhone 14 and 14 Plus at lower prices, while the Pro models will be discontinued. Store employees will be pushing Apple's USB-C chargers, but they won't be included in the box with a new phone. They'll also encourage customers to choose in-store setup of their new devices. Uber is reportedly working on a service similar to TaskRabbit, letting users hire people to conduct various jobs. Bloomberg says the possible new service, codenamed Chore, was discovered in the code in Uber's iPhone app. A tasker can be hired for a minimum of 1 hour. Users will be asked to specify the job, how long it will take, and when they want the person to arrive, and the app will determine the cost. Uber has declined to comment. PB&J and Twinkies. Well, it could be a match made in food heaven. J.M. Smucker, that's the maker of Smucker's Jam and Jif Peanut Butter, is reportedly close to a deal to buy Hostess brands for about $5 billion. Makers of packaged foods have seen an increase in mergers as the benefits from price hikes and pandemic-era gains are fading. Campbell Soup recently bought the maker of Rao's pasta sauce, and Mars struck a deal for Kevin's Natural Foods, guys.
Trying to imagine what a PB&J
Twinkie
would taste like.
Two things I don't like,
I don't know.
peanut butter or Twinkies, so not interested.
I don't like peanut butter either. Yeah, so
People
that wouldn't be
think
for
that's
me.
crazy. Ugh, even the smell of it.
I know.
I'm like, ugh. All
I
right.
don't like peanut butter. I know.
You've learned so much here,
Yeah,
my
I
goodness.
like also when you bring us news where I don't want to eat what you're talking about starting at the crack of dawn. So
You're
good
welcome.
news for me. Yeah, Savannah, thanks so much.
Experts are sounding the alarm about a shortage of ADHD medications. These are critical drugs used by millions of children to help them improve their attention and their concentration. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson takes a closer look.
The morning rush, organized chaos at the Didier home in Kansas. Getting 17-year-old Isaac and 9-year-old Joshua off to school. Two of the more than 6 million children on ADHD medicines caught in an ongoing shortage of the drugs.
Did you take your meds?
Yeah.
Turning parents like Jeremy into medical detectives.
It says dexamethasone is not serviced because it's unavailable from the manufacturer.
Do you guys have any 20s in stock? Can we drop her down to 20?
Frustrating parents and physicians just as the school year begins.
How bad is it?
Simply put, this is the worst I've had in my career in terms of the extent and the duration. And I've been in practice for over 30 years.
What started as a shortage of Adderall has created a domino effect, says Dr. Max Wisnitzer, as physicians prescribe alternatives.
We've developed secondary shortages of other products.
Medicines that help 4 of Jeremy Didier's children focus in school and life.
I can't think of anything worse as a parent than knowing that you're letting your kids down by not being able to get them what they need to be successful.
Most of these drugs are considered controlled substances by the DEA, with limits on how much can be produced. In a joint letter last month, the FDA and DEA pointed to record-high prescription rates and blamed manufacturers for not producing the full amounts allowed. But several major manufacturers told NBC News they plan to produce the maximum they're allowed and have asked the government for permission to produce more, so children and adults can keep their focus.
Our thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. Experts recommend people who are looking for ADHD medications expand their search beyond pharmacy chains and call independent and mail-order pharmacies.
Well, Florida has a new controversial alternative to the SATs and ACTs for public college admissions. Here's NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist with the details.
A green light for public universities in Florida to start accepting a new entrance exam. It's called the Classic Learning Test, or CLT. Florida's 12 state universities will accept it in addition to better-known exams like the SAT or ACT. Critics say it's just the latest move by Governor Ron DeSantis to try and inject a more conservative curriculum into every level of public education in the state.
I think because CLT is viewed as too conservative by some, we've had a hard time breaking in.
Jeremy Tate created the test back in 2015.
So our goal at CLT is to put students in front of the most important texts that have really driven the development of thought and culture for more than 2,000 years.
One notable difference from other entrance exams, the CLT tends to focus more on humanities, morality, and classical literature, or as the New York Times describes it, an emphasis on Western canon and Christian thought. For example, a sample test includes passages from Plato, Cicero, and George Eliot's Letter About Rome Artists.
We served an alternative because we believe we're championing a better vision for education that is ultimately about the cultivation of virtue.
Until now, the test has primarily been used among homeschoolers, Catholic schools, some charter schools, and Christian schools. Tate says about 250 in total.
Really, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing because it's actually about justifying a whole approach to curriculum that is narrowed.
Julian Vasquez-Heilig is a professor of educational leadership and research. He notes that allowing CLT into education policy in Florida is adding fuel to the fire started by the Don't Say Gay law and the dispute over the College Board's African American Studies AP course.
And now these students have to contend with a brand new exam that's not just a cognitive measure, but potentially a measure of conformity to specific approaches to curriculum and ideology.
Tate insists his test includes a diverse body of thought that doesn't adhere to any political viewpoint.
The general rule at CLT is for each test, there's going to be a total of 8 reading passages. One of those is going to be contemporary. The other 7 are going to be from folks who generally have been dead at least 50 years. We made an exception for Toni Morrison. We made maybe one other exception.
By itself, the test is not problematic. It's what comes next. As I talked about, these tests have been aligned with whether you can go to the next grade, whether teachers should be fired, how funding is distributed.
Professor Vasquez-Heilig says that's why what Florida does with this test down the road is what the public should be paying very close attention to.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that reporting. Well, coming up, it is one of the hottest shows on the internet, literally.
Up next, my conversation with the host of Hot Ones, Sean Evans, about the secret sauce to his show's success. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Los Angeles house where screen icon Marilyn Monroe lived at the end of her life may have been saved. According to a local councilwoman, the bungalow in Brentwood was sold in July, with the new owners applying to have it demolished. But now, after outcry, the LA City Council has stepped in to start the process of declaring the property a historic cultural monument. Monroe bought the house in 1962, and it was actually the only home she owned independently. So it looks like this piece of Hollywood history will live to see another day. That's pretty cool.
It's good to see. Why do I feel like this is going to end up like some sort of Airbnb partnership thing?
Right, like those things, yeah, like decorated as it was when she lived there. Yeah.
Exactly.
But pretty cool, though.
All right, thanks, Savannah. We end this hour with a hot one. We are talking about the hit online interview show that shows us if celebrities can truly take the heat. I recently sat down with host Sean Evans to talk about hot ones.
What's your name?
Sean.
Who are you? Why are we here?
It's the show that redefined hot seat.
Ah, dude. Why did I sign up for this, man?
It is always amazing to me.
The man controlling the thermostat is Sean Evans.
It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings.
He's the host of Hot Ones, an internet talk show with guests who bravely chow down on increasingly spicy chicken wings.
I can't even talk. What the have you done to me?
Recently, we put Sean in our hot seat. We're not doing hot ones, we're doing cold ones. Cheers. Cheers. To serve up the show's recipe for success.
Celebrity is this thing that by definition is unobtainable, right? It's on such a pedestal. But hot sauce knocks everyone down. You know what I mean? And we all know what that's like to go through that.
Hot Ones started in 2015 when the food blog First We Feast was searching for something interesting to put on its YouTube channel.
It's the dumbest idea, but I think sometimes those are the ones that work. There is no artifice once you're blasted in the face with scorching hot chicken wings.
Their secret sauce? Hot sauce, which slowly breaks down the guests over the course of 10 questions.
How do you know that?
That's a great question. That's a really interesting question.
Good question.
Who told you that?
Evans, who studied journalism in college, is eating too and developing quite the aversion to wings.
They'll be dead for me. Whenever this is done, they'll be dead for me.
Each episode racks up millions of views, attracting A-list celebrities.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Even Oscar winners like Kate Blanchett and Viola Davis.
You gotta repeat that damn question.
Who are rewarded with viral publicity.
Obviously, there's caveat of having to eat these scorching hot chicken wings, but overall I think it's on the plus side.
Everyone survived.
Yeah, right. That's what I say. And look at me. I've done over 300. I'm still standing.
Some, like Lord and Halle Berry, seem unfazed, but most explode with the hottest sauce called Da Bomb.
Someone will get mad at me on Da Bomb, but after the last dab, we're hugging. You know, we bond through the trauma when it's all said and done.
Do you take it personally when they get mad at you?
No, I get it. Like sometimes I'm like, dude, I know. This show is crazy. I don't know how or why this is allowed to happen.
And yet, for 21 seasons now, the guests keep coming.
This is my favorite show. My favorite area, dude.
To a show that's as hot as the wings they devour.
I truly think that I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing with my life.
If you haven't seen Hot Ones, you can check it out on YouTube. I think all the episodes are there. I mean, he says we stood outside there for a few minutes, and he got recognized 3 or 4 times in just that short window. He knows his demo. Yes. It's a certain young man, usually.
Tell me.
You can see him coming, and very polite interacting with all of them.
I mean, what a great concept.
It really is.
Yeah.
I
cannot handle spicy, so I just always think like, that is pretty cool. Those people are like, okay, I know this is going to be painful, but I'm signing up for it anyway.
Exactly. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy strikes Morocco. Rescue efforts across the North African nation are ramping up in the aftermath of its most powerful earthquake in more than a century. The 6.8 magnitude tremor striking just southeast of Marrakesh Friday night. Overnight, the death toll rising, now more than 2,400 people killed. We've got the latest on recovery efforts this morning, as well as the harrowing stories of survival. Also this morning, we remember the thousands of lives lost and the sacrifices made 22 years ago today, September 11th, 2001. We're also tracking Lee this morning. The storm is slowly moving through the Atlantic as a major Category 3 hurricane. We've got the latest track and whether it could impact the East Coast. And this amazing Air Force video shows the storm's strength as lightning strikes inside Lee's eye. Also, kickoff. It was a massive weekend for football fans from coast to coast with the season start ushered in by some major upsets, plus an emotional homecoming for that guy right there, one of the greatest. We've got all the highlights this morning. My team lost on week 1. Do you have a team?
Not really.
So everyone won
the
in
Chargers
your mind.
left San Diego,
Yeah,
which was. But you know what I do have now? Well, I've always had the Colorado Buffaloes, my alma mater, college football, of course. But they are. It's very exciting.
Very good. All right. We're going to get all of football in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour, of course, with the devastating earthquake in Morocco.
Yeah, more than 2,400 people have died since Friday's catastrophic disaster leveled villages in the high Atlas Mountains and brought down buildings in the old city of Marrakesh. Rescue teams are frantically searching for survivors as the critical 72-hour rescue window begins to close. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest on the ground.
Hey there, the death toll here in the disaster zone has been rising all day, and much of the worst devastation is in remote mountain communities like this. This tower is all that's left of what was once the village shrine, and in the debris you can find little fragments of people's lives, including their mail and their bills, and all the while a race against time to find survivors. This morning, the desperate search for survivors entering a critical phase. Rescue teams from Morocco and around the world racing to make every minute count. It's now been more than 48 hours since this 6.8 magnitude quake struck south of Marrakesh. The most powerful tremor in this region for more than 100 years, sending locals and tourists alike running for their lives in the streets of the historic city. This wedding singer cut off mid-song.
I was petrified. Some people were just crying and screaming.
But the worst of the devastation in remote villages in the high Atlas Mountains, where adobe homes couldn't withstand the force of the quake. Moments of exhausted joy when survivors are found in the rubble, but also heartbreak when rescuers arrive too late.
Working in these situations, search and rescue is still of paramount importance.
We traveled up a winding mountain road blocked in places by boulders to reach the village of Moulay Brahim. This village was home to 3,000 people, but locals say at least 40 have been killed. That's more than 1% of the population that lost their lives. Among them, Lawson's 3 daughters, baby son, and wife. I'm all alone now, he says. I had a home and a family. Now I have nothing. This ID card, Madame, the only photograph he has left. The UN says 300,000 people across the region were impacted by the quake. And in small villages and major cities, many families are still sleeping in the streets, terrified that aftershocks could yet bring their homes crashing down. And there is a lot of concern about aftershocks, but the rescue effort continues anyway. Rescue teams say the first 72 hours after an earthquake are absolutely critical. They call it the golden window, and they are doing their best to exploit it.
All right, Raf, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Molly Bernstein. She is an American aid worker on the ground in Marrakesh with IsraAid, an Israeli NGO, a non-governmental organization. Molly, thank you for joining us. I mean, so far we understand Morocco has only officially accepted offers of help from Spain, Qatar, UK, and UAE, but we know you and your team are also there on the ground. Just tell us, what is it you are seeing right now, and what are you hearing from people there?
Thank you for having me. We're working closely with communities on the ground, really trying to assess and understand where the urgent needs are. We're seeing a lot of people out on the streets without the ability to go back into their homes, a huge amount of stress and fear of what is to come, and just an overwhelming amount of aid needed to communities that were affected and lost everything in the last few days.
What is some of the work that you're able to do right now, and what are the biggest challenges you're facing?
So currently we're focusing on distributing urgent relief items to communities both in Marrakesh and outside of Marrakesh in the mountains. Some of the bigger challenges are really understanding the scope of the situation, is being able to access the communities that were affected, specifically the members of the community that are most vulnerable. So oftentimes women and children, minorities, and really ensuring that they have the support that they're needed. So right now we're looking at distributing urgently needed items, resilience kits, dignity kits for women, hygiene kits for families, blankets, tarps, anything to make sure that people can get to sleep and can stay safe, and to really try and stymie a subsequent emergency that could be caused by the spread of diseases as infrastructure was destroyed.
What is it groups like yours need right now? And for people who are watching at home, they want to help in some way, what are the best ways people can do that?
So we at Israel Aid are definitely looking for as much support as can be provided. We're here on the ground and really looking to bring urgently needed items as quickly as possible to the affected communities. Of course, funding is a major issue, and we at Israel Aid are always looking for additional support that can reach us, and really in this critical time right now, be brought to the communities as is needed. So that's critical. And of course, it's incredibly important that we think about the future also, is recognizing that right now, while everyone is aware of the earthquake and help is pouring in, that organizations like Israel Aid need long-term support to stay on the ground to really help support rebuilding efforts and help communities build back better and become more resilient towards any future disasters.
An important reminder, this may leave the headlines soon, but it is something people there are going to be dealing with for years and years. Molly Bernstein of Israel Aid, we thank you for your time this morning, and thank you for all the work that you're doing right now.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's get to new developments this morning in the manhunt for an escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. Authorities are now expanding their search area after the convicted killer was spotted once again over the weekend.
NBC News correspondent George Solis still on the story for us from Pennsylvania with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Here at the command post, officials are now trying to figure out how to stay one step ahead of this dangerous fugitive that has managed to slip past them time and time again. There's now not so much a perimeter as authorities are now chasing leads. We pressed officials here at the command post hard how they continue to let it happen.
The race to find Danielo Cavalcante stretching into its 12th day. The convicted killer slipping outside of a search area being contained by hundreds of police.
How do you explain that?
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Authorities sharing new photos of Cavalcante from a doorbell security camera, saying he showed up at the homes of two former co-workers Saturday night, possibly looking for help. Take a look at this dramatic change in the escaped inmate's appearance compared to these surveillance photos from last week.
Cavalcante is now clean-shaven and wearing a bright green hooded sweatshirt.
According to Pennsylvania State Police, Cavalcante stole a 2024 transit van from a local dairy farm Saturday evening and abandoned the vehicle in a field nearly 40 minutes from the original search perimeter.
We are obviously very concerned that Cavalcante has or will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape.
Cavalcante on the run, escaping from prison by scaling a wall after he was sentenced to life without parole for the brutal killing of his ex-girlfriend, Deborah Brandow.
It's been difficult, but it's even more difficult now that it's in our backyard.
Residents here ready for their neighborhood to no longer be home to a massive manhunt, as authorities pledge they're using every resource to recapture Cavalcante.
We'll get him. It's a matter of time.
Officials say their main goal now is to try and capture Cavalcante before he crosses state lines. And authorities really want the public to stay vigilant now. They're saying lock your doors and really familiarize yourself with what Cavalcante looks like now as his search continues growing. Joe and Savannah.
All right, George, thank you.
Well, today, Americans around the country and people across the world will pause to remember the victims of 9/11. It was 22 years ago today that hijackers crashed planes into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in rural Pennsylvania. Nearly 3,000 people were killed in the attack that forever changed life in America. For more, we're joined by Jan Ramirez. She is the Executive Vice President of Collections and Chief Curator of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum here in New York. Jan, thank you very much for joining us on this. First, I just want to start with, what's this day mean to you? How are you marking it? How are you feeling as we wake up on the 22nd year since this happened?
Well, I think today is actually the one day there is a comforting ritual, and that's the annual names reading. And I find that very comforting. I think the families who come do, the first responders who come to pay respects to their colleagues who are lost. And it is a very simple and very profound ceremony in and of itself.
You, I know, have been on staff since the museum was started. And again, as I mentioned, Chief Curator, Vice President of Collections. It is just a stunning remembrance of what happened, both in the collections and the memories and the stories there. Talk to us about how this museum and memorial came together in the aftermath of the attacks and how you did go about collecting those artifacts and determining what would end up there.
It's a long story and a short story. It took 5 to 6 years for the museum actually to be green lighted to occupy the space that was going to be now below the outdoor memorial. And so there was always going to be an interplay between the above, the memorial, the below, the interpretive museum. And to get started, we actually had the inheritance of many of the large artifacts that had been removed from the site and brought to temporary shelter out at one of the unoccupied airport hangars at JFK Airport. And so we had sort of the big telegraphic artifacts to start with, because we knew we'd have to drop them down into the site before the memorial plaza was sealed. And then the challenge was to collect and build out the kind of human tissue of the story, the muscle of the story, the spirit of the story, through the thousands and thousands of people who were part of the 9/11 community.
Oh, and it is just such an emotional experience to hear from them in some cases, and obviously see and read their stories. It's a museum you can spend hours in. What is your museum doing to mark this occasion today?
So today is the day set aside for really the families and the dear friends of the victims. We have a solemn ceremony that unfolds usually over the course of 3 to 4 hours. And its main thrust is the reading of the individual names by groups who are usually from their immediate family or circle of loved ones. We pause for 6 moments of silence and reflection, and those coincide with the timestamps of when the 2 hijacked flights went into the 2 towers, when they fell, and when the Pentagon and then the plane was downed in Western Pennsylvania in Shanksville. So we pause for that, and generally we're at the Z's by midday, 1 o'clock.
When people
the plaza will then open later in the day for community acknowledgement of the attacks, and to invite people to come to what really is the capstone of the day, which is the evening portion, and that's the annual Tribute in Light, which is so magical and sort of melancholy and mystical all at the same time.
Oh, absolutely. It is something to see here in New York City for sure. Quickly, before I let you go, just what do you hope people leave with when they come to visit the September 11th Memorial and Museum?
I mean, the attacks happen to everyday people. They could have been any one of us. And it was everyday people, sometimes with great heart, sometimes with great training, who came to help. And I think it was one of, humanity's darkest hours and finest hours. It's set in motion. And I think, you come to experience a tragedy that happened on September 11th, but then what we did about it beginning September 12th and onwards. So there's a very affirmative side to the story as well. What, you know, we can do when we pool our will and our talents and our abilities and our heart and soul. And that's not to say the world is in any way perfect, but if you just walk around the edges of the 9/11 memorial today, you see the rebuilt skyscrapers. You see people out with their dogs and babies and strollers. You know, life has returned to this very, very wounded part of the city. And I think that's a very affirmative statement about, you know, human resilience.
Oh, absolutely. Jan Ramirez, thank you for helping us remember today, helping us never forget. We appreciate your time this morning and wish you luck with the ceremonies today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We could see some threatening beach conditions along the East Coast in the coming days as Lee moves up the Atlantic.
That's right. Michelle Grossman is back here. She's got her eye on all the trouble the storm could cause for American shorelines. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are looking at the chance for some dangerous surf, some life-threatening rip currents as well. It's a big storm in terms of size. We're looking at a major storm, Category 3 storm. It was a Category 5 storm and then weakened over the weekend, starting to strengthen once again. We're looking at the location 340 miles north of the northern Leeward Islands. So indirect impacts to the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Turks and Caicos, the Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Bermuda. We're looking at some rough seas as we go throughout time here. It's slowing down. So we were at about 12 miles per hour yesterday, down to 7 miles per hour. And that's going to be the major story as we go throughout the next couple of days because it's going to be moving painfully slow. We're going to be talking about Lee at least through the weekend. So this is a track as we go throughout time. Right now, a Category 3 storm. That's a big one. And then a Category 4 storm by later on tonight into the overnight hours, Tuesday morning. Category 3 once again by Wednesday. It's going to weaken further. It kind of encounters some cooler water, some wind shear as well. So by Friday, we're looking at a Category 2 storm just west of Bermuda. We could see some really rough seas, some tropical storm force winds there. And then a Category 1 storm. But notice the next 7 days, even now from Nantucket, Ocean City, Norfolk, Wilmington, down to Melbourne, and even Panama City, we could see some high surf and also some rip currents. That's going to be a big story. And that's probably going to be the biggest impact over the next several days. Now, in terms of the track here, we're pretty much in agreement. Most of the models bring it to the Canadian Maritimes, but we still have time. We don't have that steering current in place. We have a Bermuda high. It has to see where we're going to set up and how it's going to interact with a cold front that's going to come through and how they play together is where we're going to see this kind of moving through time here. We're also watching another system. Tropical Storm Margot will become a hurricane, but it's going to remain out to sea, which is good news.
Oof. It's good to hear. I just can't get over talking about like these storms hitting like Canada.
I know, right, right. You feel like it's like cool there, little cool fishing, but no, yeah, it could. It could.
You know, having been in California, a hurricane impacting Palm Springs.
Right. People have never seen that in their lives. Yeah. So we'll see. It could be Maine, but we're going to see some rough seas even in New England.
Okay. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a history-making victory at the U.S. Open with superstar Coco Gauff taking home that iconic trophy. We've got more on her emotional win later in the hour.
But first, major progress overnight in the ongoing rescue operation of that American trapped underground in a Turkish cave. We've got the latest next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news. This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Rescue efforts are underway this morning to save that American scientist who's been stranded underground in a cave in Turkey. Rescue teams are in the process of slowly carrying him to the surface. Overnight, they made significant progress to get him to the surface. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yes, and just a short time ago, Turkish rescuers said that Mark Dickey was about 600 feet from the surface, making huge progress overnight, literally moving mountains, blasting holes into the cave to carry him to the top. This morning, the American scientist trapped deep underground in a Turkish cave is more than halfway to the surface, carefully hoisted up on a stretcher in stages, 700 feet on Sunday, another several hundred feet overnight.
They have to prepare that stretcher so he doesn't slide in it. They have to prepare that stretcher because they're going to get to a tight spot and they're going to turn it on end.
Mark Dickey was on an international expedition in the Morka cave when he suddenly became ill 9 days ago, suffering from internal bleeding. A medical team giving him blood transfusions 3,000 feet underground. The 40-year-old is now stable but still unable to make the challenging climb out on his own, recording this video last week.
I'm up, I'm alert, I'm talking, but I'm not healed on the inside yet.
More than 150 rescuers from Turkey and other countries have been working around the clock for days to carry him out, using explosives to blast open the narrowest passages to make enough room for Dickey to pass through on a stretcher. The cave, cold, pitch black, and wet, with water-filled chambers and steep vertical drops.
The cave changes as it goes up, and so it's leveling off. There's more horizontal movement.
A medical team trying to keep Dickey's condition as stable as possible while making the strenuous climb.
We have to do it very carefully because we cannot risk any condition worsening of Mark. And so we must pay attention meter after meter.
Awaiting him at the surface, his fiancée, Jessica Van Oord, who was with him on the expedition. Mark and the hundreds involved finally nearing the light at the end of the tunnel. As you heard there, Dickey is completely strapped into that stretcher so rescuers can maneuver him, sometimes head first through some of those chambers. There is always a doctor and nurse team with him throughout, checking his vital signs. He is still stable, and as long as that continues, Joe, if all goes well over the next few hours, Mark could be brought to the surface as early as tonight. Joe?
And that will be an incredible moment. All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, it's been 1 month since the deadly wildfires in Lahaina that left over 100 people dead. Hawaii's governor says the number of people who remain unaccounted for has dropped to 66. This as the community remembers those who lost their lives. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
In a traditional Hawaiian paddle out,
The sounding of the shell, or poo, is a call to ancestors and a spiritual cleanse.
We just want to come together as a community and have a time for us guys to heal, have a moment in the ocean.
Hundreds of participants paddling by board and in boats.
I feel like the Hawaiian spirit was alive with us.
Mourning the loss of life in Lahaina, Hawaii's historic capital, touched by historic flames.
This is about everybody.
Robert Cotter escaped with his wife and just the clothes on their backs. His son saw someone pass away before his eyes.
The sound of a siren, the sound of wind, hearing a fire truck go by, you're on full alert.
The significance of 1 month since the fires is hard to overstate. Officially, 115 lives have been lost. And according to the governor, more than 60 people remain unaccounted for.
We feel comforted that at least our uncle was verified and that we know that he was found. Unfortunately, not everybody has that.
Several weeks ago, we met Pakalana Phillips, who lost her uncle Leroy. Today, she knows more than 10 people who haven't been located, but draws strength from the sea of support.
There's so many people that are not just praying for us, but grieving with us.
Hawaii's residents see water as a source of vitality, life.
We're going to keep loving and taking care of each other.
And right now, it's also the backdrop for a deeper connection. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, no, it's not 2020, thankfully, but COVID cases are on the rise again. So how worried should you actually be? We're going to explain the reasons that some health experts are optimistic.
Plus, Coco the champion, a history-making win in Queens for the one and only Coco Gauff. We've got more on her emotional victory and her one-on-one with our friends over at the Today Show this morning. That's up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We are back now with a closer look at the recovery in Maui this morning. May Dateline Lee, a Lahaina survivor who lost her home in the flames, joins us now. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. I know we actually first talked with you a month ago during the first days right after the wildfires and everything that you were dealing with. First, I want to play a clip for our viewers of that, and then we'll talk on the other side.
Seeing everything you love, seeing your whole life just go up in flames, literally go up in flames in front of you, and try to stay calm enough to get safely out of there. It's just not knowing if you're going to live, not knowing where anybody is.
It's now a month later. Can you just tell us what you've been dealing with since we last spoke to you and how you're doing?
Hi, thanks for having me back again. Yeah, it's been a month. It feels like it feels like in a way like it's been 4 years, and it also feels like it's been 10 minutes. It's been really intense. It's just been a lot of the first 2 weeks. We just basically tried to find the people that were missing, and then every day was there was good news almost every day, because you get to find out that somebody else you love is safe. And then once you kind of landed in that, then it was time to deal with, FEMA and Red Cross and try to start that process, which we all talk about it like our new full-time job, because it's been just kind of what we've been doing, staying busy and trying to get help, the financial help that we all need desperately, so it's been busy.
I want to ask you more about that, May. I mean, last month, President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Hawaii, promising people will get the help they need. But there has been so much criticism over the government response, over the help that you are receiving. Are you and your neighbors getting the help you need?
It's been kind of mixed. It feels like half the people are getting the help, half the people are not. And it's either you're getting a lot of help or you're getting no help. There's kind of nothing in between. I personally have been denied by FEMA a few times and appealed it and applied and appealed and applied and appealed. And I would say overall, we are not getting the help we want from the government. The Red Cross has stepped up. The Red Cross has been really helpful in finding us shelter. It's been kind of amazing to see all the volunteers that are just flocking our island just here to help. That part has been really beautiful with Red Cross. But it's still like overall, it's the community helping the community more than anything else. It hasn't been as much help as they make it sound.
Oh, absolutely. May, Beto, and Lee, we are sorry for what you've been going through. We appreciate your time this morning. We are thinking about you, and we will continue checking in. Thank you so much.
Thanks for keeping us in your prayers. We need it. I know we don't have secondhand news right now, but we're all still scared and unsure of the future. So please keep us in our prayers. Thank you.
Absolutely, and we'd love to keep talking. Thanks again, May. Well, COVID cases are on the rise again, with some high-profile names getting sick now. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa takes a look at how concerned we should be as we head into the fall.
Call it an eerie sense of pandemic deja vu as we roll toward our fourth fall with the virus on our radar. COVID numbers are once again rising, with big names falling ill.
Since the president was with the First Lady yesterday, he will be masking while indoors.
The White House on alert after First Lady Jill Biden tested positive with mild symptoms. The president later masking up for a Medal of Honor ceremony and repeatedly testing negative. Sports fans, meanwhile, noticing a marked absence from the start of this year's U.S. Open, with tennis legend turned commentator John McEnroe initially out with COVID.
As you can see, Whoopi is not here. She has COVID.
Whoopi Goldberg also sidelined, the virus forcing her to miss The View's 27th season premiere. While in Arizona, rock band Metallica postponing this week's show after their lead singer tested positive. Also on the list of recent infections, D.C. resident Carrie K. Gibo. For her, part of an exhausting routine.
How many times have you had COVID?
I've actually had 3 COVID infections, one in 2020, one in December of this past year, and one 2 weeks ago.
Thankfully, that latest case proved mild, different from her first bout, which left her with long-term shortness of breath, rapid heart rate, and difficulty walking.
I was having neurological symptoms, having ringing in my ears.
Gibo's hope for a life free from COVID dwindling each time numbers rise.
It does feel cyclical at this point. It feels like I almost sort of can't avoid it.
The latest CDC data shows a late summer uptick in hospitalizations and deaths linked to COVID-19. Though it's nowhere near peak pandemic levels, experts warn 15% of COVID patients experience long-haul symptoms, making COVID the 3rd leading neurologic disorder in the U.S.
Good morning.
It's enough to resurrect familiar arguments over mask mandates, with schools in Maryland and Alabama recently issuing limited requirements. Experts point out between vaccines and natural immunity, COVID is up against an increasingly protected population.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about this current uptick in COVID cases?
I would put this one at about a 4 or 5.
With the CDC next week set to review who should get this next round of fall boosters, health experts warn don't wait, advising people to get all seasonal vaccines, including COVID boosters and flu shots, as soon as possible.
Are we at a point where we're thinking about this like the flu, like there's going to be seasonal upticks every year?
So yes and no. It doesn't quite match the exact timing of the flu. We've seen cases rise here in the late summer. I think the goal is to eventually get it to the point of the flu where it rises in the fall and winter season and kind of hides out in the summer. But right now, in my opinion, I don't think we're there yet.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that reporting.
Turning to sports news now, the president of Spain's Soccer Federation is stepping down weeks after kissing player Jenny Hermoso on the lips during the country's World Cup win. Luis Rubiales made the stunning announcement in an interview with Piers Morgan on Britain's Talk TV. Rubiales said he was, quote, unable to continue his work amid the firestorm created by the scandal. His resignation comes days after the Spanish prosecutor filed a complaint against him for sexual assault and coercion. Hermoso says the kiss was not consensual, which Rubiales has denied. The first Sunday of the NFL season is officially in the books, and the start of the new season did not disappoint.
NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now with all the highlights. Hi, Kaylee. Good morning.
Hey, guys. It's so fun to be here with you to talk about an exciting day of football. I love it. I love it. Well, for as much excitement as there is for a lot of young players coming into the league and for all the talk of really big names making big moves to new teams, the nostalgia of seeing Tom Brady wearing a number 12 jersey in New England yesterday was more than enough to get any football fan fired up.
Football Sundays are back. The now retired GOAT helping to ring in the new season. A homecoming for Tom Brady in Foxborough, wearing the Patriots jersey he made famous. Capping number 12's 20 seasons and 6 Super Bowl championships with the Patriots, where he established a dynasty unlike any other.
One thing I am sure of, and that will never change, is that I am a Patriot for life.
Owner Robert Kraft announcing the team will waive their 4-year waiting period and induct Brady into the Patriots Hall of Fame in June.
I love you guys so much, and I'll see you next summer. Thank you.
Following Brady's exit, the Buccaneers handing the reins over to Baker Mayfield, who led Tampa Bay in a gritty win against the Vikings. And after a year rehabbing a knee injury, Odell Beckham Jr. made a monstrous return with the Ravens. Statements made by teams firing out of the gate. Baltimore dominating Houston 25-9. The 49ers rolling in Pittsburgh. The Browns owning the state of Ohio, shutting down Joe Burrow and the Bengals. And Dallas delivering relentless defense for a 5th straight win against the Giants on Sunday Night Football. The action from Week 1, not over yet. Tonight, the biggest trade of the offseason will be tested as veteran quarterback Aaron Rodgers pilots the Jets for the first time.
Excited to be out there with the crowd, get all the jitters out of the way probably in pregame and go out and just try and execute.
The Jets facing a Bills team that will include Damar Hamlin, who will take the field just 9 months after going into cardiac arrest during a game and nearly losing his life.
Just to be able to come back and overcome that and just to prove to yourself that nothing can stop you.
And whether or not your team won or lost, Joe's Vikings, remember, it is early in the season, okay? So keep this in mind. Last season, 2 of the 4 teams who played for conference titles, they lost on opening weekend.
Ooh. Oh. I mean, the Chiefs lost their first game, you know.
Nobody's counting them out. So, hey, settle in. It's a long season.
Exactly.
All right. We know you'll be bringing it to us throughout. Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much.
And in tennis, 19-year-old Coco Gauff, of course, won her first major title on Saturday, beating Belarus star Aryna Sabalenka in the final of the U.S. Open. And our friends at the Today Show got a chance to sit down with the new champion to talk all about her inspiring victory.
Still crazy. I don't think it's digest. Like, even last night I was telling myself, you're a Grand Slam champion, and I'm like, it doesn't feel real at all.
Watching that moment where you were laying down on the court and you just had about 10 seconds there where it was all kind of sinking in. What did that moment feel like to know you'd done it?
It felt like it hit all at once because I didn't want to tell myself it was match points on the match points. I didn't want to start shaking. So when it happened and it like finally it was over. Like, my previous matches has taken me like 6, 7 match points to win, and that one was on the first one, so I was a little bit shocked, and I like couldn't breathe either.
It's joy, but is there like a release of tension, a release of that pressure?
I would say more so joy than relief. I would think in the past it would have been more relief than joy, but I think with all the growth and maturity I've done, it's definitely more joy than relief. Yeah.
So many beautiful moments. I think a lot of people wept when you got down on your knees a couple of times and you were clearly saying a prayer. What were you saying in that moment?
I was just saying thank you, and I understood like all the tough times were just to make that moment even sweeter. I think if it came easy, I wouldn't feel as appreciative as I did in that moment, clearly.
It does feel that way, Coco. I mean, we were just talking, I've known you since you were 14 years old, a junior champion. It wasn't easy. It maybe wouldn't have been the script you wrote, but it seems to be happening right on time when you're ready for it. You feel like that?
Yeah, I'm 100% believe in that. And, you know, obviously when you're losing, you're like, why is it happening now? But like I was like, I couldn't have been any more perfect than this moment. And, you know, doing it in the U.S., in New York City is just incredible.
I love that the night before the match, I figure most people would have butterflies. You had butterflies, but you were also on the phone with your boyfriend until 1 in the morning.
Yes.
What were you all talking about?
Everything except that. He asked if I wanted to talk about it. I was like, no. So we were just, everything except that. And then I was like, okay, it's 1. So I was like, okay, I have to go to sleep if I actually want to be productive tomorrow. So I went to sleep, and my last time I was in a Grand Slam final, I couldn't sleep the whole night. But since talking to him helped me go to sleep.
Oh, so important. You made a couple of calls right after the match from home court. Those calls were not answered. Who were they calls to?
Both my brothers were the first 2 people I called. They didn't answer. Then I called my grandma, and then somebody that wasn't her answered. And then finally, my brother called me back. But by then the ceremony had started, and he was like, "Yeah, I was running around the house and I didn't hear my phone ring." But I'm used to him not answering my calls. But I was like, he saw me on the camera, like calling him. Why didn't he answer the phone?
I bet you cannot wait to see those little boys and give them a hug.
Yeah, they're gonna act like they're too cool for school when I see them. But I saw the videos when on match point. They were definitely running around the house going crazy.
Coco is a very dedicated, self-disciplined person. She was gifted as a child. She always strived to do her best, and it comes from within her.
I mean, hard work plus talent can't be beat.
Yes.
Works. Mr. Goff, there's a word on the street that there were tears at the U.S. Open finale. Can you confirm?
You know, my friends are really tough on me about it. So I have to deny and say I was just sweating.
Those brothers, they're not going to leave those phones alone after her next win.
Or like she said, they think they're too cool for school. They're like, that's right, I didn't answer. You're the champion. Oh, so great. What a great family affair. So sweet. Her dad, who gets so nervous that he walks around, she said, during and can't even watch sometimes. Great to see that.
All right. Coming up, there is a new twist this morning in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
After the break, the stunning new revelations coming to light 60 years later. That's next on Morning News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism. is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. There is a new push to use artificial intelligence to keep kids safe. This year, more schools are using AI to boost security and hopefully prevent school shootings. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis reports.
At Rancocas Valley Regional High School in New Jersey, there's more to these cameras than meets the eye. This school is one of hundreds across the country now using Zero Eyes, a human-verified artificial intelligence system designed to detect guns and combat mass shootings. Here's how it works. It uses existing security cameras coupled with the company's AI trained to detect guns, plus a team of military experts working around the clock to alert authorities before any shots are fired. Critical because, according to the FBI, 60% of active shooter events end before police arrive. Rob Huberty co-founded Zero Eyes.
You can't watch all the cameras all the time. So we're watching behind the scenes for you.
The Zero Eyes team demonstrated their technology using fake guns in an empty part of the school before students returned from summer break.
I have a true positive detection.
Copy. Local law enforcement is en route.
We also had a camera at their Pennsylvania Operations Center, so you could see how they respond at the same time.
This is Zero Eyes Operations Center.
Look at this. The man on screen is only in the school's side door for a few seconds. And screen right, the moment his fake gun is revealed, the Zero Eyes AI detects it, and this image is displayed on the operator's monitor. That's when the team springs into action, first with those trained experts verifying the threat.
True positive.
Dispatch alert.
Dispatching alert.
Call point of contact.
Then immediately alerting school security and police with phone calls and texts.
Getting more alerts as we're doing this.
And it all happened before the shooter could even get in the hallway to fire a shot. You can follow this person with the gun throughout the school, wherever there's a camera.
As long as their gun is brandished.
But it's not foolproof. The technology cannot detect guns that are hidden or anywhere without a camera. Then what do?
Good security comes in layers. Do I think we can really help in certain situations? Absolutely. But are we the end-all, be-all? No.
For School Superintendent Christopher Heilig, every extra layer of protection is critical. Does it make you sleep a little easier at night, knowing what the next day might bring? You're secure?
Absolutely. The first thing that we think about as superintendents, as administrators, is safety and security.
But the technology has applications beyond just education. It looks like I'm at another school right now, but actually I'm in front of a green screen that's used to train the AI to recognize guns in school environments. But it can also be used in other settings, like a mall, public transit, even a casino. Back at the high school, teachers like Aaron Matteo say the Zero Eyes services are worth the cost, which can run up to $50 per camera per month.
I think anything that's going to save lives is always worth it.
As classes start across the country, added security and more peace of mind. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
There's a new twist surrounding President John F. Kennedy's assassination. A Secret Service agent who was there the day Kennedy was shot is now speaking out in a book that comes out next month. It's raising new questions about what happened that day in Dallas. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has the details.
60 years after one of the most earth-shattering days in modern American history, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963.
President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Former Secret Service agent Paul Landis, who was with the president that day, is opening up for the first time about what he witnessed. For decades, the prevailing theory was that one bullet struck JFK and then hit Texas Governor John Connally, who was sitting in front of him. It became known as the magic bullet theory, which explained how one shooter could have fired all the shots. The theory is based on this bullet being found on Governor Connally's gurney at the hospital. But now in a new book, Landis says he knows how it got there. The 88-year-old tells the New York Times he found that bullet lodged in the car seat behind where Kennedy was killed. He says he then took that bullet to the hospital and placed it on the president's gurney. It was a piece of evidence, he tells the Times, and I didn't want it to disappear or get lost. So it was, Paul, you've got to make a decision, and I grabbed it. But Landis now says he thinks the bullet may have rolled from Kennedy's gurney to Connally's, meaning it may not have been the bullet that injured Connally.
Dr. Aguilar, you've studied this case for years. How significant is this?
I think this is a significant piece of new evidence to support the idea that there was more than one gunman in Dealey Plaza.
Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who climbed on the back of the limo after Kennedy was shot, questions Landis's story.
Why do you have doubts about his account?
Because if you check all the evidence, statements, things that happened, they don't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me that he's trying to put it on the president's gurney.
But Landis, who was not available for an interview with NBC News, tells the Times he made mistakes in his initial reports. He says he's been afraid to share his true story until now.
Liz, thanks so much for that report.
Coming up, football is back, and our friends at the Today Show are doing a little tailgating.
But it's not all fun and games. It's all for a great cause, and they've even brought along one very special guest. We'll join them up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes, you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Cher has finally announced she is releasing her first holiday album. The music legend took to Instagram to reveal the cover art for Cher Christmas, captioning the post, "Are you sharing Christmas with me?" There's no track listing or release date for the album yet. But speaking on the UK's Good Morning Britain, she teased that there would be some collaborations and said, "It's a Cher album. It's not your mother's Christmas album." That leads me to believe there won't be any Deck the Halls or anything like that.
Can't even talk. Yes, I agree with that. I'm just so excited, and you know how I feel about Christmas and how into it I get, and it's just like, you know, it's coming fast. It's September, pumpkin spice is out. Before you know it, it's Christmas.
Don't you have to release these Christmas albums like before Halloween now? I feel
I know.
like.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
and to me,
Mariah will tell us.
Right.
Yeah.
And to me, the Christmas season begins the day after Halloween. Still love Thanksgiving, but it's like you can celebrate it with a tree up. Why not?
There you go.
All right, thanks, Joe. We end this hour with a little Monday morning quarterbacking. Sunday Night Football is back, and our friends over at the Today Show teamed up with New York Giants Super Bowl champ Eli Manning to host a tailgate at MetLife Stadium for a very deserving group of people.
On any given Sunday, there are more than 82,000 New York Giants fans getting ready for the big game at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And this Sunday, we were 4 of them.
Go! Giants Stadium tailgate! Yeah! Go long!
And right away, we proved that we should not quit our day jobs.
My Roker! Oh! Right here, SG! Okay, go long, go long. Go real long. All right, let's bring it in. Bring it in. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go.
Let's go.
Where's the food?
We need the drink.
Right. Yes.
The food.
Yes. And
football.
Football.
Do it.
Hell, like we're here.
Yes.
I just thought,
here.
Food and drink.
Let's go.
Oh, this. Let's go.
Woohoo. You look so cute.
But it wasn't all fun and games, at least not yet anyway.
All right, let's go.
You got those?
Chicken.
Here we go, hot dogs. We had a tailgate to set up for some very special guests.
Ketchup, relish, all the fixins. You guys are gonna sit there while we work? Well, we did it.
Okay.
Looks like we're ready.
Let's go. I think we got things to do.
And
Ready?
people to see, really important people.
Some special guests?
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, so we reached out to the Tackle Kids Cancer Initiative to invite a few courageous kids currently in treatment at Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Hospital in New Jersey to join us. And lucky for us, we had 5 special guests to give a giant welcome to. We wanted to make sure that Dominic, Shane, Jaden, Riley, and Jabari knew this wasn't just any ordinary tailgate party. Do y'all know that this guy right here is the guy who makes the food for the Giants before every game? And he made food for us. And this wasn't just any tailgate spread. It was prepared by the Giants' own executive chef, Angelo Basalone. He fuels the players, and now he was fueling us.
Am I allowed to have chicken fingers and a cupcake?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's going in. I can feel it. Let's go, Jaden! Let's go, Jaden! We said this wouldn't be an ordinary tailgate, and we were about to deliver on that promise with one more very special guest, legendary Giants quarterback and 2-time Super Bowl champ, Eli Manning.
Eli, my buddy Shane just told me, I said, who is the most famous player for the Giants? And he said,
Yeah.
me.
Thank you so much.
For the last 8 years, Eli has been a huge advocate for Tackle Kids Cancer.
Tackle Kids Cancer, how did that become the cause?
For me, just visiting the hospital, years ago, and just wanted to do more. At first it was just trying to get a few smiles on these kids' faces that are going through a tough time, and then said, how can we raise more money? How can we, do a better job of getting these kids back home.
You're an amazing football player. You're a legend. But the bravery of kids, the bravery that they have to face something so young and take it on.
It's unbelievable, and they have the best attitude, and that's why they're going to beat this.
Well, you're doing amazing stuff. So here we are, a tailgate at a Giants game. How does it feel to be on this side of the game?
I like it.
You do? Really?
Really good. No one's going to hit me today, hopefully.
Eli, we've counted the number of people, fans who are here, who have Eli Manning tattoos.
Oh, my goodness.
Full face, your signature.
Well, I appreciate them. The support I've had while I was playing, post-playing, has been unbelievable here in New York, and loved every moment.
And the kids were loving every moment with Eli, and we were all about to love him even more.
I got a little special surprise for the 5 of you. Here in a minute, we are going into the stadium, on the field, and get a little on-field breakdown, get to see the players run out a little bit, and how's that sound? That sound good? Yeah.
Follow Eli.
Walking onto the field was a magical moment for both the kids and the kids at heart. Eli took us all the way to the 50-yard line, where he recruited a new line of wide receivers.
Where's that run?
Just run 2 steps and go that way, and I'll throw it to you, right? Now, so hut.
Catch pass.
Come on, Jabari.
Yes! Touchdown dance. Touchdown dance.
But their feet weren't about to touch down anytime soon. Eli had one more surprise.
The Giants have y'all a suite at the game, so we're staying for the game, and all gonna be in a suite together and get to watch the game tonight. Food, drinks. There's a dessert cart that comes around like the second quarter. Really good. Yeah.
Soon, the stadium will be filled with tens of thousands of fans roaring for their heroes. But in this moment, it was clear who had the biggest hearts on the field.
Tackle Kids Cancer on 3. 1, 2, 3. Tackle Kids Cancer!
How cute are those little kids?
I think it was the dessert cart that got the biggest response, too, by the way, after all of that. I mean, there's this suite, there's catching a pass at MetLife Stadium from Eli Manning, and then there's the dessert cart.
They were so cute. What a cool story. Well, you are excited for football season, right?
I am excited. My Minnesota Vikings did lose their first game, and they've never won a Super Bowl ever. But, you know, I'm always going to be there.
I know.
In their corner.
Like I said earlier in the show, college football for me is exciting right now. I'm a University of Colorado alum. We've turned the program around with
put your energy into
Coach
that.
Deion Sanders. Yeah, and it's just we were ranked and we won 2 in a row now, and I've never been in this position before. I don't know how to handle it.
I look forward to your Monday morning recaps every week.
There you go. You'll get them.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Thanks for joining us this Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, tragedy strikes Morocco. Rescue efforts across the North African nation are ramping up in the aftermath of its most powerful earthquake in more than a century. The 6.8 magnitude tremor striking just southeast of Marrakesh Friday night. Overnight, the death toll rising, now more than 2,400 people killed. We've got the latest on recovery efforts this morning, as well as the harrowing stories of survival. Also this morning, we remember the thousands of lives lost and the sacrifices made 22 years ago today, September 11th, 2001. We're also tracking Lee this morning. The storm is slowly moving through the Atlantic as a major Category 3 hurricane. We've got the latest track and whether it could impact the East Coast. And this amazing Air Force video shows the storm's strength as lightning strikes inside Lee's eye. Also, kickoff. It was a massive weekend for football fans from coast to coast with the season start ushered in by some major upsets, plus an emotional homecoming for that guy right there, one of the greatest. We've got all the highlights this morning. My team lost on week 1. Do you have a team?
Not really.
So everyone won
the
in
Chargers
your mind.
left San Diego,
Yeah,
which was. But you know what I do have now? Well, I've always had the Colorado Buffaloes, my alma mater. College football, of course, but they are. It's Very exciting.
Very good. All right. We're going to get all of football in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour, of course, with the devastating earthquake in Morocco.
Yeah, more than 2,400 people have died since Friday's catastrophic disaster leveled villages in the high Atlas Mountains and brought down buildings in the old city of Marrakesh. Rescue teams are frantically searching for survivors as the critical 72-hour rescue window begins to close. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest on the ground.
Hey there, the death toll here in the disaster zone has been rising all day, and much of the worst devastation is in remote mountain communities like this. This tower is all that's left of what was once the village shrine, and in the debris you can find little fragments of people's lives, including their mail and their bills, and all the while a race against time to find survivors.
This morning, the desperate search for survivors entering a critical phase. Rescue teams from Morocco and around the world racing to make every minute count. It's now been more than 48 hours since this 6.8 magnitude quake struck south of Marrakesh. The most powerful tremor in this region for more than 100 years, sending locals and tourists alike running for their lives in the streets of the historic city. This wedding singer cut off mid-song.
I was petrified. Some people were just crying and screaming.
But the worst of the devastation in remote villages in the high Atlas Mountains, where adobe homes couldn't withstand the force of the quake. Moments of exhausted joy when survivors are found in the rubble, but also heartbreak when rescuers arrive too late.
Working in these situations, search and rescue is still of paramount importance.
We traveled up a winding mountain road blocked in places by boulders to reach the village of Moulay Brahim.
This village was home to 3,000 people, but locals say at least 40 have been killed. That's more than 1% of the population that lost their lives.
Among them, Lawson's 3 daughters, baby son, and wife. I'm all alone now, he says. I had a home and a family. Now I have nothing. This ID card, Madame, the only photograph he has left. The UN says 300,000 people across the region were impacted by the quake. And in small villages and major cities, many families are still sleeping in the streets, terrified that aftershocks could yet bring their homes crashing down.
And there is a lot of concern about aftershocks, but the rescue effort continues anyway. Rescue teams say the first 72 hours after an earthquake are absolutely critical. They call it the golden window, and they are doing their best to exploit it.
All right, Raf, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Molly Bernstein. She is an American aid worker on the ground in Marrakesh with IsraAid, an Israeli NGO, a non-governmental organization. Molly, thank you for joining us. I mean, so far we understand Morocco has only officially accepted offers of help from Spain, Qatar, UK, and UAE, but we know you and your team are also there on the ground. Just tell us, what is it you are seeing right now, and what are you hearing from people there?
Thank you for having me. We're working closely with communities on the ground, really trying to assess and understand where the urgent needs are. We're seeing a lot of people out on the streets without the ability to go back into their homes, a huge amount of stress and fear of what is to come, and just an overwhelming amount of aid needed to communities that were affected and lost everything in the last few days.
What is some of the work that you're able to do right now, and what are the biggest challenges you're facing?
So currently we're focusing on distributing urgent relief items to communities both in Marrakesh and outside of Marrakesh in the mountains. Some of the bigger challenges are really understanding the scope of the situation, is being able to access the communities that were affected, specifically the members of the community that are most vulnerable. So oftentimes women and children, minorities, and really ensuring that they have the support that they're needed. So right now we're looking at distributing urgently needed items, resilience kits, dignity kits for women, hygiene kits for families, blankets, tarps, anything to make sure that people can get to sleep and can stay safe, and to really try and stymie a subsequent emergency that could be caused by the spread of diseases as infrastructure was destroyed.
What is it groups like yours need right now? And for people who are watching at home, they want to help in some way, what are the best ways people can do that?
So we at Israel Aid are definitely looking for as much support as can be provided. We're here on the ground and really looking to bring urgently needed items as quickly as possible to the affected communities. Of course, funding is a major issue, and we at Israel Aid are always looking for additional support that can reach us and really in this critical time right now be brought to the communities as is needed. So that's critical. And of course, it's incredibly important that we think about the future also, is recognizing that right now, while everyone is aware of the earthquake and help is pouring in, that organizations like Israel Aid need long-term support to stay on the ground to really help support rebuilding efforts and help communities build back better and become more resilient towards any future disasters.
An important reminder, this may leave the headlines soon, but it is something people there are going to be dealing with for years and years. Molly Bernstein of Israel Aid, we thank you for your time this morning and thank you for all the work that you're doing right now.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's get to new developments this morning in the manhunt for an escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania. Authorities are now expanding their search area after the convicted killer was spotted once again over the weekend.
NBC News correspondent George Solis still on the story for us from Pennsylvania with the latest. George, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Here at the command post, officials are now trying to figure out how to stay one step ahead of this dangerous fugitive that has managed to slip past them time and time again. There's now not so much a perimeter as authorities are now chasing leads. We pressed officials here at the command post hard how they continue to let it happen. The race to find Danielo Cavalcante stretching into its 12th day. The convicted killer slipping outside of a search area being contained by hundreds of police. How do you explain that?
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Authorities sharing new photos of Cavalcante from a doorbell security camera, saying he showed up at the homes of two former co-workers Saturday night, possibly looking for help. Take a look at this dramatic change in the escaped inmate's appearance compared to these surveillance photos from last week.
Cavalcante is now clean-shaven and wearing a bright green hooded sweatshirt.
According to Pennsylvania State Police, Cavalcante stole a 2024 transit van from a local dairy farm Saturday evening and abandoned the vehicle in a field nearly 40 minutes from the original search perimeter.
We are obviously very concerned that Cavalcante has or will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape.
Cavalcante on the run, escaping from prison by scaling a wall after he was sentenced to life without parole for the brutal killing of his ex-girlfriend, Deborah Brandow.
It's been difficult, but it's even more difficult now that it's in our backyard.
Residents here ready for their neighborhood to no longer be home to a massive manhunt, as authorities pledge they're using every resource to recapture Cavalcante.
We'll get him. It's a matter of time.
Officials say their main goal now is to try and capture Cavalcante before he crosses state lines. And authorities really want the public to stay vigilant now. They're saying lock your doors and really familiarize yourself with what Cavalcante looks like now as his search continues growing. Joe and Savannah.
All right, George, thank you.
Well, today, Americans around the country and people across the world will pause to remember the victims of 9/11. It was 22 years ago today that hijackers crashed planes into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in rural Pennsylvania. Nearly 3,000 people were killed in the attack that forever changed life in America. For more, we're joined by Jan Ramirez. She is the Executive Vice President of Collections and Chief Curator of the National September 11th Memorial and Museum here in New York. Jan, thank you very much for joining us on this. First, I just want to start with, what's this day mean to you? How are you marking it? How are you feeling as we wake up on the 22nd year since this happened?
Well, I think today is actually the one day there is a comforting ritual, and that's the annual names reading. Mm-hmm. And I find that very comforting. I think the families who come do, the first responders who come to pay respects to their colleagues who are lost. And it is a very simple and very profound ceremony in and of itself.
You, I know, have been on staff since the museum was started, and again, as I mentioned, chief curator, vice president of collections. It is just a stunning remembrance of what happened, both in the collections, in the memories, and the stories there. Talk to us about how this museum and memorial came together in the aftermath of the attacks, and how you did go about collecting those artifacts and determining what would end up there.
It's a long story and a short story. It took 5 to 6 years for the museum actually to be green lighted to occupy the space that was going to be now below the outdoor memorial. And so there was always going to be an interplay between the above, the memorial, the below, the interpretive museum. And to get started, we actually had the inheritance of many of the large artifacts that had been removed from the site and brought to temporary shelter out at one of the unoccupied airport hangars at JFK Airport. And so we had sort of the big telegraphic artifacts to start with, because we knew we'd have to drop them down into the site before the Memorial Plaza was sealed. And then the challenge was to collect and build out the kind of human tissue of the story, the muscle of the story, the spirit of the story, through the thousands and thousands of people who were part of the 9/11 community.
Oh, and it is just such an emotional experience to hear from them in some cases, and obviously see and read their stories. It's a museum you can spend hours in. What is your museum doing to mark this occasion today?
So today is the day set aside for really the families and the dear friends of the victims. We have a solemn ceremony that unfolds usually over the course of 3 to 4 hours. And its main thrust is the reading of the individual names by groups who are usually from their immediate family or circle of loved ones. We pause for 6 moments of silence and reflection, and those coincide with the timestamps of when the 2 hijacked flights went into the 2 towers, when they fell, and when the Pentagon and then the plane was downed in Western Pennsylvania in Shanksville. So we pause for that, and generally we're at the Z's by midday, 1 o'clock.
When people
the plaza will then open later in the day for community acknowledgement of the attacks, and to invite people to come to what really is the capstone of the day, which is the evening portion, and that's the annual Tribute in Light, which is so magical and sort of melancholy and mystical all at the same time.
Oh, absolutely. It is something to see here in New York City for sure. Quickly, before I let you go, just what do you hope people leave with when they come to visit the September 11th Memorial and Museum?
I mean, the attacks happened to everyday people. They could have been any one of us. And it was everyday people, sometimes with great heart, sometimes with great training, who came to help. And I think it was one of, humanity's darkest hours and finest hours. It's set in motion. And I think, you come to experience a tragedy that happened on September 11th, but then what we did about it beginning September 12th and onwards. So there's a very affirmative side to the story as well. What, we can do when we pool our will and our talents and our abilities and our heart and soul. And that's not to say the world is in any way perfect, but if you just walk around the edges of the 9/11 Memorial today, you see the rebuilt skyscrapers. You see people out with their dogs and babies and strollers. Life has returned to this very, very wounded part of the city. And I think that's a very affirmative statement about, human resilience.
Oh, absolutely. Jan Ramirez, thank you for helping us remember today, helping us never forget. We appreciate your time this morning and wish you luck with the ceremonies today.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We could see some threatening beach conditions along the East Coast in the coming days as Lee moves up the Atlantic.
That's right. Michelle Grossman is back here. She's got her eye on all the trouble the storm could cause for American shorelines. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are looking at the chance for some dangerous surf, some life-threatening rip currents as well. It's a big storm in terms of size. We're looking at a major storm, Category 3 storm. It was a Category 5 storm and then weakened over the weekend, starting to strengthen once again. We're looking at the location 340 miles north of the northern Leeward Islands. So indirect impacts to the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Turks and Caicos, the Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Bermuda. We're looking at some rough seas as we go throughout time here. It's slowing down. So we were at about 12 miles per hour yesterday, down to 7 miles per hour. And that's going to be the major story as we go throughout the next couple of days because it's going to be moving painfully slow. We're going to be talking about Lee at least through the weekend. So this is a track as we go throughout time. Right now, a Category 3 storm. That's a big one. And then a Category 4 storm by later on tonight into the overnight hours, Tuesday morning. Category 3 once again by Wednesday. It's going to weaken further. It kind of encounters some cooler water, some wind shear as well. So by Friday, we're looking at a Category 2 storm just west of Bermuda. We could see some really rough seas, some tropical storm force winds there. Then a Category 1 storm. But notice the next 7 days, even now from Nantucket, Ocean City, Norfolk, Wilmington, down to Melbourne, and even Panama City, we could see some high surf and also some rip currents. That's going to be a big story. And that's probably going to be the biggest impact over the next several days. Now, in terms of the track here, we're pretty much in agreement. Most of the models bring it to the Canadian Maritimes, but we still have time. We don't have that steering current in place. We have a Bermuda high. It has to see where we're going to set up and how it's going to interact with a cold front that's going to come through and how they play together is where we're going to see this kind of moving through time here. We're also watching another system. Tropical Storm Margot will become a hurricane, but it's going to remain out to sea, which is good news.
Oof. It's good to hear. I just can't get over talking about like these storms hitting like Canada.
I know, right, right. You feel like it's like cool there, cool fishing. But no, yeah, it could.
I mean, you know, having been in California, a hurricane impacting Palm Springs.
Right. People have never seen that in their lives. Ugh. Yeah, so we'll see. It could be Maine, but we're going to see some rough seas even in New England.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, a history-making victory at the U.S. Open with superstar Coco Gauff taking home that iconic trophy. We've got more on her emotional win later in the hour.
But first, major progress overnight in the ongoing rescue operation of that American trapped underground in a Turkish cave. We've got the latest next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions you leave.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Rescue efforts are underway this morning to save that American scientist who's been stranded underground in a cave in Turkey. Rescue teams are in the process of slowly carrying him to the surface. And overnight, they made significant progress to get him to the surface. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yes, and just a short time ago, Turkish rescuers said that Mark Dickey was about 600 feet from the surface, making huge progress overnight, literally moving mountains, blasting holes into the cave to carry him to the top. This morning, the American scientist trapped deep underground in a Turkish cave is more than halfway to the surface, carefully hoisted up on a stretcher in stages, 700 feet on Sunday, another several hundred feet overnight.
They have to prepare that stretcher so he doesn't slide in it. They have to prepare that stretcher because they're going to get to a tight spot and they're going to turn it on end.
Mark Dickey was on an international expedition in the Morka cave when he suddenly became ill 9 days ago, suffering from internal bleeding. A medical team giving him blood transfusions 3,000 feet underground. The 40-year-old is now stable but still unable to make the challenging climb out on his own, recording this video last week.
I'm up, I'm alert, I'm talking, but I'm not healed on the inside yet.
More than 150 rescuers from Turkey and other countries have been working around the clock for days to carry him out, using explosives to blast open the narrowest passages to make enough room for Dickey to pass through on a stretcher. The cave, cold, pitch black, and wet, with water-filled chambers and steep vertical drops.
The cave changes as it goes up, and so it's leveling off. There's more horizontal movement.
A medical team trying to keep Dickey's condition as stable as possible while making the strenuous climb.
We have to do it very carefully because we cannot risk any condition worsening of Mark. And so we must pay attention meter after meter.
Awaiting him at the surface, his fiancée, Jessica Van Oord, who was with him on the expedition. Mark and the hundreds involved finally nearing the light at the end of the tunnel. As you heard there, Dickey is completely strapped into that stretcher so rescuers can maneuver him, sometimes head first through some of those chambers. There is always a doctor and nurse team with him throughout, checking his vital signs. He is still stable, and as long as that continues, Joe, if all goes well over the next few hours, Mark could be brought to the surface as early as tonight. Joe?
And that will be an incredible moment. All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, it's been 1 month since the deadly wildfires in Lahaina that left over 100 people dead. Hawaii's governor says the number of people who remain unaccounted for has dropped to 66. This as the community remembers those who lost their lives. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
In a traditional Hawaiian paddle out, the sounding of the shell, or pu, is a call to ancestors and a spiritual cleanse.
We just want to come together as a community and have a time for us guys to heal, have a moment in the ocean.
Hundreds of participants paddling by board and in boats.
I feel like the Hawaiian spirit was alive with us.
Mourning the loss of life in Lahaina, Hawaii's historic capital, touched by historic flames.
This is about everybody.
Robert Cotter escaped with his wife and just the clothes on their backs. His son saw someone pass away before his eyes.
The sound of a siren, the sound of wind, hearing a fire truck go by, you're on full alert.
The significance of 1 month since the fires is hard to overstate. Officially, 115 lives have been lost. And according to the governor, more than 60 people remain unaccounted for.
We feel comforted that at least our uncle was verified and that we know that he was found. Unfortunately, not everybody has that.
Several weeks ago, we met Pakalana Phillips, who lost her uncle Leroy. Today, she knows more than 10 people who haven't been located, but draws strength from the sea of support.
There's so many people that are not just praying for us, but grieving with us.
Hawaii's residents see water as a source of vitality, life.
We're going to keep loving and taking care of each other.
And right now, it's also the backdrop for a deeper connection. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Dude.
Coming up, no, it's not 2020, thankfully, but COVID cases are on the rise again. So how worried should you actually be? We're going to explain the reasons that some health experts are optimistic.
Plus, Coco the champion, a history-making win in Queens for the one and only Coco Gauff. We've got more on her emotional victory and her one-on-one with our friends over at the Today Show this morning. That's up next. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We are back now with a closer look at the recovery in Maui this morning. May Dateline Lee, a Lahaina survivor who lost her home in the flames, joins us now. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. I know we actually first talked with you a month ago during the first days right after the wildfires and everything that you were dealing with. First, I want to play a clip for our viewers of that, and then we'll talk on the other side.
Seeing everything you love, seeing your whole life just go up in flames, literally go up in flames in front of you, and try to stay calm enough to get safely out of there. It's just not knowing if you're going to live, not knowing where anybody is.
It's now a month later. Can you just tell us what you've been dealing with since we last spoke to you and how you're doing?
Hi, thanks for having me back again. Yeah, it's been a month. It feels like in a way like it's been 4 years, and it also feels like it's been 10 minutes. It's been really intense. This has been a lot of the first 2 weeks. We just basically tried to find the people that were missing, and then every day was there was good news almost every day, because you get to find out that somebody else you love is safe. And then once you kind of landed in that, then it was time to deal with FEMA and Red Cross and try to start that process, which we all talk about it like our new full-time job, because it's been just kind of what we've been doing, staying busy and trying to get help, the financial help that we all need desperately, so it's been busy.
I want to ask you more about that, May. I mean, last month, President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Hawaii, promising people will get the help they need. But there has been so much criticism over the government response, over the help that you are receiving. Are you and your neighbors getting the help you need?
It's been kind of mixed. It feels like half the people are getting the help, half the people are not. And it's either you're getting a lot of help or you're getting no help. There's kind of nothing in between. I personally have been denied by FEMA a few times and appealed it and applied and appealed and applied and appealed. And I would say overall, we are not getting the help we want from the government. The Red Cross has stepped up. The Red Cross has been really helpful in finding us shelter. It's been kind of amazing to see all the volunteers that are just flocking our island just here to help. That part has been really beautiful with Red Cross. But it's still like overall, it's the community helping the community more than anything else. It hasn't been as much help as they make it sound.
Oh, absolutely. May Dateline Lee, we are sorry for what you've been going through. We appreciate your time this morning. We are thinking about you, and we will continue checking in. Thank you so much.
thanks for keeping us in your prayers. We need it. I know we're on our secondhand news right now, but we're all still scared and unsure of the future. So please keep us in our prayers. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we'd love to keep talking. Thanks again, May. Well, COVID cases are on the rise again, with some high-profile names getting sick now. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa takes a look at how concerned we should be as we head into the fall.
Call it an eerie sense of pandemic deja vu as we roll toward our fourth fall with the virus on our radar. COVID numbers are once again rising, with big names falling ill.
Since the president was with the First Lady yesterday, he will be masking while indoors.
The White House on alert after First Lady Jill Biden tested positive with mild symptoms. The president later masking up for a Medal of Honor ceremony and repeatedly testing negative. Sports fans, meanwhile, noticing a marked absence from the start of this year's U.S. Open, with tennis legend turned commentator John McEnroe initially out with COVID.
As you can see, Whoopi is not here. She has COVID.
Whoopi Goldberg also sidelined, the virus forcing her to miss The View's 27th season premiere. While in Arizona, rock band Metallica postponing this week's show after their lead singer tested positive. Also on the list of recent infections, D.C. resident Carrie K. Gibo. For her, part of an exhausting routine.
How many times have you had COVID?
I've actually had 3 COVID infections, one in 2020, one in December of this past year, and one 2 weeks ago.
Thankfully, that latest case proved mild, different from her first bout, which left her with long-term shortness of breath, rapid heart rate, and difficulty walking.
I was having neurological symptoms, I was having ringing in my ears.
Gibo's hope for a life free from COVID dwindling each time numbers rise.
It does feel cyclical at this point. It feels like I almost sort of can't avoid it.
The latest CDC data shows a late summer uptick in hospitalizations and deaths linked to COVID-19. Though it's nowhere near peak pandemic levels, experts warn 15% of COVID patients experience long-haul symptoms, making COVID the third leading neurologic disorder in the U.S.
Good morning.
It's enough to resurrect familiar arguments over mask mandates, with schools in Maryland and Alabama recently issuing limited requirements. Experts point out between vaccines and natural immunity, COVID is up against an increasingly protected population.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you about this current uptick in COVID cases?
I would put this one at about a 4 or 5.
With the CDC next week set to review who should get this next round of fall boosters, health experts warn don't wait, advising people to get all seasonal vaccines, including COVID boosters and flu shots, as soon as possible.
Are we at a point where we're thinking about this like the flu, like there's going to be seasonal upticks every year?
So yes and no. It doesn't quite match the exact timing of the flu. We've seen cases rise here in the late summer. I think the goal is to eventually get it to the point of the flu where it rises in the fall and winter season and kind of hides out in the summer. But right now, in my opinion, I don't think we're there yet.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that reporting.
Turning to sports news now, the president of Spain's Soccer Federation is stepping down weeks after kissing player Jenny Hermoso on the lips during the country's World Cup win. Luis Rubiales made the stunning announcement in an interview with Piers Morgan on Britain's Talk TV. Rubiales said he was, quote, unable to continue his work amid the firestorm created by the scandal. His resignation comes days after the Spanish prosecutor filed a complaint against him for sexual assault and coercion. Hermoso says the kiss was not consensual, which Rubiales has denied. The first Sunday of the NFL season is officially in the books, and the start of the new season did not disappoint.
NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now with all the highlights. Hi, Kaylee. Good morning.
Hey, guys. It's so fun to be here with you to talk about an exciting day of football. I love it. I love it. Well, yeah, for as much excitement as there is for a lot of young players coming into the league and for all the talk of really big names making big moves to new teams, the nostalgia of seeing Tom Brady wearing a number 12 jersey in New England yesterday was more than enough to get any football fan fired up.
Football Sundays are back. The now retired GOAT helping to ring in the new season. A homecoming for Tom Brady in Foxborough, wearing the Patriots jersey he made famous. Capping number 12's 20 seasons and 6 Super Bowl championships with the Patriots, where he established a dynasty unlike any other.
One thing I am sure of, and that will never change, is that I am a Patriot for life.
owner Robert Kraft announcing the team will waive their 4-year waiting period and induct Brady into the Patriots Hall of Fame in June.
I love you guys so much, and I'll see you next summer. Thank you.
Following Brady's exit, the Buccaneers handing the reins over to Baker Mayfield, who led Tampa Bay in a gritty win against the Vikings. And after a year rehabbing a knee injury, Odell Beckham Jr. made a monstrous return with the Ravens. Statements made by teams firing out of the gate. Baltimore dominating Houston 25-9. The 49ers rolling in Pittsburgh. The Browns owning the state of Ohio, shutting down Joe Burrow and the Bengals. And Dallas delivering relentless defense for a 5th straight win against the Giants on Sunday Night Football. The action from Week 1, not over yet. Tonight, the biggest trade of the offseason will be tested as veteran quarterback Aaron Rodgers pilots the Jets for the first time.
Excited to be out there with the crowd, get all the jitters out of the way probably in pregame, and go out and just try and execute.
The Jets facing a Bills team that will include DeMar Hamlin, who will take the field just 9 months after going into cardiac arrest during a game and nearly losing his life.
Just to be able to come back and overcome that, and just to prove to yourself that nothing can stop you.
And whether or not your team won or lost, Joe's Vikings, remember, it is early in the season, okay? So keep this in mind. Last season, 2 of the 4 teams who played for conference titles, they lost on opening weekend.
Ooh. Oh. I mean, the Chiefs lost their first game, you know.
Nobody's counting them out. So, hey, settle in. It's a long season.
Exactly. All right. We know you'll be bringing it to us throughout. Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much.
And in tennis, 19-year-old Coco Gauff, of course, won her first major title on Saturday, beating Belarus star Aryna Sabalenka in the final of the U.S. Open. And our friends at the Today Show got a chance to sit down with the new champion to talk all about her inspiring victory.
Still crazy. I don't think it's digest. Like, even last night I was telling myself, you're a Grand Slam champion, and I'm like, it doesn't feel real at all.
Watching that moment where you were laying down on the court and you just had about 10 seconds there where it was all kind of sinking in. What did that moment feel like to know you'd done it?
It felt like it hit all at once because I didn't want to tell myself it was match points on the match points. I didn't want to start shaking. So when it happened and it like finally it was over, like my previous matches has taken me like 6, 7 match points to win, and that one was on the first one, so I was a little bit shocked, and I like couldn't breathe either.
It's joy, but is there like a release of tension, a release of that pressure?
I would say more so joy than relief. I would think in the past it would have been more relief than joy, but I think with all the growth and maturity I've done, it's definitely more joy than relief. Yeah.
So many beautiful moments. I think a lot of people wept when you got down on your knees a couple of times and you were clearly saying a prayer. What were you saying in that moment?
I was just saying thank you, and I understood like all the tough times were just to make that moment even sweeter. I think if it came easy, I wouldn't feel as appreciative as I did in that moment, clearly.
It does feel that way, Coco. I mean, we were just talking, I've known you since you were 14 years old, a junior champion. It wasn't easy. It maybe wouldn't have been the script you wrote, but it seems to be happening right on time when you're ready for it. You feel like that?
Yeah, I'm 100% believe in that. And, you know, obviously when you're losing, you're like, why is it happening now? But like I was like, I couldn't have been any more perfect than this moment. And, you know, doing it in the U.S., in New York City is just incredible.
I love that the night before the match, I figure most people would have butterflies. You had butterflies, but you were also on the phone with your boyfriend until 1 in the morning.
Yes.
What were you all talking about?
Everything except that. He asked if I wanted to talk about it. I was like, no. So we were just, everything except that. And then I was like, okay, it's 1. So I was like, okay, I have to go to sleep if I actually want to be productive tomorrow. So I went to sleep, and my last time I was in a Grand Slam final, I couldn't sleep the whole night. But since talking to him helped me go to sleep.
Oh, so important. You made a couple of calls right after the match from home court. Those calls were not answered. Who were they calls to?
Both my brothers were the first 2 people I called. They didn't answer. Then I called my grandma, and then somebody that wasn't her answered. And then finally, my brother called me back. But by then the ceremony had started, and he was like, "Yeah, I was running around the house and I didn't hear my phone ring." But I'm used to him not answering my calls. But I was like, he saw me on the camera, like calling him. Why didn't he answer the phone?
I bet you cannot wait to see those little boys and give them a hug.
Yeah, they're gonna act like they're too cool for school when I see them. But I saw the videos when I'm match point. They were definitely running around the house going crazy.
Coco is a very dedicated, self-disciplined person. She was gifted as a child.
She always strives to do her best, and it comes from within her.
I mean, hard work plus talent.
Yeah.
BB.
Yes.
Works. Mr. Goff, there's a word on the street that there were tears at the U.S. Open finale. Can you confirm?
You know, my friends are really tough on me about it. So I have to deny and say I was just sweating. And
Those brothers, they're not going to leave those phones alone after her next win.
Yeah, or
I
like
don't
she
think.
said, they think they're too cool for school. They're like,
Exactly.
yeah, that's right, I didn't answer. You're the champion. Oh, so great. What a great family affair. So sweet. Her
kidding.
dad, who gets so nervous that he walks around, she said, during and can't even watch sometimes. Great to see that.
Exactly. All right. Coming up, there is a new twist this morning in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
After the break, the stunning new revelations coming to light 60 years later. That's next on Morning News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business in a good way.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There is a new push to use artificial intelligence to keep kids safe. This year, more schools are using AI to boost security and hopefully prevent school shootings. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis reports.
At Rancocas Valley Regional High School in New Jersey, there's more to these cameras than meets the eye. This school is one of hundreds across the country now using Zero Eyes, a human-verified artificial intelligence system designed to detect guns and combat mass shootings. Here's how it works. It uses existing security cameras coupled with the company's AI trained to detect guns, plus a team of military experts working around the clock to alert authorities before any shots are fired. Critical because, according to the FBI, 60% of active shooter events end before police arrive. Rob Huberty co-founded Zero Eyes.
You can't watch all the cameras all the time. So we're watching behind the scenes for you.
The Zero Eyes team demonstrated their technology using fake guns in an empty part of the school before students returned from summer break.
I have a true positive detection.
Copy. Local law enforcement is en route.
We also had a camera at their Pennsylvania Operations Center, so you could see how they respond at the same time.
This is Zero Eyes Operations Center.
Look at this. The man on screen is only in the school's side door for a few seconds. And screen right, the moment his fake gun is revealed, The Zero Eyes AI detects it, and this image is displayed on the operator's monitor. That's when the team springs into action, first with those trained experts verifying the threat.
True positive.
Dispatch alert.
Dispatching alert.
Call point of contact.
Then immediately alerting school security and police with phone calls and texts.
Getting more alerts as we're doing this.
And it all happened before the shooter could even get in the hallway to fire a shot. You can follow this person with the gun throughout the school, wherever there's a camera.
As long as their gun is brandished.
But it's not foolproof. The technology cannot detect guns that are hidden or anywhere without a camera. Then what do?
Good security comes in layers. Do I think we can really help in certain situations? Absolutely. But are we the end-all, be-all? No.
For School Superintendent Christopher Heilig, every extra layer of protection is critical. Does it make you sleep a little easier at night, knowing what the next day might bring? You're secure?
Absolutely. The first thing that we think about as superintendents, as administrators, is safety and security.
But the technology has applications beyond just education. It looks like I'm at another school right now, but actually I'm in front of a green screen that's used to train the AI to recognize guns in school environments. But it can also be used in other settings, like a mall, public transit, even a casino. Back at the high school, teachers like Aaron Matteo say the Zero Eyes services are worth the cost, which can run up to $50 per camera per month.
I think anything that's going to save lives is always worth it.
As classes start across the country, added security and more peace of mind. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
There's a new twist surrounding President John F. Kennedy's assassination. A Secret Service agent who was there the day Kennedy was shot is now speaking out in a book that comes out next month. It's raising new questions about what happened that day in Dallas. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has the details.
60 years after one of the most earth-shattering days in modern American history, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963.
President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Former Secret Service agent Paul Landis, who was with the president that day, is opening up for the first time about what he witnessed. For decades, the prevailing theory was that one bullet struck JFK and then hit Texas Governor John Connally, who was sitting in front of him. It became known as the magic bullet theory, which explained how one shooter could have fired all the shots. The theory is based on this bullet being found on Governor Connally's gurney at the hospital. But now, in a new book, Landis says he knows how it got there. The 88-year-old tells the New York Times he found that bullet lodged in the car seat behind where Kennedy was killed. He says he then took that bullet to the hospital and placed it on the president's gurney. It was a piece of evidence, he tells the Times, and I didn't want it to disappear or get lost. So it was, Paul, you've got to make a decision, and I grabbed it. But Landis now says he thinks the bullet may have rolled from Kennedy's gurney to Connally's, meaning it may not have been the bullet that injured Connally.
Dr. Aguilar, you studied this case for years. How significant is this?
I think this is a significant piece of new evidence to support the idea that there was more than one gunman in Dealey Plaza.
Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who climbed on the back of the limo after Kennedy was shot, questions Landis's story.
Why do you have doubts about his account?
Because if you check all the evidence, statements, things that happened, they don't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me that he's trying to put it on the president's gurney.
But Landis, who was not available for an interview with NBC News, tells the Times he made mistakes in his initial reports. He says he's been afraid to share his true story until now.
Liz, thanks so much for that report.
Coming up, football is back, and our friends at the Today Show are doing a little tailgating.
But it's not all fun and games. It's all for a great cause, and they've even brought along one very special guest. We'll join them up next.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Cher has finally announced she is releasing her first holiday album. The music legend took to Instagram to reveal the cover art for Cher Christmas, captioning the post, "Are you sharing Christmas with me?" There's no track listing or release date for the album yet, but speaking on the UK's Good Morning Britain, she teased that there would be some collaborations and said, "It's a Cher album, it's not your mother's Christmas album." That leads me to believe there won't be any Deck the Halls or anything like that.
Can't even talk. Yes, I agree with that. I'm just so excited, and you know how I feel about Christmas and how into it I get, and it's just like, you know, it's coming fast. It's September, pumpkin spice is out. Before you know it, it's Christmas.
Don't you have to release these Christmas albums like before Halloween now? I feel
I know.
like.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
and to me,
Mariah will tell us.
Right.
Yeah.
And to me, the Christmas season begins the day after Halloween. Still love Thanksgiving, but it's like you can celebrate it with a tree up. Why not?
There you go.
All right, thanks, Joe. We end this hour with a little Monday morning quarterbacking. Sunday Night Football is back, and our friends over at the Today Show teamed up with New York Giants Super Bowl champ Eli Manning to host a tailgate at MetLife Stadium for a very deserving group of people.
On any given Sunday, there are more than 82,000 New York Giants fans getting ready for the big game at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And this Sunday, we were 4 of them.
Go! Giants Stadium tailgate! Yeah!
Go long! And right away, we proved that we should not quit our day jobs.
Come on, Roker. Oh! Right here, SG. Okay, go long, go long. Go real long. All right, let's bring it in. Bring it in. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go. Where's the food?
We need the drink.
Right?
Yes.
The food.
Yes.
And
Football.
football.
Do it.
Hell, why we're here.
Yes.
I just thought,
Here.
food and drink. Let's go. Oh, this. Let's go.
Woohoo. You look so cute.
But it wasn't all fun and games, at least not yet anyway.
All right, let's go.
You got those?
Chicken.
Here we go. Hot dogs.
We had a
Good.
tailgate to set up for some very special guests.
Ketchup, relish, all the fixins. You guys are gonna sit there while we work? Well, we did it.
Okay.
Looks like we're ready.
Let's go. I think we got things to do.
And
Ready?
people to see, really important people.
Some special guests.
All right, let's go.
Let's
Shall
do
we?
it.
September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, so we reached out to the Tackle Kids Cancer Initiative to invite a few courageous kids currently in treatment at Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Hospital in New Jersey to join us. And lucky for us, we had 5 special guests to give a giant welcome to. We wanted to make sure that Dominic, Shane, Jaden, Riley, and Jabari knew this wasn't just any ordinary tailgate party. Do y'all know that this guy right here is the guy who makes the food for the Giants before every game? And he made food for us. And this wasn't just any tailgate spread. It was prepared by the Giants' own executive chef, Angelo Basalone. He fuels the players, and now he was fueling us.
Am I allowed to have chicken fingers and a cupcake? Thank you. Absolutely.
It's going in. I can feel it.
Let's go, Jaden. Let's go, Jaden.
We said this wouldn't be an ordinary tailgate, and we were about to deliver on that promise with one more very special guest, legendary Giants quarterback and two-time Super Bowl champ, Eli Manning.
My buddy Shane just told me, I said, who is the most famous player for the Giants? And he said,
yeah.
me.
Thank you so much.
For the last 8 years, Eli has been a huge advocate for Tackle Kids Cancer.
Tackle Kids Cancer, how did that become the cause?
For me, just visiting the hospital, years ago, and just wanted to do more. At first it was just trying to get a few smiles on these kids' faces that are going through a tough time, and then said, how can we raise more money? How can we, do a better job getting these kids back home?
You're an amazing football player, you're a legend, but the bravery of kids, the bravery that they have to face something so young and take it on.
It's unbelievable, and they have the best attitude, and that's why they're going to beat this.
Well, you're doing amazing stuff. So here we are, a tailgate at a Giants game. How does it feel to be on this side of the game?
I like it.
You do? Really?
Really good. No one's going to hit me today, hopefully.
Eli, we've counted the number of people, fans who are here, who have Eli Manning tattoos.
Oh, my goodness.
Full face, your signature.
Well, I appreciate them. The support I've had while I was playing, post-playing, has been unbelievable here in New York, and loved every moment.
And the kids were loving every moment with Eli, and we were all about to love him even more.
I got a little special surprise for the 5 of you. Here in a minute, we are going into the stadium, on the field, and get a little on-field breakdown, get to see the players run out a little bit, and how's that sound? That sound good?
Follow Eli.
Walking onto the field was a magical moment for both the kids and the kids at heart. Eli took us all the way to the 50-yard line, where he recruited a new line of wide receivers.
Where should I run?
Just run 2 steps and go that way, and I'll throw it to you, right? Now, so hut.
Catch you fast. Come on, Jabari. Yes!
Touchdown dance. Touchdown dance.
But their feet weren't about to touch down anytime soon. Eli had one more surprise.
The Giants have y'all a suite at the game, so they're staying for the game, and all gonna be in a suite together and get to watch the game tonight. Food, drinks. There's a dessert cart that comes around like the second quarter. Really good. Yeah.
Soon, the stadium will be filled with tens of thousands of fans roaring for their heroes. But in this moment, it was clear who had the biggest hearts on the field.
Tackle Kids Cancer on 3. 1, 2, 3. Tackle Kids Cancer!
How cute are those little kids?
Okay. I think it was the dessert cart that got the biggest response too, by the way, after all of that. I mean, there's this suite, there's catching a pass at MetLife Stadium from Eli Manning, and then there's the dessert cart.
They were so cute. What a cool story. Well, you are excited for football season, right?
I am excited. My Minnesota Vikings did lose their first game, and they've never won a Super Bowl ever. But you know, I'm always going to be there.
I know. Well,
in their corner.
Like I said earlier in the show, college football for me is exciting right now. I'm a University of Colorado alum. We've turned the program around with
put your energy into
Coach
that.
Deion Sanders. Yeah, and it's just we were ranked and we won 2 in a row now, and I've never been in this position before. I don't know how to handle it.
I look forward to your Monday morning recaps every week.
There you go. You'll get them.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday. We're happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, September 11th. Never forget, Americans are gathering to remember those who died 22 years ago in the 9/11 terror attacks. The cross-country memorials as authorities identify more victims from one of the nation's darkest days.
Desperation and grief. Rescue crews in Morocco still searching through rubble days after a devastating earthquake slammed the region. The latest on the recovery efforts there with nearly 2,500 dead.
Potential walkout. Thousands of union auto workers threatening to go on strike this week unless they come to terms with the big three car makers. Where negotiations stand right now and how the standoff could affect you.
Breaking the stigma. New data shows a growing number of adults are taking antidepressants, and it's not just for anxiety or even depression. We're going to hear from a doctor about everything you need to know.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with those solemn ceremonies to honor and remember the nearly 3,000 women, men, and children who were killed on September 11th. Today marks 22 years since the deadliest terrorist attack on U.S. soil, and the nation is once again pleading to never forget.
Americans are gathering near Ground Zero in New York. They're gathering in the Pentagon in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the three sites where the hijacked planes crashed. This is a live look right now at the memorial service in Lower Manhattan. Earlier this morning, family members of the victims, they paused for a moment of silence before reading the names of their loved ones who died in that attack. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is live for us right now there in Lower Manhattan. Rahema, it is good to see you this Monday. What else are we expected to see there today?
Well, what people have already seen here is the outpouring of emotion from these family members. And it's a searing reminder of what happened here. And it's marked by even something as poignant as the playing of bagpipes, that wailing sound of those bagpipes as they walked into the area where the ceremony was being held. This reading of these names, as you point out, began early this morning and it will go until early this afternoon. It's become a tradition here, one that people say that they will continue forever because they want to make certain that people never forget what happened here. Dignitaries showed up as well. Vice President Kamala Harris was in attendance, as well as those who are seeking that office, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and as well as someone who was at the time 22 years ago became known as America's mayor. He's currently embroiled in his own legal troubles, but on September 11th, 2001, Rudy Giuliani was the man that people turned to for some guidance, and he was seen as a man who offered that for them back that day.
Rahema, authorities just identified the remains of 2 more people who died on 9/11. Walk us through that process and the efforts to return these victims to their families now some 22 years later.
Yeah, it is a grueling, ongoing process. Just on Friday, the mayor and the chief medical examiner identified that the remains of 2 people have been identified, and they did it through an exhaustive and more extensive DNA process and testing. It allowed them to say that it was the victims of someone identified as male and female. The families of these victims have asked that their names not be revealed. And this process is going on. There still are about 1,000 human remains that have been kept. And they say that they're going to process every single one of them. It's taking time because of what happened to these victims when these towers fell. But they are committed to this because they say they have a duty and a responsibility to do what they can to return the remains of these victims to their loved ones, if not now, tomorrow. But they certainly are committed to it.
NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis on 9/11 for us. Thank you, Rahema.
Meanwhile, nearly 2,500 people are now dead after a massive 6.8 magnitude earthquake rocked parts of Morocco on Friday night. Rescue teams are desperately searching for survivors as parts of the city of Marrakesh are now reduced to rubble. And at the quake's epicenter, which is surrounded by a lot of remote villages and the high Atlas Mountains, crews there are unable to get heavy machinery in place, forcing rescuers to dig for survivors by hand. Joining us now, we have NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joining us now from Moulay Brahim, Morocco. Raf, first, just tell us what the scene is there behind you. What is it like? How much destruction did this earthquake cause?
Well, Morgan, we are seeing devastation all across the disaster zone, but it is concentrated in remote mountain communities like this one. We're about 30 miles east of the epicenter of the earthquake here. This village was hit, and it was hit hard. You can see behind me this hotel partially damaged, in danger of total collapse. And one of the real concerns here, even days on from the earthquake, is that aftershocks could bring structures like this crashing down. This village was home to 3,000 people. Locals tell us around 40 people were killed in the initial quake on Friday. So, Morgan, that is more than 1% of the community lost here. We met a man, his name is Lawson, he's 44 years old. He lost not only his wife, but also his 3 daughters and his infant son. He told us he doesn't know how he's going to go on with life with a loss like that. Morgan.
And Raf, you mentioned those mountainous villages like the one you're in now. You know, a lot of those, they're connected by these little teeny tiny dirt roads, which have ultimately been cut off. So that means very little aid, very little search tools are able to come in. Honestly, very little food. So what do the rescue efforts look like given those challenges just in the region and geography?
Yeah, Morgan, that's absolutely right. This disaster is spread throughout these small communities. It's not concentrated in one place. And we have been seeing that to reach areas like this, you have to travel up these treacherous mountain roads. They are winding. In some cases, they are blocked by boulders, by rock slides. It makes it very, very difficult, especially to get the kind of heavy machinery up here that you need to clear out the rubble. We are still in what the experts call the golden window, the first 72 hours after a disaster, when rescue teams have the best chance of finding survivors underneath the rubble. But it is a window that is closing rapidly. Morgan.
All right, the golden window there. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, Morgan, the massive manhunt from an escaped killer in Pennsylvania is nearing the 2-week mark now. Police say Danilo Cavalcante managed to break through the police perimeter in Chester County, but they don't think he's left the state. They say the 34-year-old was spotted over the weekend several times and even stole a vehicle. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Unionville, Pennsylvania. So, Marissa, where was Cavalcante last spotted, and what do we know about this stolen car?
So by all accounts, in Pennsylvania, Sunday was the last time that he was visually spotted by police. Of course, we're awaiting an update from them shortly that will confirm that for us. But let's run through the timeline here. We're talking about August 31st. This man has been on the run since his great escape from prison. It was the next day that he was seen, spotted, breaking into a home, stealing provisions and food. And then there have been several sightings since then. We know that. But then it was on Saturday. We're told he stole a van from a local dairy farm, used that van to travel about 40 minutes north of where police had been searching all day Saturday. Then he knocked on the doorbell. You see the Ring doorbell camera. That is where those new images of him have come, where he's got the new look. And then it was later that night you saw, of course, that van being towed away the next day. Those images are confirming that he ditched the van, but by all accounts, he is still on the run, Vicki.
Yeah, let's talk about it. We're looking at those images right now, Marissa. He has changed his appearance, according to authorities, since that escape. Walk us through what he looks like now, what people should be on the lookout for.
Yeah, I mean, well, one thing is that police are wondering where he got the razor, right? Where is he getting help? That is something that is a big question here. And so they've made it very clear anyone that is caught helping him will be prosecuted. They're doing everything they can to minimize that. And we know because when he was ringing the doorbell and caught on camera, he was reaching out to people that he knew. So he's clearly looking to get help however he can and doing what he needs to do to get what he needs. Those keys, by the way, for the van were left inside of it. And so authorities are asking, Vicki, everyone to make sure, one, of course, don't help this man. Call 911 if you see him, but also make sure that you're locking your home and make sure that you're locking your cars. Don't leave your keys anywhere obvious because he's clearly looking to get help any way he can, even if it's by force, Vicki.
Yeah, and he's been on the run for a long time now. All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, thank you so much.
Well, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The LGBTQ-friendly dating app Grindr has lost about 45% of its staff after enforcing a pretty strict return to office policy. Now, the Communications Workers of America union says that Grindr's employees, they're now required to work in person at least 2 days a week or risk being fired if they can't come in.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, let's talk about this. We know the policy was put in place after employees announced their plans to unionize. What is Grindr saying at this point about losing so many of their workers?
Well, the union said the sweeping severance packages given to staff who couldn't relocate were an attempt to silence workers from speaking about working conditions. A company spokesperson said the claims have no merit. At a San Francisco conference right here, the chief executive said more staff attrition is expected due to the new policy, which the company admitted will also likely boost profits. Meanwhile, apartment rents are cooling off as a new influx of supply hits the market. Not something you hear all the time, guys. New apartment construction is at a 50-year high with over 460,000 new units being built this year. More than 1 million new units were built in the last 3 years. And that record building spree is having an effect on rent. Rents this August were up just 28%. Last August, they were up 11%. Meanwhile, jelly giant James Smucker is buying Hostess brands for about $5.5 billion. The Twinkie maker shares, they were up almost 20% this morning on the news. Twinkies, guys, who would have thought? Very valuable. Twinkies. Billion-dollar business.
Have you had one lately? They're pretty good still.
I don't think I've actually
Not in
once
ages.
I've had a Twinkie.
Not in ages.
Yeah.
I had a Dollar General in the Catskills and was like, kids, let me introduce you to the Twinkie.
Now is the time. All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us. Deirdre, thanks.
Still ahead, new warnings about the dangers of e-bikes, the growing concern for people who don't even own one. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
All right, time is ticking for Detroit's big three automakers as the deadline for new labor contracts with United Auto Workers Union. Now it's just days away.
Yeah, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler's owner Stellantis have until Thursday night, or nearly 150,000 workers could go on strike. So far, negotiations not going so smoothly. We have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung with us now. Brian, great to have you. So here we go. Each company has submitted proposals to the union. Yep. Where do things stand right now? It doesn't seem like the union's happy with any of the three.
Yeah, well, what I'm hearing as of today is that there's conversations being had, which is a good thing. Yeah. But industry analysts that I've heard from have said they're not optimistic that they can avoid a strike by the time we get to Thursday night into Friday. And one reason is because there are just so far apart still on even the wage numbers. So again, the union's asking for a 46% wage bump compounded over the next 4 years. The automaker's best offer as of right now, coming from Stellantis, again, the maker of Chrysler, is 14.5%. GM offered 10%. So that number right there tells you just how far apart we are. And again, we only have a few days left, so time is really ticking here.
So if that gap persists into Thursday, what sort of impact, more broadly speaking, does the strike have?
Yeah, we'll be over 140,000 workers walking out in the middle of their shift. Again, they work overnight in some cases. They're just going to walk out. By the way, I've heard that some workers have already signed up for shifts. That kind of speaks to how ready these workers are to walk off the plant. But again, you have estimates like this from the Anderson Economic Group, $5 billion in losses after 10 days. So it seems like this could be a big deal. The last time there was a strike, it caused a recession in the state of Michigan. So this is something that we are going to be watching very closely. How prolonged is this going to be? And then, of course, for people trying to buy a new car, it's already been really expensive because of COVID, because of the supply chain snags. The parts. And if there's fewer new cars coming to the lot, that can only make prices go up further from there.
Brad, give folks some context, because 150,000 workers, I mean, they make up a big part of the workforce when you talk about auto workers in general.
Yeah, well, and we're talking about communities, too, that the lifeblood is the plant that's in their town, right? So when you're thinking about a town like Kokomo, you're thinking of a town like Toledo, for example, right? It's not just, okay, yeah, those workers are going to step off the lot, but these are workers that they might not have income. The union's going to help give them $500 a week during the strike. That can last for maybe, that doesn't go very far. So all the small businesses, that whole town, that's really going to be the families, so this is a big situation. I spoke with one worker who his son and daughter both work in the plant as well. So we're talking about whole households and families here.
That's a big deal. All right. Business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. All right. Well, e-bikes, they are soaring in popularity. Just before the pandemic, nearly 4 million e-bikes were sold worldwide. Next year, that number is expected to top 10 million. But NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo takes a look at the new safety concerns surrounding this trendy mode of transportation.
E-bikes are zooming into cities across the country, zipping through traffic and barreling by at parks and beaches. Across the globe, sales are skyrocketing. In 2019, nearly 4 million e-bikes sold worldwide. By 2024, that could rise to 10 million a year. But also growing, concerns about their safety, especially for young people.
Local leaders have declared a local emergency.
This summer, the city of Encinitas near San Diego issuing an emergency declaration after 2 teens on e-bikes were involved in separate accidents.
He would bring joy into every single room.
In one of those crashes, Claire Champlain's son, Brody. Back in June, the 15-year-old was riding an e-bike and was seen wearing a helmet when he was in a collision with a van and later died.
It's a real nightmare. It's a real life nightmare come true. You can't even believe you can live through it.
But the concern is not only for people riding these e-bikes, but the potential risk they could also pose for people in their path.
Oh, nice hit.
Erica Davis says her 6-year-old son was hit by an 11-year-old e-bike rider at a San Diego area beach last year.
I saw my son, and then the e-biker hit him to the ground, and then the bike on top of him.
Erica's son survived.
But we have seen some e-bike injuries in patients as young as age 4.
Pediatric trauma surgeon Dr. Romeo Ignacio at Rady Children's Hospital says this is just the tip of the iceberg. Talk to us about the types of injuries you see from these e-bikes.
The most common injuries that we see are concussions. We're seeing fractures. I think it's going to get worse.
Some San Diego area schools now offer e-bike classes so students can learn how to stay safe on the road. But it's complicated. The e-bike laws themselves differ from state to state, including age requirements for riding one. It can be confusing for parents since not all e-bikes are the same. Some only go up to around 20 miles per hour, while others almost 30 miles per hour. Moms like Claire now pushing for the policies to keep up with the technology.
I don't think the streets and infrastructure are properly laid out for our riders' safety. And unfortunately, he's not here anymore, so we're going to have to do it on his behalf.
Stephen Romo, NBC News, Carlsbad, California.
The days-long effort to rescue an American trapped in a Turkish cave. How soon he could reach the surface coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
More than 84 million American adults reported having symptoms of depression and anxiety this year. This is according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. Jamie Garola from NBC Miami shows us a new AI app that can screen the quality of your mental health just by the sound of your voice.
By listening to the sound of your voice and the various intonations, the software can determine whether or not you have symptoms of anxiety or depression just based on perhaps the speed, the sound, the tone of your voice.
App creator Renee Dua describes how her AI app, Together by Renee, works.
It's a guide, right? There are no diagnostic tools outside of physicians at the moment who can truly give you a diagnosis such as anxiety or depression.
This new health assistant app feature rolled out Wednesday, and all you have to do is speak into your smartphone to get a read on your voice and your mental health.
There is no health without mental health. It's really important to know if you are sad or scared or depressed or anxious and how that might be affecting the rest of your wellness.
The AI-based health assistant touts a new groundbreaking feature called Mental Vitals, an innovative mental health detection tool designed to screen for symptoms of depression and anxiety through voice analysis.
There is a very strong correlation between your mental health and your body's health. And without the two working together, you will not have an excellent result in your overall health.
As a user speaks for 30 seconds, the app uses advanced AI to analyze melody, vocal track movement, and vocal fold dynamics. With this data, Together can tell if a user has potential signs of anxiety or depression, making early detection and intervention more accessible than ever.
We want to make the conversation active. We want patients to use this feature to learn more about themselves and how they can continue to stay well.
According to a Mental Health America 2023 survey, 54% of adults with a mental illness did not receive treatment. The Mental Vitals feature joins Together's existing suite of tools that enable users to measure vitals, such as blood pressure, simply by pointing their smartphone camera at their face.
We thought this was really important when you're creating a health assistant. Remember that a person, for example, who's diabetic has to remember to take medications. It's very stressful. They're freaked out by the needles. We want them to be able to assess whether that's making them anxious or depressed, and therefore making them forget to take their medicines or feel like they want to see their doctor before they do something.
Together has more than 11,000 users, 64% of them over the age of 55. The app is free and available on the Apple App Store.
Very interesting. Our thanks to NBC Miami's Jamie Garola. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, newly released police body cam footage appears to show a high-profile federal prosecutor down in Florida trying to use his position to avoid arrest. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has more.
How are we doing, sir?
Good. Tonight, a federal prosecutor on the other end of the law, handing an officer his business card during a hit-and-run investigation.
Joseph Rudy, is that you?
That's me.
Okay. Are you an active assistant? Are you a state attorney?
Joseph Ruddy, a prolific federal narcotics prosecutor, apparently drunk and trying to leverage his status at the DOJ. He's accused of drunkenly striking a vehicle and leaving the scene.
So, you realize when they pull my body-worn camera footage and they see this is going to go really bad. So, yeah, as long as we're on the same page as that.
Ruddy's blood alcohol level tested at 0.17%, twice the legal limit. The officer's body-worn camera video, first obtained by the Associated Press, capturing the prosecutor stumbling as he hands over his insurance card.
You understand why I'm here?
I had an accident on the collar.
You did? Why didn't you stop?
I didn't realize it was serious.
A different side of the attorney known for being tough in the courtroom, renowned for his role in Operation Panama Express, a task force targeting cocaine smuggling at sea. A spokesperson with the Department of Justice telling NBC News, quote, "While we cannot comment on personnel matters, we are aware of the report and take all allegations of misconduct by department personnel seriously and take appropriate action where warranted." Now he's charged with a misdemeanor for driving under the influence. We reached out to Ruddy's family, who declined to comment.
You hit a vehicle and you ran. Okay? You ran because you're drunk. You probably didn't realize that you hit the vehicle. Am I right in that aspect? Yes.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks again for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is headed to Russia to possibly meet with President Vladimir Putin. Officials in both countries confirmed the trip today as delegations for two countries are expected to discuss a possible arms deal in Russia's war against Ukraine. This, according to state news, that the two leaders could meet one-on-one if necessary.
And the president of Spain's soccer federation, Luis Rubiales, will resign. The announcement comes after weeks of backlash over a non-consensual kiss with Spanish soccer player Jennifer Hermoso during the Women's World Cup final. In a letter posted to X, formerly known as Twitter, Rubiales thanked his supporters and said he would defend his own innocence.
And a warning has been issued on Hawaii's Big Island as the Kilauea volcano began erupting on Sunday. Check out this video. It shows lava spewing out of the volcano for the third time this year. This is the second largest volcano in Hawaii. Local officials say the eruption does not pose a threat to nearby communities.
Rescuers in Turkey, they've brought American caver Mark Dickey within 590 feet of the surface of that Morka cave.
The New Jersey native has been trapped since September 2nd. Now, if all goes to plan, officials say Dickey could be free as early as this afternoon. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is following the rescue for us. So, Molly, I mean, we saw the video when he released, he was talking there. It's dark, it's cold, it's wet, it's incredibly steep and narrow, that passageway to the surface. How are they pulling this off, and who's on that rescue team?
Yeah, guys, these are brutal conditions. What we do have to remember is Mark Dickey is a very experienced caver. He is used to those conditions. So at least as we look at kind of, as you mentioned, dark, wet, very, very cold, this is something he knew he was getting into. I do just want to show you this video that we just got new video in the last hour and a half, and it shows Mark wrapped in this stretcher. They call this patient packaging, and he is literally lashed onto this stretcher. This is dramatic video with rescuers bringing him basically on a pulley system up through kind of very tight spaces over rocks. And as you mentioned, Vicki, 590 feet. We have been watching and monitoring and asking rescuers kind of 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet. Just a couple hours ago, he was hanging out, kind of being kind of watched and stabilizing at 600 feet. But if he can get those 590 feet, this is a very hopeful afternoon there for rescuers.
A hopeful afternoon, but Molly, I mean, let's kind of go back to what started all this. Gastric distress is actually what triggered Mark's rescue. So what's the latest on just his own medical condition? I mean, how are rescuers sort of able to keep him stable in the process of doing this?
Yeah, it's an extraordinary effort, right, for rescuers. So as I mentioned, nearly 200 search and rescued personnel, 150 of those, Morgan, are real experts. There is a doctor and a nurse with him, part of that rescue operation as they are getting him out. So what we know is that this gastric distress is what caused the issue. There was internal bleeding. He required a blood transfusion. What we don't know is if this was a disease, if this was some sort of an event, what actually caused this. So what the plan is, we hear from the head of the Emergency and Disaster Management Authority there in Turkey, our producer on the ground right near the mouth of that cave. The plan is to have him assessed. Once he gets up to the surface, he will then be airlifted to a Turkish hospital if he is stable enough to travel. But this is very worrisome. Clearly, though, they made the call that he is stable enough to travel and continue to travel up those last 500 feet or so.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter for us there. Molly, thank you.
Morgan, Congress is gearing up for a series of high-profile hearings this week. The main focus, artificial intelligence. Some of the biggest names in tech are coming to Capitol Hill. They're going to meet privately with senators on Wednesday to brainstorm ways to rein in this fast-moving technology. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali following it all for us. So, Ali, good to see you. This is a first-of-its-kind meeting. All 100 senators are going to hear from these tech leaders, and this is happening behind closed doors at this point. So tell us who's going to be there and what is expected to come from this meeting.
Vicki, going to be a lot of big personalities in this room on Wednesday as tech titans flock to the Capitol for this closed-door meeting that's really the first of its kind. It's an attempt by Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to get ahead of the curve on AI and big tech. This after lawmakers have somewhat complained over the last few years that their policy agendas are so behind things like social media. Schumer trying to get in on the front end of this wave, trying to legislate around it by bringing in the people who are at the center of AI and tech themselves. People like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, all of them going to be in the room with these senators. And while they are going to be behind closed doors, we are also going to see some other pushes this week from legislators on a public front, doing some hearings around this, just giving us a sense of not just what they're hearing behind closed doors, though this is going to be interesting, and I'll personally be asking if the cage match that we were expecting this summer happened, but on a serious space to see if there's any legislating that can be done around this and if lawmakers can work in bipartisan fashion on legislating around AI before it gets too big for them to rein back in.
Alia, every time I hear Musk and Zuckerberg in the same sentence, I think cage match as well.
Right?
That aside, Congress has until the end of the month to avoid a government shutdown. The Senate appears to be pretty united at this point, but where do things stand in the Republican-led House?
Yeah, you want to talk about a cage match, Vicki? That's kind of what we're in for this September. When I was talking with lawmakers over recess, Freedom Caucus members were clear, in the words of one of them, this is not going to be pretty. That's because they feel betrayed by Speaker McCarthy for the way that he went about dealing with averting the debt ceiling crisis. They feel like he sold out the right flank of his party. And look, to get a deal with the White House in bipartisan fashion, which he needed, he did go against those far-right members. Now, though, it puts him in the position where he's juggling a lot of interests now. House lawmakers coming back to town after a lengthy recess tomorrow. They're going to have a lot to say, but the ones that we've been talking to already are clear. Many House Freedom Caucus members are fine with the idea of a government shutdown. They're trying to make this seem almost like it's a usual negotiating chip. Of course, we know from covering these that they are painful for Americans who stop getting their paychecks, who are furloughed from work, and who have no control over the way that government eventually comes back to fruition. So we'll be watching this closely as they figure out what spending levels will look like as conservatives push for cuts and the speaker is between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, shutdown should not be business as usual. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali. Thank you so much, Ali.
Well, Vicki, high school seniors in Florida will soon have a new option for their college entry exams. Last week, the state's public university system approved the Classic Learning Test, in addition to the SATs and the ACTs. But NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist spoke to one educator about how that alternative actually stacks up.
A green light for public universities in Florida to start accepting a new entrance exam. It's called the Classic Learning Test, or CLT. Florida's 12 state universities will accept it in addition to better-known exams like the SAT or ACT. Critics say it's just the latest move by Governor Ron DeSantis to try and inject a more conservative curriculum into every level of public education in the state.
I think because CLT is viewed as too conservative by some, we've had a hard time breaking in.
Jeremy Tate created the test back in 2015.
So our goal at CLT is to put students in front of the most important texts that have really driven the development of thought and culture for more than 2,000 years.
One notable difference from other entrance exams, the CLT tends to focus more on humanities, morality, and classical literature, or as the New York Times describes it, an emphasis on Western canon and Christian thought. For example, a sample test includes passages from Plato, Cicero, and George Eliot's Letter About Rome Artists.
We started an alternative because we believe we're championing a better vision for education that is ultimately about the cultivation of virtue.
Until now, the test has primarily been used among homeschoolers, Catholic schools, some charter schools, and Christian schools. Tate says about 250 in total.
Really, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing because it's actually about justifying a whole approach to curriculum that is narrowed.
Julian Vasquez-Heilig is a professor of educational leadership and research. He notes that allowing CLT into education policy in Florida is adding fuel to the fire started by the Don't Say Gay law and the dispute over the College Board's African American Studies AP course.
And now these students have to contend with a brand new exam that's not just a cognitive measure, but potentially a measure of conformity to specific approaches to curriculum and ideology.
Tate insists his test includes a diverse body of thought that doesn't adhere to any political viewpoint.
The general rule at CLT is for each test, there's going to be a total of 8 reading passages. One of those is going to be contemporary. The other 7 are going to be from folks who generally have been dead at least 50 years. We made an exception for Toni Morrison. We made maybe one other exception.
By itself, the test is not problematic. It's what comes next. As I talked about, these tests have been aligned with whether you can go to the next grade, whether teachers should be fired, how funding is distributed.
Professor Vasquez-Heilig says that's why what Florida does with this test down the road is what the public should be paying very close attention to. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
An eyewitness to the JFK assassination is now speaking out 6 decades after the former president was killed.
NBC News correspondent Liz Croyce explains how this first-hand account from a former Secret Service agent is now raising new questions.
60 years after one of the most earth-shattering days in modern American history, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963.
President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Former Secret Service agent Paul Landis, who was with the president that day, is opening up for the first time about what he witnessed. For decades, the prevailing theory was that one bullet struck JFK and then hit Texas Governor John Connally, who was sitting in front of him. It became known as the magic bullet theory, which explained how one shooter could have fired all the shots. The theory is based on this bullet being found on Governor Connally's gurney at the hospital. But now in a new book, Landis says he knows how it got there. The 88-year-old tells the New York Times he found that bullet lodged in the car seat behind where Kennedy was killed. He says he then took that bullet to the hospital and placed it on the president's gurney. It was a piece of evidence, he tells the Times, and I didn't want it to disappear or get lost. So it was, Paul, you've got to make a decision, and I grabbed it. But Landis now says he thinks the bullet may have rolled from Kennedy's gurney to Connally's, meaning it may not have been the bullet that injured Connally.
Dr. Aguilar, you've studied this case for years. How significant is this?
I think this is a significant piece of new evidence to support the idea that there was more than one gunman in Dealey Plaza.
Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who climbed on the back of the limo after Kennedy was shot, questions Landis's story.
Why do you have doubts about his account?
Because if you check all the evidence, statements, things that happened, they don't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me that he's trying to put it on the president's journey.
But Landis, who was not available for an interview with NBC News, tells the Times he made mistakes in his initial reports. He says he's been afraid to share his true story until now. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Coming up next, the social stigma around taking antidepressants. Plus, why not all medications are the same and ways to find the right one for you if you need them. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, more than 13% of Americans over the age of 18 take antidepressant medications. This is according to the Centers for Disease Control.
Now, that's more than 1 in every 10 people. Yet there's still a social stigma around taking those medications. Antidepressants, they treat a range of mental health illnesses, not just exclusively depression. Emergency medicine physician Dr. Samson Davis joins us now for a better understanding of their use. Dr. Davis, thank you for joining us this Monday. And first off, when we talk about antidepressants, right, there can be a lot of stigma when it comes to these medications. First, just help us understand what they are. How do they work?
So it's different categories, right? First of all, we all will suffer from depression or a depressed mood at some point in our life. Some people have generalized depression. They may have an anxiety disorder. They may have post-traumatic stress. So the depressive medication or antidepressant medication, you have a certain category. You have what we call SSRIs, which is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. And what is that? Just a big word to say that these medications work on the neurotransmitters in our brain. So you think of dopamine, you think of epinephrine, you think of serotonin. By sort of regulating these kind of neurotransmitters in our brain, we can regulate our mood and sort of defeat or kind of overcome the depressive episode that we're having to help kind of equilibrate to get through everyday life.
You mentioned some of the common SSRIs. What are alternative medications that can provide some of the same effects?
Yeah. So besides SSRIs, you have other sort of categories. You have atypical antidepressants, like the SSRIs are like your Prozac, your Zolofts. You have the atypical psychotic depressive medications as well. You also have what we call MAOIs, which is another sort of neurotransmitter that medications can work on. But each person is different, so what works for you may not work for me. Just the same way that you might like your coffee with sugar, without sugar. So you have to kind of tailor to see what works. And the other thought with antidepressants that sometimes is that it takes a while to equilibrate and balance in your body. So at times you have to go a few weeks in order to find the adjustment. But let's keep in mind, like, the medication is important and it's important to use, but you also need other modalities. Sometimes you need therapy, exercising, meditation, diet modifications. All these things helps together and sort of to improve your mental health and improve your mood as well.
Holistic approach.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting when you talk about these other modalities. How do you know? How does someone who's watching this know if what they are experiencing rises to the level of medicinal intervention?
Yeah, I think you have to check in with yourself, right? So, and you have to be honest with yourself. If you're not feeling your best, if you tried things like reading, meditating, exercising, yoga, Pilates, whatever it may be, then you have to say to yourself, maybe I need to see a doctor, right? And your doctor could try you on low-dose medication to see if there's any improvement or not. But keep in mind, like, these medications, again, it comes with side effects. Sometimes you may have nausea, dry mouth, fatigue. These are all the things that kind of go with the medication, which are not uncommon. It doesn't mean that that medicine isn't for you. You may have to alter the dosage, or you may have to change into a different category, like the atypicals, or there's another category called SNRIs, which is serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors. Again, these are all big words, but what it does essentially is regulate the chemicals in your brain to find the balance that we all need in life.
There was something you just said, though, that I did want to follow up on when you were talking about, you know, sometimes you can have depressive moods or you can kind of experience this thing. Do you measure it by virtue of time? Like, if I'm feeling depressed for 10 days or 15 days, or like, what is the measure of time where someone says, I'm not just sad, I'm actually depressed?
You know, it's different for each person. That's the thing. Like, what support systems do you have in place? So if you have, ideally, family or friends or your support system, if they say to you, you're just not feeling your normal self, you're not going out as much, you're not as interactive. You know, the signs of depression includes grief, increased sleepiness or mood changes, decreased appetite, feelings of guilt. Like, these are all signs of depression. But this prolongs, I would say, past a 2-week, 3-week period, because we have episodic moments that make us sort of kind of go down in a road where we don't feel our best, but that goes past a period of normality for you, then you may need to see someone. And there's no stigma with taking the medication.
No stigma at all. Emergency medicine physician Dr. Samson Davis, thank you so much for your time this Monday.
Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
All right, now everyone, and I do mean everyone, is talking about Coco Gauff today. The tennis phenom is celebrating her first Grand Slam victory. Just 19 years old. She's the first American to win the U.S. Open in 6 years.
Yeah, she's also the youngest American to take home the title since Serena Williams did it back in 1999. Gauff sat down with Today hosts Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb to talk about the history-making moment.
How are you feeling in this moment?
It's still crazy. I don't think it's digest. Like, even last night I was telling myself, you're a Grand Slam champion, and I'm like, it doesn't feel real at all.
Watching that moment where you were laying down on the court and you just had about 10 seconds there where it was all kind of sinking in. What did that moment feel like to know you'd done it?
It felt like it hit all at once because I didn't want to tell myself it was match points on the match points. I didn't want to start shaking. So when it happened and it like finally it was over, like my previous matches has taken me like 6, 7 match points to win, and that one was on the first one, so I was a little bit shocked, and I like couldn't breathe either.
It's joy, but is there like a release of tension, a release of that pressure?
I would say more so joy than relief. I would think in the past it would have been more relief than joy, but I think with all the growth and maturity I've done, it's definitely more joy than relief. Yeah.
So many beautiful moments. I think a lot of people wept when you got down on your knees a couple of times and you were clearly saying a prayer. What were you saying in that moment?
I was just saying thank you, and I understood like all the tough times were just to make that moment even sweeter. I think if it came easy, I wouldn't feel as appreciative as I did in that moment, clearly.
It does feel that way, Coco. I mean, we were just talking, I've known you since you were 14 years old, a junior champion. It wasn't easy. It maybe wouldn't have been the script you wrote, but it seems to be happening right on time when you're ready for it. You feel like that?
Yeah, I'm 100% believe in that. And, you know, obviously when you're losing, you're like, why is it happening now? But like I was like, I couldn't have been any more perfect than this moment. And, you know, doing it in the U.S., in New York City is just incredible.
I love that the night before the match, I figure most people would have butterflies. You had butterflies, but you were also on the phone with your boyfriend until 1 in the morning.
Yes.
What were y'all talking about?
Everything except that. He asked if I wanted to talk about it. I was like, no. So we were just, everything except that. And then I was like, okay, it's 1. So I was like, okay, I have to go to sleep if I actually want to be productive tomorrow. So I went to sleep, and my last time I was in a Grand Slam final, I couldn't sleep the whole night. But since talking to him helped me go to sleep.
Oh, so important. You made a couple of calls right after the match from home court. Those calls were not answered. Who were they calls to?
Both my brothers were the first 2 people I called. They didn't answer. Then I called my grandma, and then somebody that wasn't her answered. And then finally, my brother called me back. But by then the ceremony had started. And he was like, yeah, I was running around the house and I didn't hear my phone ring. But I'm used to him not answering my calls. But I was like, he saw me on the camera, like, calling him. Why didn't he answer the phone?
I bet you cannot wait to see those little boys and give them a hug.
Yeah, they're going to act like they're too cool for school when I see them. But I saw the videos when on match point. They were definitely running around the house going crazy.
Your mom and dad obviously in the stands and cheering you on. You said your dad had a shirt on that said Imagine. What did that mean to you?
For me, he just said he bought it at the beginning of the tournament, and he said that he had an image that I was going to go make it to the final, and he was going to wear that shirt if I did. And I think just imagine that your dreams can come true, and you just got to keep working for it. And my mom, in that video, as you can see, went absolutely insane. I've been laughing at that video all night. They're like, she called the Holy Ghost for sure.
The spirit was with her. Yeah. Okay, a couple of things, Coco. Did you know that you're like a TikTok sensation for your Tupperware eating and your fruit salad?
I saw that because people were asking me all the time what I was eating. And I was like, it's just fruit. My mom prepares it before the matches, and sometimes my dad does too. And I was like, just good old fruit. I don't know if it's like a stress thing, and also they say to always eat to give you energy. So yeah, just fruit. But yeah, people are like saying that she still gets her lunches packed and everything.
Well, on that note, we have a little something to a parting gift. Al's got Today Show branded Tupperware.
Thank you.
For all of your salads.
And y'all bought Chick-fil-A.
We heard you like
Yours are a big Chick-fil-A fan.
I really wanted some.
Okay, good. Lunch of Champions. There you go. You can pack some from the road with your Tupperware.
Wow, this is great.
Yes, we love it.
Thank you. Yeah, because yesterday was Sunday, so I couldn't get any.
Well,
We're here for you.
That's amazing. She says Sunday, I can't get any.
I know, I love it. Her parents are so sweet, weren't they?
Oh, they're beautiful. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, everyone, and good Monday to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Is Monday, September 11th. Desperate search. Emergency workers in Morocco racing to find survivors from the devastating earthquake that rocked that country. More than 2,600 people confirmed dead, many more injured. Our NBC News crew is there on the ground reporting live.
Still on the loose, we'll get an update this afternoon from police in Pennsylvania as they continue to search for a convicted killer who escaped from prison nearly 2 weeks ago. The latest on the growing manhunt, and the community's still on high alert.
Evacuation progress. Crews in Turkey getting closer to rescuing an American caver who's been trapped underground for 11 days. The New Jersey native now just about 500 feet from the surface. Why officials say he could get out in just a matter of hours.
Raising awareness as the nation remembers those killed in the September 11th terror attacks. There's a new push to help the brave first responders still suffering from illnesses linked to that day.
Welcome to NBC News this Monday. We start right now with the destruction and the devastation there in Morocco. More than 2,600 people are dead, nearly as many injured after Friday night's massive earthquake. The epicenter hitting in the remote high Atlas Mountains, but impacting hundreds of thousands of people, including in the city of Marrakesh, which is a pretty popular tourist destination.
Rescue teams are searching through the rubble in their desperate effort to find survivors before it's too late. Armed forces and teams from around the world are joining in on the rescue mission, but hope on the ground is fading somewhat as some survivors report a, quote, overpowering smell of dead bodies. Aid is being rushed to the mountainous villages where transportation routes have been cut off. Rescuers there have no heavy machinery. They are forced to dig by hand. We have NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joining us now from Moudjahid Brahim, Morocco. Raf, a lot of these rescuers are using pickaxes as they're trying to wait for this better equipment to arrive, and desperation is growing there as the window to find survivors is closing and making it more difficult. The heat with temperatures nearing 90 degrees. Walk us through the conditions right now.
Yeah, Vicky, well, just starting with the heat, it is absolutely scorching during the day. The sun is relentless, but because we are so high up in the mountains, it is freezing at night. And we just came from an even more remote community that's living on a kind of windswept plain next to this village. They are afraid to return to their houses because they fear that aftershocks could cause them to crumble. And so we watch them building tents, little children running around in the sun, in the wind, very, very little shelter. But they feel that that is the safer thing for their families right now. Vicky, you mentioned these rescuers working with their hands, working with their pickaxes. These mountain villages are very remote. The roads to get here are windy, they are treacherous, and it makes it very, very difficult to get the kind of heavy equipment you need up here to clear out the rubble. As you said, we are nearing the end of what rescue experts call the golden window, the 72 hours after the initial disaster that represents the best chance for finding survivors. But rescue teams say they are continuing to work and determined to go for as long as they can. Guys.
Hey, Raf, Morgan here. The United Nations estimates about 300,000 people have been affected just in that region alone. Many of them forced to sleep there in the streets, no place to go. What are the aid efforts looking like? Are there shelters?
There are shelters. We saw some of these families nearby here who were staying in what looked like Moroccan military tents, but the need is much greater than the aid that has been able to get in so far. We are seeing some international volunteer teams coming in. We met a group of British volunteers earlier. Morgan, I don't know if you can hear it, but there is actually some heavy equipment coming up behind our camera position right now. It's noisy, but for people here, that is a welcome sound. It is a sign that the equipment they need is getting here, albeit several days after the initial quake. People are sleeping on the streets, not just in these mountain villages, but as you said, in Marrakesh also, because there is a lot of fear all over this region about aftershocks. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez for us there. Raf, thank you.
Morgan, today marks 22 years since the September 11th attacks. From coast to coast, Americans are holding memorials to remember the nearly 3,000 people who died after terrorists hijacked 4 planes and crashed them into New York's World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in Pennsylvania. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is live at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan for us this afternoon. Rahima, tell us what happened there today and around the country.
Well, what happened here today is what's become a tradition as a result of what happened here 22 years ago. There's a kind of silence that fills the air early on in the morning, and then there's that wailing sound of bagpipes that pierces the air, which is a reminder of, in some ways, the wailing that was heard here that night of September 11th. And then there's the silence, and then the reading of the names. Nearly 3,000 names were read here. It began early this morning, and it just ended a few moments ago. Every single one of the names of those who died that day is read by a loved one, and then who offers a note of memory about the person that they lost in an effort, in many ways, I think, to keep their lives alive and living. In addition to what happened here, the reading of the names, the dignitaries here, Vice President Kamala Harris was here. President Biden was not here because he was coming back from an overseas trip to India and a meeting with the G20, Vietnam, and he is at a military base in Anchorage, Alaska, and is remembering things with military folks there. But this has been a time, again, more than anything, it is now a solemn tradition for people, and an effort to say to them, this nation can never forget what happened here 22 years ago. Vicki?
It's sometimes hard to believe it has been 22 years, Rahema, and you look at some of the ages of the people who died in their 20s. They would have been in their 40s today. It is hallowed ground, certainly. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis on 9/11 for us. Thank you.
Well, Vicki, police in Pennsylvania will give an update this afternoon on the massive manhunt for an escaped killer. Police say Danilo Cavalcante managed to break through the police perimeter in Chester County, but they don't believe that he's actually left the state. In fact, they say the 34-year-old was spotted just over the weekend several times and even stole a car. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now live from Unionville, Pennsylvania. Marissa, you've been following the story. It's been almost 2 weeks since Cavalcante crab walked out of prison. Where was his last sighting at this point?
Well, to our knowledge right now, Morgan, it was yesterday. We're waiting. A press conference is supposed to start within the hour, and maybe we'll learn a new update when it comes to when they last saw him. But let's run through a quick timeline. You just mentioned it's been almost 2 weeks. It was August 31st when we saw that moment where he escaped from prison. He crab walked his way out. It was the next day that he was seen, and we're talking about not just going into a home, but taking food and provisions. There were several sightings in between, and then we know that police had localized the search to this one area, this botanical gardens here, Longwood Gardens. On Saturday, they got that search perimeter down to 4 square miles, and then it was later that night. Somehow, he made his great escape from the perimeter. That reason remains unknown exactly how he was able to do that. They have their theories. He was able to steal a local dairy farm's van and then made his way about 40 minutes northeast of where we are right now, rang the doorbell of a couple of people that he once knew. That's where we got those new images of him. And then he was spotted again overnight on Sunday morning. That van was seen abandoned and ditched behind a barn, and he remains on the loose right now, Morgan.
And Marissa, just very briefly here, what are police there telling people in this area of the state to do? I mean, I imagine this is a pretty scary situation. What should they be on the lookout for?
Yeah, well, one, be on the lookout for a changed appearance, because as you might have seen from those images, he is very good at what he does. He knows that if he changes his appearance, it's harder to spot him. So don't just look for what you see in the posters. He was freshly shaven, totally new clothes, probably will be in new clothes the next time we see him on camera. But the number one thing, Morgan, that they're asking people to do, especially not just if you're in Pennsylvania, but surrounding states, lock your homes and lock your cars, because that van that was stolen, those keys were inside of the van because, you know, they thought it was safe on their farm. But make sure that your cars and your homes are locked, because obviously this is a man who is desperate to get what he wants. He will do what he needs to get to take it. Morgan?
I mean, at this point, Marissa, could he even face more charges if he's caught?
That's a great question. We asked that at the press conference yesterday, and police were not going to commit to an answer. They said that it's possible. They said that what they do know is that they didn't say if, they said when he is caught, that he will go to a state facility. But they actually were more stressing that people who were caught helping him will face charges. So again, they wouldn't say what kind of charges, because I think they said it depends on the circumstances of how he is caught. Again, they said it with that confidence. They said it's not a matter of if, but when. But they really stress that anyone that is caught helping him will face charges as well.
It's
Morgan?
been a long time there. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra on the lookout for us. Marissa, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Disney has reached a deal with Charter Cable Company to end that media blackout. This means ESPN will return to millions of Spectrum cable customers just in time for Monday Night Football.
All right, my favorite time of year. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, this is, of course, great news for millions of viewers who haven't had ESPN or Disney TV channels since August. What does this deal include?
So certainly, Morgan, Vicky, for Bills and Jets fans, right? Because that game is later on tonight. But customers, to your point, who buy the Spectrum TV Select package will get the basic Disney Plus subscription with ads, and they'll also have access to ESPN's streaming service when it launches. Those who have Spectrum TV Select Plus will also get ESPN Plus as part of that package deal. Now, in return, Charter will pay Disney an increase, of course, in the fees that it charges for subscriber.
Well, Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, is reportedly working on a new artificial intelligence system that hopes to make more powerful than the one it already just released just 2 months ago under the name Llama 2. Now, the system will help other companies build services with text analysis and other output, according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. And it might not feel like winter just yet, but the holidays are already on the minds of many Americans. A new survey found nearly half of Americans are planning to start their holiday shopping before even Halloween starts. That may actually help with budgeting concerns. A big concern right now, as nearly 40% of people surveyed say they expect to be financially burdened by the holiday spending season so far this year. I will say that the inflationary picture that we've had, ladies, over the last year and a half or so has changed a lot of people's thinking about how they want to spend money. So I don't doubt those results at all.
Yeah, start early, look for those sales to get the deal. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Meanwhile, a shortage of pills to treat ADHD is impacting millions of families all across the country. We'll tell you what parents are doing for kids who are heading back to school and they're in need of their medicine. Coming up next.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For nearly a year now, the U.S. has struggled with a shortage of ADHD medication. It is a major problem for more than 6 million children and teenagers who take drugs like Adderall. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson talked to parents who are scrambling to find alternatives.
The morning rush, organized chaos at the Didier home in Kansas. Getting 17-year-old Isaac and 9-year-old Joshua off to school. Two of the more than 6 million children on ADHD medicines caught in an ongoing shortage of the drugs.
Did you take your meds?
Yeah. Turning parents like Jeremy into medical detectives.
It says dexamethasone is not serviced because it's unavailable from the manufacturer.
Do you guys have any 20s in stock? Can we drop her down to 20?
Frustrating parents and physicians just as the school year begins.
How bad is it? Simply put, this is the worst I've had in my career in terms of the extent and the duration. And I've been in practice for over 30 years.
What started as a shortage of Adderall has created a domino effect, says Dr. Max Wisnitzer, as physicians prescribe alternatives.
We've developed secondary shortages of other products.
Medicines that help 4 of Jeremy Didier's children focus in school and life.
I can't think of anything worse as a parent than knowing that you're letting your kids down by not being able to get them what they need to be successful.
Most of these drugs are considered controlled substances by the DEA, with limits on how much can be produced. In a joint letter last month, the FDA and DEA pointed to record high prescription rates and blamed manufacturers for not producing the full amounts allowed. But several major manufacturers told NBC News they plan to produce the maximum they're allowed and have asked the government for permission to produce more, so children and adults can keep their focus. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, nationwide, rising concerns about the safety of e-bikes amid reports of serious accidents. It's even prompted some cities to issue states of emergency. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
E-bikes are zooming into cities across the country, zipping through traffic and barreling by at parks and beaches. Across the globe, sales are skyrocketing. In 2019, nearly 4 million e-bikes sold worldwide. By 2024, that could rise to 10 million a year. But also growing concerns about their safety, especially for young people.
Local leaders have declared a local emergency.
This summer, the city of Encinitas near San Diego issuing an emergency declaration after 2 teens on e-bikes were involved in separate accidents.
He would bring joy into every single room.
In one of those crashes, Claire Champlain's son, Brody. Back in June, the 15-year-old was riding an e-bike and was seen wearing a helmet when he was in a collision with a van and later died.
It's a real nightmare. It's a real life nightmare come true. You can't even believe you can live through it.
But the concern is not only for people riding these e-bikes, but the potential risk they could also pose for people in their path.
Oh, nice hit.
Erica Davis says her 6-year-old son was hit by an 11-year-old e-bike rider at a San Diego area beach last year.
I saw my son, and then the e-biker hit him to the ground, and then the bike on top of him.
Erica's son survived.
But we have seen some e-bike injuries in patients as young as age 4.
Pediatric trauma surgeon Dr. Romeo Ignacio at Rady Children's Hospital says this is just the tip of the iceberg. Talk to us about the types of injuries you see from these e-bikes.
The most common injuries that we see are concussions. We're seeing fractures. I think it's going to get worse.
Some San Diego area schools now offer e-bike classes so students can learn how to stay safe on the road. But it's complicated. The e-bike laws themselves differ from state to state, including age requirements for riding one. It can be confusing for parents since not all e-bikes are the same. Some only go up to around 20 miles per hour, while others almost 30 miles per hour. Moms like Claire now pushing for the policies to keep up with the technology.
I don't think the streets and infrastructure are properly laid out for our riders' safety. And unfortunately, he's not here anymore, so we're going to have to do it on his behalf.
Stephen Romo, NBC News, Carlsbad, California.
More than 140,000 auto workers could soon go on strike. Where negotiations stand right now as the deadline approaches. Coming up, you are watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so there's a growing push to use artificial intelligence to keep kids safe in schools as shootings are becoming all too common.
Yeah, now technology companies are popping up to help. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has a closer look at how this new tech could prevent school shootings.
At Rancocas Valley Regional High School in New Jersey, there's more to these cameras than meets the eye. This school is one of hundreds across the country now using Zero Eyes, a human-verified artificial intelligence system designed to detect guns and combat mass shootings. Here's how it works. It uses existing security cameras coupled with the company's AI trained to detect guns, plus a team of military experts working around the clock to alert authorities before any shots are fired. Critical because, according to the FBI, 60% of active shooter events end before police arrive. Rob Huberty co-founded Zero Eyes.
You can't watch all the cameras all the time. So we're watching behind the scenes for you.
The Zero Eyes team demonstrated their technology using fake guns in an empty part of the school before students returned from summer break.
I have a true positive detection.
Copy. Local law enforcement is en route.
We also had a camera at their Pennsylvania Operations Center, so you could see how they respond at the same time.
This Zero Eyes Operations Center.
Look at this. The man on screen is only in the school's side door for a few seconds. And screen right, the moment his fake gun is revealed, the Zero Eyes AI detects it, and this image is displayed on the operator's monitor. That's when the team springs into action, first with those trained experts verifying the threat.
True positive.
Dispatch alert.
Dispatching alert.
Call point of contact.
Then immediately alerting school security and police with phone calls and texts.
Getting more alerts as we're doing this.
And it all happened before the shooter could even get in the hallway to fire a shot. You can follow this person with the gun throughout the school, wherever there's a camera.
As long as their gun is brandished.
But it's not foolproof. The technology cannot detect guns that are hidden or anywhere without a camera. Then what do?
Good security comes in layers. Do I think we can really help in certain situations? Absolutely. But are we the end-all, be-all? No.
For School Superintendent Christopher Heilig, every extra layer of protection is critical. Does it make you sleep a little easier at night, knowing what the next day might bring? You're secure?
Absolutely. The first thing that we think about as superintendents, as administrators, is safety and security.
But the technology has applications beyond just education. It looks like I'm at another school right now, but actually I'm in front of a green screen that's used to train the AI to recognize guns in school environments. But it can also be used in other settings, like a mall, public transit, even a casino. Back at the high school, teachers like Aaron Matteo say the Zero Eyes services are worth the cost, which can run up to $50 per camera per month.
I think anything that's going to save lives is always worth it.
As classes start across the country, added security and more peace of mind. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
All right, so in other news, one of the highest paid coaches in college sports has been suspended without pay. Michigan State University announced the suspension of Mel Tucker, its head football coach, amid an internal investigation. Now, this announcement, it comes hours after USA Today reported that Tucker is being accused of sexually harassing a rape survivor. Tucker has reportedly denied those allegations.
And the FDA is on the brink of approving a new round of COVID vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer. This coming as the country experiences an uptick in COVID cases. If approved, millions of doses would be shipped out across the U.S. in a matter of days.
An update on the American scientists trapped in a cave in Turkey as rescuers inch closer and closer. That's all coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily, and do not forget, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's really wherever you stream, including YouTube, hey Vicky, Hulu, your favorite, Roku, Peacock, Fire TV, all those places right there on your screen. We've got that and so much more because your news continues right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Back now at 1:30 this Monday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. The American Red Cross announced today that it's experiencing a national blood shortage. Climate disasters and a lack of donors have caused a 25% drop in blood supply since early August, and that's really threatening treatment of emergency victims and even chronically ill patients. To learn more about how you can perhaps donate, you can visit redcrossblood.org, or you can even call 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Luis Rubiales is stepping down from his position as president of the Spanish Soccer Federation. His resignation comes after weeks of criticism following his unwanted kiss with Women's World Cup winner Jenny Hermoso. The federation's board of directors will call an election to find a successor.
And Novak Djokovic has won yet another U.S. men's Grand Slam title. He beat Daniil Medvedev yesterday at the U.S. Open in what some are calling a redemption match. Since Djokovic lost the same matchup at the U.S. Open, that was back in 2021. Now, at 36 years old, he is the oldest man to win the tournament and has cemented his claim to the most Grand Slam titles in men's tennis, holding a record, get this, 24 titles. Pretty incredible.
It was an exciting match to watch, too. All right, well, the deadline to avoid a massive strike for nearly 150,000 auto workers, it's getting close.
That's right. Negotiations between the United Auto Workers Union and Detroit's Big Three, they're going on right now, but they aren't going so smoothly. In fact, each company has submitted proposals, but the union has rejected all of them, warning that the possibility of a strike is very, very real. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us. Brian, we've got Thursday as a deadline, the time kind of running out. Where do negotiations stand?
Yeah, not a lot of time. But for what it's worth, we have offers from all three of the automakers that they're trying to negotiate with here. And actually, Stellantis, the maker of Chrysler, is expected to make another offer today. So there is conversation happening, which is encouraging. But look, the numbers show you just how far apart the union is from the automakers. When you take a look at an offer like GM, for example, offering a 10% wage bump, but the union wants a 46% bump compounded over the next 4 years. Stellantis had a 14.5% wage offer. But again, even though the conversations are happening, we only have a few days before they can ultimately start that strike Thursday into Friday. So we'll have to see whether or not they can find some middle ground by then.
Brian, let's go consumer level. Until July, car prices for new cars have been steadily rising, used car prices coming down. But if they go on strike and if it is prolonged, talk about the impact on car buyers, car prices, and the overall economy.
Yeah, well, 146,000 workers deciding to basically walk out in the middle of their shift would mean that there would be no new cars coming from GM, Ford, or Stellantis, which means that you would likely see further upward pressure on new cars. Because again, we're not talking about used car output, we're talking about new car output. But again, this is during a time where we've already had a pretty brutal amount of years in terms of the high prices for anyone trying to buy because of the COVID shutdown and then also the supply chain related issues after the lockdown. So again, those prices likely to not get any better if there is ultimately a strike on Friday.
Well, let's hope they reach some sort of deal soon. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you.
Rescuers in Turkey, they've brought American caver Mark Dickey within 590 feet of the surface of that Morka cave.
The New Jersey native has been trapped since September 2nd. Now, if all goes to plan, officials say Dickey could be free as early as this afternoon. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is following the rescue for us. So, Molly, I mean, we saw the video when he released, he was talking there. It's dark, it's cold, it's wet, it's incredibly steep and narrow, that passageway to the surface. How are they pulling this off, and who's on that rescue team?
Yeah, guys, these are brutal conditions. What we do have to remember is Mark Dickey is a very experienced caver. He is used to those conditions. So at least as we look at kind of, as you mentioned, dark, wet, very, very cold, this is something he knew he was getting into. I do just want to show you this video that we just got new video in the last hour and a half, and it shows Mark wrapped in this stretcher. They call this patient packaging, and he is literally lashed onto this stretcher. This is dramatic video with rescuers bringing him basically on a pulley system up through kind of very tight spaces over rocks. And as you mentioned, Vicki, 590 feet. We have been watching and monitoring and asking rescuers kind of 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet. Just a couple hours ago, he was hanging out, kind of being kind of watched and stabilizing at 600 feet. But if he can get those 590 feet, this is a very hopeful afternoon there for rescuers.
A hopeful afternoon, but Molly, I mean, let's kind of go back to what started all this. Gastric distress is actually what triggered Mark's rescue. So what's the latest on just his own medical condition? I mean, how are rescuers sort of able to keep him stable in the process of doing this?
Yeah, it's an extraordinary effort, right, for rescuers. So as I mentioned, nearly 200 search and rescue personnel, 150 of those, Morgan, are real experts. There is a doctor and a nurse with him, part of that rescue operation as they are getting him out. So what we know is that this gastric distress is what caused the issue. There was internal bleeding. He required a blood transfusion. What we don't know is if this was a disease, if this was some sort of an event, what actually caused this. So what the plan is, we hear from the head of the Emergency and Disaster Management Authority there in Turkey, our producer on the ground right near the mouth of that cave. The plan is to have him assessed. Once he gets up to the surface, he will then be airlifted to a Turkish hospital if he is stable enough to travel. But this is very worrisome. Clearly, though, they made the call that he is stable enough to travel and continue to travel up those last 500 feet or so.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter for us there. Molly, thank you.
On Capitol Hill, the House is set to return tomorrow from its summer recess, and lawmakers, they're already facing a very busy schedule.
Now, near the very top of the list, avoiding a government shutdown. Congress has until the end of the month to pass a new spending bill. But right now, both sides, they still appear to be pretty far apart. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is following this all for us this Monday. Ali, it's good to see you. We know that so far the House has only passed 1 out of a dozen spending bills right now on the table. So, I mean, how realistic is it? Is there enough time to even get this deal done?
Yeah, there's always time when lawmakers make the time, and that's how we know that this building typically works. Hard up against deadlines, working late into the night, despite the fact that everyone here knew that September 30th was the day that they were working towards. When they left for August recess, there was a lot of chatter about a willingness to shut down the government on the part of Speaker McCarthy's rightmost flank, the House Freedom Caucus, those agitators that we often talk about. In my conversations with them over the last few weeks, even though they've been on recess, they've been in touch with Speaker McCarthy, and they have not changed their position very much. Instead, some of them tell me that their ranks have only grown. You and I both know the House, this Congress, functions on very slim margins. This is going to be one of those moments where the slimmest margins come back to either help or hurt McCarthy. But if he's got over a dozen members on the conservative side of his party saying that they're okay with shutting down the government, that makes this task even harder. It's a different dynamic, though, on the Senate side, where we're watching the Senate march in lockstep, unified in pretty much bipartisan fashion. Yes, Republicans there would like to see a cut in spending as well, but the numbers on the Senate side show that they don't want to shut down the government at all. So once again, it comes down to not just Republicans versus Democrats, but House Republicans versus the rest of Congress, and we'll see how it shakes out once they're back.
Ali, Congress is also giving a lot of attention to artificial intelligence. There's a whole slate of hearings lined up starting for Wednesday this week. Talk to us about who's expected to be there.
This is lawmakers trying to get ahead of the AI curve. They feel like they might have missed the legislating boat on things like social media. We've watched them try to do that in retrospect. But now what they're trying to do, at the direction of Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, is get ahead of it by bringing in experts in tech and AI. All of the big names that we often talk about, people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Sam Altman, all of them coming to the Senate on Wednesday. A lot of big personalities going to be in the room because it's not just the tech CEOs. It's also going to be all 100 senators. One of the senators joked that they don't know if there's going to be enough oxygen in that room for everyone, but nevertheless, they're going to huddle behind closed doors, try to get a sense of what the experts at the center of this say, and then, of course, senators will try to come out with some kind of legislation. We know that that moves pretty slowly typically, but this certainly is the start of a big effort in the Senate.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale live for us this afternoon. Thank you, Ali.
Well, there's a grim new reality approaching as we mark 22 years since the September 11th terror attacks today.
Yeah, the number of firefighters who have died from 9/11 related illnesses is now on the cusp of surpassing the number of firefighters who died that actual day. NBC News New York reporter Andrew Siff has more on one woman's mission to raise awareness after losing her father.
As a fifth grader in Marine Park, Brooklyn, Bridget Gormley's school day on September 11th, 2001 was surreal.
Kids kept getting pulled out of school, pulled out of school, pulled out of school all day. The population was very blue collar, cops, firemen, sanitation. So all these kids' parents were likely here.
Bridget's dad, Billy, out of Ladder Company 174, had responded with so many of his FDNY brothers and sisters to the 9/11 attacks.
My mother picked me up and she said, I asked her, what's happening, what's going on? She told me, and she's like, Daddy's okay. So it was, this happened, he's okay.
A relieved little girl, but as she went home from school, a realization something was not okay.
There were papers flying all over the sky, and we were grabbing them out of the sky and putting them in bags.
4 years later, a warning sign.
2005, I think, is when we started seeing people get really sick.
And a decade after that, the aftershock.
In 2016, December, he was diagnosed with bladder cancer, and then he passed away the following June.
Bridget and her 3 brothers and their mom devastated, and she realized.
If I didn't know, as the daughter of a first responder who her parent got sick and died, nobody knows.
Bridget Gormley began traveling with John Feel and advocates of the Zadroga Act to expand health care for first responders. Jon Stewart credited with convincing Congress.
They did their jobs. 18 years later, do yours.
Bridget recording all of it for a documentary film called dust.
Thousands of people have become ill or died from causes related to the attacks.
Her takeaway from the project: the experts should have known better.
It doesn't really take rocket science to know how bad it was. I mean, when you hear what the composition of what was in that dust, benzene, lead, chromium, jet fuel, pulverized concrete, it was all these things alone are carcinogens, and then you mix them together and you cook them for 3 months. It can't be good.
Educating others now her life's mission.
A resident that lived over here in Battery Park City who was a newborn and was exposed, they have to have their life covered to make sure that they don't ever have to bear the burden of financial medical expenses.
And 2 decades after that unforgettable day of school, Bridget thinks about it this way from the Memorial Glade, the grassy corner of the Trade Center site dedicated to those, like her dad, lost after 9/11.
I mean, if you look behind me, the glade is very subtle, and there's no names on it. If you were to put names on this entire square would be filled with people.
That was Andrew Siff from NBC New York reporting.
Could the U.S. be getting more high-speed rail service? Up next, we'll have an inside look at a new train line in Florida that is saving people a lot of precious time. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Is coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up.
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There is a growing list of countries all around the world that have gotten on board with high-speed trains. But here in the U.S., we're still getting stuck in gridlock on the 405 in California or even on rattling subways while getting around here in New York City.
True. Stay tuned tonight. Anchor Gotti Schwartz spoke with one company that is ready to change how we Americans commute.
It's been decades since Japan rolled out sleek, high-tech bullet trains. Passenger rail in the U.S. is still trying to get up to speed, with rides that industry leaders say will be faster, greener, and easier than long road trips or pricey and frustrating flights.
We in this country put all our eggs in the baskets of highways and aviation, and now we're sort of stuck with the problems of both of those modes because of their limitations.
Looking to lead, Brightline, a privately owned passenger rail service in Florida. It's extending its Florida line from Miami to Orlando later this summer.
We've designed and built a customer-oriented product from the ground up.
Traveling at speeds of up to 125 miles per hour, Brightline says these trains will make the trip in just over 3 hours. That's shorter than the more than 5-hour ride on Amtrak, generally cheaper than a 1-hour flight, and the company says more convenient than hitting the road.
Americans love their cars until their cars don't work for their needs anymore. And if you're stuck on crowded, unsafe highways, an alternative is what you're looking for.
Critics wonder if Americans will start opting for more rail time over the open road, but U.S. passenger rail ridership is up 45% in the last 20 years, and the numbers are climbing. Meanwhile, rail experts say federal investment hasn't kept pace, and now a train ride from New York to Chicago actually takes longer than it did back in 1950.
There's really no other mode of transportation, buses, planes, of course, car travel, that is delivering sort of mid-century service levels and patterns in the way that passenger trains do.
We're taking care of the riders, laying track, wiring switches, fixing bridges, tunnels, modernizing stations.
The president's bipartisan infrastructure bill is fueling change with $66 billion for rail improvements nationwide. It's the biggest public boost for passenger rail since 2008, when California voted to build the nation's first high-speed rail, but $9 billion, and 15 years later, not a single mile of track is laid. Government-owned Amtrak plans to use some of the federal funding to modernize its fleet, but the faster trains won't debut until 2026. Meanwhile, Brightline plans to break ground on a high-speed rail between Las Vegas and the Los Angeles area later this year. While other projects struggle to gain steam, Brightline says its privatized model could be used across the country.
Atlanta, Charlotte looks like a place that is set up for this kind of success. Chicago, St. Louis is another one. Portland, Seattle, what we like to think of as the Texas Triangle, Houston, San Antonio, Dallas. Those city pairs set up very, very nicely for this kind of private sector model.
And experts say that could reinvent rail in the U.S. much faster.
They'll help speed up the whole build out of the United States and get us into high-speed rail much sooner than publicly led projects.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we waste the dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Olivia Rodrigo is an international superstar. She went from high school senior to platinum artist essentially overnight with the release of her debut album, Sour, 2 years ago.
Well, now, Sunday Today anchor Willie Geist is sitting down with the 20-year-old singer to talk about her newest album and her rapid rise to stardom.
Haven't heard from you in a couple of months, but I'm out right now, and I'm all wrapped up in your car.
The party is just getting started for Olivia Rodrigo as she celebrates the release of her sophomore album. She's calling it Guts.
These are my Guts rings.
And the critics are calling Rodrigo a rock star.
And Guts means what to you in the context of this album?
It means a few things. It means courage. It means trusting your gut. I like spilling your guts too. I feel like
There's some of that on this album.
I feel like every song I've ever written is sort of just me spilling my guts a little bit.
Good for you, I guess you're getting everything you want.
Just 20 years old, the singing, songwriting phenom has a talent for turning angst and heartbreak into hits.
When you're sitting down spilling your guts in front of a piano, do you ever have any hesitation of like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go this far, maybe I shouldn't tell this one?
Yeah, in the moment when I'm writing a song, I try not to censor myself too much or think about, what people on the internet are gonna say about it.
If someone tells me one more time, enjoy your youth, I'm gonna cry.
People have had a lot to say about Rodrigo's music ever since she exploded onto the scene with her Grammy-winning debut album, Sour.
It's brutal out here.
Rolling Stone called Sour Rodrigo's greatest hits album on her first try, highlighted by the 5 times platinum driver's license.
I got my driver's license last week, just like we always talked about.
A poignant power ballad about marking a teenage milestone amid heartache.
January of 2021, when driver's license came out, you're still a senior in high school, and then you wake up one morning and everybody knows your name. What's going through your mind?
Honestly, a healthy level of dissociation goes a long way,
Yes.
I think.
You have such a maturity in your songs about things like heartbreak and relationships. On Sour, you were 16, 17 years old writing these sort of sophisticated songs that I'm not sure most teenagers have thought through in that way or can articulate in the way that you have.
I really believe that really good songs kind of don't come from you, they kind of come through you.
Do you get deja vu?
Rodrigo first sat down at the piano at 7. By 12, she was writing songs. She did some acting too, but music was her first love.
Do you remember those first songs when you were 12?
Yeah, it's so funny. I still have them on my phone, and I'm like, gosh, I was so angsty. I had such a perspective. I'd write all these like feminist songs about like all these like people that wronged me or like all these issues that I had, and I'm like, you're in 6th grade. Like, what's going on?
You didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor.
Rodrigo since has sharpened the songwriting around that angst and proven herself a sharp businesswoman as well. When she signed her first record deal at just 17, she negotiated for ownership of the master recordings of her music. The label agreed, perhaps underestimating her potential.
How did you have the instinct to do that? Because it has paid off in a way that other artists have struggled with.
I've just really always wanted to have total creative control over everything that I do.
I hate to give the satisfaction asking how you're doing now.
On Guts, Rodrigo goes full pop punk.
Just you so
with vampire. Why is it so important to you to not talk publicly about who or what exactly it's about?
I think explanation is never good for art. Why would I like pigeonhole a song into being about this one thing in my life when everyone has their own interpretation?
I'm pretty when I cry.
Love her perspective. Really mature. 20 years old and already all full of that.
Seeing that level of stardom at 17? All right. Our thanks to Sunday Today anchor Willie Geist for that interview.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up.
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 11th, 2023, the race to rescue. Crews in Morocco are desperately digging through rubble, looking for any survivors of the earthquake. The government now saying more than 2,600 people are dead, thousands still missing. We're tracking the search.
Urgent manhunt, a major twist in the manhunt for an escaped convicted murderer in Pennsylvania. The new sighting that may actually make it harder for police to track him down.
Nearly free, an American trapped inside a Turkish cave is inching closer and closer to the surface. The latest progress in the mission to get him out alive.
And political machines. The biggest names in tech are heading to Capitol Hill with one thing on their minds: artificial intelligence. What the high-stakes meeting could mean for controlling the technology.
Welcome, everyone, on this Monday. It is great to be back by your side.
Yes, it's so good to have you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We're going to start today in Morocco, where the window to find survivors from Friday's earthquake is sadly rapidly shrinking.
Yeah, Moroccan officials now saying that more than 2,600 people have perished as the death toll keeps rising. We are approaching 72 hours since the quake first hit. Rescue experts say we're nearing the end of the typical window to still find survivors. Stuart Ramsey from our partner at Sky News got a first-hand look at rescue efforts near the earthquake's epicenter.
Police soldiers have been deployed to come and find people, which they have been doing already. Some of the advanced detachments have gone ahead, but also they're now having to clear the roads, which is very difficult. I mean, you can't get trucks past here at all. 4 people survived in that town. As you can see, it's on the top of a hill. The monastery is at the back. That's collapsed, and then everything else around it is collapsed.
Utter devastation, and many of those who did make it out alive are now homeless. Earlier today, government aid packages were distributed to people now in need of food and other basic necessities.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Marrakesh, Morocco for us. Matt, where do rescue efforts stand right now as we speak? Do crews still believe that maybe, hopefully, there could be survivors?
Well, look, I'm going to be honest, guys. I haven't actually spoken to any crews. We were up in the Atlas Mountains, and we were kind of surprised by the fact that we didn't see many people who were searching for survivors. We didn't see much traces of any government presence, and actually some of the villagers who we spoke with in several different villages said that the government had been not really around. They were getting mostly aid from independent organizations, from civil society groups, and now it looks as though international groups, foreign search and rescue teams, from places like Spain or the United Arab Emirates or Qatar have joined the search. But I got to tell you guys, I covered the earthquake in Turkey in February, and we were seeing people getting brought out 5 days later, and that was really astonishing. But that is something that could be repeated here. So I think a lot of rescue crews are certainly going to be holding out hope that there are people surviving beneath the rubble. The challenge is getting the rescue crews to the remote villages in the Atlas Mountains, and that is a formidable one. And so far, it has been slow, and the government here has come under stiff criticism. Guys?
Yeah, Matt, clearly there's a need for hope, but also specific help. So what help is being offered to those who lost their homes? I've heard reports that many are fearful of even entering buildings due to these aftershocks. So what do people there need most right now?
Yeah, I mean, the people that we were speaking to, they were living in tents next to their ruined homes. And in fact, again, they didn't seem as though they were getting all that much assistance. They said that they were getting food and some supplies from the government, from civil society groups. But the tents were things that it looked like they had erected themselves. Now, these are tight-knit villages. They're essentially, and actually some of the residents were describing them, they're like families. Everybody pitches in to help. But when you're in a village, a tiny one, where 90 to 100 people have been killed, that's a lot of your manpower. And that's something that we saw today, where all that's left are elderly people or children. A lot of these villages didn't have any young men who were able to help them out because the men are in places like here in Marrakesh trying to find jobs. Many of them rush back to their home villages in the high Atlas Mountains to try to help out. But this is something that we're seeing evolving. You know, the government now, it looks like, is slowly reaching some of these places. But the aid, the need, is still really strong. And in fact, at one point, I saw one man going to his ruined home to pull out wood to use it to help support one of the tents that he was actually living in with his family. So this isn't as though, you know, aid organizations are flooding in and helping people. This is DIY. People are doing this themselves to survive. Guys?
Yeah, a lot of compounding issues there. Matt Bradley on the ground in Morocco. Thank you so much.
The search for that escaped killer in Pennsylvania now entering its 12th day. There were significant developments over the weekend when police released these pictures you're seeing showing Danilo Cavalcante looking totally different from when he escaped. At last sighting, he's clean-shaven now, wearing that green hoodie. Authorities have recovered this van as well. They say Cavalcante stole it from a local dairy farm. That van was then found nearly 30 miles outside the search perimeter that police had originally set up. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has the latest from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania State Police giving an update right now behind me as we speak. And of course, everyone is curious to know, have there been any new sightings? As we're waiting to learn what they're talking about inside, let's go over all the developments from this weekend because it was a busy weekend. Remember, it was just Saturday, not that far away from where we are right now, that they were searching within 4 miles at Longwood Gardens. These are the botanical gardens. And by all intents and purposes, it seemed like they were closing in. But then we learned Saturday night, apparently he stole a van from a local dairy farm about a half a mile away from where that search perimeter was. and then used that car, according to police, to knock on the doors of two people that he used to work with from before his prison days. He's captured on Ring doorbell camera. You can see with a totally new look. He's got new clothes. He's got a freshly shaven face, even wearing a smile as he's asking for help from people that he used to know. Now, that van was later found abandoned not too far away behind a barn, but there were questions on how he was able to slip away from that perimeter when the perimeter was very small and that dairy farm was very close by. Take a listen to what authorities said when they were asked about exactly that.
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
So some of those challenges they cited, the topography. We're talking about botanical gardens. It is densely wooded. Also the heat, the rain made it more challenging for them. And then also they talked about these drainage ditches, underground tunnel systems. Part of that because of construction that's happening on site, saying that this was a part of the reason why he was able to slip away. Now, authorities do not know where Cavalcante is right now. So they're asking people to keep their homes as well as their cars secure because, as we've already seen, he is an individual who is desperate to get what he needs to survive, and he will do whatever it takes to get it. And anyone who is caught helping him will be prosecuted and charged accordingly. Back to you.
Marissa Parra, thank you. Now to Hurricane Lee that's brewing in the Atlantic and making its way northeast. The storm is currently classified as a Category 3 hurricane, but it's expected to pick up power within the next 48 hours. That's when it could reach a Category 4 category. And even though Lee will likely not make landfall in the U.S., the impacts will still be felt from Florida all the way to Maine. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with more. Bill, what's the latest here on where Lee could hit?
Yeah, it's looking like a Saturday event, mostly Nova Scotia, possibly Maine. We may get clipped in areas in the islands and also Cape Cod and the Boston region, too, but it doesn't look like a direct hit. So let me get into the details. As you mentioned, Category 3, it's been helping us out. It's been staying away from all land areas. It does look to miss a direct hit on Bermuda, but they still could get some tropical storm conditions. No matter what, we're getting the rip currents, the large waves and swells coming to the East Coast beaches. Be very dangerous for at least the next 7 days. The Hurricane Center with the last update does have the cone of uncertainty. We call this cone barely into Nantucket. With the next update, it should likely go up here towards Boston and the Portland area and also in the Nova Scotia. The average forecast air at 5 days, that's this point, is 200 miles. That's how they get this forecast cone. So that's the average forecast air. Now, we'll look at our computer models, give us our guidance of where we think we could possibly have the storm going. And the trend has been a little bit more towards western portions of Nova Scotia. So all these little squiggly lines are different computer models. Notice only 1 or 2 has a direct landfall in down East Maine. And by the way, the last time a hurricane made landfall in Maine was back to the 1950s. It's been a really long time. Now, Dorian hit Nova Scotia only 3 or 4 years ago, so they're more common to getting hit by these storms. So it looks like almost no matter what, even with all of these tracks, the worst wind and storm surge and waves would be towards Nova Scotia. Maybe some backside, wind and rain, possibly in eastern New England. So we're getting closer to this event and knowing who needs to prepare for it. As of now, I tell all our friends in eastern New England and Maine, make sure you have all your hurricane supplies just in case.
No, for sure. Hurricane season is here. Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. There is a new company taking over Twinkies.
And a TV blackout ends just in time for Monday Night Football. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, ladies. Jelly and peanut butter maker J.M. Smucker is set to make a sweet new addition. Company is buying Twinkie owner Hostess Brands for $5.6 billion. Some analysts and investors are questioning the high price tag, putting Smucker on pace, at least its stock today, for its worst day in the market since May of last year. And the 10-day cable blackout is over. Not soon enough to have caught the U.S. Open, but Charter and Disney ended their dispute today, just hours before Monday Night Football is set to kick off on ESPN. The new deal includes Disney streaming services as part of certain Spectrum cable packages. In return, Charter will pay a larger fee to Disney. And a travel nightmare for about 115 Swiss airline passengers. Their flight arrived at their destination in Bilbao, Spain, Saturday without their bags, any of them. And some travelers say they waited 2 hours before anyone told them that those bags were not coming. The airline blamed the issue on a staff shortage. Apparently, the flight crew waited an hour and a half. No one loaded the bags, so they took off. but they never gave anybody a heads up that there were no bags on the flight.
So the entire plane, everyone has no bags.
They have no bags, and they're still not quite sure when they're going to get their bags.
Yeah, it's one thing to lose your own bag, but for the whole flight, I mean, power in numbers.
They just never loaded them. They never loaded them.
Bertha Coops, thank you so much.
Coming up, progress in the mission to save that American trapped thousands of feet down in a Turkish cave. When could he reach the surface?
Plus, we're marking 22 years since the September 11th terror attacks. How America is honoring the lives lost on 9/11. Later this hour, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The Kremlin says North Korea's leader will visit Russia in, quote, the coming days. It's unclear if Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin will meet face-to-face. Just last week, U.S. officials said the two countries had talked about a potential arms sales agreement earlier this summer. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is with us now from Hanoi, Vietnam. Hi, Janice. So this announcement comes on the heels of the G20 summit that just wrapped up. How significant is this potential meeting, and what can we expect to come from it?
Kate, there's been a lot of speculation that this sort of meeting was going to happen, where Kim Jong-un would meet with Vladimir Putin. It's expected to happen on the sidelines of an economic forum in Vladivostok. It's where the two leaders actually first met back in 2019. Kim Jong-un is believed to be on a train, an armored train, heading to Russia for this meeting. This is causing obvious concern for U.S. officials who believe that Russia and North Korea are in discussions for arms deals, for weapons that could fuel the war in Ukraine. Russia is looking for suppliers, and for North Korea, a deal could be a political and economic lifeline. And it's also a sign that there is this deepening relationship between Moscow and Pyongyang. Kate.
And you just mentioned U.S. officials having concerns. Have we actually heard anything from the White House, from the Biden administration?
Well, U.S. officials had recently been talking about intelligence that they have that suggests that Russia is looking to purchase additional artillery shells, and in return, they would share satellite and nuclear submarine technology with North Korea. The White House has been very forceful in saying that this would be a huge mistake for North Korea, which is already so heavily sanctioned. They said if an arms deal does go ahead with Russia, North Korea will, quote, pay a price. Kate.
Right, Janice Mackey-Freyer for us from Vietnam. Janice, thank you.
Well, Kate, rescuers in Turkey are making slow but steady progress in their mission to save an American scientist trapped underground in one of the country's deepest caves. Mark Dickey began suffering from internal bleeding 9 days ago, leaving him unable to get back to the surface without assistance. Rescuers are now slowly carrying him up over 3,000 feet on a stretcher. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is following this story for us. So, Molly, of course, every single moment in a situation like this matters. Have rescuers made good progress, and what happens now?
Yeah, Zingley, we have some optimism this afternoon, and we actually have an update from the Emergency and Disaster Management Authority on the ground there, who now tell us that they estimate that Mark Dickey may be rescued tonight, maybe as early as between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern. That is totally an estimate. We don't know exactly what factors they are basing that on, but I do just want to show you some new video. It shows him, as you just mentioned, on a stretcher. He is wrapped up on that stretcher, completely cocooned. They call that patient packaging, so that they can move this stretcher on the pulley system up and down around rocks through very tight passages, and he won't slide off. We've also been told that these last 600 feet, now we're told that it's just under 600 feet until the surface. We are counting moment by moment, as you say, but also feet by feet, is actually a more gradual incline than some of the earlier parts of the cave, which were really kind of vertical, very tight passageways. Rescuers are experts at this. Of course, they're using small explosives and hammers to make the pathway for that stretcher to get out, Zinclay.
Molly, of course, the challenge is not just the cave, right? Because once they get out, they're still ways away from the nearest town. How does that work?
Right, they are in the Turkish mountains, and one of the questions we had for rescuers is whether or not he would be moved immediately or whether there would be some kind of assessment. So some of these expert rescuers, as I mentioned, 150 search and rescue experts with him, about 200 personnel total. There are doctors and nurses, and once he gets up to the surface, Zinkley, he will be assessed immediately. We have a statement from the director of the Turkish Disaster and Emergency Management, who says first he'll be taken to the National Medical Rescue Team. Turkish doctors and foreign doctors will assess him, and then he will be airlifted by helicopter to the state hospital in Mersin. That's a coastal city in Turkey, just down from the mountains that he is in. But one of the biggest things that we do not know at this time, that doctors, rescuers have not been able to tell us, is what the exact physical problem was, why that internal bleeding started. So still a lot of big questions, and certainly the journey not over once he gets out of that cave.
No, really incredible rescue, and just praying that they all come out okay. Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Coming up, how schools are using artificial intelligence to try to keep students safe. You are watching NBC News Daily.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. We continue to remember the September 11th attacks 22 years later. This picture was taken at the Empty Sky Memorial in New Jersey. It's just across the Hudson River from the World Trade Center site. It's the space between the two walls, actually shows where the former Twin Towers once stood. We remember all those lives lost today.
We remember it vividly.
More NBC News Daily after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The assassination of President John F. Kennedy remains one of the most hotly debated deaths in American history, even nearing 60 years later. Now, a Secret Service agent who was just a few steps away as the shots rang out in Dallas is speaking out and raising new questions about just what happened that day. Here's NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz.
60 years after one of the most earth-shattering days in modern American history, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963.
President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Former Secret Service agent Paul Landis, who was with the president that day, is opening up for the first time about what he witnessed. For decades, the prevailing theory was that one bullet struck JFK and then hit Texas Governor John Connally, who was sitting in front of him. It became known as the magic bullet theory, which explained how one shooter could have fired all the shots. The theory is based on this bullet being found on Governor Connally's gurney at the hospital. But now, in a new book, Landis says he knows how it got there. The 88-year-old tells the New York Times he found that bullet lodged in the car seat behind where Kennedy was killed. He says he then took that bullet to the hospital and placed it on the president's gurney. It was a piece of evidence, he tells the Times, and I didn't want it to disappear or get lost. So it was, Paul, you've got to make a decision, and I grabbed it. But Landis now says he thinks the bullet may have rolled from Kennedy's gurney to Connally's, meaning it may not have been the bullet that injured Connally.
Dr. Aguilar, you've studied this case for years. How significant is this?
I think this is a significant piece of new evidence to support the idea that there was more than one gunman in Dealey Plaza.
Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who climbed on the back of the limo after Kennedy was shot, questions Landis's story.
Why do you have doubts about his account?
Because if you check all the evidence, statements, things that happened, they don't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me that he's trying to put it on the president's gurney.
But Landis, who was not available for an interview with NBC News, tells the Times he made mistakes in his initial reports. He says he's been afraid to share his true story until now. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Michigan State University head football coach Mel Tucker has been suspended without pay. The decision by school officials comes amid an ongoing investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct made against Tucker. USA Today reporting those claims were made by a woman who herself is an activist and was initially hired to speak with MSU's football program about how to prevent sexual misconduct. The coach, Tucker, denies her accusations. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins me now. Shaq, good to see you. What do we know about these claims against Tucker and the university's decision now to suspend him?
Hi there, Kate. Well, yes, this is all part of an ongoing investigation. There's actually a hearing scheduled for October, but the athletic director in a press conference yesterday explained that new developments led to this decision even as this all plays out. This all goes back to a call that happened in April of last year between Mel Tucker, who's one of the highest paid coaches in sports, and Brenda Tracy, who was working with the team. She's a prominent advocate and rape survivor advocate against sexual violence in sports. She says that Tucker sexually harassed her by making sexual comments on a phone call in April of 2022. She says he also engaged in sexual activity on that call. She filed a report in December. A third party investigated those claims and concluded their investigation in July, leading to that October hearing. But I want you to listen to what we heard from school officials yesterday, explaining their position even as they're making this announcement about the suspension.
The university's objective has been and remains focused on conducting a fair, thorough, and unbiased investigation and allowing the processes to play out. This includes protecting confidentiality of the claimant and putting in place interim measures. The university's formal conclusion of the investigation will occur once the hearing and final decision processes are complete.
Now, according to the USA Today, which obtained some comments that Tucker made to the investigator, he says this is grossly mischaracterized. He said the two engaged in a mutually consensual and intimate relationship, Kate.
All right, Shaq Brewster for us. Shaq, thank you.
Coming up, a dog reported missing at the world's busiest airport, finally found and back home. How she was discovered, we have that later this hour. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
We have some breaking news. The FDA has just approved a new round of COVID booster vaccines. They've been updated to better protect against the newest variants circulating right now. Pfizer and Moderna are pricing each vaccine dose at over $100, but that may not be the price you pay if you have insurance. The new boosters are expected to be available later this week.
Suspended Spanish Football Federation President Luis Rubiales has now resigned. Rubiales was accused of sexual assault after kissing Spanish soccer player Jenny Hermoso after the team won the Women's World Cup. Hermoso said the kiss was forced on her. Spain's prosecutor's office is seeking charges for Rubiales with sexual assault and coercion. Rubiales has denied any wrongdoing.
And imagine this, you're driving on the highway and face to face with a chair. Dash cam video in Utah recording the moment when part of an office chair flew into the family's car windshield. The windshield completely shattered, as you saw. Parts of the chair hit the passenger side window, leaving one of the passengers with cuts on their legs, but thankfully nobody else was hurt. Oof. This hour, we're remembering what happened 22 years ago today.
September 11th, 2001, or the 9/11 terrorist attacks, were when nearly 3,000 people lost their lives. Today, Americans are gathering at memorials in New York, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C. Vice President Kamala Harris is among the dignitaries who joined today's commemoration at Ground Zero.
A ceremony was also held at the Pentagon this morning. This afternoon, First Lady Jill Biden will lay a wreath at the memorial there. And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a ceremony was held to honor honor the passengers of Flight 93 who bravely stopped that plane from hitting Washington.
President Biden will speak to service members and their families at a military base in Alaska on his way back from a trip to India and Vietnam. In the year since 9/11, there's been a lot of debate over what rebuilding the World Trade Center site would actually look like or should look like.
Yeah, well, this week, a project 20 years in the making will officially open a brand new performing arts center at Ground Zero. And NBC's Stephanie Rule got a chance to get a sneak peek ahead of its grand opening. She joins us now. Great to see you, Steph.
Great to see you all. Well, we all know that Ground Zero is a hallowed site. Millions of people visit every year to pay their respects. But it was also the location of the heart of the financial district. So there were so many people with plans, with ideas, with disagreements of what should eventually be built there. Well, this week, the journey officially ends, and I got to see this exceptional building opening this week.
That morning, along with the other almost 3,000 people, I lost my husband, and I was 8 months pregnant.
22 years ago, everything changed.
Calvin would walk in a room and light it up, and I still feel his presence with me, though.
After the attack, businesses closed, residents fled. Many doubted if Lower Manhattan could ever be rebuilt. Yet today, after years of delays and disagreements, Ground Zero has been transformed, a memorial and a museum, surrounded by gleaming skyscrapers and dozens of new hotels, restaurants, and schools. And this week, nearly 20 years after it was first proposed, the final public building will open, the Perlman Performing Arts Center.
Mike, this extraordinary building is 20 years in the making. What do you think of it?
I think it turned out perfectly.
Former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg is chair of the PAC NYC, as it's being called, and gave us a sneak preview before the building's official opening. Who do you want to see here?
You want to see the families that were left behind, but New Yorkers, Americans, people of the world.
Elected mayor 2 months after 9/11, rebuilding Ground Zero was a priority for him then and still is today. He gave $130 million of the total $500 million cost to make sure the center got built. Wrapped in nearly 5,000 half-inch thick slabs of marble. By day, it's somber, respectful. At night, it glows a serene amber. Inside, 3 separate theaters can be combined and reconfigured by lifting walls, moving floors, and shifting seats to create more than 60 different spaces.
The memorial is the place where people go to grieve and pay their respects. The museum is the place where people go to learn about what happened on 9/11 and never forget. And then the Performing Arts Center is going to be the place where people come to celebrate life.
Which is what Tony Award-winning performer and producer LaShawn's plans to do.
When you first saw this Performing Arts Center, what did you think?
This is outstanding. I mean, it's miraculous.
In October, she will perform a new solo show about her life, about her daughters, and their father, Calvin.
It was hard walking into the building, but I am so excited about being able to share an intimate moment with everyone about how my life has shifted and to celebrate. That's the word I keep wanting to come to celebrate the renewal of us as a society. We need some new energy. We need some joy.
And as she always does, sing to her Calvin.
Stephanie, what a moving story. I saw those tears in your eyes. I mean, what is the city hoping to get from this cultural center?
Listen, they are trying to create a feeling, a rebirth, a sense of joy, right? So down there, they've got the memorial, they have the museum, and they want to create this space for people to come together and celebrate. However, think about downtown Manhattan, right? Only 25% of the office spaces down there are even occupied. So it is going to be a challenge, one they think they can meet, but they've got to do something to get people exciid and want to be there.
Oof, definitely an uphill battle.
Yeah, you were also telling us, though, that some of it will be free or people can pay what they like. So
yeah, a lot of the programming is going to be free. That beautiful lobby that you saw is going to be an open workspace that people can be in. And for a lot of the shows, it's pay what you can because they want it to be a place where people can go and celebrate and enjoy the arts, which is hugely important and something we have seen lose lots of funding in the last decade or so.
A powerful way to reclaim this day. Stephanie Ruhle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, get ready for AI to take over Capitol Hill. Some of the biggest names in tech are meeting with lawmakers this week for a closed-door meeting. They're there to brainstorm what should be done to regulate the quickly evolving technology. On the invite list, Tesla co-founder and ex-owner Elon Musk, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, Facebook co-founder Mark Zuckerberg, and ChatGPT co-founder Sam Altman. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake is watching all this for us from Washington. Hi, Garrett. That is a who list, right? Who's who list of tech. The summit organized by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. I want to listen to what he said recently, and then we'll talk.
It will be one of the most difficult things we undertake. We must treat AI with the same level of seriousness as national security, as job creation, as our civil liberties.
So what exactly are they hoping to accomplish with this giant, cast of characters this week?
Yeah, it really is a combination of lawmakers and luminaries in this field behind closed doors. This isn't a hearing. It doesn't lead to specific legislation, at least not right out of the gate. But the goal here in this meeting, organized by Chuck Schumer, who's really taken this on as a personal issue, is just to try to get lawmakers to help get their arms around exactly how big and how transformative AI could be for society. Schumer believes this is the kind of thing that could be, huge for American business and for society more broadly, but it also has great peril. And he wants other lawmakers to see it the same way and to try to get in front of it. And rather than try to regulate it or legislate around it from behind, like we've seen lawmakers do on so many other technology issues. So he's really leaned in aggressively here, and you laid it out. He's got basically the biggest names in this field all in one place this week.
Yeah, it's so interesting, Garrett, because you think about some of their other hearings where it seemed like, respectfully, some of the senators didn't really know what was going on, right, in tech. Do Republicans and Democrats even see eye to eye on regulation?
Yeah, and Kate, to your point, I've covered so many hearings about social media where you can tell these lawmakers have never used these platforms. They're being schooled on it by their grandkids. It's exactly the kind of thing Schumer doesn't want to see happen with AI. In the Senate, there is a little bit more of a bipartisan understanding of this. Schumer has put together a working group of a couple of Democrats and a couple of Republicans from across the country to try to address these issues together. On the House side, it is a little bit different. I could say Republicans in particular are taking a bit more of a hands-off view here on the idea of regulation. They'd like to see these businesses evolve more organically. And we'll see some of that push and pull, I think, over not just this Congress, but over the next several years as lawmakers try to understand this technology and adapt to it before they get caught behind it, as they've done in the past on other issues.
All right, Garrett Hake, we'll check back in with you later in the week. Thanks.
Turning now from Capitol Hill to the classroom. Schools across the country are turning to AI to try and keep kids safe. The new technology is designed to boost security and help prevent school shootings. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis shows us how.
At Rancocas Valley Regional High School in New Jersey, there's more to these cameras than meets the eye. This school is one of hundreds across the country now using Zero Eyes, a human-verified artificial intelligence system designed to detect guns and combat mass shootings. Here's how it works. It uses existing security cameras coupled with the company's AI trained to detect guns, plus a team of military experts working around the clock to alert authorities before any shots are fired. Critical because, according to the FBI, 60% of active shooter events end before police arrive. Rob Huberty co-founded Zero Eyes.
You can't watch all the cameras all the time. So we're watching behind the scenes for you.
The Zero Eyes team demonstrated their technology using fake guns in an empty part of the school before students returned from summer break.
I have a true positive detection.
Copy. Local law enforcement is en route.
We also had a camera at their Pennsylvania Operations Center, so you could see how they respond at the same time.
This Zero Eyes Operations Center.
Look at this. The man on screen is only in the school's side door for a few seconds. And screen right, the moment his fake gun is revealed, the Zero Eyes AI detects it, and this image is displayed on the operator's monitor. That's when the team springs into action, first with those trained experts verifying the threat.
True positive.
Dispatch alert.
Dispatching alert.
Call point of contact.
Then immediately alerting school security and police with phone calls and texts.
Getting more alerts as we're doing this.
And it all happened before the shooter could even get in the hallway to fire a shot. You can follow this person with the gun throughout the school, wherever there's a camera.
As long as their gun is brandished.
But it's not foolproof. The technology cannot detect guns that are hidden or anywhere without a camera. Then what do?
Good security comes in layers. Do I think we can really help in certain situations? Absolutely. But are we the end-all, be-all? No.
For School Superintendent Christopher Heilig, every extra layer of protection is critical. Does it make you sleep a little easier at night, knowing what the next day might bring? You're secure?
Absolutely. The first thing that we think about as superintendents, as administrators, is safety and security.
But the technology has applications beyond just education. It looks like I'm at another school right now, but actually I'm in front of a green screen that's used to train the AI to recognize guns in school environments. But it can also be used in other settings, like a mall, public transit, even a casino. Back at the high school, teachers like Erin Matteo say the Zero Eyes services are worth the cost, which can run up to $50 per camera per month.
I think anything that's going to save lives is always worth it.
As classes start across the country, added security and more peace of mind. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
Coming up, millions of Americans are on antidepressants, but there's still a stigma around the drugs. What this means for people seeking treatment, that's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're taking a closer look at antidepressants.
Yeah, they're used to treat a range of mental health issues aside from just depression. Listen to this, 13%, at least 13% of adults in America take antidepressant medications, according to the CDC. Joining us now, emergency medicine physician Dr. Sampson Davis. Dr. Davis, great to see you. There's not just one type, right? There's a whole bunch of different drugs, if you will, medications that are called antidepressants. Can you kind of explain to us?
So you have to think of it as just different teams, right? So there's different categories of antidepressants that work, and the structures work on different parts of your neurotransmitters or chemicals in the brain. So the most common is what we call the SSRIs, and that's your serotonin reuptake inhibitors. So those are medications that increase a neurotransmitter called serotonin in your brain and your body, which helps to stabilize the mood. So your doctor, in conjunction, working with your doctor, would decide which category is best for you. Is it SSRIs? Is it the atypical antidepressant medications, or is it SNRIs? These are all just big medical terms, but we will tease out which medication is best for you.
And ultimately, they're working to sort of fix that chemical imbalance in your brain, right?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, there's a stigma that comes with depression or mental health, right? But we don't categorize, we talked about this earlier, we don't criticize somebody who hurt their knee, or we don't judge someone who's on high blood pressure medication. So I think we have to erase that stigma. But the goal is to help you with the balance. Like depression, anxiety, OCD, post-traumatic stress, it's not your fault. It's situations that you go through that sometimes exacerbate a depressive mood.
And
go ahead.
To that end, antidepressants don't just treat depression, right?
Yeah. So the good thing with the newer medications, there used to be another medication that was older, that's outdated. We had to monitor the levels. But the new medications, it treats anxiety. It can treat obsessive compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress, especially off of the heels of COVID. A lot of our youth and adults suffer from post-traumatic stress.
What are the downsides? Any side effects?
Yeah, every medication has a side effect. So you have to monitor that. Fatigue, decreased libido, weight gain, weight loss, nausea, vomiting. Sometimes these medications do cause those symptoms, but you have to monitor it. Doesn't mean it's not the right medication for you. If you don't get the immediate impact, sometimes you have to titrate it up or titrate it down. But working with your healthcare provider is of utmost importance to get that balance that you're looking for.
Well, to that end, working with your healthcare provider, how does a doctor decide that a patient might actually need to be prescribed an antidepressant?
Yeah, so I like the holistic approach, not only the medication. So I think things like meditation, exercise, and diet modifications, sleep regimen, therapy. Therapy is very huge because you ideally, if you have to be on a medication for a long period of time, great. But this is not a medication that you have to be on forever. You know, it could be a few months or a few years, depending on what your needs are. But at the same time, the doctor usually go with the most common SSRIs, and then we see and we monitor your side effects. Like if you have severe side effects, then we change the medication. If it's minor, then we adjust the dosage. But we work with you in conjunction with your other health problems to make sure it's the right medicine for you.
You mentioned the potential stigma. I have to say I report on this a lot. I think it's getting better, right, than it once was. But if somebody's sitting out there thinking, maybe I need an antidepressant, but I'm afraid, what would you say?
So I think one thing, we're talking about it more, which is fantastic because it helps to kind of erase the fear that comes along with the thought of like I'm on a medication or I'm being judged. But I think you have to be open and honest. So family is important. Friends are important to surround yourself with, to have conversations. It's not uncommon to have a bad day. You wake up, it's rainy outside, especially as we move into the fall and winter season, seasonal affective disorder, you may feel not at your best. But if it stays a long time beyond like a 2 or 3 week period, then you probably need to talk to someone. But something as simple as exercise helps to increase your moods, help you to feel better because you release those natural hormones called endorphins in your brain, which makes you to feel better. But again, depression is not your fault. It's a chemical imbalance, usually with one of the neurotransmitters, whether it's serotonin, norepinephrine, or dopamine.
And you can get help for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's okay not to be okay and to need that help. Yeah. Doctor, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
All right, they're the 3 words millions have been waiting for. Football is back.
Yeah, we saw the first big NFL Sunday game last night. Big win for the Cowboys. But for college players, this past few weeks, they've been really key, right? And some are celebrating words they never thought that they would hear.
For college football teams across the country, it's been a season of surprises and celebrations. Hardworking players, many walk-ons, finding out in so many different ways that they finally earned full scholarships.
Where's Garrison? Somebody delivered this for you.
Auburn defensive lineman Garrison Walker was handed this note from his coach. It read, "Congratulations, you are on scholarship." And at the University of Pittsburgh, that's Panthers wide receiver junior Jake McConaughey, learning he also got a scholarship. It's a dream come true for Jake after losing his dad Malcolm 3 years ago.
He's always guiding me. You know, I definitely think he'd be proud.
And this was no ordinary team meeting for the Long Island University Sharks.
FaceTime.
That's head coach Ron Cooper calling the mother of tight end Reese Dykstra.
Coach Cooper! Is that Reese's mom? Oh, you're calling to do what? I've been a little concerned. He's doing great. We're gonna pay for the rest of his school. You have no more bills.
Reese overwhelmed with emotion.
You know, I wake up more and more blessed each and every day. It's great. You know, it's every kid dreams of it, and luckily for me, it happened, you know.
Reese has earned it. It isn't anything that's given.
A moment Mom Kim says she'll never forget.
Looking at Reese's face, I'm his mama, I know him. I just felt such a sense of grand relief and validation for him, pride. Just seeing the players and the coaches celebrate and honor Reese, it was overwhelming.
Oh, I just love that.
So heartwarming.
We have speaking of heartwarming, a great update to a story we brought you just last week. Remember the dog who went missing at an Atlanta airport?
Yes.
She's been found.
Woo! The operations team at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport says they found the 6-year-old Chihuahua mix hiding near cargo on Saturday. She'd been missing since mid-August. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now. Maya, this is kind of bonkers, so just remind us how we got here. The Delta Airlines passenger is alleging that the airline lost her dog. How did this happen?
Absolutely, and I have to say, the dog's name is Maya, so great name.
Fitting.
Happy ending. So glad we have a happy ending here, but this actually happened on August 18th. Paula was traveling from the Dominican Republic to California for a vacation, and she had a layover in Atlanta. When she reached Atlanta, she got stopped by Border Control Protection because she had some problems with her visa. They actually had to tell her she needed to separate from her dog overnight to catch the next flight back to the Dominican Republic. And while she was waiting for that flight the next morning, Delta said, hey, we cannot find your dog. So unfortunately, it took 3 weeks to find Maya the dog, but she is safe.
Do we know where the dog was for 3 weeks?
Yes, yeah, we do. So the Atlanta airport actually posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, that she was found hiding behind some cargo. She was safe, a little bit tired. They said they were going to take her to the vet. And we actually have some photos from Paula on her Instagram. We can see Maya the dog swaddled up in a great little warm blanket on her way back home to all her loved ones.
Oh, so she's on her way to be reunited.
Gassy means almost.
Oh, it's so close, but so far. I mean,
close.
this is better than, I know they had offered her some money. She wasn't too pleased with that.
Yeah,
so
they offered her $1,800, which her lawyer said was a bit insulting, but there's some ramifications for property, which unfortunately dogs are considered property, even though we all love them so much.
Didn't Danny Savalos make
Danny, yeah, our legal analyst may have said that they're just property, but we know that we love dogs.
We love dogs.
Dogs are dogs. Thank you. I'm so glad it had a happy ending.
Yes, me too.
That is the best. Thank you all for being with us. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zink Glass, and while you're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live on all those places you see on your screen. The news continues right after this.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing?
This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zink Glass, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, September 11th, 2023, hunting a killer 12 days after escaping. A convicted murderer in Pennsylvania is nowhere to be found. The new steps police are taking right now after new video reveals a dramatic change.
Time running out. Crews are working around the clock after the catastrophic earthquake in Morocco. More than 2,600 people are dead. Thousands more are hurt. We're tracking the rescue efforts on the ground right now.
Sick burn. You know that cold medication you might take whenever you're stuffed up? Why some doctors think one of the main ingredients may not really work at all.
And hello, sunshine. I sat down exclusively with the one and only actor extraordinaire, Reese Witherspoon, and we're talking everything from showbiz to the clothing biz.
I cannot wait to see that interview.
It was so fun, and I can't wait to share it with you all.
I'm a super fan. We're going to begin this hour, though, with that urgent manhunt for an escaped prisoner in Pennsylvania.
The search for that killer is now entering its 12th day. There were significant developments over the weekend when police released these pictures. They show Danilo Cavalcante with a totally different appearance. You can see him even clean-shaven, wearing a green hoodie.
Authorities have also released pictures of this van. They say Cavalcante stole it from a local dairy farm. The van was then found nearly 30 miles away from where police were looking for him. That location all the way up on the top left of your screen. In the center, you can see the original search area is quite a distance away.
NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from outside the Search Command Center. Marissa, we just got that update from police on the search. What did they say?
Yeah, I think the biggest headlines here, he has not been found, but they do believe he is still in Pennsylvania. We asked why, and he said because we don't have reason to believe he's not. So what they talked about was a couple of things. One, they're changing their tactics. We know that on Saturday, we've talked about this extensively, they had about a 4-mile perimeter search, and what they were doing was they had that perimeter, they had that sort of boundary, if you will. They were calling it a push. They were trying to push in. Now they're saying that they're not doing that same sort of thing, but they do have, quote, heavy police presence, law enforcement presence in the East Nantville Township and northern Chester County, which, for reference, that is nearby where that van was found abandoned and stolen. And Zinkley and Kate, as they continue their search, one of the many things we learned today is they have upped the reward money now to $25,000.
$25,000. Okay. Marissa, we've also learned that Cavalcante actually showed up at the homes of 2 former co-workers over the weekend, right? Do police think that he's presently getting any help?
Yes. That's a great question, and that is the question that we have all had. And what they have said is they can't confirm that he's getting help, but they are monitoring the situation, if you will. I think they have people of interest that they're keeping tabs on. But we do know that he rang the doorbell of 2 people that he had worked with in the past. They were old associates. You're seeing photos from that Ring doorbell video. And we actually learned something interesting in this press conference. About 20 minutes ago, we learned that there was a conversation had over the Ring doorbell camera video. Now, he wouldn't tell us the exact words, but we did learn in the press conference that there was a sense of urgency, and he describes it as desperation, and also a sense of friendliness, but you could tell that they hadn't talked in a while. So the press conference really stressed a warning, which is if anyone is caught helping Cavalcante, they will be prosecuted. In addition to Cavalcante himself, they're saying that they're really stressing that warning there because you have questions on how did he get these new clothes? Did he take those new clothes? Did he take a razor to give himself a fresh shave, or was he given that? So Kate, Zinkley, a lot of warnings today, in addition to asking people to lock not just their homes, but their cars. That van you talked about, the stolen dairy farm van, they had the keys inside because this is a rural area. They typically don't need to worry about these sorts of things happening, but people are being warned to lock everything and lock the buildings, lock your barns, because this is a man who is desperate to get help. They say likely desperate to seek another car to aid him in getting further. So lock everything down. Don't make this easier for him as they continue to search for him. Kate and Zinkley.
Yeah, so critical to stay vigilant. Marissa Parra in Pennsylvania, thank you so much.
The window to find survivors from Friday's earthquake in Morocco is unfortunately rapidly shrinking. Moroccan authorities say more than 2,600 people have died as the death toll keeps rising. We're approaching 72 hours since the quake hit. And again, we are nearing the end of the typical window for finding survivors. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Marrakesh, Morocco for us. Matt, you were in the Atlas Mountains earlier today. What did you see there?
Yeah, well, we were in a village where we're not seeing a race for survivors. In fact, people in this small village, there were about 90 to 100 people had been killed in this earthquake, and the folks there just seemed resigned to the fact that everybody else who was under the rubble, if there was anybody under the rubble, had died. And so it was a very sad scene. For the most part, they said that everybody had been accounted for. The village was so small that they were able to do that kind of accounting and just decide that basically there were survivors and there were the dead. And in fact, the last dead had been buried only about an hour before we arrived. We did not see much in the way of government presence. The aid that we saw in various villages that we visited was mostly, according to the villagers, from civil society groups. And that's been a cause of some level of anger here, that the government has been largely absent. Now, even though just yesterday we heard the first public statement by a member of the government defending their response, but there's been a lot of questions. Why are some countries who had offered a lot of support not being taken up by the Moroccan government? Essentially, they have left out France and Turkey, even though Turkey is a country with vast experience in earthquake relief, having suffered one just last February. So, a lot of folks are wondering, where is the government? Civil society is helping. A lot of the survival, a lot of the efforts to help people, to, keep people fed, to build tents. This is essentially survival DIY. They're doing it on their own. And it's all volunteers and villagers helping fellow villagers. It's a big problem when the government just doesn't seem to be there. A lot of that, though, guys, is because these areas are just so remote.
Yeah, I can imagine. And Matt, as you're saying all that, I'm thinking of people watching here in the U.S. and wondering if they can do anything. Is there any specific help that they need over there that maybe organizations we could donate to would help with?
Yeah, I mean, guys, look, when I go to these sorts of disasters, and I was covering the one in Turkey back in February, you know, there's always this impulse, especially from people abroad, to try to help. And obviously, that's a wonderful thing. But a lot of the clothing donations and things like that, they will probably never reach these places. A lot of these places, even the aid that's donated from here in Morocco, doesn't necessarily get to these locations because, as I mentioned, it's just so difficult to reach these remote areas. So for those in America who would like to help, I think probably donating money rather than clothes or any equipment is the best way to do it. But there is a presence of the World Health Organization and the Red Cross and some international organizations. But again, it's been baffling to a lot of people why a lot of this aid has either just not been accepted or almost refused. The government has said that they're trying to figure out coordination, but it is a little bit strange that some of this just doesn't seem to be reaching the people who need it most.
Well, Matt Bradley, we're glad you're there for us. Thank you so much.
Hurricane Lee is brewing in the Atlantic Ocean and making its way northeast. The storm is currently classified as a Category 3 hurricane, but it's expected to pick up power within the next 48 hours when it could reach Category 4 status. Models show Lee's landfall largely missing the United States, but the impacts may still be felt down the East Coast. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking this storm for us. So, Bill, what's the latest on where Lee could actually hit?
Zingley, the biggest message is that it doesn't look like this is going to be heading out to sea and doing us all a favor and not hitting anyone. That's probably what we wish. That's what we hoped all along. We knew it would stay north of Puerto Rico, and it has safely this weekend and right into today. We were worried about Bermuda. Now it looks like the path should kind of skirt just inside of Bermuda here. They could get some tropical storm conditions, but they can deal with that. Probably just one day of some squally type weather. Then after this, where no matter what, East Coast, large waves, rip currents, and also we got the new moon, so the tides are going to be exceptionally high. That's going to happen no matter what. But we were hoping that at this point it would take the right-hand turn and miss the Canadian Maritimes and also portions of New England. Notice the Hurricane Center with their 11 a.m. update has that as a Category 1. It may be transitioning to what we call like an extratropical storm or like a nor'easter type storm. Regardless, big winds and heavy rain still heading to the north of it. And then now the Nantucket has made it into the cone. And with a new update coming out at 5 o'clock, we're going to have to extend that cone probably into Nova Scotia, possibly Boston, definitely through Cape Cod, because the forecast air when you go 5 days out is about 200 miles. So even though this is the center position now, it could be as far here, which all of a sudden you're looking at a lot of population impacts, or to the right, which would be great because then maybe it would turn out to sea. But all of our computer models are showing it pretty much heading towards Nova Scotia or possibly down East Maine. You can see this is out through 2 p.m. Sunday, this upcoming weekend, with a lot of our models right through areas near Yarmouth, a couple making the hook towards Halifax. A couple of our models are into the Gulf of Maine here. It could get very close for down East Maine. So the bottom line is if you're in Maine, Cape Cod, the island, or Nova Scotia, you need to prepare as if the storm is heading for you. Make sure you have all your hurricane supplies in case you potentially could lose power for a couple days. The biggest threat for this area is trees. I mean, it's heavily forested, yes, and even a low-end Category 1 hurricane will cause significant damage.
Yeah, so important people heed those warnings. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Well, it's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. An online grocery service is going public.
And Disney is selling a special collection of movies. CNBC's Kate Rooney joins us now with more. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kate and Zinkley. So the United Auto Workers president said the union is prepared to negotiate around the clock with the auto companies to reach a contract deal and avoid a potential strike of 146,000 workers. Stellantis said it's planning to make a new counteroffer after receiving the union's revised offer on Sunday. General Motors made the new offer to union workers over the weekend. And Instacart announced it's looking for up to a $9.3 billion valuation in its initial public offering. The company said it's aiming to raise up to $616 million in new capital alongside some existing shareholders. The offer price is expected to fall to between $26 and $28. And finally, Disney is releasing a 100-film Blu-ray collection, which will include movies from the company's entire history. You've got Snow White, which came out back in 1937, to this year's Elemental. Pre-orders start next week, and The Verge reports the set will cost around $1,500. Back to you guys.
The classics never get old.
But $1,500, did you say?
Oh, maybe for that.
That's steep, right?
I mean, that's a little steep, but I mean, you get the whole catalog. I get it. You're getting everything. But
No, that's a fair. I didn't. Okay, fair point.
Kate Rooney, thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming
Thanks,
up,
guys.
inching closer, the U.S. explorer trapped deep inside a Turkish cave could be rescued within hours. What we're learning about the life-saving mission.
Plus, remembering 9/11 today, it has been 22 years since the worst terrorist attack on American soil. How the thousands of lives lost that day are being honored today. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Today marks 22 years since the deadliest terrorist attack on U.S. soil. Nearly 3,000 men, women, and children were killed on September 11, 2001, when we know 4 hijacked commercial planes crashed into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Today, solemn remembrances were held at all of those places, those attack sites, and also beyond to Alaska and other states. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. Vaughn, can you take us through today's ceremony where you are in Lower Manhattan and some of the others?
Memorial services at each of those 3 locations, Kate. Here in New York City, 2,753 passed away, killed here in New York City with the collapse of the trade centers. This morning, you saw Vice President Kamala Harris attend the 9/11 memorial service, as well as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. They were joined by New York Governor Kathy Hochul, as well as New York City Mayor Eric Adams and former mayors Michael Bloomberg and Rudy Giuliani as well. Down at the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was joined by the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Mark Milley to take part in the memorial service there, which 64 people aboard the plane that crashed into the Pentagon and 125 people inside were remembered. And over in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where Flight 93 crashed after the heroic efforts of those passengers on board, today Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff participated in a wreath-laying ceremony to commemorate the 40 passengers and crew members who died. Of course, President Joe Biden is making his way from Hanoi, Vietnam, where he stopped this morning to visit the memorial of John McCain, before making his way here to Alaska, where right now he is beginning to talk to service members and first responders and their families as he delivers remarks memorializing the 22nd anniversary of September 11th.
And Vaughn, you know, it's 22 years, but I know some of the remains of those who were lost still have not been identified. Can you talk about that?
Right. This has been the difficult part over the last 2 decades. The New York City Chief Medical Examiner's Office made it clear that they had a commitment to return the victims to their families. The reality is that 1,104 victims have still yet to be identified. That's more than 40% of those who identified here in New York City. But just this week, 2 individuals, a man and a woman whose names have not been publicly released out of respect for the family, were identified. So this is a progress that continues to be made as DNA research develops and the New York City Chief Medical Examiner's Office is able to bring some closure for these families here in the city. Kate?
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
Well, Kate, rescuers in Turkey are making slow but steady progress in their mission to save an American scientist trapped underground in one of the country's deepest caves. Mark Dickey began suffering from internal bleeding 9 days ago, leaving him unable to get back to the surface without assistance. Rescuers are now slowly carrying him up over 3,000 feet on a stretcher. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is following this story for us. So, Molly, of course, every single moment in a situation like this matters. Have rescuers made good progress, and what happens now?
Yeah, Zingley, we have some optimism this afternoon, and we actually have an update from the Emergency and Disaster Management Authority on the ground there, who now tell us they estimate that Mark Dickey may be rescued tonight, maybe as early as between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern. That is totally an estimate. We don't know exactly what factors they are basing that on, but I do just want to show you some new video. It shows him, as you just mentioned, on a stretcher. He is wrapped up on that stretcher, completely cocooned. They call that patient packaging, so that they can move this stretcher on the pulley system up and down around rocks through very tight passages, and he won't slide off. We've also been told that these last 600 feet, now we're told that it's just under 600 feet until the surface. We are counting moment by moment, as you say, but also feet by feet, is actually a more gradual incline than some of the earlier parts of the cave, which were really kind of vertical, very tight passageways. Rescuers are experts at this. Of course, they're using small explosives and hammers to make the pathway for that stretcher to get out, Zinkley.
Molly, of course, the challenge is not.
Coming up, feeling a bit stuffed up? Why that box of cold medicine in your cabinet may not offer you relief. You're watching NBC News Daily. Also, let's take a look at our daily snapshot. We continue to remember the September 11th attacks 22 years later. We just had a report on this. This picture was taken at the Empty Sky Memorial in New Jersey. That's just across the Hudson River from the site of the World Trade Center. The space in between those 2 walls, you can see now the Freedom Tower there. That is, of course, where the former Twin Towers once stood. More NBC News Daily, more remembrance of this special day right after this.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Kremlin says North Korean leader Kim Jong-un will visit Russia in, quote, the coming days. Just the last week, U.S. officials said the two countries talked about a potential arms sales agreement earlier this summer. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Hanoi, Vietnam.
The Kremlin is confirming what had been expected for weeks, that North Korea's Kim Jong-un will visit Russia and meet Vladimir Putin. It's believed to be happening on the sidelines of an economic forum in Vladivostok, which is where the two leaders first met back in 2019. Kim is already apparently on an armored train heading for Russia. This meeting causes obvious concern for U.S. officials who believe that Russia and North Korea are in discussions for arms deals that could fuel the war in Ukraine. Neither side, of course, is confirming what's going to be on the agenda. North Korea's state media is saying that they will, quote, meet and have a talk. Russia is looking for suppliers, and for North Korea, a deal could be a political and economic lifeline. U.S. officials say they have intelligence that suggests that Russia is looking to purchase additional artillery shells, and in return, they would share satellite and nuclear submarine technology with North Korea. It's a sign of a deepening relationship between Moscow and Pyongyang, one that worries the White House. They say that if North Korea goes down this road, it would be a huge mistake, and that if there is an arms deal with Russia, that North Korea will, quote, pay a price.
Janice Mackey-Freyer for us. Safety concerns are growing about e-bikes. Some cities now issuing emergency declarations following accidents involving young kids and teenagers. Here's NBC's Stephen Roma.
E-bikes are zooming into cities across the country, zipping through traffic and barreling by at parks and beaches. Across the globe, sales are skyrocketing. In 2019, nearly 4 million e-bikes sold worldwide. By 2024, that could rise to 10 million a year. But also growing concerns about their safety, especially for young people.
Local leaders have declared a local emergency.
This summer, the city of Encinitas near San Diego issuing an emergency declaration after 2 teens on e-bikes were involved in separate accidents.
He would bring joy into every single room.
In one of those crashes, Claire Champlain's son, Brody. Back in June, the 15-year-old was riding an e-bike and was seen wearing a helmet when he was in a collision with a van and later died.
It's a real nightmare. It's a real life nightmare come true. You can't even believe you can live through it.
But the concern is not only for people riding these e-bikes, but the potential risk they could also pose for people in their path.
Oh, nice hit.
Erica Davis says her 6-year-old son was hit by an 11-year-old e-bike rider at a San Diego area beach last year.
I saw my son, and then the e-biker hit him to the ground, and then the bike on top of him.
Erica's son survived.
But we have seen some e-bike injuries in patients as young as age 4.
Pediatric trauma surgeon Dr. Romeo Ignacio at Rady Children's Hospital says this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Talk to us about the types of injuries you see from these e-bikes.
The most common injuries that we see are concussions. We're seeing fractures. I think it's going to get worse.
Some San Diego area schools now offer e-bike classes so students can learn how to stay safe on the road. But it's complicated. The e-bike laws themselves differ from state to state, including age requirements for riding one. It can be confusing for parents since not all e-bikes are the same. Some only go up to around 20 miles per hour, while others almost 30 miles per hour. Moms like Claire now pushing for the policies to keep up with the technology.
I don't think the streets and infrastructure are properly laid out for our riders' safety. And unfortunately, he's not here anymore, so we're going to have to do it on his behalf.
Stephen Romo, NBC News, Carlsbad, California.
Coming up, bombshell revelations. The new question surrounding John F. Kennedy's assassination after a Secret Service agent who was there that day breaks his silence. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free. You can find us 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live, including all the names you see on your screen right there. The news will continue right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The American Red Cross has declared a national blood shortage. The organization says its blood supply has dropped nearly 25%. The Red Cross says continuous months of climate disasters like flooding and hurricanes have made it harder for them to collect donations. If you want to give, you can make a donation appointment at redcross.org.
New Mexico's governor has issued a 30-day order suspending the right to carry guns in and around Albuquerque. Governor Michelle Grisham issued the order after a spike in gun violence in the state. Violators can face civil penalties and fines of up to $5,000. The sheriff in the county surrounding Albuquerque said today he will not enforce the governor's order.
After a 2-month pause, one of the most active volcanoes in the world began erupting Sunday in Hawaii. The Kilauea volcano, a safe distance away from people and buildings, but will still impact people who live nearby. The Hawaii Volcano Observatory says the eruption will cause smog and downwind of Kilauea. Experts say people living near the park should try and avoid the volcanic particles in the air.
In today's Daily, Health and FDA panel is reassessing the effectiveness of a common over-the-counter decongestant found in cold medicine.
Yeah, the ingredient is called phenylephrine. It was approved by the FDA for over-the-counter use in the 1970s. It comes in several forms, including liquid, pills, and nasal sprays, but the committee is focusing specifically on the oral formula. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Dr. Azar, this drug has been on the market for decades. Why is the FDA reassessing it right now?
I know. It's kind of hard to believe that this has been on the shelves as long as Kate and I can probably remember, as long as she and I have been on this earth. But yeah, so it's shocking. I think the analogy here is that if we suddenly found out that Tylenol was potentially not effective for pain or for fever reducing, we would all say, how is this possible? And that's essentially what's happening here. So to be very clear, the FDA is not raising any issue about the safety of this product, but rather its effectiveness at doing what it is ostensibly supposed to be doing, and that is reducing congestion. And this has been an issue that has been brought to the FDA since 2007. You know, the FDA gets criticized for moving too quickly, but it also gets criticized for moving too slowly. But they are spending the next 2 days reviewing all of the updated analyses to determine if, in fact, it should remain over the counter. The other point I really want to sort of drive home is that these decongestants are pretty controversial in terms of the world of allergists. They don't like to prescribe them because taking them for too long periods of time can actually cause rebound congestion. So it's, again, not just an issue, it's not an issue of safety rather, but it's an issue of whether or not they actually work better than placebo. Studies don't really suggest that they do. And also this issue about should really be people have this access to them over the counter when they could potentially be doing more harm than good in the long run.
So Dr. Natalie, what happens if this committee then votes to declare phenylephrine ineffective as an oral decongestant?
Well, it would go off the shelves. So what would be used in place? There is a product that is called pseudoephedrine. This is the active ingredient, let's say, in Advil cold and sinus, for example. These are also decongestants that allergists say can also cause rebound congestion. So what are you going to do as an alternative? There are nasal steroids that are recommended. There are nasal antihistamines that are recommended. But you're going to see there's going to be a lot of downstream effect of this. Imagine from industry, and you can also imagine that groups that are represented by industry are having a big problem with this, and they're saying, hey, you know, hold up, the studies actually show that it is effective. So it's going to be a little bit of a battleground, but I think at the end of the day, Kate, we're going to see this product, if the FDA makes this recommendation, if this advisory committee makes this recommendation to the FDA may very well pull the products from the shelves.
Okay. Will you stick around for us for a second? We want to talk to you about another big health story.
Yes.
We just got some breaking news on the FDA has approved a new round of COVID booster shots as cases rise across the U.S.
Yeah, according to data from the CDC, hospital admissions are up more than 15%. Deaths are also up more than 10%. So let's bring back our NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, how soon could these boosters actually roll out, and who should get these shots right away?
Right. So tomorrow, the CDC's advisory committee will be meeting to make exactly those recommendations, what everybody is eager to hear, and that is who should be prioritized for these vaccines. I think the expectation is fairly straightforward that we're going to hear that individuals over the age of 65, people who are immunocompromised, people with comorbidities, pregnant women, that those are the groups that really should be, scheduling their vaccines. Whether or not they will make a broader recommendation for the general public, people who've had their initial series, et cetera, we will see. Once the CDC's director signs off on the vaccines, which could happen as early as tomorrow evening after the meeting ends, we could expect these shots to be available in the coming days. Both Pfizer and Moderna have said that they have, a supply that is ready to be deployed as soon as they get the green light.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be really frank about this. I was out for about 10 days. I put it on social media. I had COVID. I'm completely negative now. It was, they're great. Picture of me with COVID. It was really hard, Dr. Natalie. It was, I had fever, chills, a sore throat, a cough, a headache, exhaustion. All the people I've talked to in my life who've had it, same thing. Is this strain right now tougher than others, or maybe it's because it was my first time?
Yeah, no, and I saw that picture, Kate. I'm so glad you're feeling better. You did not look like a happy camper. So far, we don't know what strain you had. Presumably, it's either the EG.
Uh-oh, it looks like we just lost Dr.
No.
Azar prime time because we are eager to hear, and I'm sure we will hear a little more later. Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks as always for all of your insights. We really appreciate it.
We didn't get her back, did we?
We didn't. I don't.
Yeah,
she's still frozen. But I'm also.
Oh, wait. She's back. Natalie, are you back?
This is live TV, folks. We're doing it.
Okay, start over
I'm
your
so
answer.
sorry.
Just start your answer again.
Okay, good. Okay, so all the data we have right now does not point to the predominant strains that we're seeing, the EG, the FL strains that we're seeing right now, that they're causing more severe disease. But again, that's being measured in hospitalizations. It's not being measured in regular folks like you and I at home. And I agree, anecdotally, the two people closest to me who just had it were really, really sick. And I think it's just a reminder to people that, yeah, if you're lucky, you have a little sore throat and a little bit of a sniffle and you don't develop long COVID. If you're not so lucky, you're out of work, children, et cetera, it's really very disruptive. And we're hoping, of course, Kate, that you don't have any lingering symptoms or develop any new symptoms. The booster will prevent infection. That is not going to last forever. That's usually a 3 to 6 month sort of benefit that you get. But again, that other part of the immune system that protects us from severe disease and hospitalization, we believe is much more durable. So, Kate, I'm sure you'll probably be getting an updated vaccine, but you don't need to get it for the next couple of months. You've developed lots of antibodies right now.
When I can, I absolutely will. And I encouraged people, I would always encourage everyone to get fully vaccinated so you don't feel the worst and don't end up in the hospital. Dr. Natalie, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, get ready for AI to take over Capitol Hill. Some of the biggest names in tech will meet with lawmakers this week for a closed-door meeting. They're there to brainstorm what should be done to regulate the quickly evolving technology. On the invite list, Tesla co-founder and ex-owner Elon Musk, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, Facebook co-founder Mark Zuckerberg, and ChatGPT co-founder Sam Altman. Just some small names there. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is in Washington for us. Ali, good to see you. It's a who's who of tech. Clearly, this summit was organized by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. First, let's listen to what he had to say about AI.
It will be one of the most difficult things we undertake. We must treat AI with the same level of seriousness as national security, as job creation, as our civil liberties.
So, Ali, what exactly is Wednesday's meeting supposed to accomplish? Congress isn't exactly known for getting ahead of the game when it comes to tech and AI.
No, but that's exactly what they're trying to do here, Zinclay, because they feel like they missed the boat on legislating around things like TikTok and Instagram, all of the social media platforms that we've now heard them talking about over the last few years. This is Schumer's attempt to try to put lawmakers ahead of the curve on AI, especially as we've seen more coverage lately of things like ChatGPT and the ways in which it could be integrated for good and for bad into everyday life. And so that's why we're going to have all 100 senators huddled behind closed doors with many of these big tech titans as they come to the Hill on Wednesday. Now, it is a private session. That means that we're not going to see what these folks have to say. There are some senators who have concerns about that because it's difficult to legislate, let alone see what these folks are actually saying unless it's in public. But nevertheless, this is really the starting bell to if Congress can legislate around AI and how.
All right, Ali Vitale with the latest on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much.
Nearly 60 years later, the assassination of President John F. Kennedy remains one of the most hotly debated events in American history. A Secret Service agent who was a few steps away as the shots rang out in Dallas is now speaking out and raising new questions about what happened that day. Here's NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz.
60 years after one of the most earth-shattering days in modern American history, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas in 1963.
President John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Former Secret Service agent Paul Landis, who was with the president that day, is opening up for the first time about what he witnessed. For decades, the prevailing theory was that one bullet struck JFK and then hit Texas Governor John Connally, who was sitting in front of him. It became known as the magic bullet theory, which explained how one shooter could have fired all the shots. The theory is based on this bullet being found on Governor Connally's gurney at the hospital. But now in a new book, Landis says he knows how it got there. The 88-year-old tells the New York Times he found that bullet lodged in the car seat behind where Kennedy was killed. He says he then took that bullet to the hospital and placed it on the president's gurney. It was a piece of evidence, he tells The Times, and I didn't want it to disappear or get lost. So it was, Paul, you've got to make a decision, and I grabbed it. But Landis now says he thinks the bullet may have rolled from Kennedy's gurney to Connolly's, meaning it may not have been the bullet that injured Connolly.
Dr. Aguilar, you studied this case for years. How significant is this?
I think this is a significant piece of new evidence to support the idea that there was more than one gunman in Dealey Plaza.
Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent who climbed on the back of the limo after Kennedy was shot, questions Landis's story.
Why do you have doubts about his account?
Because if you check all the evidence, statements, things that happened, they don't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me that he's trying to put it on the president's journey.
But Landis, who was not available for an interview with NBC News, tells The Times he made mistakes in his initial reports. He says he's been afraid to share his true story until now.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Coming up, my exclusive conversation with actor extraordinaire Reese Witherspoon. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Is this low viscosity rayon?
Yes, of course.
With a half loop top stitching on the hem?
Absolutely. It's one of a kind.
It's impossible to use a half loop top stitching on low viscosity rayon. It would snag the fabric. And you didn't just get it in. I saw it in the June Vogue a year ago. So if you're trying to sell it to me for full price, you picked the wrong girl.
From a bubbly lawyer in Legally Blonde to a young television anchor on the morning show, Reese Witherspoon's decades-long acting career has really made her a household name. This week, though, she's making some headlines for a different reason: the sale of her fashion brand, Draper James. And guess who got to talk to Reese Witherspoon? Our own Zinkley on Friday, right, to talk about all her new ventures.
Absolutely. Of course, we know her as the accomplished actress, and Boston felt fitting because, of course, Legally Blonde, Harvard. But we weren't talking acting. We're talking business. It's been making headlines because Witherspoon recently sold her company, Draper James. Of course, this was founded back in 2015. It's a nod to her Southern roots. And it had a lot of people talking, has she entered the billionaire club? Ooh. Why? Well, she sold her other company for $900 million just a few years ago. And here's what she had to say when I asked her that question. Oprah Winfrey, Kim Kardashian, and Rihanna. Do we know what these women have in common? Famous women on the billionaires list. And in one of the reports, it said, quote, Reese Witherspoon may have just entered billionaire territory after making this lucrative business move. Is that true?
I didn't.
Just wanted to check.
They're wrong. No, but that's, I mean, enormously flattering. And if I ever touched the bottom of whatever Oprah's magic golden boots do, I would be so lucky.
Of course, she mentioned Oprah. She called Oprah a mentor, and her company, Draper James, was sold to a private equity firm, Consortium Brand Partners. So not a bad move for someone who's been in the industry for a long time, Kate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think billionaire might be at least in the future.
That's what I'm saying.
She has other projects, right? She's got, besides the fashion brand, she's got a production company. She's got a book club. Did you ask her about, like, how does she manage all of that?
I mean, that's my big question, right? Because she's on all of these shows and she runs all of these business. She's known for her media company, Hello Sunshine. They center women's stories and unscripted and scripted media content and partnerships. If you're one of her nearly 30 million followers online, you've probably noticed she loves to read. She takes a lot of book selfies, and Reese has actually created an entire community dedicated to celebrating books and women authors, and recently partnering with Book Talk. But when I asked her, what's your advice to other women entrepreneurs? This is what she told me, Kate. Advice for maintaining quality friendships when you're a really busy person?
Editing. Edit your friendships. Everybody out here over 40 knows. If you aren't adding to my life, get the heck out of my life. My grandmother used to say, people are either radiators or drains. Stick around the radiators and get rid of the drains.
I loved that. So there she's talking about editing your friendships, right? It's so important to keep good quality people around you. And Hello Sunshine, her production company, is behind a lot of our favorites. We're talking Big Little Lies, The Morning Show, of course, Gone Girl, right? We love all, like, it's just bangers, one after the other.
Yeah, well, I know the Hollywood strike's still going on, right? And so I'm guessing that she couldn't talk about her past or present work because that's kind of the rule right now. But she does have a new season of The Morning Show starting, is it this week?
Yes, and I know you're a fan, right?
I'm a huge fan.
I'm a huge fan.
It's not real,
too.
guys. It's not like this.
We like each other.
But it is, exactly.
Exactly.
But it's fun.
Yes, and so while we didn't get into her work, she did give tips for just operating a business and having good community. Take a listen. Or don't take a listen. But
we don't have
she's getting quality friendships when you're a really busy person.
Editing. Edit your friendships. Everybody out here over 40 knows. If you aren't adding to my life, get the heck out of my life. My grandmother used to say, people are either radiators or drains. Stick around the radiators and get rid of the drains.
You heard it once, you heard it
Even
twice.
better the second time. You're watching Dateline.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Students applying to state schools in Florida will now be allowed to use a controversial competitor to the SAT or the ACT college exam.
That's right. It's known as the Classic Learning Test, and it's a Christian-backed alternative. Here's NBC's Aaron Gilchrist.
A green light for public universities in Florida to start accepting a new entrance exam. It's called the Classic Learning Test, or CLT. Florida's 12 state universities will accept it in addition to better-known exams like the SAT or ACT. Critics say it's just the latest move by Governor Ron DeSantis to try and inject a more conservative curriculum into every level of public education in the state.
I think because CLT is viewed as too conservative by some, we've had a hard time breaking in.
Jeremy Tate created the test back in 2015.
So our goal at CLT is to put students in front of the most important texts that have really driven the development of thought and culture for more than 2,000 years.
One notable difference from other entrance exams, the CLT tends to focus more on humanities, morality, and classical literature, or as the New York Times describes it, an emphasis on Western canon and Christian thought. For example, a sample test includes passages from Plato, Cicero, and George Eliot's Letter About Rome Artists.
We started an alternative because we believe we're championing a better vision for education that is ultimately about the cultivation of virtue.
Until now, the test has primarily been used among homeschoolers, Catholic schools, some charter schools, and Christian schools. Tate says about 250 in total.
Really, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing because it's actually about justifying a whole approach to curriculum that is narrowed.
Julian Vasquez-Heilig is a professor of educational leadership and research. He notes that allowing CLT into education policy in Florida is adding fuel to the fire started by the Don't Say Gay law and the dispute over the College Board's African American Studies AP course.
And now these students have to contend with a brand new exam that's not just a cognitive measure, but potentially a measure of conformity to specific approaches to curriculum and ideology.
Tate insists his test includes a diverse body of thought that doesn't adhere to any political viewpoint.
The general rule at CLT is for each test, there's going to be a total of 8 reading passages. One of those is going to be contemporary. The other 7 are going to be from folks who generally have been dead at least 50 years. We made an exception for Toni Morrison. We made maybe one other exception.
By itself, the test is not problematic. It's what comes next. As I talked about, these tests have been aligned with whether you can go to the next grade, whether teachers should be fired, how funding is distributed.
Professor Vasquez-Heilig says that's why what Florida does with this test down the road is what the public should be paying very close attention to. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
Yes, writers picketing at the Drew Barrymore show today on the lot there after she announced the show will continue filming. Barrymore took to Instagram to announce the return of the show, saying, quote, "I want to be there to provide what writers do so well, which is a way to bring us together." Earlier this year, Barrymore stepped down as the host of the MTV Movie and TV Awards in response to the writers' strike. A CBS spokesperson now said the show will not feature writing covered by the Writers Guild.
Really incredible to see the reach of those strikes.
Yeah.
And now to a high price for Twinkies. Jelly maker Smucker's is buying Hostess, the company behind Twinkies, for, get this, $5.6 billion dollars. Hostess saw demand for its Twinkies fall recently, which sparked investor concern and takeover interest from bigger rivals. The deal is expected to close in January, so get your tummies ready because Twinkies may get a little jelly. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. Did you hear what I did there? Did you get that?
I totally did. Let's talk about tennis. Tennis?
Yes.
Did you watch? Coco Gauff says she was overwhelmed with joy after winning the U.S. Open women's final. Look at her on Saturday. The 19-year-old, 19 years old, people, made history by becoming the youngest American to win the title since the Queen, Serena Williams, back in 1999. She spoke about it on the Today Show this morning.
Still crazy. I don't think it's digest. Like, even last night I was telling myself, you're a Grand Slam champion, and I'm like, it doesn't feel real at all.
Oh, but it is. Gauff became one of the most famous faces in tennis following her performance back at Wimbledon in 2019, where she reached the 4th round at just 15 years old. But now, wow, the whole cake, the whole Twinkie.
And I just got emotional seeing pictures of her as a young kid going to the U.S. Open, and now she is a champion.
Did you see that video where she's like 8 years old?
Yes. So we're proud of you, Coco. Yeah. I'm Zinclair Samoa.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Happy Monday, everybody.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Monday, new reporting on how Democrats in Washington are trying to jumpstart Biden's struggling presidency and campaign by invoking two words to rally both Biden's supporters and donors: Trump and impeachment. Plus, devastation and the desperate search for survivors in Morocco, where the death toll has risen to nearly 2,700 people, with thousands more injured and displaced after the region's worst earthquake in more than a century. And America remembers 9/11. President Biden will be speaking this hour to mark 22 years since the deadliest terrorist attack on U.S. soil, as most Republican presidential campaigns hit pause on politics to mark the moment. But not all. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles reporting in Washington, and with my Buffalo Bills kicking off soon against the New York Jets, what better way to segue to today's top story in politics? With Democrats here in Washington trying to go on offense to get voters and donors to rally behind a flagging presidency and sluggish re-election campaign. And what better ways to do that than using the specter of a second Trump presidency and a potential Biden impeachment inquiry? We have new reporting this afternoon from myself and our NBC News Capitol Hill team that Democratic Congressman and House Oversight Committee ranking member Jamie Raskin has been holding meetings with Democrats as late as last night to strategize about an aggressive plan of defense for President Biden, even before Republicans formally launch an impeachment inquiry. According to a source in the room, Raskin put it this way, Quote, the Constitution says the standard for impeachment is treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. They don't have anything like that. And in a new memo, Raskin described the Republican investigation as a, quote, total bust and an epic flop, saying the evidence gathered doesn't support their claims. I'll talk to Congressman Raskin in just a moment. To be sure, though, a vote to formally launch an impeachment inquiry isn't yet a slam dunk for Republicans. In fact, far from it. Republicans in moderate districts are concerned about going full bore into that kind of a partisan warfare, and even folks inside the most conservative parts of the Republican caucus have their disagreements.
I believe and have publicly stated that we need to pursue an impeachment inquiry and go down that road. I think the evidence is overwhelming. I think the corruption is very clear.
There is not a strong connection at this point between the evidence on Hunter Biden and any evidence connecting the president. The time for impeachment is the time when there's evidence linking President Biden, if there's evidence linking President Biden to a high crime or misdemeanor. That doesn't exist right now.
Now, at the same time, my NBC colleagues at the White House have new reporting today from inside the Biden campaign as it tries to boost a lackluster fundraising effort. Campaign officials and officials familiar with the strategy tell NBC that they intend to focus more on former President Donald Trump as a threat to democracy, which was a key tenet of a successful 2020 campaign. Now, both of these moves by Democrats, the emerging and aggressive impeachment defense, plus the push to use Trump to kickstart campaign cash, suggest that Democrats recognize that they do have some political problems. And it comes as the latest polling shows that voters are not inspired by President Biden and want someone else to run. Much of that concern is among Biden allies, and it's tied to his age and fitness for office, even as he wraps up a long trip to Asia to meet with world leaders. But even halfway across the world, Vice President Harris was forced to dodge questions about her boss's abilities.
The Wall Street Journal had a poll showing 2/3 of Democrats say Joe Biden is too old to run again. Are you prepared to be commander-in-chief?
Yes, I am, if necessary. But Joe Biden is going to be fine. And let me tell you something. I work with Joe Biden every day. Under Joe Biden's leadership, we have transformed and are in the process of transforming America's infrastructure with an historic investment in not only roads and bridges, but high-speed internet, what we are doing around issues like lead pipes, and I could go on and on.
And joining me now on set to talk about this is NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa and Amy Walter, who's, of course, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. That's not jet green that Amy's wearing either, right?
No, it is more of a gray.
More of a gray. Okay,
yeah.
Good. Fair enough. So, Ali, walk us through this reporting right now with you and your colleagues about the president's advisors. How do they think that this pitch, basically reminding everyone about Donald Trump, is going to help them with fundraising? And do they hope it could light a fire with their Democratic supporters?
Well, they certainly hope so, and we're expecting the next FEC filing deadline at the end of the month, with those results coming out in mid-October. And their first results of their first quarter revealed that their high-dollar donations had been very successful. As a matter of fact, a lot of the high-dollar amounts had come out from high-dollar donors that had legally maxed out their donations, so they couldn't legally give any more during this 2024 campaign cycle. Their small-dollar donations, though, are lagging. The campaign, in an official comment, is saying that that is not the case, but we spoke with allies and with officials who say that there's just a lack of enthusiasm, that there's still a disconnect in getting those grassroots donations, those smaller donations, really to ramp up. And that could be because we really haven't seen the sort of enthusiasm that we saw in 2020 with the Biden campaign using these arguments of threats to democracy or using Trump more directly. And so we expect them to take a few steps with this new approach. We're going to see more of Biden attending these fundraisers. There's going to be more of them. There's a whole effort to recruit 1,000 new fundraisers by January to focus on those small dollar donations. There's going to be new merchandise, new messaging, but that lean in towards Trump is what's going to be the most noticeable and important to get these voters back.
So that's a noticeable shift, but is it something that we're going to hear from the president himself? He seems to avoid talking Trump at all costs.
Well, remember on Labor Day when he gave that speech to union workers, that was the pretty much the sharpest, most direct mention that he had given of the former president, and it was still without mentioning him directly by name. So we're expecting sort of the same so far, but it's going to be, this approach so far has been seen by some Democratic allies as risky. The fact that he hasn't really taken advantage of Trump, his unraveling legal woes. And so this is something that we're definitely going to see a difference in messaging. And some Biden allies are saying that they expect to see an influx of donations, not just when Trump's trials start in March, but also when they expect him to become the nominee.
So is this the general election? Is it underway, Amy? Are we not even worried about the Republican primary contest anymore?
I'm going to still pay attention to the Republican primary contest. I'm not willing to put it away yet. But look, Donald Trump is right now set to be the Republican nominee based on what we're seeing today. And I think Allie's point is a really good one, is that, look, once Donald Trump becomes the nominee or comes very close to being the nominee, once we turn the page into 2024, if he wins Iowa, he goes on to win New Hampshire, I don't think they're going to have any trouble raising small dollars to get that fundraising up and off the ground. Donald Trump is not the day-to-day reality that he was in 2020 when he was literally in front of people every minute of the day from the White House.
Right. Sometimes in those COVID press conferences every day.
He was a constant presence in your life, which gave Democratic donors, you know, even more impetus to hit that send button on their ActBlue and their small dollar donation. So I don't know that he's going to have trouble doing that. And I do think the more that impeachment talk starts to ramp up, that's probably likely to help him raise some of that money as well. I also think a lot of Democrats, quite frankly, they're just not paying attention.
Right, yeah.
It is. I remember talking to Democrats after the 2020 election, pretty deep into 2021, who said, you know, after Trump lost, I stopped paying attention.
Yeah, right.
He's not there anymore. So as soon as he comes in, whether that's his trial or whether that's as the nominee, I don't know that they're going to have trouble generating the kind of small dollar fundraising.
Is this an example of them going back to what works? I mean, this was basically their strategy in 2020, paint Trump as a threat to democracy. The alternative will be better under any circumstances. Instead of running on his record, are they going to make it about Trump again?
Well, you have to do both.
You got to do both.
Right. Which is to say, I'm the incumbent president. Things are getting better under my watch. That would be the message that I would expect to hear more from him personally. At the same time, making the very clear distinction with your opponent. You saw this in 2011 and 2012. You had Barack Obama, who was presiding over an economy that people still felt wasn't up to where it should be. Obviously, it was better than where things had been in 2009, but a real deep frustration that things hadn't gotten better. So while they were talking on the one hand of things going in the right direction, they also were making a very clear contrast with Mitt Romney, who they sort of were able to make out to be somebody who didn't care about regular voters.
Right. So, Allie, of course, the president on his way back from G20, a trip to Vietnam, but Democrats still seem to be really concerned about his age and his fitness for office. Let me show you this poll. The Democrats' biggest concern about President Biden as a candidate, overwhelmingly, it's his age, 49%. There's some concern about mental competence, health, and things along those lines. I mean, are they hoping showing him on a stage like this, staying up late at night, giving press conferences, will demonstrate that he's still up to the job despite his age?
Well, you have to think of the two arguments here. We saw the president make some comments in jest about the time difference and his schedule. At one point, he said, you know, what time is it? Or I'm going to go take a nap. We heard a Vietnamese government official essentially say, you know, you haven't aged a day since the last time I saw you in 2015. So even if the Biden campaign and President Biden didn't want age to be thought of when viewers were looking at this and voters were looking at this, it was a reminder by just hearing these comments. But the Biden campaign and the White House, for their part, they're just hoping to show that with this hectic schedule, that this would be a trip that would really knock the wind out of anyone, and that we saw an 80-year-old president take it in stride and was able to successfully complete the trip while also holding some sidebar meetings with world leaders.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Ali Rafa, Amy Walter, thank you both for being here. We appreciate it. Now to discuss this is Congressman Jamie Raskin, a Democrat from Maryland, and of course the ranking member on the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And just tell us right out of the gate, why take such an aggressive preemptive stance on impeachment now? Talk us through the timing and the thought process as it relates to the release of this memo.
Well, we've been hearing our Republican colleagues say that they will not pass a budget on September 30th or participate in the budget process unless there's an impeachment investigation launched against Joe Biden. So we can see where the MAGA caucus is headed, and we know that they've been pretty much driving the ship over there because there's just a 4-vote margin, and so McCarthy is really beholden to the most extreme faction of the Republican conference. And so we wanted to get on top of it. We've spent 7 months on this. They got pretty much all the evidence they could have asked for, all they wanted, more than 12,000 pages of documents, all of these witnesses, and it's all produced one conclusion, which is that Joe Biden hasn't done anything wrong. There's no wrongdoing by Joe Biden. Say whatever you want about Hunter Biden and what's going on with the U.S. attorney or the special counsel's investigation as to the tax charges and the gun charges. None of it touches Joe Biden. And the constitutional standard is treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. And they haven't shown any wrongdoing at all. And we even have Republican colleagues who are acknowledging this and saying, hey, we better not go down this road. So we want to get on top of it and say this is a really dangerous direction that the Republican caucus appears to be headed down right now.
And you mentioned that 4-vote margin that Republicans have, and I wonder if this is part of your thinking by taking such an aggressive preemptive stance here. And you mentioned some of the Republicans that have expressed a level of reluctance in moving forward with an impeachment proceeding. The Speaker said he's going to bring it to a floor to a vote. I know that you're trying to convince the public that there isn't any there, but are you also trying to reach out to some of those more moderate Republicans that may have a difficult time voting yes on an impeachment inquiry?
Well, I mean, we certainly want to solidify anyone who is simply registering the obvious at this point, which is after 7 months of this wild goose chase, aimless fishing expedition, they haven't found anything on Joe Biden. And in fact, what you really have is people like Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man in gallivanting all over the world looking for a story against Joe Biden, coming forward and saying, there's nothing there, and you haven't shown anything, and he's explicitly called on Chairman Comer to call off the wild goose chase. So, before the country is plunged into another unnecessary crisis provoked by Donald Trump, who's obviously demanding this, we want cooler heads to prevail. And we're looking for Republicans, Democrats, independents, everyone to come together and say, look, let's move forward on the real problems of the country. I mean, we've just been through the hottest summer in the record of humanity. I mean, we're talking more than 100,000 years. We've not seen a summer this hot, and it's likely to be the coolest summer that any of us will ever see again. And yet, instead of working on the problems of climate change and the nightmare that confronts us, they want to impeach Joe Biden for doing nothing.
Right. And I understand your concerns here, but the fact that you've decided to take such an aggressive preemptive effort against this, is it somewhat of a recognition, though, that this could be or maybe already is a political problem for the president as it comes to the allegations against his son, regardless of the facts? Is it something that's just not going to go away on its own?
I haven't spoken to President Biden or the White House about what I'm doing. I just think it's a major dereliction of duty in Congress for the country to be facing all of these problems and for us not being cooperative and working together to try to address those problems. President Biden has reached out numerous times to the Republicans on the Infrastructure Act. I was there for 4 years. We had an infrastructure week, an infrastructure month, infrastructure day under Donald Trump. We just had no infrastructure bill. And Joe Biden brought us one in, I think, his second month in office, and we got it done. $1.2 trillion investment in the roads and the bridges and the highways and the internet and so on. Well, we can do that same kind of work. Why would we want to drag ourselves down into impeachment over a non-scandal. And I think it's because Donald Trump, who's obviously running for president, doesn't want to be the only guy on the ballot who's been impeached before. But he was impeached for good reason. He incited a violent insurrection against the Union, as determined by the House of Representatives, and in a 57-43 vote over on the Senate side.
So let's talk, though, about the political implications of this. And I do want to show you a recent poll about the allegations as it relates to Hunter Biden and how that impacts the president. 57% of voters say it has no impact on them at all. 34% say it would make them less likely to vote for him. 2% actually saying more likely. Are you concerned that by bringing this out into the light, by talking about it, that you're actually giving air to something that might otherwise fizzle? How do you think that this could help the president?
Well, this is obviously the only thing that the GOP, certainly in the Oversight Committee, is talking about. I think the Judiciary Committee, their Weaponization Committee, this is what they're working on. I'm with the 57%. People understand Hunter Biden is an adult child of the president who's led his own life. He had a serious drug problem, which he's talked about and he's written about. And he got himself into some trouble, and the rule of law and the justice system is working there. And it's a Trump-appointed, originally U.S. attorney in Delaware, David Weiss, who's now the special counsel in that case. So the justice system is working, and their attempts to drag Joe Biden down with it haven't worked. But I hope that they look at it and say it's not worth going forward on that. And then we can work together on a whole bunch of serious issues that are confronting the country, including gun violence, which is out of control. Right. And we should put our heads together and come up with meaningful gun safety solutions, like a universal violent criminal background check. That's the kind of thing that the voters are expecting us to do and the people want us to do.
All right, well, but let me just ask you, though, about the president's current standing as a supporter of the president. And I'm going to show you another poll, and this is a poll of Democrats. And it's Democrats who overwhelmingly say they would prefer a different candidate than the incumbent president, 67% to 33%. I understand the effort that you're making here to try and stave off impeachment, or at least slow down the impacts of impeachment. But there are issues regarding his age and some other things that seem to be resonating in this polling. Are you concerned that there's a lack of energy around the president's campaign as he seeks re-election at such a crucial time?
You know, I just completed a cross-country tour. I went to 9 states. I was in Colorado. I was in Michigan. I was in Pennsylvania. I've been all over the country. I'm in Kentucky right now. People definitely raise age as a concern, both about Trump and Biden, and people are asking when there will be a generational transformation in our politics, and undoubtedly that will come. But I also hear among the Democrats, since you raised my party, tremendous pride in the accomplishments of this administration, in the Infrastructure Act, in the Inflation Reduction Act, the most massive investment in climate action in the history of any country on earth, the dramatic reductions that we've made in prescription drug prices. I had constituents who were paying more than $1,000 a month for their insulin shots if they were diabetic. Now that's $35 a month. So I think there's a lot of pride in the progress that's been made. And, I don't know, how the country is going to deal with the age problem. It seems like, we've confronted sexism and racism and homophobia and so on, and ageism seems to be the one thing that's still with us. And obviously there are real issues there, and we need to have an honest conversation about it. But I think there's no comparison between the record of my party and the corruption and the lawlessness that are presented by Donald Trump, the twice impeached former president who's facing 91 criminal charges in 4 courts all over the land.
All right. Congressman Jamie Raskin, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And up next, thousands are confirmed dead as emergency rescue and recovery efforts are underway in Morocco following this weekend's devastating and historic earthquake. We'll have the latest on the ground next. Plus, 2 of America's biggest foreign adversaries are deepening ties. All signs point to an imminent meeting between Russia's President Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are following rescue and recovery efforts in Morocco right now following the devastating 6.8 magnitude earthquake that struck late Friday night. So far, more than 2,600 people have died and 2,500 more are injured, at least 1,400 critically injured in the quake. It's the largest quake to hit the region in over a century. CCTV footage from Friday night shows people in the city of Macarac fleeing falling debris the moment the quake hit. Search and rescue operations are ongoing as emergency responders race to dig through the rubble in the hopes of finding survivors. Aid teams from Spain and the UK joined those efforts this weekend. But as you're seeing in these images, rescue teams aren't just racing against the clock to find survivors. They're also dealing with the challenge of reaching these hard-hit areas. The quake appears to have destroyed some small, remote mountain villages close to the epicenter, and that has made it difficult for rescue teams to get crucial equipment and teams into the hardest-hit areas. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is on the ground in Marrakesh, Morocco, with the latest. So, Matt, what is the latest on the search for these survivors, and what are search and rescue crews up against right now?
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, the real thing that they're up against right now is, as you mentioned, the terrain. It's hard to get up into those mountains. It was hard before this earthquake, but now a lot of those roadways have been damaged. And there's still a real problem trying to get people out because the government, according to a lot of the people that we've been speaking to, they're not really there. We haven't really seen much of a presence there. And so this is still very much a struggle, trying to reach these people, trying to get aid to them. So this is something that is continuing. There's a real desperate search, but, you know, there is that 72-hour window, the kind of golden spot, as rescue workers would call it, when they can expect to still find people alive. But Ryan, I was in Turkey back in February when there was a major earthquake, and they were still pulling people out of rubble 5-6 days later. So that might be something that's keeping people going. There is that 72-hour window, and we are up against that right now. But there's still the thinking, and we've seen this all over the world in disasters like this, that they can still find people. They could still be alive.
Well, the quake also hit in the Atlas Mountains. Has the government and any of the NGOs been able to get any aid into those remote areas? I mean, you mentioned already how difficult it is to get to many of these places even before a disaster like this.
Yeah, I mean, the government has been able to get some relief to these people. We haven't seen, as I mentioned, much of a government presence, and the government has come under pretty fierce criticism for that. We heard from a government official, really for the first time yesterday, saying that the government effort had been very good and very strong, but we didn't really see anybody up in the mountains. We have been seeing some footage released by the military showing aid being dropped from helicopters and airplanes. This is something that kind of helps them to get aid to these remote areas, but the idea of getting teams in, people who are capable, who have equipment to get people out of that wreckage, that's a whole nother story, and that's much more difficult. But the people that we've been speaking to when we were up in the Atlas Mountains earlier today, they said that most of the foodstuffs that they were getting was coming from civil society groups, not from the government itself.
Mm-hmm. And right now, what would you say are the most pressing concerns for the survivors in the aftermath of this earthquake? Have they been able to find safe places to shelter if their homes or places where they lived were destroyed?
Well, the village that we visited, there were people who were living in tents, and these were tents that they had built themselves, and that was a real issue. And it didn't seem as though they had much help, but as one person explained to me, these villages are basically like big families, so everybody was helping out. The problem is, in some of these villages, you're talking about large numbers of people who are dead. And that means that there's not the manpower to help extricate people who might still be alive under the rubble, or to build tents or to provide housing. The main challenge here, Ryan, is housing. And that's something that I think is going to be persistent because unlike in Turkey, where you could simply basically drive up to a lot of these sites and provide all of this food, these are remote areas. And, you know, it's very difficult to get access.
Okay, Matt Bradley on the ground in Morocco. Thank you for that, Matt. Let's turn now to the ongoing war in Ukraine. The Kremlin is confirming that Vladimir Putin has invited North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to Russia for a meeting in the coming days. And in fact, multiple news organizations are reporting that Kim appears to have boarded a special train bound for Russia, presumably for that meeting. NBC News has not yet confirmed that reporting. But the Biden administration has been warning that arms negotiations between the two leaders have been, quote, actively advancing. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins me now from Dnipro, Ukraine. So, Richard, what do we know at this point about this potential meeting between Kim and Putin?
So it has finally been confirmed by the Kremlin. Putin's own spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said that this is an official state visit. So when Kim Jong-un eventually arrives, and South Korean media are saying that his armored train was spotted departing, heading toward Vladivostok, which is just across the border. Russia and North Korea share a border. It's not very big. It's the smallest of Russia's land borders, but it is still a direct border. I've been to this area. I've seen that North Koreans will often cross the border there. There are North Korean work gangs that work for Russian companies. So the Russian companies will pay North Korean employers and use them for heavy construction. So there are a lot of ties already. And according to Dmitry Peskov, this will be a state visit with official delegations carrying out negotiations, a bilateral meeting with President Putin, state luncheon, and one would assume that all the trappings that come with an official state visit in Russia, including some sort of military parade. This is exactly what North Korea has been looking for many years, this kind of recognition and international role to be desired and useful to its more powerful northern neighbor. And also, right now, Vladimir Putin needs something that North Korea has and has in abundance, which is artillery. This war here in Ukraine is extremely costly in lives and in terms of artillery. And you're seeing the United States, which is struggling to keep up with the artillery demands on the Ukrainian side, has been sending cluster munitions. And on the Russian side, they've been using drones. They've been buying drones from Iran. And now it looks like they are, or potentially going to quite soon be receiving vast quantities of artillery and missiles from the North Koreans. And in exchange, according to U.S. officials, the North Koreans would not only get food aid, which they badly need, get some technical assistance for their own military program, potentially their nuclear program, submarine program. So they also have a lot to gain from, not just prestige.
Well, and Richard, we don't think of North Korea as being a country that can provide someone else aid. We don't have that much time, but is this an example of desperation by Putin in the Kremlin?
I think it's more pragmatic. It's desperation because they have to go to North Korea, which is a rogue state. But Vladimir Putin is now can't travel abroad because he's considered an international war criminal. So do you have a rogue state going to another rogue state? If you want to call that desperate, that's just really name calling. But what we're seeing here is Vladimir Putin reaching out to North Korea because North Korea has something that he needs right now. How many times have we told the story of all the guns pointing from North Korea down at the city of Seoul? Well, all those guns are artillery pieces, and they all carry the kind of ammunition and artillery rounds that Vladimir Putin needs right now to fire at Ukraine.
Okay, Richard Engel, thank you so much for your reporting, and please stay safe. Up next, it's been 22 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and the nation is marking the moment from ground zero to the campaign trail. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I join you on this solemn day to renew our sacred vow. Never forget. Never forget. We never forget. Each of us, each of those precious lives stolen too soon when evil attacked.
Well, welcome back. That was President Biden, of course, just moments ago, speaking on the 22nd anniversary of 9/11. Right now, his remarks are still ongoing. He's at a military base in Alaska on his way back to Washington from Asia. The remarks come as the White House announces an additional $4 million to the National September 11th Memorial and Memorial Plaza in New York. And there was, of course, a solemn ceremony at Ground Zero this morning where more than 2,700 people died when two hijacked planes flew into the World Trade Center. Each of those victims' names was read aloud, as it has been every year since the attack. At the Pentagon, where nearly 200 people died when a plane crashed into that building, the names of each victim were also read. First Lady Jill Biden participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at the Pentagon 9/11 Memorial just a few minutes ago. And of course, a similar ceremony was held today in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where another hijacked plane crashed into a field after passengers thwarted the hijackers' efforts to target the Capitol. And in a reminder of the ever-increasing toll this tragedy continues to have, the Uniformed Firefighters Association says that 341 first responders have now died from post-9/11 illnesses, roughly the same number of firefighters who died in the attack on the World Trade Center. This year's anniversary, of course, comes in the midst of a Republican presidential primary. Former Vice President Mike Pence attended a 9/11 remembrance ceremony in Iowa. And he wrote an op-ed saying, quote, "Isolationism only makes America and the world a more dangerous place. If America were to step back from her leadership role on the world stage, it would create a vacuum that China, Russia, and other hostile nations would be more than happy to fill." Joining me now from New York City is NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, which candidates did we see today, and how are others in the field remembering this anniversary?
Right here in New York City, Ryan, we saw Vice President Kamala Harris as well as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the 9/11 memorial service here this morning alongside Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Michael Bloomberg, current Mayor Eric Adams, New York Governor Kathy Hochul. But you also saw Mike Pence, who was in his first year of serving in Congress in 2001. He was in Iowa here today. He also put out an op-ed in which he called out those who have called for American isolationism, referencing the 9/11 attacks and the importance of having American interests overseas and abroad. And you're looking also at the likes of, Ron DeSantis, who was in college at the time of the 9/11 attack, but joined the military and the Navy as a lawyer in 2004. He served stints at Guantanamo Bay as well as Iraq. And of course, Nikki Haley is somebody who is married to her husband, who's currently deployed in Africa, but also served a year-long deployment in Afghanistan in 2013 as a member of the South Carolina Army National Guard. And so when you look at the Republican candidates, Will Hurd, another, who served in the CIA in the aftermath of 9/11 in the counterterrorism unit, serving stints in Afghanistan and in Pakistan. And so this is, a reality when you're looking at those in power and those seeking power in the 22 years since the 9/11 attack. Individuals who have very different lived experiences. Of course, in 2001, Joe Biden was in his 28th year in the U.S. Senate and serving as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee at the time.
So, of course, 9/11, Vaughn, not typically an anniversary that's often politicized, but it seems that's a little bit different given Pence using this opportunity to write this op-ed about isolationism. Is it clear that this was directed at anyone in particular, perhaps Vivek Ramaswamy, who has taken a more isolationist approach in his campaign rhetoric?
Absolutely. You saw Mike Pence go on the attack against Vivek Ramaswamy in last month's debate in Milwaukee. And it's important to note, Vivek Ramaswamy will be here at the 9/11 Memorial in New York City just a few hours from now. Of course, Ramaswamy just last month opened up fodder to 9/11 conspiracy theorists when he pointedly stated that he didn't know whether it was an inside job or not. He was widely condemned for his remarks that opened up air time to those 9/11 truthers. And so when you're looking at the politics of 9/11, Vivek Ramaswamy was in high school at the time of the attack, and clearly was somebody who was somebody who lacks a great extent of knowledge around the attacks and the aftermath of it. You also mentioned the politics of it. I think it's important to note Donald Trump, we are not exactly sure what his whereabouts or plans are today, and it's typically customary for former presidents not to go on the attack. But in just the last few moments, Donald Trump posting on his Truth Social account, quote, "The one thing I never understood about politics, who the hell would ever vote for crooked Joe Biden?" Of course, Donald Trump is somebody who has not abided by customs of American politics over the course of these last 8 years, Ryan.
That's a pretty fair analysis, Vaughn. Thank you so much. Let's talk about this now with our panel. Nicholas Wu is with us, a congressional reporter for Politico. Simone Sanders Townsend, the host of Simone on MSNBC, and a former senior advisor to Vice President Kamala Harris. And Stephen Hayes, the editor and CEO of The Dispatch, and he's also an NBC News contributor. And Nick, I want to start with you because you're involved on a daily basis in this debate in Washington over Ukraine funding. And it's interesting, we're only 2 decades removed from the 9/11 terrorist attacks. It's the Republican Party that's suggesting that America should no longer be the policeman of the world and are, pushing back big time against Ukraine funding. And it's just interesting in the context of 9/11 to think about how the party's changed.
Well, I think we've seen this evolution over the past few years, and especially as the bipartisan consensus on Ukraine started to crumble a bit in recent months, as members of the Freedom Caucus and others on the right want aid to Ukraine conditioned or perhaps cut altogether. It's a sign that some in the party are trying to turn away from these overseas entanglements and want to place more constraints on this funding.
But they're not all. There's certainly a loud vocal group of House Republicans that don't feel that way. But the leader in the Senate on the Republican side doesn't feel that way. Listen to what Mitch McConnell said from the Senate floor just a few minutes ago.
To rebut one ad hominem accusation in particular, there's nothing neoconservative about support for Ukraine. Helping a democratic partner defend its sovereign territory against an unprovoked attack from a common enemy is obviously in America's interest.
Stephen, neocon, on the Senate floor. I mean, what's your take on where the Republican Party is on this issue?
Well, I mean, if there's a word that's been more misunderstood or more misused than neoconservative, I'm not sure what it is. Look, there's a fight inside the Republican Party. The Republicans who are supporting continued funding for Ukraine are winning that fight. There's a loud, as you said, Ryan, vocal minority who are making the opposite argument, something that would be closer to a neo-isolationist or a non-interventionist argument. I think some of them are making it based on principles. They think the United States should avoid foreign entanglements, and they've held those beliefs for a long time. It's also there are also others who are making it on a more opportunistic basis, sort of aping what Donald Trump has said, making arguments the United States shouldn't be involved anywhere. We have to refocus at home. Those arguments, though, I think are not consistent with the long history of the Republican Party. And, as you saw in the Mike Pence op-ed, most Republicans, not just the so-called establishment Republicans, but movement conservatives believe in extending American power.
Okay, so Simone, let's pivot now and talk about the Biden campaign and this effort now by Biden and his associates to put Donald Trump more front-facing when it comes to their re-election bid. Do you think that's a smart tactic? Are they doing it too late or maybe too early?
Look, I think it's a necessary thing to do. Every single day, whether folks are watching their local news, MSNBC, NBC News Now, or opening up the paper, you are reading and hearing about Donald Trump and these other Republican candidates who are running for president. And unfortunately, you're not hearing just as much about the Biden campaign. You're not hearing as much about what Joe Biden is doing and saying. saying, because they are, in fact, not talking about Donald Trump. They have been very message disciplined to talk about their agenda. I think that so much is happening. You can't make the argument about the threat to democracy, and democracy is on the line, as a continued battle for the soul of the nation, as Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are doing, and not talk about one of the biggest threats, Donald Trump.
Yeah, and Nick, the folks that we cover every day on Capitol Hill, they certainly believe that Democrats should be out and about touting the accomplishments of the Inflation Reduction Act and, of course, the big infrastructure plan. But the Democrats that you talk to, are they frustrated that Biden isn't going after Donald Trump more?
The Democrats I've talked to, yes, are very much interested in trying to tout all these different achievements that they've passed. But the difficult thing with attracting this much attention to the president is that it doesn't always play that well in swing congressional districts, especially ones where Donald Trump won. You see a lot of frontline Democrats tiptoe around the former president in some ways, and because their voters did at the end of the day support the former president over Biden, right? So you see folks in those sorts of districts talking more about legislative accomplishments and trying to make it a more local race than a more national one.
Yeah. So we do have the specter of impeachment that is hanging over the Congress when the Republicans turn, and Stephen, we have some reporting about how House Democrats in particular are going to be at the front edge of defending the president. We've seen impeachment backfire sometimes in political arguments, right? It certainly helped Donald Trump in some respect in terms in terms of his base kind of consolidating around him. Bill Clinton, when he went through it, also had a similar effort of consolidation. Is there a chance that if and when Republicans take this move, that we'll see a similar kind of group of Democrats come behind the president and support him while he's being attacked by Republicans?
Yeah, I think that would be what I would expect. I mean, I think it depends what you think the goal of the impeachment process is. Is the goal to impeach and convict Joe Biden because of some procedural, process that Republicans want to follow? It's not. The goal is to muddy him up. I think the goal is to make the case that, look, he didn't tell us a lot of things. There are serious questions about Hunter Biden. We can ask those questions in this inquiry. But more importantly, it's when people go to the polls in 2024, and if they're faced with a question about Donald Trump or Joe Biden, you'll have some people who have said, they're all criminals, they're all crooks, and that's how they'll make their choice.
Right. But is that as big a problem as his age, Simone?
Look, so I think that, first of all, impeachment, Nick talked about the Republicans or the Democrats that sit in districts where Donald Trump won. There are 18 Republicans that sit in seats that Joe Biden won. I think that impeachment is a very sticky situation for those
both sides,
frontline members. Point. I think that when it comes to this thing about Hunter Biden and then the president's age, when it comes to Hunter, I like to scour the streets, Ryan, and talk to the regular folks on the Instagrams and when I'm traveling. And the folks that I have talked to, they're like, who doesn't have a family member who has been through some stuff? That is Hunter Biden. It is not the president. And so they have yet to connect what Hunter has done to Joe Biden. Now, maybe the efforts of some of the Republicans on Capitol Hill are trying to bridge that gap. But right now, there is no there for the American people. I think when it comes to Joe Biden's age, the president is old. Okay? So, I mean, it's just a fact of the matter. But are we connecting age to ability? And I think what you have seen from the Biden campaign is, that ad recently that they put out about President Biden's trip to Ukraine. They talked about how long he was on the train ride. He looked strong. There was all this dum, dum, dum music behind him. That was to show strength, to project that, if Joe Biden can make this long train ride and go out there and stand up to the bully that is Russia, of course he can fight for you here at home.
Right. And it ultimately comes down to that binary choice you were talking about before, right, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Joe Biden argument, right? It's not a theoretical choice. If it gets to a Trump-Biden race, it's Trump versus Biden, and they're taking great pains to make him look and sound strong, just the way that Simone suggests.
Okay, great guys. Nicholas, Simone, Stephen, Nick. I call you Nick. Sorry about that. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Still to come, back to school in a post-pandemic America. The FDA just approved new COVID-19 shots as classrooms struggle to cope with the pandemic's lingering impact on students and teachers. Details next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. An updated COVID vaccine could be headed out to the public soon after the FDA granted approval to new shots from Moderna and Pfizer this afternoon. The updated vaccines come as COVID case and hospitalizations are on the rise once again across the United States, and amid criticism that the FDA didn't move fast enough to get the vaccines out before the cases increased. The updated shots target a common Omicron variant of the virus and are authorized for anyone 5 years and older, but you won't be able to get one at your local pharmacy just yet. A CDC advisory panel has to first recommend their use for the public. That group is expected to meet tomorrow. And across the country and inside the classroom, students are back. Also returning, some familiar problems as students, parents, and teachers continue dealing with an educational hangover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Earlier this summer, the National Center for Education Statistics released test scores for a nationwide assessment of 13-year-old students, also known as the nation's report card. Those results were alarming. Reading scores were down 4 points, and math was down a whopping 9 points, the highest drop in a half a century. And as schools look to turn the page and get students back on track, districts across the country say they just don't have enough staff. For more on how we can address the ongoing issues related to education, I'm joined by Dr. Peggy Carr, who's the commissioner of the National Center for Education Statistics. Dr. Carr, we're so thankful to have you on. I am the father of a 13-year-old who is struggling with math right now. So these statistics speak to me. I mean, what are the biggest challenges right now for American schools and what they're facing as this new school year gets underway?
Well, you're absolutely right. It is a new year, but the challenges, well, they're front and center, as they have been for the past couple of years. We really need to stay focused on getting students back on track. Math in particular, your son is not alone, really represents our biggest challenge. These students need a lot of help. So recovery is our big.
It looks like we're having technical problems with Dr. Carr, but she's back. Dr. Carr, you froze there for a second, so just summarize where you're headed there.
Well, I'm going to come in on your 13-year-old son.
It's my daughter, actually. It's my daughter, but that's okay.
Oh, well, her too.
Yeah.
But math is our biggest challenge, particularly for 8th graders. You said your child was about 13 years old. Mm-hmm. That is where we're seeing the biggest challenge moving forward. But you know, it's about a lot more than the academic challenge. Mental health is something that schools are going to really need to focus on as we get into the new year.
And so, you know, this data released this summer just really shows how far these test scores have dropped, as you mentioned. But how do schools address something as widespread as this? Do they have to change curriculum? Do they change their methods? Do they change the way they score tests and the way students are learned? And at what time do they learn? Do students have to go back a grade? How do we fix this?
Well, you know, you bring a real interesting point to the table. One of the challenges classroom teachers are going to have is that the students are further apart than they were before. So the lower performers are lower than they were before. So teachers are going to have to figure out how to better differentiate instruction and meet the lower performing students where he or she is, and the student who's not struggling quite as bad. So it is going to be important to have really skilled teachers, and we really are falling short on having certified teachers, as you have said.
I come from a family of teachers. My father was a teacher. All my siblings are teachers. All my sister-in-laws are teachers, and they all talk about how everyone is just burnt out, and that's one of the reasons that you see teachers leaving in droves. How do we fix this? Do we go to a 4-day work week, something like that? Well, how can we reinvigorate the teaching profession?
Well, we certainly need more tasks on time. More time on task. Students need to be in school longer days, summer, all of that. It really has to be a real comprehensive approach to getting more time with students with these subjects. And you know, we have another new normal that we've got to turn around. Absenteeism is something that students are really sort of struggling, figuring out, well, do I really want to go to school? It has actually increased since COVID. And so we're concerned about that. So lots of challenges. You can't teach students if they're not in the room.
Yeah, right. Well, Dr. Peggy Carr, as always, terrific insight. We thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson straight ahead, but go Bills.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We are coming on the air with that desperate race to rescue people in Morocco. Crews searching through intense rubble for anybody who may have survived. as we're learning that more people have been killed after that huge earthquake, close to 2,700. Our team is live on the ground with the latest on the search and rescue mission and how the Moroccan government is now defending itself. Also, that huge manhunt for an escaped killer in Pennsylvania getting even bigger tonight because he apparently got out of the little perimeter police thought he was in, where they think he may be now, with the community on edge. Then boosters are back. The FDA late today just green-lighting new COVID shots that could start getting into arms just a matter of days from now. The real question, are people actually going to go out and get them? Plus, in tonight's Newsmaker, we go one-on-one with Andrew Yang, who says he's not happy with the potential for a rematch between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, how he wants to see the two-party system shaken up ahead of 2024. And an NBC News exclusive, one of the women Danny Masterson was convicted of raping, speaking now for the first time since his sentencing just days ago. What she's now saying about those controversial letters written in support of the star of that 70s show a little later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with a race against time for anybody else who may have survived that massive earthquake in Morocco. And tonight, a critical point, because the best chance to find survivors is that so-called golden window, 72 hours. That ends less than an hour from now. As we've just learned, nearly 2,700 people have been killed. At least 2,500 have been hurt, and those numbers are expected to go up. Look at this. Just today, rescuers are finally starting to reach some of those more remote villages in Morocco, up in the mountains, that were the hardest hit, cut off for days with no help. Some of these soldiers finding survivors, look at this, carrying them down mountains to trucks that'll end up taking them to the valley floor where they'll be able to get more medical help. People looking for survivors there, they're using their bare hands to dig through piles of rubble. There's not much equipment, and there are no machines in the remote High Atlas Mountains. Some places are still inaccessible with roads blocked by mudslides. It comes as we're getting this look at the night it all happened.
Oh my God.
That is the perspective from a rooftop in Marrakesh, the moment that 6.8 earthquake hits. You see everything shaking. That restaurant didn't collapse, but streets across the building did. Matt Bradley is live for us on the ground in Marrakesh and is joining us now. Matt, you have been out, I know, reporting on this for a day plus now. Where do things stand right now on the push, the race to find survivors?
Well, it depends on the place, Hallie. I mean, when we were out, we actually went to a village where essentially everyone was accounted for. And by that, I mean most of them had died. And this is a very small village where something like 90 to 100 people had died. They had just buried the last person in the last hour before we arrived. That is a different story. So there, they weren't scrambling to try to find anybody. There was no effort or race against time. There was just resignation and a feeling of a horrible loss. Now, in some of these other places, some of the more remote areas, they are trying their best, it seems. And my colleague Stuart Ramsey from Sky was in one of those places where they were still bringing out people who had survived. And the real issue here, as you mentioned, isn't so much getting to under the rubble, because unlike in other earthquakes, these are not tall buildings. These are small buildings. The real issue is getting to the place, getting out to these remote villages, and that's made more complicated by the fact that a lot of the roadways have also been destroyed by the same earthquake that destroyed so many of these homes and villages. So a lot of challenges facing these rescue workers. They're trying their best, but, you know, you mentioned that 72 hours is closing. They're still holding out hope, I believe, that they'll still be able to find some people.
Well, we've seen it, Matt. I know you remember covering that Turkey and earthquake where people were found days after the earthquake happened, something like 10, 11 days, these miracles that we saw. There's also, of course, what do you do for the people who did survive, the people who do not have a home to live in, who may not have food, et cetera. There is a massive humanitarian effort on that front, too, tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the real difference here, Hallie, and yeah, you're right. I was there. I think we were speaking to each other when I was there in Turkey back in February. You know, that was a different story. You know, a lot of the construction materials in southern Turkey, they're more like the construction materials that you would see in the United States. Some of those construction materials and those walls that actually did withstand the fall, they protected people who were underneath them so people could survive. When I was out there in the Atlas village in these villages earlier today, those walls crumbled like sand. And that meant that it doesn't really look as though people are going to have spaces or cavities within the rubble where they can stay breathing and stay alive like we saw in Turkey. But again, this is an issue where, after so many days, 72 hours, that golden window, you still are holding out hope that you're going to be able to find some people. And I think that's why we're starting to see this real frenzied search that may be coming to a close.
What about the response from the Moroccan government here? It seems as though there has been some criticism. They're now coming and defending the response to the earthquake after some concern they maybe weren't doing enough right away. What have you heard on the ground?
Yeah, when we spoke with people, and I was expecting them to say that they were very angry with the government, they seemed a little less angry. And actually, some people that I spoke to said, look, the thing is, people here probably weren't even expecting that much from their government. These are people in tight-knit communities that are very far away from any government presence. So they weren't necessarily expecting the government to be there. They're there for themselves. And that was one of the things that I was told in this village. They said this is just a big family. So a lot of the rescue effort, a lot of the survival effort, it's essentially DIY. And that's what they're used to.
Matt Bradley, live for us there in Marrakesh. Matt, thank you so much for your reporting. I know we'll be talking again in the days and in the hours to come. Appreciate it. Back here at home, we are learning tonight the convicted murderer who got out of a Pennsylvania prison, escaping nearly 2 weeks ago. Turns out he could be practically anywhere by now. Police say Danilo Cavalcante slipped through the area where they thought he was hiding, meaning there's not like a contained perimeter now. In just the last couple hours, saying they believe he's still in Pennsylvania. That's after Cavalcante stole and then ditched a white van he took from a dairy farm. It was found something like 25 miles north of where police thought he was. Police think he may have gotten out of that old search perimeter by climbing through perhaps an underground tunnel or a drainage ditch. Watch.
No perimeter is 100% secure. It's not a wall. It doesn't have a ceiling. It doesn't have, all of the things that you might normally use if you're trying to contain someone.
And what makes this search even harder now in day 12? Cavalcante looks different now than he did just a couple days ago. Look at this. These are new pictures of him on like a doorbell cam. He showed up at a former coworker's house asking for help. You can see in the pictures he changed clothes, apparently, somehow ended up shaving off the beard and the mustache he had in prison. He ended up making another stop at a different coworker's house. Neither of them were home. Both reported what happened, as police now warn they are going to go after anybody who helps Cavalcante. I want to bring in Marissa Parra on the ground in Pennsylvania. And Marissa, with this search perimeter now effectively all but irrelevant, where do police think he could be now?
Hey, Hallie. So we are just outside of the command center, and you'll remember it was just about a mile away at Longwood Gardens, those botanical gardens. That was where on Saturday they had that 4-mile search perimeter. They thought they were closing in on him, and then they made that escape, rather Cavalcante made his escape sometime Saturday night before stealing that van, making his way to just outside of Phoenixville. And so when it comes to the question of where do they think he is now, well, you said it yourself. They think that he's still here in Pennsylvania. When they were asked why they believe that, they said because they have no reason to believe he's crossed the border. And so they're focusing their search efforts to East Nanville Township and northern Chester County. And for anyone wondering where that is, that's not too far away from where that stolen van was found. And so when we were pressing them on how things look, they said they actually believe that law enforcement has the advantage. Take a listen for yourself.
You mentioned before this was like a tactical game of cat and mouse. What changes now for your guys that are out there looking for him?
We're planning for the long game. The search in the woods was to Cavalcante's advantage. He was in an 8-square-mile area that with very difficult terrain.
So in terms of why they think they have the advantage, remember, those botanical gardens were densely wooded. There were a lot of chances and ways for him to escape through drainage ditches and pipes that were running through, partially because of construction. So, Hallie, they are maintaining that they have the advantage here. That's at least what they're saying.
There's also this warning from police who say, hey, listen, do not try to help him. His sister is finding out the potential consequences for that, right? There's apparently been a process to get her deported after she didn't cooperate.
So she has been arrested by ICE, correct? Now, in terms of what we know, the circumstances around that, law enforcement has been very vague. We were asking, why now? Is this a tactical ploy to try to lure Cavalcante into cooperating? And they wouldn't really directly answer the question, but they did accompany that with a stern warning that anyone who they either suspect could be helping or they suspect could be in a position to help or isn't cooperating with the investigation, those are people that they are currently monitoring. They have a list of people who he has known, and they have said that anyone who is caught helping Hallie will be prosecuted. Back to you.
Marissa Parr live for us there in Unionville, Pennsylvania. Marissa, thank you. We are just learning in the last couple of minutes that Hurricane Lee is shifting a little bit, potentially maybe putting parts of New England in its track. It is still a Category 3 storm. It is barreling its way through the Atlantic Ocean right now. You see it there. We're still a few days out from Lee getting close to the U.S., so obviously things could change. But either way, starting today, beaches up and down the East Coast are starting to feel some rough surf and some pretty dangerous rip currents. It's all part of an Atlantic hurricane season that is running well above what's considered normal. We've already seen 3 major hurricanes so far, twice as many as we normally would this time of year. The whole season lasts through November. It is thanks to this El Nino year that, of course, brings those warmer waters that fuels these storms. I want to get to meteorologist Bill Cairns for more. So we have that 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern National Hurricane Center update. That was just within the last 10 minutes here, Bill. What should we know about the track, and where is your level of concern now?
Unfortunately, the odds of this thing just turning harmlessly out to sea are dropping. It appears that either Nova Scotia, Maine, or possibly Cape Cod and the islands is going to have to deal with what's left of the storm by the time it gets there, which will likely be almost like a powerful nor'easter or maybe a strong tropical storm or low Category 1 hurricane. It won't be a major hurricane like this by the time 5 days from now comes. So here's the new forecast path from the Hurricane Center, and it actually has been, Lee's been behaving. It missed all the islands, and now it's going to miss Bermuda and head an inside track, so that's great for Bermuda. They still could get some tropical storm gusts and some squalls, but that'll be about it for them. No matter what, we said this all along, we're getting the rip currents, the big waves on the East Coast all week long, even into next weekend. And here's the forecast from the Hurricane Center. By the time we get to Saturday afternoon, they take it anywhere, and this is the cone of uncertainty, remember. That shows the forecast area. It now includes Cape Cod, the islands, Boston, approaching the Maine coast and Nova Scotia, and all of our little squiggly computer lines are targeting this area. It's worth noting none are bringing it directly into southern New England, Hallie, but they have to prepare. There's leaves on the trees. It's going to be like a big nor'easter.
Yeah, that's a good point, Bill. Speaking of the leaves on the trees, right, some weather whiplash is coming in for us, too, with this cold front coming in.
Yeah, everyone on the East Coast is, they're over the humidity and these dew points and everything else. It's ready for a change. It's been afternoon, like Florida-like thunderstorms every single day. A lot of airport problems over the weekend. That continues tonight with these storms near New York City. You notice a few right over Manhattan right now, over by Newark Airport. So I'm sure there's ground stops and all that's going to happen again. But here it comes, that cold front. As we go through Tuesday, it moves to the Ohio Valley. It finally gets to the East Coast on Wednesday. By the time you get to Thursday, Hallie, you'll wake up in the morning, you can open the windows and finally breathe again.
Bill Cairns, that would be nice. Thank you so much, and thanks for keeping an eye on Lee. Appreciate it. Okay. In just the last couple of hours, we've learned the FDA is approving new COVID boosters from Pfizer and Moderna as we're seeing hospitalizations from COVID go up all around the country. These shots target a form of the Omicron variant, and you could be seeing shots in arms as soon as this week, as long as the CDC gives its approval to start handing them out. Nearly 70% of Americans are already considered fully vaccinated against COVID, but only 17% went out and got the latest updated booster. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So significant that finally we have the green light now from the FDA for these booster shots. And obviously by the end of the week, you could start seeing people get them. The question is, will people actually get them? We've only seen less than 1 in 5 Americans do it for the last round.
Yeah, Hallie, what we've seen with each successive booster is that with each vaccine dose, less and less people get them. But Hallie, you know what I will say? I think it's going to depend a lot about what this fall and winter season looks like, because what we've seen with COVID, with flu shots, and even with monkeypox or mpox, once you know a lot of people who get it in your community, you tend to want to get the vaccine. So if we see a lot of cases, if people know, my mom has it, my dad has it, my friends have it, maybe I should go get this vaccine. So I think a lot of it's going to depend on what we see here, Hallie. But I think, just to set expectations, you know, with each upcoming booster, the goal really, Hallie, is to keep people out of the hospital. So you may see people who get the booster, and you may see people who still get sick. But odds are they aren't in the hospital. They are at home. It should hopefully be a mild illness. So I think setting expectations for what this booster is supposed to do is really going to be key here, Hallie.
That's an important point. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
The secretive North Korean leader appears to be making a rare trip outside his own borders tonight, with Kim Jong-un reportedly taking this high-security train ride to Russia. That is exactly the kind of meeting that has Western officials so worried, because they think Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin will probably talk about having North Korea give the Kremlin more weapons for its war in Ukraine. A scenario the national security advisor at the White House is warning against today. Janice Mackey-Freyer is in the region with more.
The Kremlin is confirming what had been expected for weeks, that North Korea's Kim Jong-un will visit Russia and meet Vladimir Putin. It's believed to be happening on the sidelines of an economic forum in Vladivostok, which is where the two leaders first met back in 2019. Kim is already apparently on an armored train heading for Russia. This meeting causes obvious concern for U.S. officials who believe that Russia and North Korea are in discussions for arms deals that could fuel the war in Ukraine. Neither side, of course, is confirming what's going to be on the agenda. North Korea's state media is saying that they will, quote, meet and have a talk. Russia is looking for suppliers, and for North Korea, a deal could be a political and economic lifeline. U.S. officials say they have intelligence that suggests that Russia is looking to purchase additional artillery shells, and in return, they would share satellite and nuclear submarine technology with North Korea. It's a sign of a deepening relationship between Moscow and Pyongyang, one that worries the White House. They say that if North Korea goes down this road, it would be a huge mistake, and that if there is an arms deal with Russia, that North Korea will, quote, pay a price.
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Freyer for that reporting. Any minute now, the American explorer trapped in one of Turkey's deepest caves, who's been there more than a week, could be back above ground as this team of explorers is in the last leg of a rescue operation. Here's Mark Dickey just a few hours ago. Look at this. They're pulling him up like inch by inch on a stretcher. This cave is dark. It is so narrow. He got sick, Dickey did, 9 days ago while leading an expedition in a Turkish cave some 3,000 feet deep. The rescue process started this weekend, but you can see why it's taken so long. This is what they have to deal with. They got to get him in and around those tiny, narrow bends, those twists and turns. Molly Hunter is joining us now. Molly, where do things stand? Is Mark Dickey out yet?
Yeah, Hallie, he's not out yet, but any minute, as you say, that is the hope. Rescuers told us several hours ago that they were targeting this window. They were hoping that between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern time that he may get out. The last update we have from this huge mammoth rescue team, 190 people, Hallie, from more than 8 countries, said that they were hoping that he just had about 100 meters left. That's 328 feet. That was a couple of hours ago, so we are hoping that is even closer. And of course, when you are that close to the mouth of the cave, the hope is that there's also a team up on the surface that can help. Hallie, that dramatic video that you were just showing, though, showing kind of that pulley system, that stretcher kind of heaving. Mark Dickey, of course, completely wrapped in, strapped in, cocoon. They call that patient packaging. What's remarkable about that video is that's just in these last 12 hours. That is the last 600 feet. That is the easier terrain, we're told, compared to the first 3,000 feet. Much more vertical, tighter areas, if you can believe it. And these rescuers, 150 of them, are real experts. They've been using small explosive hammers to basically blast those tunnels to get him through, Hallie.
Just so many challenges, you know, as you're describing here, Molly. It's sort of incredible to think that they were able to get him up what had been described as like Mount Everest in reverse here.
That's exactly right. We have to remember 2 things about Mark Dickey. The first is that he is an extremely experienced caver. He knew what he was getting into, and even when he got sick, and he was actually kind of alert enough about a week ago to give a video that we've seen of him talking. Of course, he was not stable enough to make it up on his own. He knows how challenging this terrain is. But actually, Hallie, I think we have a statement from the first Hungarian medical team that was able to reach him. They talk about him in a life-threatening, a serious life-threatening condition. They talk about the therapy had to be carried out in cave conditions. Hallie, get this, he actually had a blood transfusion underground. They talk about the cold, damp, dusty environments. This is a really challenging environment. Just to run you through the timeline as well, we understand that he became sick, this gastrointestinal bleeding. Again, we don't know exactly what it is, what the illness, what caused it. About 10 days ago, when someone was able to climb up to the surface with that news on Saturday, September 2nd, then September 3rd, the first team set off to help Dickie. On September 8th, that is Friday, his condition was stable. And on Saturday, just a couple days ago, the rescue mission began, and we are waiting for that optimistic good news, hopefully any minute, Hallie.
I was going to say, so many fingers crossed in so many parts of the world. Molly Hunter, stay close to a camera. We will look for that update. Thank you so much. Tonight, with the clock ticking fast, the big auto workers union says it is ready to negotiate 24/7, morning, noon, night, to try to avoid a strike against the big car companies. It comes as we're about to hear new details on one of those companies' new offers after a meeting with UAW over the weekend. Now, listen, the workers are threatening to walk out if they don't come to terms on a deal with GM, Ford, and Stellantis, Chrysler's parent company, by Thursday at midnight. That is the deadline. These union workers, the UAW, they want a pay raise, a shorter work week, better health care, and a better pension. I want to bring in Brian Chung with more on this. So it is, Monday evening. We've got until Thursday evening, basically. This potentially could be one of those negotiations that goes down to the wire. It seems like that is what experts think will happen if, in fact, it doesn't end in a strike altogether. Where do things stand, and what does it mean for people who want to buy a car anytime soon?
Yeah, more specifically, 11:59 p.m. on Thursday into Friday. Either way, it's not a lot of time. And what we're trying to argue here is the wage gains that auto workers feel they deserve to. 46%. That's what the United Auto Workers is asking for in terms of compounded wage gains over the next 4 years. The best offer, at least as of now, comes from Stellantis, the maker of Chrysler. They're offering 14.5%. So that numerically shows you the chasm that exists between the automakers and the union at this moment. And can they resolve that by Thursday? If they can't, a strike would begin effectively on Friday at midnight, in which case there will be over 140,000 workers walking off the shift. That could lead to a further constraint on the amount of new cars available on the lot. And after prices already went up after the COVID and then after the supply chain disruptions of 2021 and 2022, that, Hallie, could only lead to further price increases on cars. But we'll have to see how all of that develops over the next few days.
Brian Chung will be watching lots, I know, in the next 72 hours. Appreciate it. Coming up, officials in Libya say thousands of people could be dead after a storm on the Mediterranean created some huge floods. Look at that. We've got more coming up in just a sec. Plus, the FDA is trying to figure out if something used in cold medicine actually works. What if it doesn't? We'll answer it after the break.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The FDA is trying to figure out whether this common thing found in a whole bunch of over-the-counter cold medicines actually works. Phenylephrine is a drug that's used as a decongestant. It's in liquids and pills and nasal sprays. You probably put it in your own body if you're feeling stuffed up or just generally sick and you've taken some kind of medicine for it. It's in Sudafed PE, Vicks Sinex, Benadryl, allergy plus congestion. When you take this drug, like by mouth, so if you swallow it in a pill, it takes a little bit to get processed in your gut and in your liver before it gets to your bloodstream to have any effect. So pharmacists and doctors say really only a small amount actually gets to where it needs to relieve congestion. Some doctors don't even recommend it at all. If it's decided that phenylephrine is not effective when you take it by mouth, turns out the drug could get pulled off the shelves altogether. Ann Thompson is joining us now. Help us understand this idea that some of the stuff we take for our colds may not actually work on our colds at all.
I know, Hallie. It really sort of seems counterintuitive, doesn't it? Especially when you consider that phenylephrine has been considered generally recommended, safe, and effective since the 1970s. But since 2005, there have been a growing number of studies that have looked at the effectiveness of what's commonly called PE. And these studies have found in some cases that it's no more effective than a placebo. That's if you take PE in a pill or liquid form. In a nasal spray, it still works. So the FDA is looking at this narrow lane, if you will, and looking at whether PE works in medicines, like you said, Sudafed PE, or Dayquil and NyQuil Severe. You'll see phenylephrine on the ingredient label. So that's what they're going to decide. And then this will begin, if they decide it is not effective, this will begin the long process of whether the FDA will pull that generally recommended safe and effective designation from PE and ultimately take those products off the shelf.
There's a difference, though, between this drug and the kind that you have to go to ask your pharmacist to give to you over the counter, right?
Right. That's something called pseudoephedrine. And that is, you'll find it in plain old Sudafed and other types of medicines. You don't need a prescription for that. You just need to talk to your pharmacist, and it's behind the counter because way back when, 20 years or ago, people could buy a lot of it and make meth out of it. So they moved the medicine behind the counter to limit how much people bought at any one time. That is effective. That is not in question. And we talked to other doctors who said, look for those 24-hour antihistamines. Those work. Anything with D in it, basically like Claritin D or something like that, those work. It's the medicines with PE in their name. Those are the ones that are in question.
Ann Thompson, thank you so much for breaking that down. We'll see what happens there. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, more than 2,000 people could be dead after serious flooding in Libya, according to some East Libyan leaders there. Look at this. This is what the streets look like. At least 61 people have been confirmed killed. Thousands of others are missing. But that number does not include the city of Derna, which seems to be hardest hit. An East Libyan leader said it was declared a disaster zone. All of this triggered by a major storm in the Mediterranean. Number 2, the American Red Cross says there is a national blood shortage and it needs donations ASAP. Why? Well, they had to cancel a whole bunch of blood drives because of climate disasters. They also saw fewer donations in some spots. The Red Cross says the national blood supply is now down by about a quarter in just the last month, calling that critically low. Number 3, take a look at this. This is Hawaii's Kilauea volcano erupting, one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It is really an incredible sight. It's been quiet for the last few months, and the good news here, there's no threat to anybody nearby. It's just quite the sight to see. Number 4, 2 people were reportedly not allowed into a Drew Barrymore show taping today. They say over wearing Writers Guild pins. The show says it regrets what happened and that it's in the process of offering the fans new tickets, but they didn't offer any more specifics there. That's after Barrymore says the show's coming back for a 4th season and that it will comply with the rules of the ongoing writer's strike. Number 5, Technomechanicus, the 3rd child Elon Musk has had with his on-again, off-again girlfriend Grimes that we're just now learning about thanks to an upcoming biography about Musk. He has multiple children, and that is the latest. Tomorrow, the Justice Department starts to take on Google in what's being called the biggest tech monopoly trial in decades. What's at stake here for the government? It's a chance for the DOJ to prove it can actually win an anti-monopoly case in this digital age. But Google wants to keep what it has, which is dominance of the search market in this country. And for everybody else, the rest of us, the government says opening up the market to other companies could end up with more innovation and could change the whole landscape of the internet as we know it. Jake Ward has the breakdown.
When you go to search the web from almost any phone, Google is your default way of doing it. But that's no coincidence. Google pays Apple and others to make sure that's the case. Now, a suit from the Department of Justice and a coalition of 39 states asks, do those deals keep competitors out of the market and give Google illegal dominance in the process?
Essentially, every smartphone that people get has Google as the default search, and it's baked into everything. And that means we don't have a competitive advertising market.
Google has about 88% of the domestic search market and over 70% of the market for the ads you see when you search, which is most of how the company makes money. But the company argues that using Google isn't mandatory and that Apple and others chose to charge for the default placement, a perfectly legal arrangement.
We think there are a lot of different ways people are choosing to get information these days. And on the choice side, it's never been easier for people at home to be able to choose a different web search.
United States versus Google is in many ways United States versus big tech, a test of whether the government has legal authority to rein in corporations that wield historic power over how we access information. The government is hoping to do better than the Federal Trade Commission has. The case goes to trial after a string of recent court losses for the FTC, which has unsuccessfully tried to stop acquisitions by companies like Microsoft and Meta. But an anti-monopoly nonprofit says these are the right battles to fight.
A very intentional effort has been made for the past 50 years to chip away at the federal antitrust laws and to make them harder to enforce. And right now, the monopolies of our time are increasingly in big tech.
Google faces more than just this case. An antitrust suit filed in January accuses it of also being a monopoly as it sells the technology that powers the way online ads are placed across the web, and that's its second largest source of revenue. Google says the market is wide open there, too. But Google's biggest worry at the moment is presumably not this case. It is instead the rise of AI-powered chatbots like ChatGPT, which threaten to replace the classic search engine that made Google one of history's richest institutions. Its business model under attack in the market, even as it must also defend it in court.
Jake is joining us now. Jake, I think we got to lay out the stakes here, right? Huge deal. There's one expert who called this the antitrust trial of the century. I mean, this is the government taking on Google here. What does it mean for everybody else if, in fact, the DOJ, the government, were to win?
Well, Hallie, it would definitely be a big turning point. Everybody is basically watching this to see whether, as we enter this era of AI and incredible power on the part of big tech, whether authorities at the state or federal level have the opportunity to steer that boat, or whether tech companies are going to basically enjoy the same kind of unregulated, largely unregulated environment that they have until now, Hallie.
Jake Ward, thank you very much. We'll be talking more about this one, I am sure, in the days to come. When we come back, some pretty scary dash cam video out of Utah. Look what flew at somebody's car. We're going to get into it later in the local, what happened there. Plus, one of the change makers in the last presidential cycle joining us one-on-one for the newsmaker tonight. What he thinks of 2024 and the people running in it. Next.
our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The entire cheerleading squad in one New Hampshire town getting suspended over bullying, harassment, and discrimination allegations. School officials say it wasn't just the students involved either. We've got more on that in a second. But first, more concern tonight from Democrats over what some new polls show is a pretty tight 2024 race, at least at the moment, a hypothetical matchup between President Biden and former President Trump. With Mr. Trump polling better right now than he did at any point in the run-up to 2020. Look at these recent numbers from a few big polls. 2 relative ties, basically, and a 1-point lead for Mr. Trump in a third, with more than half of Democrats telling NBC's latest poll they want Mr. Biden, they want President Biden to step aside. Among those who think we should have more options across the board is former 2020 candidate Andrew Yang and founder of the centrist Forward Party. He wants the president to engage more with potential third-party candidates and other candidates, including, he says, debating Democratic challenger Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Andrew Yang is joining us now. Mr. Yang, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me, Hallie.
Of course. So listen, we just laid out some of those poll numbers showing that this is, in many ways, a far closer race than presumably President Biden's team would like to see. I know you're not a part of the Democratic Party officially any longer, but I wonder what you make of that, the fact that this does seem to be such a neck-and-neck competition 14 months out.
It's deeply troubling and distressing to a lot of Americans that we may have a Trump victory in 2024, as hard as it is to say that sentence out loud. And I'm someone who thinks that the Democrats should have a more robust primary process so that if it is Joe, that people are confident in his vitality and energy. And if it's someone other than Joe, then maybe we could have someone who generates a whole different type of excitement and enthusiasm among Democrats and Americans.
You talk about the potential for a Democratic primary, a more robust primary in the Democratic field. One of the things that you said recently was that you believe that President Biden should debate one of his Democratic challengers, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We've talked about him on our show, his positions. He is polling, 50-plus points behind President Biden right now. You know, it is not typically the tradition for a sitting president to debate any comer, if you will. Why do you think this debate should happen?
Well, I think for both supporters of Robert Kennedy and Marianne Williamson, it would make them feel like they were heard, like their candidate had a real forum, and then it makes it less likely that one of them, let's say Robert Kennedy, would run in the general as an independent or even a libertarian, which right now I see as a distinct possibility. And he'd have a point because he'd say, look, I never even got a fair shake. There was never any real debate, so it's on to the general. And if you look at the neck-and-neck polling in the general, one of the main things that could determine the outcome is whether there are candidates running as a Green Party or independent or libertarian or some other ticket.
You talk about this idea, right, of a third-party candidacy. Senator Bill Cassidy was on Chuck Todd, our colleague's final edition of Meet the Press, just 24 hours ago, talking about the idea of a no-labels potential candidacy. Now, I know that Forward, who you work with, of course, with the goal of giving people an alternative, you've already said you're not going to run a third-party candidate this election. But let me play for you what the senator had to say.
It is something you'd be open to.
Yes, put it this way. 70% of the American people want something different. Should there be another option for the American people? And I think plausibly there should be.
In a race that could depend on the will of, as you know, just a few thousand voters, do you believe that no labels is encouraging potential for spoiler candidates, so-called?
Well, if you have $1 trillion franchise like American democracy, it makes sense to me to invest in an alternative. But I have looked at the numbers. One reason why Forward has said, look, we're staying out of this particular cycle is that, for example, if I ran, I think I would increase the chances of Donald Trump winning. And I'm an anyone but Trump guy. I personally would not do something that would increase the chances of Trump winning. So if we had a more modern voting system like ranked choice voting, then you'd have more alternatives, and that's something that Forward is championing. But given the current system, I'm a numbers guy, I'm a math guy. If you look at the numbers, someone like me running would probably lead to something very, very negative.
You talk about Americans wanting choice. That's been one of the sort of foundations of forward of the things that you've talked about here. There's a lot of options on the Republican side, right? There's almost a dozen candidates, but you know where former President Trump stands. He's leading most national polls by like 30, close to 40 points here. Why do you think nobody else in that field is gaining traction?
Well, Donald Trump has a very strong relationship with the base. He was the president, and he'd established something of a public persona over the previous years. So if you imagine a new candidate on the scene trying to somehow catch up to Trump and surpass him in the public consciousness, particularly among the Republican base, it's a lot to do in a very short period of time. It's one reason why I expect that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee, unfortunately. I publicly donated to Chris Christie in part as an anti-Trump effort. I'll support just about anyone who's running against Trump. But as a math guy, like you said, he's up 35, 40 points. I don't see that changing by early next year. And so you probably will have a Trump nomination out of the Republican Party.
If you could give the Biden campaign any advice, not that they necessarily might want to hear it from you, sir, but if you could, what would you say?
I would say, look, we need to tackle the issue of succession. The reality is that I campaigned for Joe Biden. I voted for Joe Biden. And I think Joe Biden was the right candidate for 2020. But there are a lot of people who are reasonable and traditional mainline Democrats who are saying, look, I wish that we had other choices. And when you talk about the robust Democratic primary, I would like to see, I'm talking about Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Governor Phil Murphy, Governor Roy Cooper. Imagine that debate stage. We're not talking about the folks who are currently running necessarily. There are a lot of very qualified, eminent Democrats who've been told not to run because the DNC said, hey, wait your turn 4 years from now. We do not have 4 years. The American people deserve a real choice this cycle. And if we end up with the wrong candidate and something unfortunate happens, we could wind up giving the country back to Trump. The American people deserve better than that.
Will you campaign for President Biden again, do you think?
Again, I'm an anyone but Trump guy, and I think that there are a few things we could do that would decrease the chances of a Trump presidency. Democratic primary is one, supporting his opponents is another, and I'll be doing anything I can in succession to try and keep Trump from becoming president again in 2024.
I know that we're talking lots about politics. That's obviously the big news. You have your own big personal news, which is your book out tomorrow. It's called The Last Election, and it's sort of, in broad strokes, centers on this sort of third-party candidate who's gaining steam in the election, et cetera. You said something interesting in a statement, that this falls in, as you describe it, the long tradition of paranoid political thrillers. But this time, you say, the paranoia is very much justified. Explain that.
So there's something called a contingent election, Hallie, that if no one gets a majority in the Electoral College, then it gets thrown to the states, with each state getting one vote. Now, this is something that has not come to pass in American life during our lifetimes, but it's something that becomes a more and more real possibility, where in this coming cycle, Cornel West is running. As I said, I think RFK may run in the general. You talked about potential no labels unity ticket. You could have 3, 4, or 5 candidates. And in that scenario, you could wind up with things that we have not seen in decades in American life. So a lot of unimaginable things are back on the table, and we have to be aware of them to hopefully modernize our way out of it.
Andrew Yang, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. You can pick up The Last Election tomorrow anywhere books are sold. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it'd be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeastern Bureau, a school board in New Hampshire has now voted to suspend an entire high school cheerleading squad over bullying allegations. The superintendent, in the letter to parents, says the team has a toxic and pervasive culture of bullying, harassment, and discrimination, and that includes athletes, coaches, and parents. Officials say the suspension will last until towards the end of the month. The coaching staff is also on leave while there's an investigation. Out of our Midwest Bureau, protesters burned several American flags outside a Jason Aldean concert near Chicago over the weekend. The group, led by the Revolution Club Chicago, was protesting the singer's song called Try That in a Small Town. It has lyrics warning people not to be violent, not to swear at police, or burn the American flag in small towns. According to the Chicago Tribune, there were no confrontations between people at the concert and these demonstrators. And out of our Western Bureau dash cam, look at this, a pretty scary moment out of Utah. A car was driving on the highway when, boom, that's a chair, an office chair. Out of nowhere, like the legs of it there, it obviously shattered the window of that car on the passenger side. Somebody was sitting there. Fortunately, she only had a few cuts on her legs. Nobody else was hurt. No clue where that chair came from. Coming up here on the show, one of Danny Masterson's victims speaking publicly now for the first time exclusively to NBC News. What she's calling justice and her thoughts on Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis's apology video. We'll be right back.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In an NBC News exclusive, we are hearing now for the first time from one of the two women that 70s show star Danny Masterson was convicted of raping. This is since his sentence here. The woman, identified in the trials as Jane Doe number 1, tells NBC the sentence seemed like justice to her, adding it was nothing extra and nothing less. Masterson now faces 30 years to life in prison. This interview is coming just days after actors Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, who were, of course, co-stars with Masterson on that 70s show, it propelled them all to fame, apologized for their character witness letters defending Masterson. Listen.
They were intended for the judge to read and not to undermine the testimony of the victims or re-traumatize them in any way. We would never want to do that. And we're sorry if that has taken place.
Kunis's letter had described Masterson as, I'm quoting here, an amazing friend, confidant, and above all, an outstanding older brother figure. Kutcher described him as an excellent role model and an extraordinary, honest, and intentional human being. I want to bring in Steve Patterson now with more. So let me start here with what we're hearing now exclusively from Jane Doe 1, who is also kind of sharing her thoughts on this apology video from Kunis and from Kutcher. Tell us about it.
Well, first, Hallie, if I could, I'd like to set up sort of the overall discourse, because it's more than just this Jane Doe, which we got that exclusive statements for. There's a lot of discourse online, especially, and it's sort of sickening the regularity that we cover the misbehavior of celebrities and the cancellation of celebrities that I sort of knew where to look, which is the fact that all comments on that apology video are delisted. So if you look at the next video down, you will find vitriol and a lot of criticism and the overall sentiment that this apology was more apologizing because they got caught and less about a direct, sort of thorough, somber message to sex assault victims, which I think is what a lot of people would have liked. So this is pretty widespread, that sentiment. And that sort of relates to what Jane Doe number one, this person that we got the statement from, pertains to say. She writes in a statement, and I want to show it on camera for you. She says that, quote, "This video was incredibly insulting and hurtful. My hope is that they learn radical accountability and that the importance of self-education to learn when to keep their privilege in check, especially Aston, who claims to work with victims of sex crimes, and Mila, I can only think of times up." That's alluding, of course, to Aston Kutcher, who's done a lot of work relating to sexual assault victims and trying to prevent sort of sexual misbehavior over the course of almost a decade now. So we have that. There's also other celebrities speaking out, like Christina Ricci, who's been telling folks that, you know, although we know these quote-unquote awesome people, that they can misbehave in ways that we have no idea about as well. She threw up this on her Instagram. Unfortunately, I've known lots of awesome guys who are lovely to me, but have been prone to abusive privately. So this is sort of the sentiment that we're hearing a lot from celebrities, but also a lot from just normal people, sex survivors themselves, sex abuse survivors themselves, who say that this is not good enough and they want to hear more from this celebrity couple. Hallie?
Steve Patterson, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Still to come here on the show, the Spanish soccer chief stepping down after weeks of controversy and anger. Why he's doing this now, and why some think this may be only the beginning of big changes for soccer overseas. That's next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.